United States, or at least, whatever we have, enhance it. But that would take, how long would that take?
Tjena!
It probably wouldn't happen, even if you put up these barriers. I think the way
the end result is I'm going to be paying a lot more to have the plumber come over.
That is the concern. That is the concern.
My copper pipes.
The best comp to this was during the first term, aluminum tariffs, where consumers, like the three of us saw it, were when you had to replace your windows in your home.
Jo.
The window frames are aluminum.
Dere hører bra, eller? Det er fortsatt tull med lyden.
Think of that on a scale of all copper in the house that you have.
Yep, interesting. All right, it's a fluid situation. We're staying on top of it. People like Joe Doe and his team around the world keeping on top of this tariff story because it is, at the very least, a fluid story. Joe Doe, economic state.
Har jeg byttet på noen plasser? Jeg bare sletta hele haven med greier.
Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. He made it in for the 10 o'clock hour. We appreciate that. Looking at the markets here, John, I don't know. I got no real direction. I got the S&P unched. I got the Dow up 120 points. That's a quarter of 1%. But then I got the Nasdaq down 75.
De tallene som kommer i dag gjør i hvert fall at det ikke blir en rentekut med det første. Så i første øyekast så kan det bety at dollaren styrket seg litt på det, men fortsatt så er det full fokus på gjeldstaket. Så dollaren kommer antageligvis til å svekke seg mer, og så kommer gull til å stige videre antakelig. Så vi må bryte 30 på gull, og så må vi bryte 44. Det er liksom ingenting som skjer. Det er bare det tariffkravet med Trump. Det var det hele går og hele foregårs. Det er ikke noe nytt som har kommet. Jeg gjorde en ganske pen short på Nasdaq i stad, og så kjøpte jeg litt mer gull. Ellers har jeg ikke gjort noen ting. Jeg sitter fortsatt rolig, lastet av gull. Det er jo ingenting som skjer egentlig. Og så er det sommerferie, ikke sant? Det er jo ikke en dritt som skjer. Og Nvidia i går gikk ut til all time high, var verdt 4 trillioner dollar, så. Eller trillioner kroner, som er vel da milliarder dollar. Har jeg ikke lyd på? Jeg hører jo ikke en dritt. Jeg har lyd på. Hører ikke dere meg i det hele tatt? Skjønner ingenting, ass. Ja, men hører ikke du meg, Robert? Nei, jeg hører ikke Robert i det.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business
At gull skal falle nå, det er bare tull, det er bare støy.
10:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow higher, the S&P 500 index swinging between gains
Det er
and
bare
losses,
støy.
Nasdaq lower, and right now this Bloomberg
Nasdaq burde falle med,
by
faktisk.
Oracle, attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. S&P will call that little change right now. We do have the S&P 500 index trading down by just about 2 points right now. Dow Jones Industrial Average, though, higher by 133 points, up 0.3%. Nasdaq down 82, a drop there of 0.4%. The 10-year 4.36%, the 2-year 3.87%. Gold up $4 the ounce, 33.18, up 0.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.7%. WTI 67.22 for a barrel of WTI. Ferraro International is acquiring WK Kellogg for an enterprise value of $3.1 billion, pushing the Italian family-owned candy business further into the lucrative U.S. market. The deal combines the maker of chocolate nut spread Nutella with the company behind Fruit Loops and Frosted Flakes cereals. Kellogg shares, they are surging on word of this deal right now. We do have Kellogg advancing by 30.5%. Recapping, S&P down a point now, little changed. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pelleton, thank you so much. We appreciate that. John Tucker and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City, streaming live on YouTube as well. Looking at these markets here, Charlie was just reporting kind of a mixed bag out there. We do have earnings starting in earnest next week. We'll be kicking it off with J.P. Morgan. So we'll see what Mr. Diamond has to say about the world. Jay Pulaski, he runs money for a living. He's a founder and chief
Altså, det frister noe jævlig å shorte mer Nasdaq, men jeg tør ikke, for den er så fucka. Jeg shortet Nasdaq i stad. Det er sånn liten tullegreie.
The U.S. market, including the U.S. equity market, and going overseas principally to Europe. Was that a short? Did you guys follow suit in that trade, or are you sticking with U.S. markets at this point?
Thanks, John. Great to be with you and Paul. And we have been believers in that we're at the beginning of a secular leadership change away from U.S. equities, which has been the leader since the bottom in 2009.
Kom igjen. Han har megastøtte på 700. Det er der han snur hele tida. Nasdaq altså. Hadde hatt litt baller, så hadde jeg shortet. Men jeg er shortet fra før, så jeg får ikke shorte noe mer der. Sitter rolig. Og gull blir egentlig stiget nå. Så vi ser da om han snur her nede og går opp igjen. Dollar burde svekke seg videre.
In terms of defense spending and China in terms of driving
Det som skjedde i stad var at de tallene fra USA var så bra at man sekker for seg rentekutt, og da ser at dollaren styrker seg, så får du sånn kunstig litt trøkk. Litt sånn selv på gull, for man tror ikke at det blir rentekutt, ikke sant? Det er det som skjer. Men dollaren skal svekke seg. All makro tilsier det. Så det er bare støy. Så skal Nasdaq egentlig falle videre. Nå P på nesten opp på 40. Det er helt tullete. Faen, ass. Jeg shortet Nasdaq i dag, vet du. Jeg mente jeg shortet han litt høyt. Jeg shortet fuckings Nasdaq på 22.814.
And the dollar in the Americas, and that's very bullish for Europe and very negative for the U.S., given that we're the biggest capital importer in the world.
Jay, you remember a time when U.S. have to bordered on arrogance when it came to foreign exchange. There was an example with Japan. The U.S. essentially telling Japan, strengthen your currency, and surprisingly enough, they did slow U.S. consumers' purchases of Japanese goods. Does the U.S. still have that kind of heft in the currency markets?
Well, I mean, I think here it's quite different, right? I mean, here we have a president who's a chaos agent, and you know, the U.S. assets are priced at a premium. Equities, bonds, currency, all effectively overvalued versus the rest of the world, which, again, we're at the end of a 15-year run of U.S. equity outperformance. And so everyone's overweight U.S. assets, over-allocated. And we saw that with the shooting war in the Middle East when Israel attacked Iran. There was no flight to the dollar. There was no flight to treasuries. In fact, the opposite. And to us, we really like it when the market tells us how things are going and gives you signal amidst all the noise. And the action in U.S. assets post the Israeli and then the U.S. attack on Iran speak volumes to us. It really confirms
Nå hører det bra.
the world has over-allocated to the U.S. And so while Trump is creating
Faen, var gærent med vår PC din, eller?
in the U.S. and you guys were talking about it
Om det var galt med...
Nå var det PC-en din som fucka oss da.
Nei, jeg tror egentlig ikke. Det funket jo greit like før. Så...
While the rest of the world is
Men når
starting to
chatten
leverage
flyttet...
that fiscal space in Europe and Germany with defense, which is going to generate higher growth, which is going to generate higher earnings and stronger euro. The same playbook is in the United States. And in China, we're seeing the same thing. You know, the U.S. is talking about putting a tariff wall up against Southeast Asia so they'll stop exporting stuff to us. Well, you know, what does that do for Asian regional integration and Asian regional dynamics? It pushes them to China. So, you know, to us, as I said, we think we're at the beginning of a secular leadership change. Years to go. And
Jay,
so the rest of the world is cheap, U.S. expensive. It's a pretty simple call.
how about a simple retort, which is still the growth in revenues, the growth in free cash flow is still in the US.
Vi snakker nå om at USA er overvalued, og at folk ikke kjøper dollar eller kjøper altså US Treasuries da, nå når det var krig med Israel og det greiene der. Så de er livredde for det amerikanske markedet.
Very good. That makes a market. Very good. Jay, thanks so much for joining us. Jay Pulaski, he's the founder and chief strategist. TPW. Now I know what TPW, Tripolar World. That's cool. I get it now. So when we talk to Jay, that's a great counter view, and we love getting those as well. Speaking of technology, we like talking to Mandeep Singh. He's a senior tech analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. All right. You've schooled us on AI over the last several years. I think I now understand what it is. I understand that it's big. It's a big business. But $4 trillion market cap for NVIDIA? Are you kidding me? What's going on? I mean, tell me that's overvalued.
Well, when you see a company that's growing 50% and is able to generate almost $100 billion in free cash flow, then it's not. Wow. And that's where, you have to look at it from the lens of what is sustainable versus what is happening right now. Now, typically, chip companies, we know they have that cyclical element where, after a period of rapid growth, there is a digestion period. I don't think this time is any different.
Det nok ikke så dum, Alex. Men du kjøper jo fond på all-time high, da, bare så du vet det.
So you are not going to see a very quick slowdown simply because right
Hvis ikke du kjøper et sånt merging market fond eller noe.
We talked about picks and shovels for the longest time, in the past 12 months. That trade is still ongoing simply because the demand for GPU compute really continues to rise because you have this explosion in coding agents now. I mean, think of what has coding agents done in the past 6 months. That is the use case that every hyperscaler is using now. Every enterprise is looking to deploy. In fact, Microsoft said 35% of their new code is written by a coding agent. That's all AI.
Jepp, det er her han snur helt av sin gull. Burde gå opp dit igjen.
I don't have to wait very
I
long
dag.
to show the results of my big investments in AI.
Det ikke noe grunn til at den ikke skal det.
Well, I think for hyperscalers, especially
Well,
Microsoft.
the end users, I mean the regular.
Da ser jeg at dollaren styrket seg litt mot
I think, again,
euroen I stad, på grunn av tallene som kom. Det veldig, veldig bra tall for USA. Det blir ikke en rentekkutt. Da får du sånn liten sånn trøkk opp på dollaren, og så får du en sånn liten sving på gull ned. Og så vil alle skjønne bare, oh shit, det blir ikke noe rentekkutt. Hele økonomien basert på rentekkutt, og så kommer dollaren til å svekke seg litt igjen, og så kommer gull til å komme opp igjen, og så kommer Nasdaq antageligvis, hvis ikke Nvidia går enda mer, til å falle litt da. For I går så hadde den all-time high 4 trilliarder dollar. Det vel 4 milliarder, mye blir det? 4 trillion dollars, det milliard, ikke det?
1000 milliarder.
Ja, 4000 milliarder. Ja. Jeg tipper at det liksom, det var peaken, så får vi se om det klarer å holde seg der oppe da. Så... Jeg tipper vi ser gull I løpet av ikke alt for lenge, bryter 400. Det ikke så mye mer å kjøpe her, liksom. Og kopper kommer til å komme litt ned igjen. Det kan bli, hvis du leser nå, så kan det bli superinflasjon på kobber da, for han har satt 50% tariff. Og det veldig mange nå som ikke tror at han kommer til å holde noen av tariffavtalene sine, så børsen bare går videre oppover helt upåvirket av det. Så nå tror mange da at han kommer til å gjøre et poeng, for han ble bare kalt for Taco Trump, for alt han sier bare piss. Så nå kommer han til å gjøre et poeng med å holde tariffen oppe lenger. Han utsatte jo den tariffen her I forgårs. Han satte tariff, og så utsatte den dagen etterpå. Altså alt han sier bare piss. Så sjekker jeg.
Behind in our large language model efforts, we have really got all the compute and the data. What is it that we can do to fill up that gap in terms of why our model is not being as heavily used as an OpenAI model? So they have brought in all the researchers. I doubt they will be able to fix all the problems with their model by bringing in all the researchers over the next 6 months. Det
en EPS på 3 og PE på 52 nå på Nvidia. Lykke til. Lykke til. Ta sammenlignende da. Du har en EPS på Microsoft på 13. 10 ganger, altså $10 mer per aksje. Og så har han PE på 38 liksom. Og så skal du forsvare Nvidia. Ja da.
Mandeep Singh, thank you so much. Because these guys can't
Lykke til!
Exactly, we're going to see him leave.
Don't go.
Nvidia, de gjør jo mye satsing på brillene og styret.
Mandeep Singh, senior tech analyst.
Hva sa du nå, Robert?
Så de gjør et nytt forsøk med brillene.
Nvidia?
Ja. Det skal erstatte smarttelefonene.
Ja, ok. Det tror jeg ikke skjer.
Nei, det gikk I hvert fall jævlig dårlig sist.
Den hypet som faen da. Og så har de jo gjort det veldig bra, men det sånn som den prises til nå da, så priser den til at det ikke finnes konkurrenter der ute. Det det den prises til nå. En PE på liksom 52, en EPS på 3, altså du får ikke noe igjen på aksjen. Kan man drite det liksom. Nå har vi hatt et 15 år bullmarked da. Så har du kjøpt aksjer nå I 15 år, og hatt Down syndrom og vært blind, så har du tjent penger hvis du bare har sittet helt rolig. Du trenger ikke kunne en dritt, egentlig. Nå begynner alle de små selskapene, sånn som på Russell 2000 og de small cap casene, begynner også å butte da. Så hvis ikke de får noe mer drahjelp nå av Nvidia og Broadcom og Meta, så kommer det til å komme hardt ned. Det bare de som holder oppe nå. Men så det mange som sier at det jo AI liksom, nå har det blitt en sånn økosystem da. Så nå Nå sier man det at men nå vil AI generere så mye jobber, så tenker du ok på hva da? Datasentraler, sånne prosessorer, lokaler, parker, strømmer, jeg vet faen hva sånne sentraler, hva det innebærer. Men i hvert fall de sier jo det at det kan generere jobber i det da. Jeg aner ikke, jeg kan ikke nok om det. Så de sier jo det at Nvidia i seg selv liksom bare en bit av et stort økosystem da. Så hvis Nvidia går bra, så vil jeg si at det går bra med alle de andre rundt da, eller alt det andre rundt da. Jeg vet ikke hvor mye jeg vet ikke hvor stort det er, jeg aner ikke. Jeg vet bare at Nvidia overpriset til helvete akkurat nå. Hva sa du?
Du snakket om datasentre, hva det?
Ja, jeg kan ingenting om det.
Nei, lite arbeidsfolk på det.
Ja, for det er det de sier da. De sier at Nvidia nå, at det på en måte genererer... Det er sola et økosystem. Så hvis Nvidia leverer det bra, og de har masse salg, så er dette her videre til datasentraler, hvor det krever da strøm, og det krever prosessor. Jeg kan ingenting om dette her, det er bare det jeg har lest. Og det vil liksom på en måte være med oss å underbygge videre opptur på tech da. Men jeg får ikke dette, og jeg synes det høres veldig rart ut.
Det er ikke det isolert i hvert fall. Genererer noe særlig. Vi har jo sett det i Europa, de har jo opprettet datasentre der det er godt med energi.
Ja, og der er vel ikke så mange ansatte, er det da?
Nei, det er ikke det, og det koster jo skjorta all den strømmen de bruker.
Ja, for de har jo sånn i Norge, en sånn der bitcoin kammer i Norge i et fjell.
Ja, vi har stått her oppe i Namsskogen nå som ikke er noe drift på.
Atomkraft er jo løsningen. Det er jo ikke noe å lure på det hele tatt. Ja, BRICS har innflytelse på gull. Det vil si det at hvis det blir noe av BRICS, som jeg tviler på at det blir, men hvis det blir noe av BRICS, så vil dollaren svekke seg, og så vil gull gå opp. Du må huske på en ting at svakere dollar, jo mer kan de hamstre gull. Da blir gull, ikke sant? For da er gull billig, altså da må du kjøpe mer gull, holdt jeg på å si. For det er en hedge mot valutaen. Så hvis folk ikke har tro på dollaren, så kjøper de gull. Og så var det en som skrev i dag det at en som hadde peiling fortalte det at han solgte gull for å kjøpe bitcoin. Det er helt stikk mot sin hensikt. Gull er det helt motsatt av bitcoin. Du kan si at bitcoin er liksom, eller krypto da, men si bitcoin da, for det er vel det mest stabile. Bitcoin er digitalt. Hele poenget med å eie gull er nettopp det at det ikke er digitalt. Det er derfor du eier gull. Du eier gull for det er håndfast. Hvis det blir krig, så kan du selge gull. Hvis alle dauer, så kan du selge gull. Hvis strømmen stopper opp og internett blir spist opp av en UFO, så kan du selge gull. Så det er litt mot sin hensikt.
Ja, du får ikke satt en eneste bitcoin.
Hva sa du?
Ja, du får ikke satt en eneste bitcoin.
Nei, så bitcoin nå er litt mer sånn der... det er veldig, veldig bra i bulltider, men og så snakket jeg med han ene forvalteren, så bare fortalte jeg min mening, og han var lastet opp også i bitcoin. Så sa jeg da at man er ikke krypto litt, hele poenget med krypto. Jeg har ingenting imot krypto. Og så sier jeg, men har ikke hele poenget med krypto var at det skal være uregulert. Vi er enige i det. Krypto skal være uregulert. Og det skulle egentlig ikke gå an å spore det tidligere. Nå kan du jo spore alle med sånn wallet. Nå kan du jo se hvor alt kommer hen. Så nå er det poenget borte. Utifra sånn som jeg har forstått det. Med mindre du har en annen type wallet. Jeg kan ikke nok om det.
BlackRock eier jo store deler av bitcoin.
Nå kommer mitt poeng. BlackRock har kjøpt opp masse, og det er flere andre banker som har kjøpt opp masse. Ergo, det blir regulert. Det er bare at de som kjøper krypto nå skjønner ikke at det er det som skjer. Det blir 100% regulert av de som har mengder med krypto. Hvis de vil kjøre prisen ned, så dumper de det ned. Hvis de vil kjøre prisen opp, så kjøper de det opp. Akkurat sånn som staten gjør med krona. De kjører den opp, og de kjører den ned. Hele poenget da med krypto var at det skulle være uregulert, fritt. Det skulle være stikk motsatt av fiat. Nå er det basically nesten fiat. I hvert fall bitcoin da, for det har blitt så allemannseie da, ikke sant?
we are still seeing that employers
Da er litt av poenget borte da.
to their good employees, and that has also come through in our CEO confidence index for Q2 is that most employers
Da kjøper hele gull.
hold on to their labor if they can. We still have
Når
a
alt
very low
tryner.
unemployment rate.
Vent på å se. Første som kommer til å skje, når du får en korreksjon i markedet, for det kommer, det skjer alltid. En korreksjon kommer mellom hvert 10 og 15 år, så kommer en korreksjon. Det første som kommer til å skje når det kommer en korreksjon, det er at krypto kommer til å selges. 100%. AI kommer til å selges ned som et helvete, og krypto kommer til å selges ned som et helvete. For det er de tingene som har gått mest først. Du tar gevinst der hvor det er mest penger, og selger det, for det er det som har gått mest, det er det som faller fortest, det er det som ikke har noen reell verdi. Den har bare en verdi på hva du kjøper og selger for. Og så kanskje du kan si at ok, bitcoin koster x antall kroner også mine, så det er den reelle verdien, kan du jo si da, hvis du skal argumentere. Men det har ikke noe mer verdi enn det, mens en aksje har en verdi på inntektene den genererer. Så hvis en aksje for eksempel genererer, den genererer omsetning på 100 mil da, og så tjener den kanskje 10 mil da, og så har den en P på 10 eller 13, så kan du argumentere for at den er verdt kanskje mellom 70 og 110 millioner da. Da har du i hvert fall et reelt tall å gå etter. Hvis markedet krasjer, da bare trykker du på kalkulatoren, den står i 50 kroner, faen, den er verdt 110 kroner, den kjøper jeg, boom! Og så ser du, for faen, den har trynet, den er verdt 17 kroner, står i 5 kroner, den kjøper jeg. Det kan du ikke gjøre med krypto. Krypto så er bare, faen, hva har den vært nå? Nei, hva faen er? Hva er det du kjøper for da? Ja, ok, ja. Det er det som kommer til å skje en korreksjon. Så, så det er det som kommer til å skje. 100%. Og så er det om å være fortest tilbake igjen når markedet snur, for da vil det sikkert gå rett opp igjen. Men det er forskjellen på digitalt, valuta, verdier kontra gull. Derfor skal du alltid eie gull. Samme faen om du handler krypto, samme faen om du handler aksjer. Gull skal du eie.
The CEO pointed to progress in trade talks between the U.S. and other countries and the potential for some geopolitical conflicts to abate. I mean, the flying public really...
Skulle være en hedge mot inflasjon og så videre, bare tull, vi trenger ikke banker, sier alle kryptoene. De som sier det har jo ikke helt forstått hvordan krypto fungerer da. Og jeg er helt idiot på krypto, men jeg har skjønt en ting, og det er at det her er jo nå, jo flere som eier av de store institusjonene som kjøper mengder av krypto, så er det basically regulert, så da er hele poenget borte. Enig, Alex Lov. Det var jo hele poenget, ikke sant? Det er jo ikke sånn nå. Det er jo ikke sånn i det hele tatt. Og skal du realisere disse kryptoene dine, så må du faen meg melde fra til skatteetaten, og da må du gi beskjed til 4 hva du skal bruke penger på, og så må du faen meg melde fra til alt mulig rart. Så basically så er du er mer overvåket nå på krypto enn du er på å kjøpe aksjer. Men du er jo det. Og hvis du sier at du skal låne penger, og du handler krypto, så får du faen ikke låne penger der. Det er fordelen med frontbroker da, jeg kan jo si det. Frontbroker, så kan du kan bruke krypto, fysisk krypto, på wallet. Jeg vet ikke hvordan man gjør det. Så kan du trade CFD-krypto, og så kan du ta det ut igjen i krypto. Det er litt kult. Så hvis du er litt sånn, halv... Ja, jeg skal ikke si det ordet. Så kan du gjøre litt av hvert.
Det er jo bare å sjekke med support, så forteller de det sikkert.
Ja, bare høre med support, så gjør de det. For det var litt av poenget med hele frontprogrammet, at det skal være sånn hybridplattform. Det et par andre plattformer som gjør det samme, og de gjør mye penger på det greiene der. Du får en mye høyere giring, og så kan du på en måte, du kan ta det ut til cash, og du kan ta det ut til krypto, du kan på en måte, ja, og så skal jeg si det her live uten at det stygt da. Du kan komme unna med ting da. Hvis du har mye interesse i det.
Nå skal vi opp snart.
Ja, gull. Gull. Han må bryte 30. Det irriterer meg litt.
Jeg har slitt litt med den i dag, ja.
Ja, men du ser at det begynner å komme litt volum der da. Og så skal vi se litt på... Ja, fy faen. Nei, det var feil. Nå fikk jeg helt pekker der. Jo, du ser nå at dollar begynner å svekke seg. Dette bra. Dette bra for gull. Så det må huske på det at...
Dagskjart?
Ja. Det litt viktig at dere... Jeg prøver helt å stine, jeg driver og prøver å lære bort det greiene. Det veldig viktig at man hele tiden følger med på... Ikke bare se på charter på gull. Ikke bare se på nyhetene. Altså se på valutaen, se på råvarene, så vil du forstå hvor gull skal hen. Og så kan du bruke chartet sånn intra, sånn som Robert og jeg gjør, og så finne inngangene. Bare følg med på valutaen. Den har alt å si på gull. Det så mange valutaer som hedger seg i gull. Bruker gull som... Husk på Federal Reserve, gull. Norske Bank også, gull. Det gull de har på lager. Du må ikke glemme det. Det gull de har, alle sammen. Og hvorfor tror jeg gull skal gå videre? Nettopp på grunn av at dollaren skal svekke seg, også fordi vi på all-time high på alle indekser. Og det veldig spesielt at gull har vært veldig høyt nå også, men gull har gått med markedet. Og når markedet begynner å falle, da så gull går mer. Så hvis du tror at totalmarkedet har gått nok, som det ser ut som, egentlig, nå sier jo alle økonomer det samme, så vil gull gå med. Bare der. Bare det alene vil kjøre gull opp. Og hvis nå Trump begynner å fucke med Putin, som han ser ut som han begynner å bli litt drittlei Putin, og i dag så ble Hutsiene, de var ute og så bomba en annen båt, så vil det også gjøre at gull vil gå videre. Norges Bank solgte sin gullbånd. Solgte de alt sammen Slumdog? Det var dritsmart da. Gull har bare gått rakkeren.
Det var politisk bestemt, var ikke det?
Ja, her kan vi gjøre det. Sånn. Nei, de har noen 60 tonn. Du kan ikke selge all gull, liksom.
2 trailerlaster.
Uffa, ass.
Street doesn't care, the stock's up. And maybe that's a little bit of a preview for the upcoming quarter across the earnings.
60 tonn, ja. Det var litt. Hvis dette her skjer, det her, så kommer gull til å gå med. Just saying. Hva det som kjører Nasdaq opp i dag også? La meg gjette Nvidia eller et eller annet, eller? Da kommer Nvidia og går snart til blått igjen. Apple går opp når man mistet CEO-en i går. Det var smart. Ja, jeg skal bare være en idiot nå, og så skal jeg sette en liten short på...
Simen, du må ha 2-3 lærer for å ta med deg. En gang så blir jeg litt overlasset. Jep. Ja.
Jeg fikk faen meg bilder av en kompis som jeg går på WhatsApp som driver også flyr ned til Afrika og ordner gull. Jeg har ikke hørt å spørre om det der er lovlig, ass. Jeg skal sende det til dere nå. Bare, Botox, styrer med gull? Ja, sa jeg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Bare select video.
Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well, so check us out.
Jeg går ut nå. Jeg må inn på Discorden og ut, tror jeg. Sjekke. Der er sånn.
I think there's 4 of them.
So you spread it out and things are...
I don't know, but it just gets you just buy stuff in July. I guess you wouldn't ordinarily be thinking about buying stuff. But let's see how it's going out there in the world of retail and e-tail. Poonam Goyal, Senior U.S. E-commerce and Retail Analyst, joins us here. She's at Bloomberg Intelligence. She's down there in...
Der er han og henter gull i Afrika.
Poonam, what are we learning about Amazon?
Sånn på ordentlig.
Prime Days,
Uten å kødde.
Maybe how the consumer's doing these days.
Sure. So, you know, the days...
Jeg kødder ikke. Jeg har ikke tørt å spørre han noe mer enn det.
Which means that people have more time to shop. So early reads from different third-party vendors suggest that sales were down in its first day. And I'm not surprised by that because there's no urgency, right? You have till Friday, midnight to shop. So I think people are taking their time. Overall, we do expect a Prime Day versus last year.
Altså her...
By the end of it, consumers are looking for deals. Prices are going to go
up galskap.
Situation, and the best until Black Friday to get deals is this week.
Se video. Se på det her. Det er helt... Jeg tror det er sånn her Black Diamonds-opplegg. For meg virker det helt sykestue. Nå skal jeg sende igjen.
You have electronics, you have home products, you have the vacuum cleaners, you have the devices that they have, whether it's the Alexa. It's really a little bit of everything is on sale. The average discount that I've seen, you know, there are clearly some things that are 50, 60% off, but I'd say the average discount is probably in the 20 to 35% range from just the products that I've seen as I've been tracking it.
But that's the stuff they're
Se på det der.
people are actually buying.
Jeg lurer på om han ikke er innom tollen, Steven.
It's not on sale. Why do I need to buy it today? I can wait till I need it.
All right, so next Wednesday we are picking up our new
Antageligvis ikke.
So we've spent the last
Jeg tror ikke det.
taking advantage of Amazon Prime, buying a lot of dog stuff.
Is the dog stuff manufactured overseas where you're now paying like tariffs or anticipated tariffs?
Yes, and that's kind of where I wanted to go, Poonam. If we
Eller
haven't seen
gubber av
the
annet,
impact yet, or maybe we have, I don't know.
Det er litt spesielt.
When do you think that tariff price increases, if any, come through to the consumer? They may not. When do your companies think we'll see it?
So I can tell
Jeg sletter det, så ikke...
selectively there.
Ikke det er så bra å ha det.
Already started to raise prices. And for example, if
Jeg kom på at det var ganske så bra. Dette er det. Jeg har i hvert fall kontakter på gull da, om det trengs.
What I'd say is depends where these rates settle. Right now we're hearing Vietnam 20%, and
Det er noe
that's
støvete på det da,
10%
Fritz.
versus 20%.
Alex,
So now Nike
han kameraten min, han bor ikke nødvendigvis i Spania.
further. I think so. They will absolutely have to do that. They said the 10% is costing them an additional $1 billion
Da vet jeg om det er.
cost this year.
Men han jeg snakker med nå, han hadde mengder med gull.
If it goes to 20%, Vietnam is a big sourcing country for footwear especially. They're definitely going to have to take prices up unless they're going to let the margin take a hit.
Jeg håper gull på 3003.
Do they have to reinvent themselves?
Jeg vet ikke, ass. Det kan kanskje skje Intra, men det skal jo opp nå. Bare se på... Vi må følge litt med her da. Det er ikke noen grunn til at gull skal falle, men... Kan hende, ikke minst sikring fra start kanskje. $10 opp og ned på gull er jo ingenting.
What they make in the higher tariffed countries and use that for everywhere else but the US. So they do have
Det kan hende, han følger veldig teknisk fin, så...
But strategies will have to change, right? Will materials get...
Jeg shortet nettopp Nasdaq. Nasdaq 3 mine, for jeg er så vondt i magen, ass. Oi, jeg har faen meg... penger på det.
They just cannot. Their margins are in the single digits. So it's just not something they can afford.
So what? Yeah, that's interesting. So Bloomberg News is out with a story saying that, talking about the running category, and that's critical for a lot of these sneaker makers and how competitive it is. How do you think about that part of the retail space?
So running is a very important category for all the athleisure brands. I would say probably since the pandemic, it's grown in importance as there have been more people that choose to run. Now, is it going to be easy for any of them to win the running race? No, because really the clear standouts in running today are the Ons, the Asics, the Brooks, and the Nikes. Those are the names that you kind of think of when you think about running. And while Puma has its own shoe and so does Adidas, it's going to be hard to penetrate in that market because the others aren't slowing down. Everyone is laser focused on this category, and we'll just have to see who bites at what because it is a very, very competitive category in the athleisure space.
And I'll quote Calvin Coolidge here. I choose not to run.
That's exactly right. I don't know.
I could use it though.
I'll walk on the boardwalk today.
There we go. All right, I'll stick with that.
All right, Poonam Goyal, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Poonam Goyal, she covers all the retail stuff for Bloomberg Intelligence, and obviously gives you a great view on the consumer there. But again, we're right in the middle of Prime Days. It runs till I guess Friday night at midnight. Poonam said so.
Ja, det ser ut som det skal ned. Ja. Kommer ikke momentum her. Så.
Satt du en short?
Nei, tok ut lommen. Og så de er skalpet med.
Access to the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on SiriusXM Channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour, Bloomberg Intelligence starts in just a moment. S&P 500 up 6 points. The Dow up, I'm going to call it 200 points, of 1%. But the NASDAQ selling off a little bit today, off about 0.25%. So red and green on your equity indices. Bloomberg Dollar Index higher.
Han har hatt en fallende trend siden åpning.
I see months of underperformance. US dollar finding a little bit of stability here and trying to move its way a little bit. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield. These are two big-time blue-chip companies. One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Our view is that the economy is slowing down.
There is the possibility of a death spiral.
Both quantum computing and AI are going to power the future.
People are just buying everything with tech.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, coming up in this hour, we're going to check in with Mike McGlone, Miami. Mike, he's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Commodity Strategist. We got a lot to talk about with him. How about copper? How about oil? How about Bitcoin? So we got a lot we can go to with Mike. And it's, he's going to head out to the Midwest to the farming community next week, so we'll get the latest on how the crop's looking. Matt Winkler, Bloomberg News Editor-in-Chief Emeritus, he's got a column out talking about Israel, but from an economic perspective, what type of returns is that country generating in a very difficult time in its history? Carl Schlief, Chief Market
Jeg fikk kryss på signallinja i DN, men det kommer ikke noe momentum på det. Så det betyr at når den snur, så skal den ned.
Masters in business. So he'll join us here. So we got a lot going on this hour. Right now, let's kick it off with Charlie Pellet in the Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you very much, Paul. Looking at the best level of the day right now on the S&P, higher by 8 points, 62.71, where we stand up 0.1%. Equities, though, have been swinging between gains and losses. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 219. That is a gain right now of 0.5%, while NASDAQ lower by 42 for the NASDAQ Composite Index drop there of 0.2%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares up 0.5%. 10-year 4.35%. The 2-year 3.87%. Gold up $1 the ounce, little change, $33.15, while West Texas Intermediate crude down 2%, now $67.05 a barrel on WTI. New York Mayor Eric Adams is slamming Andrew Cuomo for potentially splitting the vote against Zoran Mamdani by running as an independent. Adams was interviewed this morning by Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Surveillance.
He underestimated Eric Adams, a former cop that knows what a bully looks like. And I am going to complete this race. My campaign has just started. I have not been campaigning. I have not had an opportunity to speak to voters.
And that's New York Mayor Eric Adams. You can watch the full conversation on YouTube on the Bloomberg Podcast channel. Stocks trading mixed right now. The Dow, the S&P, they are both higher. We've got NASDAQ in the red. Airline stocks, though, flying higher. Delta, case in point, up now by 30.
Nå styrker euroen seg, dollaren svekker seg.
Outlook for the year and says travelers are coming back. Other airlines also getting a lift. American, AAL, up now by 13%, and UAL, United Airlines Holdings, up by 12.9%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie.
Litt skummelt, altså. Setter en ny short nå på Nasdaq. Bare på grunn av
look under the hood, some of the stocks that are moving a more in-depth look. If I hear one more person say they're flying high, I don't know, Christine. But let's go to Delta. Take a deeper look.
Yes, that's right, JT. We got to talk about Delta, right? Best performer in the S&P 500 this morning. Ticker DAL, shares rising more than 13% now. So really extending those opening gains, also hitting a 4-month high on an intraday basis. All good things for the stock after, indeed, the carrier announced that it's restoring its full-year earnings guidance. So now the company is expecting full-year adjusted EPS of $5.25 to $6.25 range for 2025. Bloomberg consensus estimate is slightly on the lower end of that at $5.35. And some of the analyst commentary here looking positive for Delta as well. Citi saying that overall the quarter looks solid, primarily because of their premium cabin revenue offerings. Now, TD Cowen, though, saying that while this is encouraging as a whole for American carriers, full-service carriers, there is a note of caution because you can't just extrapolate what's good for Delta is good for everyone else unless they have the same kind of premium diverse revenue that Delta is offering here.
Premium cabin, a place I have never visited. And probably never will.
I think for the first time in my life, I've actually paid for a business/first class going over to.
I dag så ble Frontbroker oppdatert. Chartene ble oppdatert I dag. Pluss, hva faen var det for? Nei, på søndag. Display of value, profit, and its distance and tips for TP and similar to what's available for native match. Åja, de har oppgradert trading view chartsene. Nå faller dollaren mer. Husk, basically da.
0,28 nå.
Hvis dollaren faller nå, så skal gull gå videre. Det her kun det banker ser på, institusjoner de ser på det, de ser på volum. De ser ikke på sånn som vi gjør da, at det liksom, nå er det opp en dollar, de ser liksom på the big run, ikke sant? De driter om å gå opp og ned med $5. Men vi sitter også og runker etter bevegelsene her, så euro-dollar nå ligger på 1,1687. Så jeg shortet nettopp Nasdaq her, med litt vondt i magen, og så er jeg long gult herfra.
Compared with Wall Street estimates of $2.19 a share, so big disappointment over there. The company also
Ryddet der, altså. Fryktelig så hardt med. For hiver her i søpla.
in particular are cost conscious and wary of inflation and volatility, so they're really vulnerable there. And
Hun sier at jeg griser så jævlig, jeg skjønner faen ikke hvor hun får det fra.
The guidance still missed those expectations.
Christina Aquino, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Christina Aquino covering all the markets for Bloomberg News. For more conversations like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers Reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. All right, I'm looking at copper here. It's been in the news. Talking about 50% tariffs. I'm seeing
Man må i hvert fall bryte ned, da, men jeg tror ikke vet ikke om
just over the past 12 months. I don't know where this thing goes. I know you use a lot of
vi
copper
går for at det er et
and a lot
flagg.
of stuff, so it's important to a lot of people. Mike McGlone, he covers his metal along with all the commodities. He's a senior commodity strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's down there in Miami. Hey, Mike, talk to us about where copper is trading now. Where
I
you
stedet så kan den gå ned til 3003.
How's this market
Kanskje litt under.
Well, you nailed it, Paul. It's right now $5.60 in the U.S. The same price in London's about $4.40. We have a Bloomberg economics model. David Zong runs that, and it shows the fair value is closer to $4.50. So copper is very expensive. And what you're seeing now is a massive accumulation of inventories. Everybody in the world trying to get their copper to the U.S. so they can sell into that expensive market. So it's a matter of time it will collapse. It would be wonderful if it doesn't. But it's also being emboldened. Obviously, it's being emboldened by U.S. tariffs. The tariffs on copper are adding to the cost, but it's going to hurt corporate profits. Anybody who needs copper or uses copper is going to have to pay more for that copper. And I'm looking at it now as things like copper and crude oil now potentially facing a bit of a lose-lose versus the stock market. Why? Because we're getting emboldened tariffs from President Trump because the stock market's at record highs. Remember when he added that 90-day delay? That happened in April when stock market had dropped 20%. So see the bet here now? We're going to keep getting those tariffs, which he promised, as long as the stock market goes up, which means pressure on other things, most notably crude oil for the rest of the world.
The difference in those prices, what does that tell us? Are the London metal traders smarter than those in the U.S.? What do they know we don't?
Well, it's not so much smarter, John. They are facing the world's largest goods importer adding tariffs that they've never seen. The rest of the world's tilting towards this somewhat recession. To give you one indication of that, the world's largest exporter, China, their 10-year note yield is about 1.65%. The last PPI number was minus 3.6%. Severe deflation in China akin to Japan about 30 years ago when it peaked and was heading lower. So the rest of the world's facing the tariffs from the U.S., potential pressure on economic growth, and the whole world's now leaning on this U.S. stock market has to keep going up. So that's the big difference. They're not so much smarter. They're doing the ARB, but again, that price in London at 440 and price in the U.S. at 560, it's just a matter of time to get starved out, but this is a very unique situation.
And I just want to follow up if I could. Does the tariff threat, does that strip copper of its PhD in economics?
Exactly. I think it's reversed it now. If anything, I'm looking at it similar to what I remember remember the average price of gasoline in 2008 went above $4 a gallon? That was your signal, sell all risk assets, the economy's going to problem, consumers are going to shut off. Potentially it's similar to copper now. It used to be a PhD in economics. Now it's potentially the inverse indicator because copper going up is a sign of those tariffs. It's going to add costs to construction, everything, and it's also a sign of tariffs. Remember, the key thing I learned from Gina Martin-Adams, 40% of the S&P 500 cost of goods sold is based on imports. So it's going to add all those costs, which means earnings are going to have a problem. So I'm looking at this as an indication that this might be an issue going forward. But remember, one thing it's a lock. The stock market never goes down in July. This S&P 500 has not been down since 2014 in this month.
Hey, Mike, we can't let you go without getting your thoughts on crude oil here. We've got WTI and Brent trading off here today. It seems like you know, maybe that $10 risk premium that kind of came in when Israel hit Iran, maybe that's out of the marketplace now. Is that fair to say?
I think it's fair to say, but what that $10 premium did, that spike in a bear market, emboldened, it added fuel.
Ja, da faller Nasdaq litt, og gull stiger, og dollaren svekker seg videre. Det er ikke så mange av dere som har tredjeperson som tenker sånn, eller? Eller det er litt nytt for dere, ikke sant? Som tenker sånn. Synes ikke det er litt ålreit da? Kunne prøve det sånn også? Hvis man ser litt på hva som skjer, så kan dere gjøre beslutninger på det også, i tillegg til at dere ser på chartene. Se på Nasdaq nå. Jeg hadde i hvert fall tatt pris på det. Det er sånn jeg tenker da, fordi du får en mye sånn større... Du får en mye større forståelse av hvordan ting fungerer. Da tør du å sette trades, da tør du å sitte litt feil, du tør å sitte riktig, du vet liksom når du tar nå, fikk ta nå, la meg se på valutaen. Å nei, ok, alt tyder på at du går videre ned. Å, ok, da venter du litt. Ikke sant? Det er bare et lite hjelpemiddel dere kan bruke ved siden av. Da har dere liksom både teknikk, og dere kan se på valutaen, dere kan se på råvarene, dere kan se på makro, se på deilig noe pluss på Nasdaqen. Jeg har opp ganske mye på måneden. Jeg har et kjempetap på gull. Hva? Fy faen, jeg tar på gull. Jeg har kjøpt så jævla mye gull. Helvete mye gull jeg har kjøpt. Men jeg har tjent bra den måneden her, faktisk. Og det er også at jeg sitter ballefeil gull. Jeg har bare kjøpt mer på vei ned. Å fy faen, når jeg har penger på Nasdaq. Ja da, det var planen vår. Det høres ut som jeg tjener en formue, da. Det er bare $15. Nei, det var det. Plutselig par og $20. Alt på grunn av jeg sitter og følger med på valutaen. Her har han støtte, akkurat her nå. Han kan droppe her nå, eller så kan han ta gevinst. Det er liksom sånn her jeg er på dags. Ut.
Had its best two-week performance since it became a free-floating currency in 2003, and it strengthened 6.6% against the dollar, and it's gained more than 100 currencies in total. But it's not just the shekel. The Tel Aviv Stock Exchange Index of 35 companies rallied for...
Nei, jeg kan vite dere hvor mye penger det blir på sånne små posisjoner. Når jeg liksom... Dette er siste måneden da. Det her er det jeg har kjent på siste måneden. Det er bare tradet med 30 000 kroner.
Are showing their confidence in Israel like we haven't seen in quite some time, and it's made Israel a juggernaut.
Så jeg har gitt bort over 40.
To have a functional market to succeed,
Du har gitt bort over 40.
Among other things, the rule of law, and I would imagine you need security as well. Israel historically has been surrounded by enemies. What is the situation right now?
Den her var god, ass. Det smaker som det er sukker i den her. Ja, ikke sant? 7 gram sukker. Satan. Hvorfor står det salt 0 gram? Hvorfor må du skrive salt i det hele tatt da? Da kan du ikke skrive salmiakk 0 da. Hvorfor står det protein 0 gram, salt 0 gram, fett 0 gram? Hvorfor skal du skrive det? Det er jo ikke der. Hva er poenget med det da?
Kan du må skrive inn alt det andre de ikke har hatt den her.
Ja, ikke sant? Ikke sant? Gull 0, salmiakk 0, såpe 0. Jeg driter i det, jeg vil vite hva jeg drikker for det.
Det er sikkert ingen Nasdaq nede her, eller?
73.
enabled Israel to deal with Hamas first, then deal with Hezbollah second, then deal with Syria, which is, collapsed. These are all
Dollaren kom inn litt opp igjen, eller?
Jepp. Og se på Nasdaq da. Gull holder seg bra. Shorta Nasdaq på nytt. Du må leve litt skummelt.
Literally the military ability of its enemies in a way that it hasn't been able to do in decades. So that's why right now you could ask any Israeli and they feel probably more secure than they have in decades.
Matt, got about 30 seconds left.
Den får jeg sikkert rett i trynet, men
Well, if
det driter jeg i.
you go by the forecasts of economists who submit their predictions to Bloomberg, the Israeli economy will be the best performer in 2026 with 4% GDP growth among...
Det er det som er så mye behageligere også når du har litt sånn stor portefølje, en litt større portefølje, så kan du ta litt sånn flere posisjoner på forskjellige nivåer. Så kan du ta ut noen gevinst, så kan du sitte tap, så kan du ta ut noen gevinst, så kan du bygge. Når du har en liten konto, så kan du nesten ikke, du kan ikke jobbe på samme måte. Da er det sånn, tar et tap som mister sin egenkapital til å gå utover andre posisjoner, ikke sant? Du må hele tiden, du må trede på en helt annen måte. Da skal vi se gull. Nå begynner gull å røre på seg her. Vi var helt oppe på 32 da, i stad. Ja, tipper at den smeller opp en løyport.
Markets again kind of mixed here. The S&P's up 11 points, the Dow's up 270, the Nasdaq's down 45. I don't know what that's telling you. Maybe the markets are just kind of waiting on the earnings. We're going to get earnings starting in earnest next week. Again, I think a lot of people are going to be focusing on the JP Morgan one. Carol Schlief, Chief Market Strategist at BMO Private Wealth. She's going to join us in just a moment and give us her thoughts on these markets going forward. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Ja, da ser vi gull med å røre på seg. Akkurat her har den veldig motstand også, på rundt 20. Det er veldig rart, det er sånn psykologisk. Altså det er 44, og så er det mellom 30 og 33, og så er det rundt 20. Det er veldig rart at ofte på disse nivåene så er det ofte runde tall. Det er akkurat som folk liksom henger seg opp i runde tall. Sånn som Nvidia. Alt er runde tall. Det er akkurat som det er sånn magnet på de tallene. Veldig spesielt.
Ja, men han har jo snudd ned på det et par turer, 3 turer. Bare i senere tid her nå. I dag. Men jeg skulle nok ikke ha tatt ut der posisjonen han hadde.
Ja, må vente og se da. Eneste som taler litt imot da, Robert, er at nå begynner dollaren å svekke seg videre.
Ja. Vi får se.
Men i det store og det hele så skal gull opp til all time high, som du bommer med en dollar i togjøring. Nå er jeg pluss på shorten min igjen. Hvis den blir veldig bra etterpå, så kan vi sikkert dele den bort etterpå.
all the way over. I actually just read through my wife's journal because I don't remember anything from May 28th to July 2nd. No recollection. New idea. No idea what happened. We'll kind of go through it all, and I just read through my wife's journal. It's like, it's a good movie. It's ridiculous. So I only died 4 times, right? Where the ticker stopped for about 20 seconds. That's not ideal. I know that. But I got the double lung transplant. I made it out to the other side of it, gaining quite a bit of strength.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P and the Dow, they're both higher. NASDAQ in the red. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Equities have been swinging between small gains and small losses as investors saw a slew of tariff headlines. Also looking ahead to corporate earnings scheduled to start next week. We've got the S&P right now up 9. 62.72 where we stand, up by about 1/10%. Close to the best level of the morning with the Dow up 248 now, up 0.6%. NASDAQ in the red down 0.2%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index, little change, up under 0.1%, while the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares up by 0.5%. 10-year 4.36%, the 2-year 3.87%. Gold is up $6 the ounce, 33.20, 0.2%, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.9%, 67.08 a barrel. Ferraro International has agreed to acquire WK Kellogg for an enterprise value of $3.1 billion. Pushing the Italian family-owned candy business further into the lucrative U.S. market. The deal combines the maker of chocolate nut spread Nutella with the company behind Fruit Loops and Frosted Flakes cereals. Shares of Kellogg up now by 30.7%.
Thursday, we get this crazy news that Chavez has been detained by ICE. Did you have any idea that this was in the works, that they were looking at him?
In the works? Absolutely not, right? I got it.
Last time we spoke, you had, I think you had just bought your mom a new house, right?
So much we
It sounds like you're different houses. Now you got different houses. Do you live with your mom?
Streaming live on YouTube as well. Earlier, Tom Keene and I spoke with New York City Mayor Eric Adams.
So is that your choice? Is there a reason why you want to live with her and be so close to her?
Candidate. We started this portion of the conversation by asking Mayor Adams how the mayoral race is heating up.
There's a zeitgeist now that you need to get a new team as the next mayor, maybe involving some of those people in limousines. You're teamed up with Ackman, Loeb, and the others within the financial business. If the other guy's elected, Mondani, John, are they moving to Coral Gables or to Miami? Which is it?
Both.
This is serious, Mayor. This is serious stuff. You've got a mandate for how many millions of people are under your watch?
8.5 million New Yorkers, 320,000 employees.
I want you to talk to the 100,000 fancy people in those limousines right now. How are you going to get them not to move to Florida?
Well, first of all, we're going to win this race. And in my re-election, we're going to continue.
Dollaren svekker seg mer.
In New York, as we talk about this business channel here, we have more jobs in this city in the city's history. More small businesses in the city's history. Bond rate is raised our bond as they saw us navigate out of COVID. Migrants in the asylum seekers crime. When you take 22,000 illegal guns off the streets, 100,000 illegal vehicles that
Det känns som vi ska lite vidare.
you have stabilized the city.
Og var gul?
Economic stimulus package of the city.
Ja, kommer så här momentum alltså.
Mr. Mayor, given
Ja, jeg tipper han skal opp og snuse på 30 igjen.
what is your path to victory, do you believe?
New voters.
The
91% of the voters did not participate.
Og jeg hater Nasdaq, derfor skal jeg sette den for oss alle litt mer short Nasdaq.
We're going to register 1 million new voters.
Men bare så du vet det, det jeg gjør nå med Nasdaq er bare piss, for den følger jo bare Nvidia og Broadcom.
What they're missing is the excitement that I am seeing.
Gul er det eneste som funker optimalt nå. Den følger jo sånn som markedet skal fungere da. Derfor sier vi takk skal du ha, short Nasdaq. Så alt jeg tjener på gull nå taper jeg på Nasdaq. Yihoo! Faen, Nasdaq. Hater Nasdaq. Hater Nasdaq. Eller jeg hater ikke Nasdaq da. Jeg gjør det for så vidt. Jeg hater faktisk Nasdaq.
All of these different communities are now waking up and realizing what his policies would do to them individually.
All right, that was New York City Mayor Eric Adams in a wide-ranging conversation with Tom Keene and myself. Earlier this morning, he was in our studio as he prepares to really step up his campaign for mayor. He's going to run as an independent this year. And we heard from Governor Cuomo several weeks ago on this program.
And it sounded like they don't like each other.
No, it doesn't. It sounds like they're looking for each other to step out of the race. And this early stage, I don't think either one.
That's not going to happen.
No, it's not going to happen. All right, let's get back to these markets here. Again, the S&P's up about 12 points. The Dow's up 250 points. NASDAQ off a little bit here, off about 17 points. Carol Schlief joins us. She's the Chief Investment Officer for BMO Family Office. Carol, you know, again, if you kind of went to sleep on New Year's Eve and woke up and you say, well, the market's up 5-6%, that's a pretty good first half, but that does not tell the story, does it? What's your conversation like with your clients these days?
Yeah, it is interesting because especially we took the bold step of launching a weekly strategy piece that I write starting the first week of January. And I don't know if it was premonition or manifestation, but we called that first one Buckle Up. And that's exactly what we've had here. It's been interesting trying to parse through all of the headlines that come at us a million miles an hour. But one of the things that investors have done really well and our clients have done really well is continue to keep coming back through and say, okay, of today's headlines, what matters for fundamentals? Let's look at the fundamentals and follow the underlying, because the economy has hung in, consumers have been resilient. And granted, there's cracks, there's some wear and tear on the economy, especially on the sides and under the hood. But by and large, the numbers continue to come through and things are pretty status quo. And when you pull back and look at those really long-term charts on the markets, you know, they're going to come back around to focusing on what are our companies doing. Because yes, there's a lot of uncertainty, but companies cannot stand still. They have to be planning for this stuff and figuring out. So our investors have been through this quite often. We've managed money for clients for decades, and they've been through this before. It's always a little different, and it's always unsettling. But I think the fact that we talk to them, we guide them through it, we keep bringing them back to what are those long-term through lines that matter, and what is the 99% that's noise.
Ja.
What, 20
Fucking Nvidia.
times earnings.
27.
There doesn't seem to be
Ja.
much
Jeg skal sette en til kontrakt her oppe som kommer opp til 8,50. Gull bare holder jeg videre. Som dere vet. Til 4,500.
Det er bra at jeg er med. Nå begynner jeg å få tegn på det.
Fy faen. Jeg har så mye gull nå. Hvis den går til 4,500, så skal jeg faen meg... Hva skal jeg gjøre for meg? Det er mye penger, ass.
Countries are adhering to, including stepping up plans for spending even more and not necessarily generating the revenues, which is a politically tough thing to do. So I think the issue is too, though, is earnings in the short run don't tend to be really good indicators or they're not necessarily that tightly, the valuations, if you will.
Fy faen, det er far veien med $50 på den ene shorten min på Nasdaq. Mulig.
A lot of companies brought their guidance down. They took it away, they split it up, they brought it down.
Må shorte mest da.
Really low, because according to your own analysis, we're into that period.
Nei, jeg stresser ikke.
We're looking for double-digit earnings initially for this quarter, and now I think, what is it, 2 or 3%? So there's a lot of room to surprise. So those, even looking at a simple PE is tough because trailing is one thing, projected is another, and that projected is likely to move up. And thankfully for all of us, we're going into earnings season next week. We'll have a lot of good economic data next week. The beige book is out, so there's a lot for investors to.
Og dollar styrker seg til stiger gull. Yes, Tim. Det en veldig fin indikasjon på at da skal gull stige. For da selger du dollar. For dollar liksom safe haven. Og når den svekker seg, da markedet nervøst. Da vil de ikke handle aksjer. Da kjøper du gull. Tredje på øyemåte. Ja, jeg sitter langt på kopperkonto, men vi må ha den opp I hvert fall 30 poeng. Så jeg tredje på øyekonto hele tiden. Når jeg kjøper på kopperkonto, når det kommer en melding på Trump som får I trynet, så dobler jeg på min egen. Jeg gjør akkurat det samme på kopper som jeg gjør på min egen, bare at jeg tar mye større posisjoner på min egen. Nå faller det Nasdaq litt der. Det litt bra da. Det var litt hyggelig da. Og nå Haugland, ja, det jeg hørte var at det ble reåpnet. Det jeg hørte litt rykter om. Så det tror jeg kommer til å skje I dag eller morgen. De bare venter på go. Så det var som jeg sa, det blir rettet opp I. Hvis noe feil, blir det alltid rettet opp I. Alltid.
Men betyr det at jeg får nesten...
Nei, det betyr at de sender en mail først og spør om du vil det eller noe annet, tipper jeg. Så at ikke du sitter her plutselig med triple posisjoner og født med marginen.
Riktig.
I know.
Så jeg har jo med bortimot en kontrakt I lån.
Nå har jeg penger på shorten, det var deilig. Så ok, hva gjør vi nå da? Nei, skal shorte mer her. Nvidia går jo på det high nå, liksom. Tesla opp 3%. Sitter rolig, ikke under. Det her tilfeldig, eller? Nå sitter jeg og ser på... Dette sykt, dette ikke tilfeldig. Jeg har bare på YouTube nå på TV-en. Jeg tror på alle sånne ting, ikke sant? Sjekk her nå. Han på YouTube på TV-en, og så kommer dette her opp.
The Secretary of the Treasury Bessent's comments about they're not intending to extend the debt. You've had a couple of those longer term, you had people coughing over the longer term debt issuance in April or May.
Her med kråker som vinduspause på min TV. Det betyr en ting. Det betyr at gull skal opp. Og Nasdaq skal ned. Det det betyr. Og kråker, de glad I skinnende ting. Det gull og sølv.
But equity markets actually like deficit spending because it means there's a lot of money being thrown at business.
Yep. Carol, great stuff. As always, really appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Carol Schleif, she's the Chief Investment Officer for BMO Family Office. They're getting thoughts on these markets here. Again, we've got a little bit of a mixed tape here. The NASDAQ is down 26 points, but the Dow's up 260 points, and then S&P is up 12 points. So got a little bit going on out there. Coming up, Barry Ritholtz will get his thoughts on these markets going forward. This is Bloomberg.
Oi, nå styrket dollaren seg ganske mye faktisk.
For jeg tenkte vi kunne sette boksen nedi der, egentlig. For TV-en jo der, så får vi den kabla.
Ja.
Det nå det mest gunstige for den. Og så det der oppe borti der man har det. Det skal til å si før ha kabla.
Ja.
Så det
For altså, hvis vi har en internetbox her och en förstärkare intill den boxen så att täckningen blir ännu bättre. Alltså det ska ju som regel gå bra.
Vann, snåsa vann.
Så länge det visst
går angreppen på Discord.
Det har jo gått bra, Robert. Det er jo
Tror du vi ser Gull Tror vi ser Gull lage en ny topper nå, eller?
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the Dow, the S&P, they're both higher. Nasdaq remains in the red. The equities had been swinging between small gains and losses. Investors parsing through a slew of tariff headlines this morning. Right now, the S&P up 13. 62.77 where we stand. A gain there of 0.2%. The Dow up 251 now, up 0.6%. Nasdaq in the red, down 15. A drop there of 0.1%. 10-year 4.36%, the 2-year 3.88%. Gold up $6 the ounce, 33.20.
Let's hope so, fan. Hva ligger den på nå? Hva ligger gull på nå?
66.93 for a barrel of WTI. Sources tell Bloomberg OPEC Plus is discussing a pause in further production increases from October after its next monthly hike. JP Morgan Chase and Citigroup have forecast that prices will continue to slide towards $60 a barrel later this year as excess supplies pile up. ExxonMobil shares though trading higher. Oil stocks.
Online Haugland, jeg husker ikke, ass. Jeg tror ikke Nasdaq har falt noensinne. Bare går opp hver eneste dag.
Again, recapping, S&P holding on to a gain of 13 points, up 0.2%, best level of the morning. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate it. John Tucker and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. We are streaming live as well, so head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Live Radio. That's where you'll find us. All right, it's been, I don't know, a little more than 6 months that we've been talking about this tariff stuff. We had the market initially sell off on Liberation Day, but then retrace its steps. The bond market, I'm not sure what it's telling me right now, but let's go to Barry Ritholtz. He gets paid to think about this stuff. He's a host of Masters in Business on Bloomberg Radio. Fantastic podcast, super popular, great guest. He's also got a day job as a founder of Ritholtz Wealth Management. Hey, Barry, what do you think the financial markets are telling us these days about maybe some of the potential impacts of a trade policy that has higher costs out there potentially?
That's right. Well, it depends on which financial markets you want to look at. The bond market is telegraphing an increased possibility of recession. And when you see that, people call it flight to quality or flight to more conservative expectations, rising bond market, falling yields typically means we're concerned about slowdown in the economy, maybe recession, maybe Fed cuts. When you look at the equity markets at all-time high, that isn't suggesting an increased possibility that, all this tariff noise, the tariffs, then the pause, and now we're past the 90 days of the pause. The equity markets are suggesting growth is accelerating, revenue is going to improve, profits are going to improve. I don't know any other way to reconcile it other than these two things seem to be in contradiction with each other, but it's really, if you think about it in terms of probabilities, it's consistent. Equities are about a return on capital, bonds are about a return of capital, and so they're focusing on different aspects of the economy and profit.
Dollaren svekker seg igjen. Det er ganske volatilt nå, ass.
And the equity market is playing a game of checkers.
My favorite equity analysts are former bond guys because they seem to understand risk a little better. But these two inconsistent thoughts, what is the old quote? The sign of intelligence is the ability to hold two contradictory ideas in your mind at the same time. Stocks and bonds each focus on different things. Bonds are super focused on interest rates and inflation and central banks. Equity markets are a step removed from that. They just want to see what's going on in terms of revenue and profits. And while all of these policy issues are man-made, it's not like this is a pandemic or even a normal cyclical balance sheet recession. There are some concerns about the overall impact of tariffs. And so we end up with, what have we seen so far? Well, copper shot up, steel and aluminum prices have risen. We've seen a shortage of rare earth minerals and the possibility of the lack of clarity causing corporate America to freeze its capex and stop additional R&D spending. So I think the bond market is looking at that. The equity market is seeing, hey, this technology thingy is going to be big one day. AI is going to change the landscape just the way software did, internet did, the wheel and fire did. And so the bullishness on the equity side is looking out maybe 5 or 10 years. The bearishness on the bond market is really looking at the rest of 2025 into 2026. So they seem to be in conflict, but if you squint, you can kind of reconcile the differences.
So, Barry, we have seen the U.S. stock market regain its losses from earlier this year. What we haven't seen regain its losses is the U.S. dollar. We're down, the Bloomberg Dollar Index is down almost a little more than 9% off the recent peak earlier this year. There are some people, and we had a guest on earlier today on this program, that said this is the beginning.
Det går riktig vei nå, da.
Dollar bear market.
Ja.
It's not just a trade. How do you look at
Det
the
gör det.
So back in March and
Nu
April,
ser det ut som vi ska lite ner.
Gull tenker du på?
Ja, om ikke så lenge, i hvert fall.
Ja, dollaren fortsetter å svekke seg. Vi får se. Jeg kjøpte gull der nede. Jeg kanskje skal ta gevinst da.
Stocks went down, bonds went down, the dollar went down. You don't see that combination together. It looked like a repatriation of capital back to home countries elsewhere.
Ja, hvis ikke får noe tiltak gjennom momentum igjen, så kan jo det være lurt.
The loss of US leadership in politics, in the economy, in military
Tok litt gevinst.
in just global leadership. But we're starting to get a sense that
Men hva du tenker, Finn? Har vi flaggformasjonen intakt, eller?
Hva sa du nå til?
Jeg spør han Finn om vi har flaggformasjonen intakt.
Åja, Finn. Ja, han teknisk.
Hey, we have a free trade agreement with South Korea. I think it's 2011 or 2012. So, like the initial trade agreements we saw with Canada and Mexico, there'll be a lot of hand waving, and then we'll see some sort of like the replacement of NAFTA with something identical. We'll see some new trade agreement with Korea that'll look just like the 2012 free trade agreement, and the White House will declare victory and go home. It's not so much a taco trade. I think what Wall Street has sussed out is, hey, there's a whole lot more said than done when it comes to tariffs.
Er det noe som peiler på telefonen her? Jeg kjøpte jo sånn der... Jeg kjøpte... Jeg kjøpte sånn iCloud-greier. Så står det at det er 200 gigabyte. Så jeg har brukt 75 på iCloud. Og når jeg skal laste, og når jeg går på telefonen min, så står det at jeg ikke har nok storage å laste ned. Men jeg har kjøpt sånn iCloud, vil ikke det gjøre at jeg får mer plass? Skjønner jeg det, altså.
Ikke abonnementet, det.
Jeg har noe med abonnement å gjøre.
Lagra bilder av iPhone, og så...
Er det? Han vet at de må flytte bilder sånn over til iCloud, og så slipper de på telefon.
Er det sånn man gjør det? Hva faen?
Du kjøpte ikke Samsung, gjør du det? Nei.
Nei, jeg har iPhone. Jeg vet ikke hvordan jeg gjør det. Helvete da. Flytte oss, flytte hva faen er poenget med det her? Flytte de over så jævla teit.
Ja. Kjøp Samsung, så.
Da slipper du det pisset der. Ok, hvordan flytter jeg dritten da? Se på gull! Gå nå da, for helvete. Hvorfor går Nasdaq opp nå? Har Nvidia begynt å røre på seg, eller? Det er det som er så vanskelig. Ja. Nvidia er i grønt, ikke sant? Det er det som er så jævla vanskelig med Nasdaq nå, at du kan ikke følge alle... Altså, alle andre aksjer er rødt, men Nvidia går i grønt. Da kan du bare
Ja, eller nesten 1%.
Ja, men det er liksom... Det går ikke an å trade den. Altså, de ødelegger jo hele markedet. Nå skal jo egentlig Nasdaq falle, ikke sant? Egentlig.
Det er 1,4.
Stopplås på 33,220. Og stopplåsen inn der. 33,22. Ok, han har den akkurat der.
Berge.
Der, på toppen der.
Berge.
Hva har han på 22 av Finn? Hva er det som skjer på 22?
Stopplås.
Ja, men hvorfor akkurat 22?
Den er short fra 13.
Ok. Ja, men på 22 så har han jo... Hvis han går over 22 så stikker han av. Åja, ikke sant? Nå er jeg med det. Selvfølgelig. Derfor så setter han pris. Ja, du har short, ja. Nå er jeg med det. Jeg skjønner. I get you. For det jeg skal si, hvis han bryter 22 så stikker han av. Selvfølgelig, for han er short, ikke sant? Selvfølgelig. Selvfølgelig.
Og det er jo barnslig, Alex.
Mary, we heard from the Ralph Lauren CEO says he still sees demand kind of pretty solid. What do you make of his comments, and what are you seeing across your retail coverage?
Yeah, so Paul, we're seeing strength clearly with Ralph Lauren. When we look at the data for the June quarter, which they're going to report in early August, their sales are trending up about 20%. And that's just for the US.
Der har vi den, og her har vi Nasdaq.
42 to 43% of their sales. And when you look at the consensus, they're at 6%.
Nasdaq og gull følger nesten hverandre nå. Det skal egentlig ikke være sånn i det hele tatt.
It's not just in the US, it's actually around the globe. So when you think about China, China is supposed to be having a slowdown, but not for Ralph Lauren. Their sales in the last quarter, which was the March quarter, it was up 20%. So they're really seeing some strength. And when you look at some of the other brands out there, I think you'll see some variability. You'll see some retailers kind of struggling. So on the value side, we saw American Eagle show some struggles there, but part of it had to do with some fashion misses. So it was really associated with execution. And then the other companies that are executing, we're seeing good sales trends. And so we're seeing off-price is still showing resilience. So we think the consumer really is showing resilience.
Where does Ralph Lauren make its stuff?
That is a good question, John. So about 20% comes from Vietnam. China is probably around 7 or 8% is what we estimate, so they've been diversifying. And of course, we just got the news about a week or so ago that Vietnam tariffs are going up to 20%, possibly by August 1st. They haven't set an exact date yet, and that's up from 10%. So when you think about non-China tariffs for apparel retailers, that's about 10%. And so then does this mean Vietnam at 20% is sort of the new, we're going up to 20% for non-China? And China right now is at 30%. So we estimate that would be an incremental 26 basis points impact. But if anything, Ralph Lauren has the ability to pass on price increases and to be less impacted. They have pricing power with
Fy faen hva Nvidia går da.
Their average price point has been
Nvidia kan brenne i helvete egentlig.
Consumers are willing to pay full price. If you look at their Wimbledon collection, good luck trying to find something because a lot of it has been sold out.
So is that how you're approaching tariffs here, Mary, as you look across your research coverage of retail companies, is the higher end will have a better chance of passing along price increases versus maybe something towards the mid or lower end?
Yeah, it's going to be a combination of how these companies are able to mitigate the impact. I mean, we certainly saw in 2019, remember 2018, 2019, Trump 1.0. Most of these companies were able to sort of cycle past it. So even companies on the value side will look for strategic price increases, so they'll be very pointed in that. But they're also sharing the costs with their suppliers, so the suppliers are absorbing some of it. In that Trump 1.0 scenario, they actually absorbed half the cost. So there are ways to mitigate it. Obviously, focusing on your cost, continuing to reduce your costs. So all of those things. So there will be an impact this year, mainly in the second half. But then as we get, into 2026, most of these companies will be able to cycle past that and hopefully see some margin improvement, depending on how final negotiations come out on tariffs.
In the meantime, does resilient demand more than make up for any hit to margins? And by the way, parenthetically, I have to tell everybody, I think that's Ralph Lauren she's wearing.
I'm wearing Ralph Lauren.
Oh.
And that was coincidental.
I'm not going to say it's a conflict of interest.
I had no idea. I came in, but I guess I'm an example, but it's not me. When you look at the fact that they added 5.9 million customers.
I didn't mean to put you on the defensive.
It's mainly younger consumers. So millennials and Gen Z love the brand. Wow. So you will be seeing it more and more on them.
All right, good stuff. And we're going to be talking to you more and more because as retailers report, it's going to be really a good view as to how much they're taking in their margin versus how much you and I are going to be taking.
The CEO also cited for Ralph Lauren increased demand, not just like from the tennis set, but from what's that other sport that's kind of like
polo?
No, the one that's kind of like baseball.
Oh,
cricket.
Yes.
Cricket set.
Like, huh?
Yeah, exactly. All right,
like
Mary
cricket
Ross Gilbert,
Absolutely.
thank you so much. Mary Ross Gilbert, she's a senior equity analyst covering retail for Bloomberg Intelligence. She's out there in Los Angeles, proudly wearing her Ralph.
I'm getting angry cricket mail now.
Exactly right. All right, John Tucker, thanks for sitting in today. Appreciate it.
Unfortunately, they couldn't find anybody to fill in tomorrow, so I'll be back, and you'll be on the beach.
I'll be on the beach at the Jersey Shore. All right, folks, for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM, channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Stay with us. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up right now. S&P 500 up 14 points. The Dow up 215. The NASDAQ is now flat. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by ZipRecruiter.
I'm Steve Kathan. The tough, frustrating work goes on along the Guadalupe River in central Texas. 6 days after the deadly flooding, more than 170 people are still unaccounted for. Kerrville Police Officer Jonathan Lamb.
It is a methodical search which ensures that every area in an area to be searched is covered and searched and that no stone is left unturned.
CBS's Karen Hua.
FEMA is boots on the ground today. FEMA, along with the Small Business Association, they're opening this disaster recovery center at the First Baptist Church here in Kerrville, and it's meant to offer face-to-face help with some of these survivors. Any resources, whether that's physical resources like food, bottled water, mental help, any emotional resources.
The death toll now stands at 121. Dramatic scene in Los Angeles. CBS's Carter Evans reports on the rescue of more than 24 construction workers after an industrial tunnel collapse.
After the collapse of the 18-foot diameter tunnel, uncertainty followed.
Ask the police, please let me through. My husband's in there.
Chelsea Fernandez says she got an alert on her phone and ran to the site.
And I just want to know if he's okay. They said they couldn't give me any information, but he called and he said he's out and everything's going to be okay.
The tunnel lining failed approximately 5 to 6 miles in. The workers
Vad sa du?
through debris.
Workers stepped inside a metal cage
Ja.
was hoisted by a crane.
Jag köpte in den. Nej, det var $2. Han har lite mer än det.
No injuries were reported.
A federal judge in New Hampshire has blocked the Trump executive order
Ja, men han
ending
litt lenger ned.
citizenship, certifying a class action lawsuit against it. Now to the Middle East, correspondent
Ja,
Elizabeth Palmer has the latest on the effort to work
Da
out a
sikkert mot
Gaza
her nå.
ceasefire agreement and get food and supplies delivered.
A senior Israeli official
Dollaren strekker seg
said
videre
the
nå.
United Nations will be able to deliver aid again after being sidelined since May in favor of the privately run Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. But there are still serious sticking points, including the thorny issue of how far and when the Israeli army would pull back in Gaza.
Se Nasdaq, da. Juhu!
Kellogg's has been a staple of American breakfast tables since 1906, as American as apple pie. Kinder chocolate. Now the Italian owners of Kinder Chocolate and Nutella
Nasdaq.
Group have made a
Ja,
$3.1
der var den streken her.
offer for the company. The deal still has to be approved by shareholders.
22817.
This is CBS News.
Ja, der er han gjennom.
Jeg har gjort litt penger denne uka, selv om det ikke har tredet oss med. Jeg sitter veldig rolig, men det blir litt sånn penger selv om, ikke sant? Selv om jeg ikke gjør sånne masse trades og bare sitter rolig og følger med, for det er litt sånn, ja, det er litt sånn, det er veldig vanskelig med de der jævla tariffene som kommer annenhver dag. Men på uka, ja, det er ikke så mye da. Jeg er opp på uka så er jeg opp med nesten 6000 på 3,5 dag da. Det er jo ikke mye sånn sett, men det er jo mye, det er jo penger da. Selv om det ikke er så jævla mye, så er det jo penger. Så gjør du det i uka, så er jo det 30 000 i måneden. På veldig lite, på veldig små posisjoner, veldig rolige posisjoner. Så mange små blir store, og så har du sånne ordentlige dager som jeg hadde her forrige uken. Jeg dro inn 22 på den ene dagen og sånn, ikke sant? Så kommer de i tillegg, så det blir penger da. Hvis du bare er litt modig, ikke for hetta.
Velvet Sundown song shot to the #1 spot on Spotify's European charts.
Så det er veldig viktig for dere som trader og følger med at dere må se på sånn ukes månedlig basis. Dere kan ikke se fra dag til dag, for noen dager er helt tullete. Det er lett for at det blir det, men når det er sånne svingninger i markedet som er nå, og ting har toppet ut, og du har Trump som prater andre dag, så må man litt lenger i horisonten. For det flytter på seg så fort. Plutselig så kommer han med melding som han gjorde på søndagen, så skal droppe alt, og så kommer han dagen etterpå og ombestemmer, så går det rett opp. Man blir jo helt bipolar, ikke sant?
MLB says robot umpire technology will be used for ball and strike challenges at next Tuesday's All-Star Game. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
President Trump's tariff policy gets personal. Welcome to the Thursday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg Radio as Trump announces a 50% tariff on Brazil, blaming the treatment of former President Bolsonaro, not to mention censorship, he says, of social media. We're going to talk about this with Bloomberg's geoeconomic analyst Jenny Welch, who's also watching the resumption of weapons shipments to Ukraine. We've got a lot to get to today. Alongside a new poll in New York showing Eric Adams in 4th place in the mayoral race. We're going to hear about that from Eric Adams himself in an interview today on Bloomberg, and we'll discuss with Bloomberg's Laura Namias. Analysis from our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributor Rick Davis is with us alongside Democratic strategist Arshit Siddiqui, and it's all after a look at Wall Street. Let's get to the markets first, as always, with our friend Charlie Pellet in New York. Charlie,
thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Lots going on in Washington, lots going on in New York. Let's get right to the numbers here because we got the Dow Jones Industrial Average ripping higher by 245 points. That's again.
Nå er pluss på shorten min, og så tror jeg Gud kommer til å bryte 20 år nå, for å se da. Euroen fortsetter å styrke seg.
Vi skal ned først her.
Om jeg holder bitcoin? Nei. Jeg har ikke noe mot bitcoin, men jeg holder ikke bitcoin.
Performing today, small cap shares rallying by 0.7%. 10-year 4.36% with a 2-year 3.88%. Gold up $5 the ounce, up 0.2%, 33.19. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.2%, 66.89 for a barrel of WTI. Tariffs center again today, as we just heard from Joe Matthew. Investors monitoring any and all developments out of Washington. David Sarby is portfolio manager at Ancora Advisors.
Dollarn styrker seg ytterligere nå.
On Bloomberg surveillance.
Ultimately, these tariffs are going to cost us about $300 billion, maybe. 70% gets passed on to the consumer, so that's a tax increase. I think this permanent tax cuts make us 2 steps forward. Tariffs take us 1 step back.
Så jeg er short herfra.
David Sarby of Ancora.
Den streken er short fra. Altså på DAT kommer jeg tilbake.
Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Delta Airlines shares, they're higher now by 11.6%. Delta reinstating a profit outlook for the year and says travelers are coming back. Rival airlines also higher. American Airlines Group up by 12.8%. Shares of United Airlines Holdings up by 14.2%. Recapping, S&P up 15 now. That is a gain of 0.2%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, good to see you, my friend. Thank you, as always. Charlie Pellet with us here on the fastest show in politics. Welcome to the Little Friday edition. Yeah, Thursday is here on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio, channel 121. We're always on Bloomberg Originals now, and of course, on YouTube, search Bloomberg Business News Live if you want to join us here in the studio. There's nothing on the president's schedule today. He's got a quiet little Friday, at least so far. We know that can change. And we've got our eyes on Truth Social because, well, more letters could be going out this, what is this, day after what was deadline day. Yeah, it's the 10th of July, and we've got a new deadline, as we've discussed, when it comes to trade, August 1. A whole bunch of letters dropped yesterday, and it's interesting the way this all works, because we keep seeing the form letters, you know, they just change the number, change the name at the top, maybe the number in the copy. But the one that went to Brazil certainly got some attention yesterday, as the president not only slaps a 50% tariff on goods coming in from Brazil, but goes on a long missive, and it's not just Truth Social, it's actually in the letter, about former President Bolsonaro, the censorship of American social media and so forth, making many wonder exactly what is driving the trade policy in this White House. Is this getting a little personal? Mike Pence talked about it today, the trade policy, that is. You see Mike Pence on Bloomberg Surveillance, the former vice president, of course, has been making the media rounds, has a lot of nice things to say most recently about this second Trump administration when it comes to the big, beautiful bill, when it comes to strikes against Iran. Not so much tariffs. Here's Mike Pence from this morning.
What we saw several months ago, now it's paused again happily, is the kind of broad-based industrial policy that I think ultimately will harm the American economy. What I like to say is free trade with free nations, be tough on China, be tough on trade abusers, but have the objective of ultimately lowering trade barriers, and that's how America wins and prospers.
Free to be you and me. The old Republican is coming out of the former governor of Indiana, longtime Congressman Mike Pence. Interesting, reflecting with the old line in the Republican Party, which of course had an allergy to tariffs. Then again, Mike Pence seems to think tariffs worked all right the way they did it, surgically speaking, strategically in the first administration. This across-the-board throwing of darts and now adding personal affections to tariff decisions is making everybody wonder, and it certainly is making Wall Street skip a little bit of a beat today. You heard from Charlie Pellet. This isn't a massive sell-off here, but maybe a little pause in the rally. Now, we want to get to all of this and what this means for what will be our future trade relations with countries around the world by the 1st of August. Not to mention...
Å, fy faen, jeg trodde penger på natta. Juhu! Hva er det som skjer her, da?
Working out of the newsroom here in Washington, D.C. That's Jenny Welch, Bloomberg Economics Chief Geoeconomics Analyst, a veteran of the Biden White House. And Jenny, it's great to have you with us here, as always, on Balance of Power here on Bloomberg. What do you make specifically of the Brazil letter? The fact that he's calling out a former president who's facing charges...
Skal jeg ta litt gevinst nå, eller? Ikke være så grove, kanskje? Ja. Det er påståelig, for jeg vet at Nasdaq skal til helvete. Men så er det jo den der jævla Nvidiaen, ikke sant, som ødelegger hver gang. Nå har jeg ganske fin gevinst, da. Jeg har nå 40 poeng. Jeg kan ta halvparten, da. Ja, nå er halvparten igjen.
But this is the first time he's used the cudgel of tariffs to sort of reinforce those threats or that criticism. I also suspect this isn't just about former President Bolsonaro, but might be...
Skal vi se om det er Nvidia som går i rødt? Det er liksom det som styrer hele markedet. Ja, Nvidia gikk i rødt. Skjønner du hvor teit det her er? Det handler ikke Nasdaq, det handler Nvidia. Basically. Nå får vi det videre. Nå gjør vi penger her. Skal faen bare mangle egentlig. Sånn egentlig.
I think a lot remains to be seen in how this feud plays out. Obviously, Brazil's initial response was relatively muscular, assertive, saying we're going to defend ourselves.
Kom.
Probably it's very likely they're going to try and approach the administration, negotiate. But what's also different about Trump's letter to the president of Brazil is that he didn't really offer an off-ramp in the same way all the other form letters do, noting the potential for negotiations in that August 1st deadline. He seems to be laying it down as though this is what's going to happen.
Jenny, he also talked about the Brazilian Supreme Court's this is a direct quote, hundreds of secret and unlawful censorship orders to U.S. social media platforms in his letter to President Lula da Silva. What's he talking about here? And is this, have you ever seen a crossover of personal attitude toward politics with trade policy like this?
I think what he might be referring to in part is if you remember some of the feud that happened between Elon Musk's X in Brazil in the past. Okay. Now that dispute was worked out separately. That could be part of what Trump is referring to here, was obviously something that at the time he was paying pretty close attention to. And in terms of the use of tariffs to sort of advance what you might frame here as more a personal political issue, this is relatively unique. Obviously, we've seen him use tariffs towards other non-trade related policy concerns. For example, the fentanyl-related tariffs. Concerns about the EU's regulatory.
Jeg digger Magnus bare. Han legger ut at han spiller ukulele. Vakkert, Magnus. Agner med det. Det er vakkert. Det er vakkert.
Very clearly sees tariffs as a tool that he can use to achieve many different ends beyond the trade realm. However, this is a unique case where he seems to be leveraging it to try and influence domestic politics, or what is seen within Brazil as a domestic political issue.
Han er flink da, for faen.
From Lula da Silva pretty quickly, actually, the response from the leader of Brazil saying that his nation will not be tutored, the word he used, by anyone, and that unilateral rate hikes will be responded to using Brazil's economic reciprocity law. So this is going pretty well so far as we spend time with Jenny Welch. I want to ask you about Ukraine, Jenny. There is reporting today that weapon shipments from the U.S. have in fact resumed to Ukraine. And the news that's coming out of Ukraine has been horrifying, hit with a deadly attack once again as allies gather in Rome to talk about post-war revival. I don't know how we can even advance the conversation to post-war when we can't get Vladimir Putin to stop bombing civilians. Jenny, what's going to happen here when the United States runs out of weapons that we can continue to draw down from the Biden administration? By the end of the summer, they're going to need a new request, aren't they?
Yeah, I think one of the challenges here is, as you noted, there's one set of authorities that the Biden administration used called Presidential Drawdown Authority that allowed us to essentially ship Ukraine weapons right out of U.S. stocks. That authority has been largely used up. U.S. stocks, according to some in the Pentagon, are also severely depleted. And the challenge with that is that was the authority that allowed us to get stuff to Ukraine very quickly. There are other authorities that allow us to, for example, manufacture new weapons for Ukraine. And in fact, a lot of U.S. aid to Ukraine was in that form, allowing them to purchase U.S. weapons or for other partners to purchase U.S. weapons on behalf of Ukraine. But manufacturing those weapons takes a significant amount of time. There's a backlog, and many U.S. customers who are waiting for some of the same systems that Ukraine is hoping to procure. This is a challenge that we've been facing for months to a year now. Europeans are trying to step up and fill in the gaps in U.S. assistance, but one of the key gaps that remains is on air defense, and specifically the capability that U.S. Patriot defense batteries provide. That's one that's going to be really hard to find an alternative to, and that's one that can really make a huge difference in terms of defending, in particular, Ukrainian population centers and cities from Russian attacks.
Well, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, met today with Sergei Lavrov, his Russian counterpart. They met along the sidelines of the ASEAN Foreign Ministers meeting in Malaysia. Not great when you consider what he said coming out of this, Jenny. It was a frank conversation. It was an important one. It apparently did not advance the march to peace at all. We only have about 30 seconds.
Kjøpte gull igjen nå. Kommer til å kjøpe. Han kan falle helt ned til 16 ganske lett da. Men jeg tar nå, til han ikke faller. Jeg ser at euroen styrker seg. Jeg har fortsatt short Nasdaq.
Political panel about the advancement of a sanctions bill in the U.S. Senate written up by Lindsey Graham. John Thune says this could, in fact, head to the floor soon. It looks like the president is about to lean into this. Jenny Welch, thank you so much, as always, with Bloomberg Economics, our geoeconomics analyst here on the Thursday edition of Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for coming along. We'll turn our attention to the New York mayoral race coming up next. New polling data out. Eric Adams in fourth. This is Bloomberg. Her inne på huset her, til alle kanter de holder på å breake. Men for hver gang så har jeg lært litt om meg selv og litt om markedet. Og 10 over 3 og 4 år på trading, så har jeg kommet til en plass der jeg forstår det veldig godt. Så det var det Marius svarte med igjen. Gustav, takk for follow, ikke ADB, takk for follow, så stor pris på det. Back in it. Tell that story. Ja, den der tida der vi var klar på å begynne å kjøre opp Malier på det, altså bare det når vi begynte å kjøre oppover kanalene, det var masse slit, men når vi da kom på Gimper og vi tok oss på spør deg på meg, spør jeg hva er det der og jeg tok på meg litt mer vanlig.
IG, standard, de har vært i alle år. De er veldig store.
along here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, they're both higher. NASDAQ remains in the red. Stocks, though, resuming their advance as traders sift through a batch of earnings reports. The S&P 500 index higher by 10 right now, up by about 0.2%. We've got the Dow up 220, up 0.5%. NASDAQ, though, lower. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 21, drop there of 0.1%. 10-year at 4.36%. The 2 years currently yielding 3.88%. Spot gold up $4 the ounce, 33.18, up 0.1%. While West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 2%. WTI below $67 a barrel right now at 66.99. And Brent crude back below $69 a barrel, 68.97. Brent, of course, the global benchmark down 1.7%. Regulators have approved Moderna's COVID vaccine for children, but for a narrower group than before, continuing Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s controversial policy positions that have led to restricted access to the shots for kids. Moderna shares, they're rallying today by 3.3%. Again, recapping the Dow, the S&P, they're both higher. NASDAQ in the red, S&P right now higher by 10, up by 0.2%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, many thanks. The voice of the New York subway sitting, I think maybe, well, at least right next to it, the same chair that Eric Adams was in a short time ago.
Nvidia har gått i grønt igjen.
New York, the mayor of New York City, who, of course, just recently announced his re-election campaign following the Democratic nomination going to Mr.
Da slårte jeg Nvidia på nytt. Og for dere som vet hva jeg mener da slårte jeg Nasdaq på nytt. For Nasdaq Nvidia.
Get an angle on this race against the
self-described
Democratic Socialist. There's a new poll out today, Slingshot Strategies poll.
Jeg tok jo gevinst der nede. Slårte den på nytt.
In fourth place among
Nå ser man, vent litt.
November, just 11% of those polled said they would vote for Adams in the general election if it were held today. The benefits of incumbency. Eric Adams sat down with my colleagues Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney for a conversation about the structure of this campaign and how he can turn these numbers around. Let's listen.
Dollaren har fortsatt svekker seg.
You need to get a new team as the next mayor, maybe involving some of those people in limousines. You're teamed up with Ackman, Loeb, and the others within the financial business. If the other guy's elected, Mondami, where, John, are they moving to Coral Gables or to Miami? Which is it?
Both.
This is serious, Mayor, this is serious stuff. You've got a mandate.
Nvidia har ikke kuppet handel.
8.5 million New Yorkers, 320,000 employees.
I want you to talk to the 100,000 fancy people in those limousines right now. How are you going to get them not to move to Florida?
Well, first of all, we're going to win this race. And in my re-election, we're going to continue what we have done. In New York, as we talk about this business channel here, we have more jobs in this city in the city's history, more small businesses in the city's history. Bond raters raised our bond as they saw us navigate out of COVID, migrants and asylum seekers, crime. When you take 22,000 illegal guns off the streets, 100,000 illegal vehicles that were used in criminal behavior, you have stabilized the city. The economic stimulus package of the city is public safety.
Mr. Mayor, given where the polls have you now, whether you believe the polls or not, what is your path to victory, do you believe?
New voters. 91% of the voters did not participate in this election. We have a substantial number. We're going to register 1 million new voters over the next few months. And everyone is talking about the excitement that is felt over the primary winner. What they're missing is the excitement that I am seeing every day of those who say this can't happen.
How do you run against Mr.
So I would die 4 times.
And
I'm sorry?
How would you run against him? How will you run against him?
You have to do it in layers. You have to look at the various communities. And when I say communities, I'm not talking about a geographical location. I'm talking about issues. I met with 250 bodega and supermarket owners yesterday. A government-run supermarket would devastate their business. I met with 250 of the 700,000 small property owners. Can you imagine telling a small property owner that you can never raise the rent so that your rent rolls no longer equal the repairs of the building? Those small property owners are going to lose their property. All of these different communities are now waking up and realizing what his policies would do to them individually.
I look across the opulence of LA to a really tough part of town. And the other day we saw military enforcement wrapped around these deportations and ICE marching across MacArthur Park in Los Angeles. If the critics to you will say you're in Trump's back pocket, how are you going to push against the president and his administration if we have those tensions in New York?
You know, one of the best saying is if you tell a lie long enough, you think it's true. But we need to deal with the facts here. We took this administration to court on things we thought were wrong more than any mayor in the country. More than any mayor in the country. But when I needed the president to lift the stop work order on a multi-billion-dollar wind farm project in Sunset Park, 1,500 union jobs, 500,000 homes would have benefited from it. I flew to Washington, had a healthy conversation with him. He lifted the stop work order. Same relationship I had with President Biden, 10 trips to Washington, 2 meetings with the president to deal with law enforcement officer. I nicknamed myself the Biden of Brooklyn. I work with presidents. I don't war with presidents. I have to deliver for the city of New York. And it would be irresponsible for any mayor not to do that.
But then the granularity of this election and this, it's like Lindsay in the 1980s or something. I can't keep track. Is Adams an independent, a Democrat, a Republican? What is he? I mean, we don't know this one. He's an independent. I'm kidding. Mayor Adams, my team is listening to this interview, and there has to be a clarification of your relationship with the President of the United States. When will we see that?
I think you're seeing it now. You're seeing a mayor that's defending and fighting for his city in a responsible way. New York City is the largest city in America. And if you're going to be the mayor of that city and you are unwilling to communicate with the President of the United States, if it's Biden or Donald Trump, if it's a Democrat or Republican, that's irresponsible. Governor Hochul went to Washington several times. Mayors across the country are going to Washington. And so for anyone that states that the mayor of the largest city in the country should not be communicating with the White House, that's irresponsible. You're not delivering for your city. I must deliver for New York. That is my primary goal.
The mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, in studio earlier today on Bloomberg Surveillance, only here on Bloomberg Radio. Pretty fascinating. Listen to him talk around these issues. With the poll that I mentioned going into that conversation, we want to hear the voice of Laura Namias, who's done such a great job covering this race since the upset primary. I believe was the last time, Laura, we had a chance to talk. Bloomberg's New York City and state reporter with us live from World Headquarters in New York. Laura, I'm curious your thoughts on the demographic, the set of voters, and it may not just be one, Eric Adams needs to win over to get out of fourth place in a poll like this. Is it the limousine set that Tom Keene's talking about?
Well, there's two really interesting things to keep in mind here. One is that a poll is just that. It's a survey of people who are willing to answer the poll. And I think Eric Adams and some of his surrogates are pointing out with increasing frequency now that the polls leading up to the primary election did not capture what happened in any real way. There was only one major poll leading up to the primary that actually showed Mamdani winning, and as we saw, he ended up winning by 13 points, a much bigger margin than anyone expected or than any poll even predicted. So there's some questions about the reliability and accuracy of polls. On the other hand, that's the most objective metric that we have to go on. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is, yes, there is a big question about whether or not Eric Adams can put together the same coalition that allowed him to win in 2021, and he won his primary election by a little close to a single percentage point over Catherine Garcia. He had the support of conservative and middle-class Democrats in southeast Queens and in the outer boroughs and in Brooklyn, but his poll numbers have fallen off so significantly, and there's a question of whether or not he's splitting his coalition of voters with someone like Andrew Cuomo, Curtis Sliwa, another independent in the race, and then people who are going to vote for the Democrat on the ballot line no matter what, and that person is going to be Zoran Mamdani.
It is pretty wacky when you think about a world in which you're splitting the vote with Curtis Sliwa and Andrew Cuomo. But hey, this is New York politics, I guess. You know, a really interesting part of this conversation was when Tom asked, or gosh, forgive me if it was Paul, asked Eric Adams if he had reached out to Andrew Cuomo, and he said yes, they had spoken a couple of times. And in fact, one asked the other to drop out of the race. I'm guessing that's not going to happen anytime soon for Cuomo. What's
Jo, det är ett jävla bra internet, det är dubbelt.
Growing sort of consensus among the group of people who one might call anti-Mamdani voters that in order to win the election over Mamdani, the race needs to narrow. That Cuomo might eat into Eric Adams's vote, and Sliwa might eat into Eric Adams's vote, and vice versa. With so many moderate candidates in the race besides Mamdani, Mamdani might win. It's a first past the post election. Someone just needs to win a plurality in order to win the whole thing. So everyone is calling on someone to drop out, but nobody wants to be that person who's going to drop out. They all seem to consense that
Nå er pluss på Nasdaq-shorten igjen, og gull ja, skjer ikke en dritt, ramlet med $3 nå.
Does Curtis Sliwa have a campaign with structure and money, or does he just put on the red beret and go out there with the cats and get in the free media? How does his campaign operate at this point?
So we actually talked to him recently, and he has some very well considered positions and thoughts, and he did receive the endorsement of the chairs of the Republican county party chairs in order to even run on the Republican ballot line. He ran also in 2021. He lost by a wide margin to Eric Adams, but he has run before. And just in the same way that there are groups of voters in New York City who will vote for the Democrat on the ballot line no matter who that person is, there are groups of people in New York City who are Republicans who are going to vote for the Republican on the ballot line, and that person is Curtis Sliwa. So he ended up getting like 28% of the vote in 2021. He could probably assume that he'll get a similar margin. That could play spoiler in a five-way race in a big way.
This is too fun. I've got less than a minute, Laura. New York politics always fascinate me. Are they out? Are the candidates out shaking hands? Are they showing up at subway stops, or is it too early in the game for that?
Mamdani is certainly out there, and Eric Adams is a person who has no lack of energy. He has a full schedule every single day these days, and he is promising that we're going to see him on the ground in a big way, that he will be pounding the pavement and shoring up his vote with whatever constituencies he can appeal to. He's got a packed schedule, so he could go toe-to-toe with Mr. Mamdani in terms of energy and endurance.
Well, I hope you'll stay close with us on this story for the rest of this campaign. Laura Namias doing a great job covering it for us. From World Headquarters in New York, Bloomberg's New York City and State reporter. Laura, great to see you, and thank you so much for the insights. We're going to assemble our panel next. We've got a good one for you today as we turn back to the argument over Russia and sanctions.
Å, fy faen, Nasdaq. Deilig, deilig.
Washington next on Bloomberg.
Ja, skal ta litt gevinst på Nasdaq igjen da. Gjort det 4 ganger nå. Ta halvparten kanskje. Skal vi se om det er en video som faller da. Nei, ikke noe faktisk. Her er det prosjektet. Se hvor mye jeg kan bygge opp sprengt kroner fra $4. $4, ja. Den er jo... Den er verre, da. Den var jo litt... Du var slapp nå. Jeg stikker bare hente noe mat, jeg. Jeg må ha mat, ass.
Det gjør du. Jeg kjøper gull der.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks resuming their move higher with the Dow, the S&P. They're both gaining. NASDAQ, though, stuck in the red. Traders today sifting through a batch of earnings reports. Things really begin in earnest next week, Tuesday, of course. JP Morgan Chase kicks things off. Right now, the S&P up by 14, up 0.2%. The Dow up 240 now, up 0.5%. NASDAQ, though, lower, little change, down less than 0.1% right now. NASDAQ, the composite index, down 4 points. We've got the NASDAQ 100 index down by 0.2%. 10-year at 4.36%, with the 2-year 3.88%. Spot gold at $31.14 the ounce. Little changed, up under $1 the ounce. While West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.3%, 67.79 right now on West Texas Intermediate crude. WTI trading. Tariffs do remain front and center for investors, specifically the impact on consumers and the eventual level of tariffs. Erin McLaughlin is senior economist at the Conference Board. She was a guest this morning on surveillance.
You know, there's a collective denial going on right now with regards to, oh, we haven't seen the effect of tariffs yet. Well, we had businesses pull in inventory in advance. We're mostly hovering at 10% for, you know, the global economy. But we are in sort of a haphazard reshuffling of the deck.
Aaron McLaughlin, senior economist at the Conference Board. Right now, we have got Kellogg shares surging by 30.5%. Ferraro International has agreed to acquire WK Kellogg for an enterprise value of $3.1 billion, pushing the Italian family-owned candy business further into the lucrative U.S. market. Again, Kellogg shares up by 30.5%. Recapping, NASDAQ just turning higher. So we got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the green. NASDAQ right now up by 2 points. S&P keeping it all in context, up by 0.2%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington once again. Your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie Pellet, live from World Headquarters in New York City, watching Wall Street for us every day here on the fastest show in politics. Thank you for joining us here on the Thursday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio, channel 121. We're live on YouTube and on Bloomberg Originals. We'll welcome our global television audience coming up in about 20 minutes, as we do each day around 1 p.m. Eastern Time, for a couple of important conversations. Congressman Chuck Fleischmann, the Republican from Tennessee, is going to be with us here, along with Senator Shelley Moore Capito, the Republican from West Virginia, as we consider rescissions, once again, the clawback of congressional funding that's, well, already been approved, and an effort here that might go up in smoke in the next couple of days. There's also a big question about sanctions, and I know the House is out right now. The Senate is working on a couple of things. God forbid we start talking about writing a budget. That's coming. Rick Davis is going to start saying regular order before you know it. But sanctions with regard to Russia. After an important meeting today with the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, sat down with his counterpart from Russia, Sergei Lavrov, on the fringes of the ASEAN Foreign Ministers meeting in Malaysia. I'm thinking it didn't go that well. The readout, at least from Rubio himself, it was a frank conversation. It was an important one, period. They talked for 50 minutes, and it does not seem that they moved the needle on this, following another violent night in Ukraine. Really difficult headlines here, as Ukraine is hit by another deadly attack, with allies meeting potentially on the recovery here. 2 people killed, 16 wounded, 400 drones, 18 missiles, including ballistic ones, targeting Kyiv. These are not military targets, these are civilian ones. And this drive to bring another round of sanctions is what we want to start with as we introduce our panel today. Bloomberg Politics contributor Rick Davis is with us, of course, our Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital, joined today by Arshi Siddiqui, former senior aide to former Speaker Pelosi, founder, CEO, Bellwether Government Affairs, our Democratic strategist. Arshi, welcome to the conversation. It's great, of course, to have both of you with us here. Rick, I'll start with you. Following your time in the Senate, John Thune says a sanctions bill could get a vote before this month is out. This is, of course, a bill written by Lindsey Graham, but Donald Trump's fingerprints are on it. Does this pass?
Yeah, I think that right now, John Thune's looking at this as it's got tremendous support in the United States Senate. Probably over 80 members have already signed on to the general confines of the bill. And I think the question is going to be, will it get embraced in the House of Representatives, and will Donald Trump, use his muscle to help get it through the House? And this is the first time we've seen things like secondary sanctions, and other really much more punitive measures to the Russians. And so if Donald Trump is feeling a little edgy toward Mr. Putin, this could be the opening that Republicans and Democrats alike see as a way of closing the vice on the Putin war machine.
Archie, what do you make of this rotation that we're seeing in the Trump White House? He was calling President Zelensky a dictator a couple of weeks ago. Things are not going the way he expected or planned with Vladimir Putin. Has Putin lost Donald Trump?
I think for Democrats, I think that would be a little bit of a stretch. Let's just say that. I mean, you look at, but certainly the president is fluid. So, we saw that White House piece with Zelensky in the Oval Office.
Yeah, right.
And so that was pretty
It's like
heated.
a different world now.
It is a different world. I think, certainly for Democrats, it will be more of a wait-and-see approach. Certainly there is bipartisan support for this package, as was just stated, and strong bipartisan support. But that bipartisan support has existed for a while. So there has been a push to really, and I think significant conversations with the president and the White House about moving that forward. And the Republicans in Congress have, to this point, stepped back. Now, we got a little bit of a green light from the president, and obviously Secretary of State Rubio also made some comments as well today.
Yeah.
So those were all promising, but I think from a Democratic perspective, it's a question of, is this a negotiating tactic to send a message to Russia to kind of get back to the negotiating table? Number one. And number two is, if it is, if the president backpedals a little bit, what does the Senate do? Do they go forward?
Right.
And I think that's the big critique on the Democratic side, is there needs to be checks and balances. Congress cannot be just a rubber stamp.
Rick, there is reporting today that weapons shipments, at least some of them, have resumed going into Ukraine. U.S. weapons. Of course, the president had kind of turned his attention on this a couple of days ago here. They're still asking for some Patriot batteries as part of the request from President Zelensky. But at some point, these are all under weapons approved under the Biden administration, the prior tranche that came out of Congress. Once this drawdown is complete, Rick, they're going to be done by the end of the summer, according to most analysts. Will there be another supplemental request? Is Donald Trump up to that?
Yeah, first of all, I mean, I think it's got to be very clear to everybody that, as you point out, not only were these weapon systems approved, but there's some belly aching inside the White House about whether or not the DOD had any authority from the White House to actually interrupt the flow of those weapons. And we know that the Undersecretary for Policy, Eldridge Colby, has been the one who they've fingered as, sort of getting out of line by putting a halt to these weapons shipments without the White House concurring. So, I don't think it's so much of a policy change. That being said, if you can get a sanctions bill on Russia through the House and Senate, it opens the door for potentially additional support, probably at a minimum for defensive weapons and a maximum getting back to the routine we had in the previous administration, where you'd have defensive, offensive, and economic aid. So I think everything's on the table right now. There is obviously something happening that's different in the war with Russia and Ukraine. Russia has stepped up its efforts significantly just in the last couple of weeks, and that is going to draw a response. And right now it looks like a sanctions package, but it very well could be supplemental spending, by the fall.
Your former boss, Nancy Pelosi, was strident in her support and still is for Ukraine. Who are the leaders who are going to take this up on the Democratic side? Is it the Mark Warners, the Tim Kaines? Does Hakeem Jeffries feel the same way?
I think the DNA on the Ukraine issue is very strong, bipartisan DNA, right? Like, you do actually, if you recall, when this all started, the Biden administration was weighing their options.
Sure.
And you saw this upswell from Democrats and Republicans in Congress for support for Ukraine. And we've seen that consistently throughout. So even we were talking about the Russia sanctions package. If you look at the House, really isn't an issue because we're going to see Democrats step up. We're going to see Democrats step up for Ukraine, and we've seen them same on Russia. I think the challenge has been so far for Democrats is even on enforcement of the Russian sanctions. There have been some, as you know, investigations in the Senate led by Senator Shaheen about whether the administration has been doing what they need to enforce these, and whether Russia has been sidestepping the sanctions. So I think on Ukraine, absolutely. I think we're going to see Democrats across the board. You look at the ranking member, Greg Meeks, in the House. You look at, I think it's across the Democratic caucus in terms of unified support for Ukraine.
Does Trump lose MAGA on this, Rick? We talked so much about the fallout, or what appeared to be one. I don't know where it stands right now with the Steve Bannons or Tucker Carlsons of the world when it came to Iran strikes. Where's MAGA on Ukraine?
Yeah, look, I mean, MAGA has never been as anti-Ukraine as some of the spokespeople that you just mentioned. When I've seen survey data, repeatedly Republicans, MAGA and if you want to call them traditional Republicans alike, oppose Putin and support the U.S. efforts to help out Ukraine. And so by a vast majority, and that has been echoed in the most recent sanctions vote in the House of Representatives, where a vast majority of the Republicans voted for it. So if we can get past the talking heads and really talk about the elected officials and the voters who put them there, I think you got a lot of support for Ukraine.
does Rick have a point there to the Lauren Boeberts, Marjorie Taylor Greenes, and aforementioned Steve Bannons of the world cloud the greater Republican feel for Ukraine on Capitol Hill?
I think that's the beauty of when you have bipartisan policy.
Yeah.
It's much stronger, it's much more sustainable, and then you don't need to worry about maybe, let's say, fringe elements, right? And I think that's what we have on this issue.
Well, absolutely. So John Thune says a vote as soon as this month. Do you think that happens? And as a Democrat, do you worry about the language that's been inserted on behalf of the president? He will basically have total purview about whether these sanctions would be implemented or lifted.
Well, I think that is the open question, right? Is where does the president ultimately land? Because the language is still a little bit, he's open to them. We haven't seen a firm commitment. And then also we've seen in a lot of these discussions where the president, again, can be fluid. So, circumstances can change for the president. So I think that's number one. But number two, I think it is a question for congressional Republicans, is that are they going to take a stand here and really assert their power? And I think for Democrats, that is fundamental, because this whole notion of co-equal branches of government and checks and balances, and particularly in something as important, and because this on and off again kind of approach on Ukraine, that also is damaging.
Yeah. Rick, when you talk about another potential weapons shipment to Ukraine, another supplemental request, how much of that would ride on, say, a matching by our European allies? When do we need to see Germany, France, the UK stepping up and buying Patriot missile batteries or sending their own to Ukraine? Is that how you unlock more support here in the U.S.?
I think that was a bigger issue in the previous administration. I think that it's pretty obvious, especially by the president's comments about the last NATO meeting, that he's very impressed with the level of commitment by Europe right now. I mean, Europe has stepped up and are increasing their defense spending substantially across the board because of the threat of Russia. And so I think that there is a very good collegial relationship right now with the leaders of NATO, and I don't think there's an issue about the quid pro quo. I think I think again, people should not overestimate the delay in shipments. It was not authorized by the White House. They've now rolled it back. We've had Patriot batteries sitting in Poland ready to literally step across the border to help the Ukrainians. Those things will be happening, and I would anticipate the heat going up on the Russians with sanctions bills and more support being given to the Ukrainians by the U.S.
We only have 30 seconds here. Archie, is this how Pete Hegseth loses his job in the end over that decision?
No, I think that ultimately, if his fate is in the hands of Donald Trump, I think that's clear.
Who doesn't like to be overruled?
So time will tell.
Yeah, that's for sure. We've got a great panel today. Archie, I'm glad you're with us. Archie Siddiqui alongside Rick Davis. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Kaylee Lyons will be on the way in, coming in just a couple of moments, and our panel will be back with us in our second hour as we spend time with the aforementioned Congressman Chuck Fleischmann and Senator Shelley Moore Capito with more on what's happening here on Capitol Hill today. We're still watching Truth Social. Haven't seen any new letters, but that could always happen as well. Right around this time, somehow every day. Stay with us here with much more ahead. As I mentioned, we'll welcome our global television audience to the conversation here on the fastest show in politics. I'm Joe Matthew in the nation's capital. This is Bloomberg.
from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
It's time to write another budget. What could go wrong? Welcome to the Thursday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio as lawmakers here in Washington turn their attention to the next fiscal year in hopes of avoiding a government shutdown in September. The clock is ticking. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Kaylee, Congress has plans to do a few other things first, like claw back money that was approved in the last budget.
Yeah, the rescissions package is what the Senate is actively working on and could be one of the complicating factors if Republicans are to reach a bipartisan compromise with Democrats in order to keep the government open and funded. While you may think it feels like they have plenty of time to do so, September 30th still feels far away as we're midsummer right now. Just keep in mind, Congress spends the entirety of the month of August away from Washington. So it's not that many legislative
22 days
Probably
or something?
21 now,
Yeah, Kaylee dropped that number on me yesterday, which puts things in perspective here. If you follow this program, you know how difficult it is to write a budget, and we haven't seen a real budget come through regular order with 12 spending bills signed into law in, well, years. And so why would this time be any different?
Well, perhaps it won't be. Perhaps it will be. We just don't know yet. What we do know is that there is no deal between Republicans and Democrats at this point, and it's unclear when and if one will materialize. It's also unclear if the aforementioned rescissions package is actually going to be able to pass the Senate, at least in its current form.
That's right. We're going to talk about the future of that potential rescissions plan and the aftermath of passing the president's big, beautiful bill coming up with Congressman Chuck Fleischmann, Republican from Tennessee. We'll also spend time with Senator Shelley Moore Capito, Republican from West Virginia, to get a sense of what's coming next.
Yep, so we have a lot for you this hour from Capitol Hill, but we begin, as always, with a look at Wall Street. And Charlie Pellet joins us with a check on the markets from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We got the S&P 500 index trading close to a record, just a few points away from its all-time high. The S&P higher by 15 now, up by about 0.2%. An upbeat outlook from Delta spurring an industry rally. The Dow up 242 now, up 0.5%, 44,700 by the way on the Dow. Nasdaq down 5 right now. Little change, has been swinging between gains and losses in the red right now, but the key takeaway for Nasdaq, little changed. 10-year at 4.36% with a 2-year that's currently yielding 3.88%. Spot gold flat on the day, up less than 0.1%, 33.15 the ounce, and tumble for West Texas Intermediate crude down almost 2.5% right now, 66.72 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin 112,681 on Bitcoin, trading at a record. Bitcoin up by 1.7%. Delta reinstating a profit outlook for the year, says travelers are coming back. Delta Airlines ripping higher. Delta right now up by 12.4%. Other airlines also advancing. American Airlines Group up 12.3%, and United Airlines Holdings up by 15%. JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon says a EU-US tariff framework needs to get done. Dimon making that remark in Ireland at an event with Deputy Prime Minister Simon Harris. Again, recapping, S&P right now higher by 16, up by about 0.2%. Balance of Power continues, the Thursday edition. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York checking on the markets for us. Thank you so much. Meantime, here in Washington, at least one chamber of Congress is hard at work today. The Senate is in session. The House, of course, not formally in session, taking their extended July 4th recess, though they will be back next week. And in addition, Joe, to a rescissions package that is facing a hard deadline of July 18th to pass, or else Congress, the money Congress appropriated is going to have to be spent by the administration. They also are starting to get to work on appropriations, knowing that a deadline is looming in September 30th. If you want to keep the government open, you got to figure out how to keep the lights on.
This is true. This is the actual sausage being made once again. People might think the big, beautiful bill was actually the budget because we talked about the fact that it was reconciliation. It had to involve budget matters. But this is the spending plan for the next fiscal year. And after what you just told us, 20 days, I think, of legislative work left in this fiscal year could make this a real hill to climb when it comes to lawmakers here looking at a September 30 deadline. Eric Wasson is covering all of this for us from Capitol Hill, reporting live for Bloomberg. Eric, here we go again on this process. How difficult is this going to be?
You know, I just came from a Senate Appropriations Committee. This is the spending panel in the Senate.
very interesting votes. They're moving forward with 3 bills funding the Commerce Department, NASA, Agriculture Department. They're really differing from the Trump administration. The Trump administration has put forward a budget with deep cuts to domestic agencies. Here we're basically seeing sort of basically flatline budgets, but resisting cuts in personnel to the Weather Service, resisting cuts to NASA. So the Senate, at least, is already drawing a line in contrast to the House and the White House on these deep budget cuts. There are also skirmishes going on trying to require the same level of federal personnel. The government, Trump administration is undertaking mass layoffs of federal workers, but there seems to be some ability to still give them some discretion. We're seeing this played out in real time. A very interesting amendment by Chris Van Hollen to require the FBI to move to Maryland, which was the plan until Trump said it's going to move across the street to the Reagan building. That actually passed as Lisa Murkowski sort of become a maverick Republican, backed the amendment. She's very concerned with the administration's doing. Big picture, it's going to be very hard to get spending bills done by September 30th. I'm expecting another stopgap measure maybe to Christmas, but there's going to be a major battle over this rescissions package, over the administration's attempt to impound and seize funds, which is just roiling the ability to get these bipartisan deals. Susan Collins, the head of the Appropriations Committee, told me exclusively that there are going to be amendments to the rescission package that she's going to propose, but she's worried Democrats will come back, even if she proposes saving PBS or parts of NPR from cuts, and vote those amendments down in order to play politics to make her reelection effort that much harder.
Well, so when we consider the rescissions package, Eric, if it's going to make it harder to get any kind of ultimate spending deal with Democrats, is there a chance that it doesn't pass at all, even in changed form?
I think there is. Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski are on the record opposing it in its House form. They could perhaps vote for it if the Collins amendment passes. There are other members like Jerry Moran of Kansas, Tom Tillis retiring of North Carolina, Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, who are concerned. They may in the end vote for it. You need more than just Collins and Murkowski to vote against it. This can pass with just 50 votes. And that's the point Democrats are making. Normally these spending bills require 60 votes. The Republicans can then come back the next week and just with 50 votes cancel things that they didn't want. They feel it's undermining any ability to get a bipartisan appropriations bill done. I do think eventually we may see a government shutdown. I don't think it's going to be October 1st. It could be later in the year, however.
All right. Bloomberg's Eric Wasson covering Congress for us live from Capitol Hill on Bloomberg TV and radio. Thank you so much. And now live in our Washington, D.C. studio, someone who is intimately familiar with this process as well, sitting on the Appropriations Committee in the House, Congressman Chuck Fleischmann is joining us, Republican representing Tennessee's 3rd District. Congressman, welcome back to Balance of Power. Always great to have you and nice to see you in studio.
Thank you.
Because you're here in studio, I could see you nodding along when Eric was suggesting it's going to be really hard to meet that September 30th deadline. You're betting on a continuing resolution.
Well, I'm an optimist. I'm always betting on a budget, but probably if you look at where things are, we never want to see a government shutdown. I've lived through 3. It's not good. It costs more to reopen, and it just really is disadvantageous for the entire nation, including markets and the like. But what do I think will happen? I'm actually writing the energy and water bill for appropriations. We're going to mark that up next week in full committee. But the reality is, you look at the clock and things like that, probably a short-term CR, he's right. We do not want a government shutdown. But the key thing to remember, and I try to tell my friends in my party this, it's going to take 60 votes in the Senate to get an appropriations package, unlike reconciliation.
So will Republicans have a posture that involves Democrats in this process? What are you hearing from your colleagues across the aisle?
That's an interesting question. Right now, we're not receiving any help from Democrats. I can tell you with pretty certainty that my bill will pass out of my committee next week with all Republican votes. Now, when we go to the floor, that may be a different story. We have, obviously, 3 wonderful factions in our party. Our moderates are center-right. I'm in the center-right. And then our folks who are further to the right. So we've got to make sure that we hold our Republican votes together. But every once in a while, when we see increases, for example, in the Office of Science, which I'm going to put forth, in nuclear energy, and I'm getting tremendous bipartisan and bicameral support. Young progressives who agree with me on nothing come to me and support me on new nuclear. So we've got some things in some of these bills that are going to be attractive. I just don't know whether or not their leadership team in the House and in the Senate will allow them to do that. But the country does not want another continuing resolution. I don't think we've ever had 2 in a row. They're never good. They're preferable to a government shutdown, but they're never good. We need a budget.
Well, and so if getting Democrats on board with the budget is required here, to your point on needing 60 votes in the Senate, do you see the rescissions package currently being considered by the Senate as posing a danger to that bipartisan effort?
There's no question that it's less palatable to our friends in the Senate, both Republican and I think Democratic over there, largely Democrats. It will have a much easier time in the House. Remember, the rescission is rescinding, taking back money that's already been appropriated.
Which is why Democrats are saying, why would we make an appropriations deal with you if you can recant on it?
Indeed. But going forward, and again, the eternal optimist in me says, let's look forward, let's get our budget done. The energy and water bill that I've written this year for the House is as strong as it was in 24. We passed it. It was great for energy, especially new nuclear. 25, we didn't get there. Why? Because of the continuing resolution. So the reality is you get out there, you put your best work product forward. The other Cardinals, subcommittee chairs on appropriations, Republicans have written very good bills. We've passed some. Some are going to be very difficult to pass.
What do you think about the Mike Rounds of the world who worry about eliminating funding for NPR? And I ask you this because, I believe it was Bill Cassidy said last evening, the senator from Louisiana, we've got to cut the funding because it's a partisan operation. But there are some lawmakers like Senator Rounds who say this is a lifeline for people in rural areas. You might not like what's on the NPR network, but these local newsrooms are delivering critical emergency information. Does he have a point?
Well, he has a vote. I don't know if he has a point, but he has a vote. And I have heard that rhetoric coming from some of my Republican colleagues. And prior to this discourse, I never did understand or know that that dynamic was out there. They feel that that is a lifeline to many areas in rural America. So if a senator particularly feels that strongly about it, it is going to have to be addressed. Again, there's not always an equal weight between the House and the Senate. One senator can really derail or stop a process. So we have to listen to that. However, we need to see strong reforms. I think at NPR there are things that are done there that really need to be addressed. I would like to see more of a political balance like we do on your great show. We've got to listen to both sides and let the American people then make their decisions. But I come from the right, others come from the left or the center. But the reality is we need balance.
Well, as Joe makes the point about the role of public notification, especially in these rural areas, that brings me to a question around emergency response, given what we've just seen play out in Texas, what frankly is still unfolding before our eyes with so many people remaining missing in Hill Country. Tennessee is obviously no stranger to natural disasters either. And I'm wondering if you're learning lessons about the way in which information was distributed, if it's too early to have those conversations as this still is an active rescue effort, and the conversation around reforms to FEMA as well as this teaching us that you still need to have the federal response able to be put into place.
You raise an excellent point. Anytime we have a national disaster, whether it's in Tennessee or anywhere across the great United States, there's sadness, there's disaster, there's tragedy, there's sadly loss of life and the like. After the event, we can learn from these events, sometimes how to predict these. We've seen Doppler radars and things put in my state over the years to watch hurricanes and watch tornadoes. There's a lot of tornadoes in Tennessee that touch down. These flooding incidents were horrific. The one in Texas is of a magnitude I don't think that we've seen in a long time. It's really, really horrible. FEMA will be looked at. Obviously, I know Kristi Noem very well. I actually came into Congress with Secretary Noem. Wonderful lady. She'll do a great job. I think President Trump will do a good job. But I think the American people want to see reform. They want to see these largest federal organizations, agencies that have just really year after year just had bigger budgets, bloated budgets, and have not really spent wisely. I think if we start to spend our money more wisely, they need to.
Var det fint det där, Vin?
I don't think you'll see FEMA go away, but I think you're going to see a reformed, stronger FEMA, as well as other federal organizations.
Fikk vi krysning i signallinja på makten.
Texas also reminds us of the improvements needed to the grid. The electric
Så hvor mye momentum vi får.
hardening the grid as well. We just saw the president's big, beautiful bill pass. You were part of the celebration, of course, and we saw a watering down of incentives for solar and wind. Did this bill do enough to secure nuclear, which is one of your
Ja, det blir mer.
issues?
Thank you. Yes, it did a lot for nuclear. At first, we were very concerned. I was very concerned as was our very good Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright, wonderful man, doing a good job, about the nuclear tax credits. Excuse the pun, nuclear is hot right now. There's a lot of private investment. Markets are moving towards investing a lot of capital, and that was not the case 5 or 10 years ago. New nuclear is so important. Big nuclear is important. I mean, the larger nuclear power plants. We're seeing 3 Mile Island reopen. We're going to see a power plant in Michigan, an older one, opened. We had Vogtle in Georgia. So we're going to have small, mid-size, and larger nuclear power plants. It's reliable. It's resilient. But yes, the big, beautiful bill was very good for nuclear. I don't think it was as disadvantageous to some of the things as solar as some of the people think it will be. Solar, I think, is here to stay, but it's got to find its place in the market. Wind has problems. Wind has major, major problems. But ultimately, we're going to see natural gas come back very strong. I think it's a very good bridge fuel. We're seeing TVA, my utility, building more gas as we get to nuclear. Nuclear is incredible, but new nuclear right now is going to take a lot of capital to build the first of a kinds. But when you build the 10th and the 100th, it will drop down in costs. But the nuclear industry in America is booming in every way.
Well, and when we consider the role nuclear may have in powering artificial intelligence and data centers going forward, to get that power to a data center, to allow the data center and the data centers being built to allow that to happen, you need copper for a lot of that transit. And the president says effective August 1st, there's going to be a 50% tariff on copper. Do you worry about the potential ramifications of that, knowing that by and large, it does not seem we have adequate supply to meet the kind of demand that we are expected to see?
We're going to wait and see where the president goes with copper, but you're absolutely right. Not only copper, but there's other metals and minerals that are important for this process. It's one of the reasons I support our national labs through the Office of Science. I think I have the best in the country at Oak Ridge National Laboratory in Oak Ridge. But the reality is our labs are looking at ways to use other products. Unfortunately, the Chinese have about a 90% share of this market. They control a lot of this market. We've allowed that to happen. As we regain some of that control,
Så stort sett i
and things like
5
that,
minutter snart.
it's important. But the reality is
På
maybe we
fredag.
can use our labs to go out and find alternates that are more reliable, less expensive, more resilient.
Snösatt
And
salgul.
that's part of our great national research that I don't think any other country, even the Chinese, can match.
We actually spent some time with a young nuclear entrepreneur who was at the White House a couple of weeks ago to talk about the future of this technology. The governor of Utah joined him on the air to talk about their project together. How quickly will we see these small modular nuclear reactors being permitted for use? I realize a big nuke plant is another matter, but these small modular reactors could be something that we see much sooner.
Well, fortunately, in the great state of Tennessee, with our great utility, the Tennessee Valley Authority, we actually have a permitted site at Clinch River. And that would be for an SMR, a small modular reactor with less output. They're smaller to build. They're easier to license. They've chosen a GE Hitachi model, which basically uses the existing fuel supply.
Hører dere levnet og kommer inn på veranda.
Say, what would the SMR of today look like, and then maybe the SMR in 5 or 10 years? The reason for the other SMRs, we have very good designs out there, TerraPower, X-Energy, but they require a higher fuel. It's called HALEU. And actually, sadly, Russia produces a lot of HALEU. There's going to be a ban on that in 2028, but that's why I've worked so hard in fiscal 2024 to put up $2.7 billion so that the United States could then begin to have HALEU and LEU. Of course, we have LEU as an existing fuel, but we want to start enriching uranium domestically again. Think about it. We're the birthplace of the Manhattan Project. We started this technology, and we've let it basically wither away. America is coming back, so we have American companies doing it. We're attracting other foreign countries to this. Urenco and Orano are in the space, but Centrus is an American company doing this. So that is the fuel end of that. But right now, to get one built, we need to use, in my view, existing fuel supply, LEU, that they're using in the big plants, and designs that work. So Tennessee will lead in this regard. Utah will also be leading, and our friends in Idaho. I can't leave them out.
Well, on the subject of Tennessee, knowing that, of course, you're fresh off of the effort to pass the One Big Beautiful Bill, what impact are you expecting in Tennessee of the changes that were made in that bill to the way in which Medicaid benefits can be accessed and distributed? Who qualifies for them? What are you preparing your constituents for?
It's another great question. I just returned from home. I flew up this morning from Chattanooga, so I've been here in Chattanooga the past few days. I came up to have dinner with our great speaker, Mike Johnson, tonight. Most of my constituents, not all, everywhere I went, in rural America, very, very strong for the Big Beautiful Bill, no question about that. In Oak Ridge, I went up there, the same situation. The few Democrats I ran into, candidly, and my district is ruby red, but I represent all my constituents, and I'm very cognizant of that. Just as I tell friends of mine who are Republicans in Massachusetts and in blue states, their voice needs to be heard too. We're all Americans. The Democrats in the district are livid. They do not like this bill. The Republicans and independents I spoke with, very, very positive about that. Why? Number one, we raised the debt limit. That does not get talked about much. We raised it by $5 trillion. Why is that important? We were on the verge of a default. And give President Trump good credit. When he was talking to the members about why we needed to pass this thing, that was a sleeper that most people don't want to lead with. That's not your best card that you want to play with the American people, especially in our party. I mean, those are the strongest calls I'll get at our office when on the precipice of raising the national debt. But they say, no, don't do it. We can never go into default. So that was done. The tax situation is something that's going to impact most people. No tax on tips. I eat out a lot. The servers are happy. But overwhelmingly, where I live, it's not a hard sell. In bluer states, it's going to be a hard sell or a no sell.
Congressman, it's great to see you. Tell the speaker we'd love for him to join our conversation next time you come to see us.
Yes, sir.
I should
so
let
nice to
everyone
visit
know.
with you all.
Well, we like visiting with you. You're writing books now. This is a novel, Once Upon an Empire by Chuck Fleischman. Kaylee, the review on the cover is from Kevin McCarthy, a former speaker of the House of Representatives.
And he
Congrats
liked it.
on the new book.
And I got a wonderful letter from Donald Trump. He read it and liked it. It's political fiction. I promise all my works are works of fiction. So it's time to make America think again.
We're going to stick with the facts here for now, Congressman. Great to see you, Chuck Fleischman, as we add the voice of Senator Shelley Moore Capito, another Republican member here with the idea of rescissions coming up very quickly here from West Virginia. Senator, it's great to see you back on Bloomberg TV and radio. We were just discussing this $9 billion+ rescissions package. Will it pass?
Well, I think we're going to be considering it next week. We are now looking at the details of the rescission package. It's a $9 billion package, mostly USAID, but also Corporation for Public Broadcasting. And we may make some adjustments there in terms of where we think this may have gone too far in some cases. And so we're in the process of that right now.
Well, and will the end result of that process, Senator, risk being that Democrats do not find themselves ultra willing for a bipartisan compromise on appropriations, on keeping the government funded beyond September 30th, because they know there's always a risk that funding gets rescinded?
Well, I think that the Democrats are certainly making that argument. I think basically the overwhelming opinion across the country and what President Trump campaigned on is that the USAID money, much of it, and this is not cutting all of it, of course, but much of it is used for ways that are really not benefiting global health and others that it's advertised for. And also the fact that the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, particularly on the NPR side, has for years been very much a left-leaning organization. And why are we using our taxpayer dollars for this? So these are pretty well-defined areas that the president talked about. So the Democrats shouldn't be surprised by this. We are in appropriations. I just came from my appropriations meeting. It could be a rocky road here, but we did pass 2 bills out of committee, so there's a plus.
We would love to hear a little bit more about that, but I'd also like to ask you first about the president's big, beautiful bill. Senator, I saw some local reporting from West Virginia that you were met by a small band of protesters at not a town hall, but a ribbon-cutting event in Fayetteville, in your home state. Do you have any buyer's remorse for this bill, concerns about changes to Medicaid, or will you tell us that these were Democratic activists and this is the cost of doing business?
Well, you know what? I stopped and talked. We talked 10, 15 minutes before the event. It was opening up a really beautiful bike trail in Fayetteville, West Virginia, so I'd invite visitors to visit it. And, you know, I tried to talk about the facts of the bill. The facts of the bill is every West Virginia taxpayer will not see their taxes go up. Their taxes will actually go down because we increase the standard deduction. We also provide seniors with a tax break of those that are relying on Social Security, no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime. So this is an important for West Virginia. Their main focus was, as you would expect, Medicaid, and basically what I tried to tell them and what I believe and why I do not have buyer's remorse is that I believe in order to preserve Medicaid for future generations, we got to get people off of it that don't deserve to be there, that we have to bend the curve in spending, and we will be spending $200 billion over 10 years, just not $1 trillion. And I really think able-bodied people being able to work some for their benefits. In my view, these are not unreasonable asks. And the thing I'm concerned about is, are these programs going to be there in 10, 20 years? And at the rate of growth, the answer is no. So we need to make sure that this is going to the people that it's intended for and serves their health needs the best. The Rural Stabilization Fund is big in my state because obviously we're very rural in West Virginia. And I think this will help our hospitals that have are going to have some issues with affordability.
Well, and that stabilization fund to the tune, of course, of $50 billion. Do you expect, Senator, that to be adequate, not knowing it's not just West Virginia that is going to need the assistance, but states across the country? Or could there be a need that arises for further subsidies for those hospitals?
Well, I think we need to keep in mind, too, that the changes were made on the provider tax and other things on Medicaid don't go into effect for 3 years. So we've got time to adjust here if in fact what you're saying is true. I think what we're going to see is our rural hospitals stronger because they're going to run more efficiently. There's going to be ways through CMS and others to make sure that IT systems and everything are better coordinated. I have confidence that rural healthcare and rural healthcare delivery is very difficult, and we've got to preserve every avenue, and that means preserving all the rural hospitals in my state and across the country.
We talked a lot, Senator, about the cuts to subsidies for clean energy. We were just discussing wind and solar with Congressman Chuck Fleischmann. What does that mean for West Virginia, and will it create a demand for more coal?
Well, I think what it does is it evens the playing field for every resource or every source of energy supply. It also, I think, boosts nuclear energy. We have all this energy demand through AI and data centers. We can't meet the demand, so we need baseload energy, which wind and solar do not provide. It's ephemeral. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. We need that base load, so that's natural gas, coal, nuclear, and there's a hydrogen piece in there that's particularly of interest to me. I asked to move the deadline out just a little bit to see if we can jumpstart a lot of these projects, and I was successful with that. So I think it really just evens the playing field for all energy, all types of energy. And I think it'll be good for my state because we're an energy state.
Senator, I'd like to go back to the subject of appropriations in your seat on the committee. Congressman Fleischmann also just told us that he's expecting a short-term continuing resolution is likely going to be required to keep the government funded beyond the end of the fiscal year. Is that also your expectation?
Well, I mean, we wouldn't have to make that decision until the end of September. The Leader Thune, has said with our chair, Chair Collins, and Vice Chair Murray, that we want to have these bills up on the floor. Let's give that a chance to work. I mean, we're running out of time. We only have 7 weeks, but we do have 7 weeks. So hopefully we can have some successes there before I make the declaration that we have to have a continuing resolution. I'd rather see us keep this process moving as much as we can.
All right, Senator, we appreciate your time joining us live from Capitol Hill. Republican Senator Shelley Moore Capito of West Virginia here with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Thank you so much. And we want to continue the conversation now as we turn here to our political panel. Rick Davis is with us, Bloomberg Politics contributor, Republican strategist, and Stone Court Capital partner, alongside Arshie Siddiqui, former senior aide to former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, now founder and CEO of Bellwether Government Affairs. Welcome to you both. Arshie, to begin with you, we were just speaking with both the senator and the congressman about this notion that Democrats may not have much incentive to make a spending deal with Republicans that are pursuing at the same time rescissions of previously appropriated spending by Congress. We know Nancy Pelosi wasn't afraid to hold a firm line on spending-oriented deals and shutdowns when she needed to. What do you expect to happen here as we approach the end of the fiscal year?
I mean, I think your question was spot on, because the rescissions discussion is going to be critical in terms of paving the future, in terms of not only the continuing resolution, appropriations, et cetera. And as you know, in the Senate has traditionally been very bipartisan. And this rescissions bill, they're talking about changes, and the question is, are they bringing in Democrats? Are they, because, you know, to your point, if you can't rely on a deal that's made, and we've already seen Republicans go back on these types of deals. So I think particularly after this past reconciliation bill, I think it's going to set the tone for the rest of the year.
Rick, would it behoove Republicans to step away from the rescissions plan in hopes of actually clearing a budget before the end of the fiscal year?
I'd love to tell you that I'm enthusiastic that we could get to regular order and pass 12 appropriations bills before the end of September, but I've given up. You know, mark this day in your calendar. Rick Davis doesn't think the Senate can actually
taken this long.
He's thrown in the towel.
Yeah. So look, I think that the Senate may crater the rescissions package on its own, right? There are lots of senators concerned about PEPFAR getting stricken, and rural radio, as you mentioned in your last interview, has become a real big issue for people like Senator Rounds and Senator Sullivan. So that may die on its own accord. That being said, whether or not the Senate can actually produce appropriations bills on time, my guess is Thune has a plan to do a continuing resolution. He'll continue the public attitude that we want to do our business. But of course, there's never been anybody fired from a chairmanship because they didn't get the appropriations done. So at the end of the day, count me as skeptical.
Well, when we consider what the Senate Majority Leader might have up his sleeve, it's also a question of the Minority Leader, of Hakeem Jeffries in the House. How should we be thinking about the Democratic calculus here as to whether or not they want to play hardball on this issue, risk a shutdown, how that plays for them politically? I just wonder what kind of leverage they're really working with.
I mean, traditionally, Democrats have always put government first in terms of that continuity. So I think we have seen that quite a bit. But I do think that there is a tried and true blueprint of bipartisan, bicameral negotiations on these packages. I mean, time and time again. I think we're in an aberration in terms of moving away from that in this past negotiation. And, you know, the reconciliation bill, when you have one-party control, that is usually given that, you know, when you have the House, White House, and Senate. Sure. But on the appropriations packages and year-end packages, those have generally been bipartisan, and that's a give and take. So I think that's both sides. I mean, so far the Republicans have not been willing to do that give and take, but I do think that Democrats are going to drive a hard bargain, and but again, I think the rescissions package will pave that way.
Hakeem Jeffries has a very different style than Nancy Pelosi did.
Yes.
What would your former boss have been doing right now? Because I feel like she would have been screaming from the rooftops about this. Hakeem Jeffries has a much more subtle approach. How loud does he need to get about rescissions?
So I think Hakeem Jeffries needs to be Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're in a different era. There's generational shift. I talked to a lot of members of Congress. There's a lot of support for Jeffries. He's very thoughtful. He's very smart. He really does try to put country first. So I think it's a different style. So I don't think we should, that shouldn't be the template. He's also can be very tough. I mean, he's a tough politician. He comes from New York.
And I'm not questioning that, but sometimes you need to put this on Front Street so people know about it.
Absolutely. And you saw him on the floor. I think that was a shining moment for Jeffries, right? Like, the leader was on the floor for 8+ hours. He broke the record. So I think from that perspective, I think Democrats are very united against this bill because it really represents, it's not the usual tax bill that we've seen in the past. It's an ideological bill in many respects. So I think that's going to serve as the blueprint for Jeffries going forward.
Well, Democrats may not like the bill, but it's the bill that the president wanted, Rick, and it's the bill the president ultimately got. To the point you were making a few minutes ago about you think the Senate might ultimately end this rescissions effort all on its own, how is that going to sit with Donald Trump, do you expect?
Well, you know, it's interesting. When the bill was first submitted, there wasn't really a strong commitment by the White House. They said things like, well, you know, we've got more we can send if this one goes through. You know, kind of raising the question that, like, how committed are you to really drive this through? And so, you know, I think this is actually, you know, sort of ball in the Senate court. it's really up to them to decide whether or not they want to see another $100 billion of rescissions coming from the White House. Because if this doesn't pass, it's highly likely to raise questions inside the White House whether this is a good commitment of their time and effort, with Congress. They've got a lot of agenda items that they need to get through Congress, and rescission packages have historically never fared well. And in this case, especially when you think you have a backlog of hundreds of billions of dollars of more rescissions to come, does Congress really want to get in that business? I mean, these are very difficult votes for some of these members. And, how many times are you going to ask them to walk the plank?
Just have 30 seconds, Archie. If this doesn't pass, is this the last vestige of the Doge?
Well, I think what's interesting about the Doge is that there's supposed to be $2 trillion in cuts. And as we know, this rescission bill is $9 billion and change. So I think that speaks for a lot.
Bit of a delta there.
Yeah.
A little different. Yes, indeed. Archie, thanks for joining our panel. We'd love to have you back as soon as we can. Archie Siddiqui and Rick Davis with a smart conversation you'll only hear on Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. We've got a lot more to follow here in the program alongside Kaylee Lyons. I'm Joe Matthews. Stay with us on the fastest show in politics. This is Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got stocks rising with the S&P 500 index just about the best level of the day right now, up 21 to 62.84. That is a gain of 0.3%. Traders sifting through a number of corporate outlooks. Right now we have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 267, up by about 0.6%. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 29, a gain there of 0.1%. Treasuries barely budging after a solid $22 billion sale of 30-year bonds. The 30-year 4.87%, the 10-year 4.35%, and the 2-year 3.88%. Spot gold, little changed on the day, up just about 0.1%, 33.18 the ounce on the precious metal, and a retreat for crude oil. West Texas Intermediate down 2.5% right now, 66.71 a barrel. Ferraro International has agreed to acquire WK Kellogg for an enterprise value of $3.1 billion, pushing the Italian family-owned candy business further into the lucrative U.S. market. Shares of WK Kellogg, they are rallying. Kellogg, KLG on the ticker, up now by 30.7%. Indeed and Glassdoor are cutting roughly 1,300 jobs, all part of a broader move to combine operations and shift more focus toward artificial intelligence. Recapping, S&P up 22, up 0.3. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington, where we, of course, are keeping track of domestic developments and changes on that front, but changes in geopolitics as well, or at least changes in attitude, it seems, on the part of President Donald Trump when it comes to the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine. Of course, remembering he promised to end the war on day one of his presidency. Here we are in July with still no ceasefire agreement having been made, though his administration has been pushing for one, and he's expressed increasing frustration with the Russian President Vladimir Putin in that regard. So much so, in fact, that he actually reversed a decision made by his own Department of Defense, which was, of course, a pause of weapons, defensive weapons in particular, to Ukraine. That flow is now resuming on the president's orders. And it's something that the former number two to President Trump, at least during his first administration, former Vice President Mike Pence, is pretty happy about. He spoke earlier on Bloomberg Surveillance.
I was pleased that the president countermanded what had been a pause of aid to Ukraine last week, which I think was unfortunate wherever it originated. But I commend the president for reversing that decision. And my hope is when the Senate reconvenes that Senator Thune will put the Graham bill on the floor and put it on the president's desk. I think it's time.
Countermanded is an interesting word that Mike Pence uses there, and we want to bring this to an expert, a voice of experience. David Scheimer spent time as the director of the National Security Council's Eastern Europe and Ukraine piece, director for Russian affairs in the Biden White House. He's now senior research scholar at Columbia University's School of International and Public Affairs. Joining us from world headquarters in New York, David, it's great to have you on Bloomberg TV and radio. Bring us inside the bubble for this. Have you ever heard of an instance quite like this, where the civilian leadership of the Pentagon acted without the approval of the commander-in-chief?
Great to be here. It's hard for me to comment from the outside on the precise decision-making that's occurring on the inside, but what I can say is that when I was serving at the National Security Council, there was a robust interagency process where on a daily basis decisions were being made on support for Ukraine at meetings that were chaired by the White House with participation from the Department of Defense, from state, from the intelligence community, and from others, such that coordination would take place and folks being overruled after the fact wouldn't actually have to occur. Whether that process is still taking place, I think is in some doubt given the tumult and changeover at the National Security Council and elsewhere. And I do think that this is a reminder as to the value of having a robust, rigorous government decision-making process around issues as serious as these.
Well, so putting aside how exactly the initial decision was made, let's focus on the president's decision to reverse the initial decision, to resume the flow of aid. to Ukraine, knowing that there was a time at which we thought that Ukraine did not necessarily have the explicit support of this particular president. What does it signal to you, David, that this reversal happened? What it means for the way in which the president may be looking at the conflict between Ukraine and Russia now versus before?
So I think it's certainly a good step to reverse whatever pause or decision had been made to halt aid to Ukraine, because Ukraine needs the support and it's in U.S. interest to provide Ukraine with the support. However, I also want to make clear that what was paused and has now been unpaused is aid that was authorized during the Biden administration, during the administration in which I was a part. And that was a drawdown package of $1.25 billion authorized in December of last year that has lasted up until this summer, as well as what's called USAI deliveries that were similarly contracted for last year. And the problem is that those deliveries are running out. And so even though the pause has been lifted, which again is a good step, what matters far more is whether this administration will go further and authorize additional new support for Ukraine, which will provide continued flows over time and enable Ukraine to continue to defend itself over time. And I very much believe that they should do that.
Well, that's a great point that you make here. So we're set to go through the end of summer, which is in about 5 minutes. You've actually gone through this process. Would the administration not have to submit an emergency supplemental request now to prevent a gap in weapons shipments? And what would you be asking for? Would these be defensive systems like Patriots or offensive ballistic missiles?
So as a side point, I struggle with the distinction in this context between defensive and offensive systems, because Ukraine is defending itself and Ukraine is now being provided with artillery and rockets to defend itself. That has been unpaused. And so I don't find that distinction especially useful. But taking a step back from that, I would also say that there is approximately $3.8 billion in drawdown authority that still remains available to the President of the United States to use without having to go to Congress. And so tomorrow, this administration could decide to draw down additional weapons from U.S. stockpiles for Ukraine without additional funding or authorization from the Congress, is point one. Point two is that the Europeans and the Ukrainians have said explicitly that they want to buy weapons from the United States to give to Ukraine. And so not only would we be furthering our support for Ukraine, there would also be additional generated revenue and trade inflows into the United States. That is another available option to the United States to get weapons to Ukraine. And so there are options to maintain our support beyond what was authorized in December. The question is whether those options will actually be executed upon.
Well, and when we consider the options that the administration has to exercise leverage or to try to influence the behavior of Russia specifically, I wonder what you make, David, of the sanctions package that it seems there is building momentum toward, at least in the United States Senate and possibly with the White House as well. What would this particular package of sanctions do that all of the other previous sanctions package, including the ones that, of course, were pursued by the Biden administration, do to alter the behavior of Vladimir Putin when he is still engaged in this war consistently throughout all of those sanctions being implemented?
So absolutely. I think if we just take a step back here, the reason that Ukraine has agreed to a ceasefire, but Russia has not, is because Russia and President Putin believe that time is on his side. He sees U.S. support as declining. He believes that the longer this war goes on, the more likely it is that his battlefield position will improve compared to Ukraine's. And so the objective in order to get to a ceasefire should be to affect Putin's calculus and make him believe that time is not on his side. And how do you do that? A, you continue and even surge weapons flows, as we just discussed. B, to your point, I believe that sanctions against Russia's energy sector should be intensified, built upon sanctions that have already been implemented, in order to increase the pressure on the Russian economy and make it more challenging for Russia to sustain its war of aggression. Third, something that we haven't yet discussed, is I believe that the Europeans should move towards seizing the approximately $300 billion in Russian sovereign assets that are immobilized in its jurisdictions, in order to provide Ukraine with a long-term source of support, both to help Ukraine, but also to send a message to Russia that aid for Ukraine will not dry up with time. If you do those three things, surge weapons deliveries, intensify sanctions, and acquire a long-term source of assistance through the sovereign assets, that recipe could be enough to adjust Putin's thinking and to push him to the table in a meaningful way.
All right, David, great to have you here on Balance of Power. David Scheimer, former director for Russia at the National Security Council, in addition to former director for Eastern Europe and Ukraine at the National Security Council in the Biden White House. We appreciate you joining us here on Balance of Power, especially on a day when we saw the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, actually meeting with Russia's Sergei Lavrov in Kuala Lumpur to talk about this conflict. And I guess, Joe, I shouldn't just say Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He is also, of course, acting National Security Advisor Marco Rubio, one of just many administration officials that are now juggling multiple job titles.
Yeah.
We got a new one overnight as well. The Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, announced on True Social by President Trump last night, is also now interim administrator of NASA.
NASA, yes. Which is really an interesting development here because we all remember how things ended with Jared Isaacman, a pick of Elon Musk's. Huge questions about the future of our space program, Kaylee, and exactly what Sean Duffy knows about this remains a mystery to me. So we wanted to talk to an expert here. By the way, this is the second Fox News anchor running a major government agency.
Yeah, let's talk to that said expert now. Keith Cowing, editor of NASAWatch.com, is with us on Balance of Power. Keith, do you see Sean Duffy as being up to this job?
Well, call me not surprised. Truth Social, Fox News host, reality star running an agency. Sure. I don't think he probably had the qualifications to run transportation, and that's where you rely on the people underneath you. But Department of Transportation runs things that I think are more familiar to people, airplanes and so forth. NASA's sort of all about rocket science, and you really kind of need to appreciate that. And if you don't even have a little bit of that expertise, you're going to be leaning on a whole bunch of people to do 99% of the heavy lifting.
Some big decisions, of course, need to be made about the future of the program, Keith, and it's great to have you back. You were a big Isaacman fan. What will NASA lose without having him at the helm?
Yeah, Jared Isaacman had a lot of the right stuff for this. I mean, he'd been in space. He quite was the engineering nerd. He knew how to run businesses. He knew what things cost and so forth. And he had the energy and enthusiasm, and he wanted to do it. So I guess the bad part of that is he was a friend of Elon Musk's, and that's now not a good thing to be. And Sean Duffy and Musk went head-to-head, so that's a good thing. I don't know. I mean, this is almost like, sometimes, who's dating who in 7th grade,
Well, fair enough. As we consider the agency that Duffy will, at least on an interim basis, be helming and the position NASA is in, especially with reports of job cuts and people leaving the agency, Keith, how would you characterize its overall state right now?
Well, it's I used to work there, and I had to leave the agency as a personal decision under similar but maybe less angry circumstances a decade or two ago. And now my watch is being all day from friends saying, I took the buyout, I'm leaving, and so forth. And it's 25-year-olds, 45-year-olds, 65-year-olds, engineers, scientists, managers, and it's dialing up, it's increasing, and people call me at night crying. This is not good. And, the whole thing is with the Trump administration, I heard it today in a hearing when they're talking appropriations, talking about budgets, and we're going to beat China, whatever. All right, let's just say it's a thing to do to beat China in space, science and technology. Okay, lots of smart people, money, missions, good timeline, good planning. That's what you need. Well, what they're doing is they're cutting the budget. They don't have a timeline. They don't have a plan, and they're cutting the smart people up 20, 30, sometimes up to 40% in some places. How is that preparing yourself for beating anybody in anything? It's antithetical to that notion. I'm just waiting for the excuse as to what you get once it's all done. I haven't heard it yet.
What do you make of the double business card, Keith, that Kaylee mentioned? He's not the first member of the cabinet now to carry multiple jobs. He's running transportation. Is there time to run NASA?
I don't know. This seems to be a thing right now. I mean, I guess the FBI guy runs ATF or did, and Rubio's all over the place. I mean, again, what it comes back to is you signed the forms, but you've got, people actually doing the work. And the more ways you're spread thin, the more people are doing your job for you. And so I don't know. I mean, I don't know how this place works. The good thing, though, is that if you want to talk about visibility, is that Duffy has a good relationship with Trump. He can text him. And really, the place at NASA is being run right now by Brian Hughes, who's a former Trump political guy, who's a pal of Susie Wiles in the White House. So if your agency has a direct hotline into the White House and you need something, that's good. But on the other hand, what is expected is that Duffy will be an absolute adherent to whatever the White House tells him to do. And right now, that's cut. That's bad. So, we'll see what happens. Tomorrow's a new day. Something may change.
There was only one man we could talk to about this story, and that's Keith Cowing, NASAWatch.com. Keith, great to see you, and thanks for coming back to talk to us on Bloomberg. Haley and I will meet you coming up later, the late edition at 5 p.m. Eastern here on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And very good afternoon, everybody, live from Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. Carol Massar, Tim Stenivek, and As Tim teased just ahead of our broadcast, we do see U.S. stocks headed to a fresh record close, a rally underway. We had a 30-year bond sale go pretty well. So, yeah, investors seeming pretty optimistic, at least at this point.
Charlie's going to have the details, but it's worth looking at the S&P 500 up close to 0.4% right now. The Dow up 0.7%. The NASDAQ composite up close to 0.2%. We're certainly going to be talking a lot about the equity market today. Also, the former vice president stopped by Bloomberg today, and he shared a lot, including about what his former boss is saying about Jay Powell and what he thinks about all that.
We're going to dig into that and all of the day's economic news and Treasury trade and rates trade, plus the disappointing data that may be Doge's collateral damage, why you need to know about some of the cutbacks on the U.S. federal government, what it means maybe in terms of medical information, economic information. We're going to dig into that in just a moment as well.
I mean, in the S&P 500, Carol, those airlines are cruising higher. They're flying higher today.
Amazing.
Thanks, Delta, I guess you could say. We're going to be joined in just a few minutes by the noted airlines analyst Sheila Kayalu over at Jefferies, who's got a few notes out today, including about one airline that is not doing so well. We'll tell you all about it.
And I got to say, we're going to be talking a lot about rare earths over the next couple of hours, but in the next 60 minutes, rare earth magnet producer MP Materials, they got some financial backing to build a new plant from the U.S. Defense Department, the U.S. government certainly weighing in here. We're going to talk with the CEO and our own Joe Doe. This is something you will not want to miss. But first up, let's get to that rally underway, that record on Wall Street intraday. Let's get to it with Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much, Carol and Tim. Here's what's going on. Here's the number to beat. Going to give you a decimal here, 6279.35. That is the record set back on July 3rd. Here's where we stand right now with the S&P 500 index trading at 6286. We are in record territory again on the S&P, up by just about 0.4%. And in the year-to-date column on my screens, looking at an advance this year for the S&P of 6.9%. Again, to underscore the number for the S&P to beat today, 6279. The Dow up 275, up 0.6%. NASDAQ up 30 right now. That is a gain of 0.1%. Interestingly, the NASDAQ 100 index is moving lower, drop there of just about 0.1%. 10-year at 4.35%, with a 2-year 3.87%. Your 30-year 4.87%. Gold, little changed, up 0.1%, 33.18 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.5%, 66.69 a barrel on WTI. Delta Airlines reinstating a profit outlook for the year, says travelers are coming back, prompting its stock to surge amid a fresh sense of confidence in the beaten down U.S. consumer. Delta right now rallying 13.1% among rivals. We've got American Airlines Group up 13.6% and United Airlines Holdings up by 16.1%. Recapping, S&P up by 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Just want to point out that S&P Super Composite Airline Index, it is up almost 13%, folks. So as Charlie mentioned, airlines, they're off and running. Hey, something we want to draw your attention to, and it happened early this morning here at Bloomberg, former Vice President Mike Pence came in and talked to the surveillance team on TV. He criticized President Trump's tariff agenda, saying it was a starkly different approach to trade from his first term that would harm American consumers and businesses, as we said. Mike Pence joining that Bloomberg surveillance TV team of John Ferro and Lisa Abramowitz this morning. He also weighed in on President Trump's ongoing criticism of Fed Chair Jay Powell.
I think the President of the United States is fully entitled to express his opinion about both the Fed chair and about the Federal Reserve itself. I have long had great concerns about the dual mandate in the Federal Reserve. I think it confuses the issue. I mean, the Federal Reserve has this, for your viewers, has a dual mandate to protect the integrity of the dollar and achieve full employment. I think the Federal Reserve ought to just focus on the dollar. And I think that the hesitation that I have seen from the Fed chair and ostensibly the committee is that the uncertainty around these broad-based tariffs and the potential for inflation has slowed their intention and their earlier efforts at lowering rates. And so how the president got to where he considers the Federal Reserve chairman to be worthy of the nickname too late, I can't really testify, but to me, pushing back on the idea that what seems to be holding up the Federal Reserve. Although I read this morning that there's now more vigorous debate. I'm sure you've covered here on Bloomberg.
Yep.
On the committee. That we may have a lowering of interest rates, which we certainly would welcome.
As you know, the president, one of his greatest strengths is to break the status quo and have very little respect for it. Are there limits to that? And is Fed independence an example of it?
Well, that's right. And I think, look, the president appoints the chairman of the Federal Reserve, and a careful study of American history shows I don't really accept that the Federal Reserve should be a completely separate agency, like a college of cardinals that we never refer to other than in respectful hush tones, John. I think the president ought to be able to express himself. Elected officials ought to be able to express themselves, because it's almost like that old saying about the Supreme Court, that justices do read the newspaper. And I expect that's also true of members of the Federal Reserve.
All right, that, of course, is former Vice President Mike Pence earlier today on Bloomberg Surveillance Television. Hey, we wanted to talk again about a lot of what Mr. Pence had to say, and also about the security of the job, and really how the Fed is structured and why it is structured that way. Let's get into it. We also had some economic data, and we also had a Treasury bond auction. With us is Bloomberg News economics editor Molly Smith. She's here in studio. And we've also got with us Bloomberg Intelligence Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist Ira Jersey. He's out there in New Jersey. Welcome to both of you. Molly, we ask this a lot, so here we go again. Does Jay Powell have to be worried? And is it important that we have a dual mandate? What's the significance of that versus maybe the Fed just focusing on one thing?
It is important. I mean, this is something that's congressionally set for the Fed to follow, is the dual mandate of ensuring price stability and maximum employment. So that's something that the Fed, both Powell and the rest of the officials on the board and the regional presidents will say over and over again that this is their commitment and that this is so important to the American people, and that's who they serve, not the President of the United States. So in terms of having a dual mandate, yes, and they really do go hand in hand. And something that Powell has really stressed a lot recently is that you can't have maximum employment without price stability, that the two of them are really interrelated like that. And it's really critical now as we're seeing the labor market cool, maybe a little bit more notably. Of course, if you look a little bit beneath the surfaces of what happened in last week's jobs report, it was a lot more clear than what the headline numbers would have suggested. As far as Powell's job security, obviously that Supreme Court ruling, probably gave a bit of comfort for Fed watchers for now. I don't know how much Powell himself really worries about this. I mean, he's obviously a staunch supporter of Fed independence, as well as the rest of the people on the committee. His term as chair is up next year. Whether, though, he stays on as a governor beyond that, that's still a couple years away.
Ira Jersey, come on in on this. And I want to get your thoughts on what we heard from the vice president, specifically this part. He said to John Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Herdern earlier this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance, quote, "I don't really accept that the Federal Reserve should be a completely separate agency." What does that mean to you?
Well, you can have your opinion, right? We're all entitled to our opinions, but that's just saying that, hey, we think that maybe the Federal Reserve and the central bank should be a political organization, a political arm. Now, there's a lot of literature in academia and elsewhere talking about central bank independence leading to better outcomes when it comes to inflation, right? And all of these have to do with inflation because Vice President Pence is right. There is a dual mandate. His mention of the dollar is a little baffling because nowhere in the Federal Reserve Act does it say that the Federal Reserve has anything to do with the dollar. It has to do with maximum employment and inflation. And certainly if you got rid of that maximum employment mandate and gave the Federal Reserve a single mandate of just inflation, then you could wind up seeing maybe slightly different outcomes. And maybe the president would actually not like that, right? Because if you only had to look right now at the inflation situation and not jobs, the Fed might not be considering cutting at all. And I think that goes against maybe a little bit of what the president and this administration would like.
Well, let's go a little bit further with this. The ECB, the European Central Bank, right, and the Bank of England prioritize price stability. Are there lessons to be learned, Molly, from kind of having a single mandate?
I think, it's tough because it's not like one really operates independently of the other, right? Like so much of also how inflation moves has to do with the job market and what's happening with wages and what businesses are doing, and in terms of like what they charge of their customers has to do with a lot of like what they can really afford to spend and like how much of their expenses are then allocated to the labor side of the business, not just, charging of customers. So I think it's hard to just ignore it. I mean, I think there's also just been a lot of conversation too around the 2% inflation target, which is, that's really common globally. Those central banks, as well as others, are at or around 2% for that target. And that's something also that's come up a lot in terms of like, is this really the magic number, 2%? And of course, that, would be horrible for the Fed to just abandon that in the middle of getting closer to that 2% goal. Of course, that's not something that they're thinking about, but other critics of the central bank have certainly called on them and to say, what's so bad about inflation in the 2.5% to 3% range, which is right about where we are now?
Right. But you're right. When they're so close, like to maybe move off of it. Ira, what are your thoughts about when we look at something like the ECB or the Bank of England that does have basically a focus on price stability? Are there things that we can learn on, I don't know, that maybe are positive or negative to having just basically one focal point?
Well, if you have one focal, some of the times the ECB, because they focus on headline inflation, they can actually be driven, some of their policy decisions can be driven by things that are completely not in the domestic economy's control, right? So one of the benefits of some of the things that the Fed does, like, for example, looking at core inflation, which tends to be more stable over time, whereas headline inflation can go up and down and be really volatile because of its reliance on energy prices in particular in the short term. Sometimes the ECB is a little bit behind the curve in thinking about maybe inflation coming down very dramatically because oil prices are very high, and so there are differences between the way that central banks operate. And part of the problem is there's no one right answer for any of this because the fact is that countries are different. The way that even financial sectors and the way monetary policy is transmitted is meaningfully different between the United States and Europe and Britain. Just because, like, we have a huge money market industry, for example. We have very long-term mortgages where you go to Canada, for example, and England and the UK, and they tend to have very short-term mortgages and mortgage resets. So their monetary policy actually filters through the system much more quickly than the Fed's policies. So there are structural differences that always have to be taken into account. But when it comes to having a single mandate or having an independent Fed, there's no doubt that an independent central bank tends to have better outcomes because otherwise interest rates tend to be too low for too long. And you've seen that in a lot of jurisdictions.
Hey, Ira, before you go, just about 30, 40 seconds, 30-year bond auction. Seems like Treasury market liked what they got. Tell us about what we need to know here.
Yeah, not terrible, not as strong as last month. Last month was a blowout, super strong demand at the 30-year auction in June. This month weakened a little bit, but it's still the market priced perfectly where the auction was going to come, and bidding demand was pretty decent. The thing that we've seen in a lot of these auctions is an increase in direct demand, and that's a little bit different because we don't know exactly who those people are. So we'll find that out in about a week and a half.
All right, so appreciate it. Of course, Bloomberg Intelligence Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist Ira Jersey joining us from New Jersey. All right, we're going to stick, though, with Molly because she's got another story on the Bloomberg that we really wanted to get into.
Yeah, this one crossed just early this morning. It was the first thing I read, and it's about disappearing data being collateral damage of government cuts from the Trump administration. Molly, you've talked about this for a few months, and it's good to see this in a Bloomberg Business Week story. And I think if we think about a commonality with how investors are trading, with how economists think about the economy, one thing that they rely on is solid government data that sort of shows them what direction things are going. But as you write in your piece, it's not just government data with regards to the economy. It's that there's this question about whether or not doctors are actually able to get the right data to understand what they need to be treating people for. What happened?
I think there's this really common misconception that data is just there, that it just exists and that it doesn't really take a lot of work to produce it or people or money, that there's just so much of it just sloshing around the system and it just appears. But there actually is a lot of work that goes into collecting, producing, analyzing statistics. And there's a lot of people involved in that operation. And part of the cuts that we've seen throughout the administration are at these statistical agencies that span across the federal government. So it's not just on the economy, as you said, Tim. It's related to education, related to health, agriculture, weather. Of course, what we've seen with NOAA and the weather data cuts have been really dramatic there. So it's really just a sprawling system. And now that we've seen so many of these people, depart the government, a lot of these data products simply are not produced anymore, or they're not updated, or at least not with the same frequency that they were before. And a lot of them have really just simply vanished.
To be fair, some data collections, as you note and report, was already at risk before President Trump reclaimed the White House, largely because of shrinking budgets and staff departures. So it's something that was even happening before he went back to the White House, and DOGE had its impact. It's fascinating to me in an environment where, especially the tech world, everybody knows data is really important now. Especially with generative AI and large language models, this is what's going to make it smart. Tell us specifically, dig down a little bit, what data is being impacted, what kind of things maybe in our world might we feel the impact as a result?
Well, to your point, Carol, I think that's where the government really has a disadvantage compared to the private sectors, that there isn't the kind of money just running around government to hire statisticians the way that Google and other big companies can. And that's where a lot of the new talent is going, and a lot of these jobs that simply weren't really in the private sector, or weren't really that interesting for graduates who had statistics degrees, that now there's so many more opportunities available to them. So the government pipeline is certainly a lot less enticing. So now you're seeing, we mentioned a few of like the health data sets that aren't available anymore. The weather ones I found really interesting. Like there's one that NOAA kept that was a database of billion-dollar-plus disasters. So we'll see, obviously, if the Texas floods fit into that model or not, but that's no longer, that's been retired as of the last month or two. And that was really important for insurers to use for when they're setting coverage and reinsurance, that this is stuff that really actually matters to a lot of people. And that's what I wanted to get across in this piece.
At this point, can the private market, every month we hear from ADP, and then we also hear from the government when it comes to monthly jobs data. Can the private market fill any gaps that we potentially could see from the government?
There are probably certain areas where the private sector can step in more effectively than others, at least with the economic data, which is what I'm most familiar with. Any economist and statistician will tell you that the private sector just doesn't come close to what the government sector can do, both in like the breadth of the surveys, the number that are simply taken of the economy, even the sample sizes that are at risk of shrinking are still so much bigger than what a lot of private sector surveys can do. And ultimately, something that comes from the government is a public good. There is no other agenda to it. There's no profit-making agenda at play here. So to keep statistics reliable and trustworthy, they really do need to be completely nonpartisan and have no other ulterior motive behind them.
As clean a data set as it can be, right?
And that's what the U.S. is widely regarded to have.
All right, good stuff on everything. So appreciate it. Bloomberg News economics editor Molly Smith. Check out her story. It's on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com. It's a Bloomberg Business Week story. Hey, and also, of course, our thanks to Ira Jersey as well. Airline stocks. We're going to talk about that. They are soaring. It's all due to Delta's latest update. Someone who knows the sector so well. Up next.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, keeping an eye on Morgan Stanley. Sources tell Bloomberg Citadel Securities has bought Morgan Stanley's unit focused on electronic market making for U.S. equity options. Morgan Stanley, which reports next Wednesday, advancing now by 0.8%. Stocks higher. In fact, the S&P 500 index trading at a record, also trading at just about the best level of the day right now. Stocks higher as traders parse corporate outlooks. The S&P 500 index heading toward fresh all-time highs. Right now, we have got the S&P advancing 25 points to 62.89, up by about 0.4%. The Dow up 302, up 0.7%. NASDAQ up 39 right now, up 0.2%. Interestingly, though, the NASDAQ 100 index is lower, little change, but lower by 6 points. 10-year, 4.34%. The 2-year, 3.87%. Gold, little changed, up $3 the ounce, 33.16. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.5% right now. WTI 66.64 a barrel. Sources tell Bloomberg OPEC Plus is discussing a pause in further production increases from October after its next monthly hike. JP Morgan Chase and Citigroup have both forecast that prices will continue to slide toward $60 a barrel later this year. Again, WTI right now 66.64. Among some of the oil majors, ExxonMobil up 0.8%. ADR's of BP up 0.6. Chevron up by 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie's been talking about, we all have been talking about it, airlines definitely in focus on this Thursday, rallying. So too are many stocks in the travel and leisure space, trading up thanks to Delta Airlines, which reinstated a profit outlook for the year and said travelers are coming back, prompting its stock to surge amid a fresh sense of confidence in the beaten down U.S. consumer. Just one number I want to throw out at you. S&P Super Composite Airlines Sub-Industry Index rallying close to 12% today. It's still down 5% year to date. So a little bit of perspective. Up a lot today, but still down for the year.
Well, here with a look at the airline space, great to have back with us Sheila Kayalu. She's Managing Director in Equity Research at Jefferies. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Sheila, 3 months ago, we would have been sitting here talking about Delta being the first major carrier to pull its guidance. Perhaps a couple days later, we'd be talking about United coming out with those two different scenarios. A lot has changed in just 3 months. What happened?
A lot has changed, but I also think it hasn't. So I'm not really buying this burst with the airline performance. Delta did reinstate guidance. The midpoint's about 50 cents higher than what the street expected. But I think trends are stable. So they're taking up estimates about 10%, and that's what's moving all the airlines. But I still think it's haves and have-nots. So if you look at Delta's numbers, main cabin was down 5% in terms of pricing. Like, what do you see that's down 5%? And you think that's a stock that should be up 15%, especially when you look at American and Southwest performance.
So is the main cabin issue, and that's I was going to ask you about that, because there was some positivity and optimism at the front of the plane and for premium international and for loyalty stuff. But if you're not filling the main cabin, then that's a sign of a consumer that's not at the extreme high end, not doing so well, right?
Yeah, I think the low-end consumer is still in the same position it was 3 months ago, and we could see that with the down 5. But Delta is adamant that they're going to exit the year probably in the positive territory, and I think that's a still show-me story. But I think for some of the other airlines that are seeing the same performance as Delta is today, with the exception of United that had an 8K out last night just to steal some of Delta's thunder, because that's the way they work, is American and Southwest are
Love that.
up about the same amount. And Southwest is delaying some of its initiatives, which means there's probably book away. They have an activist involved who wants them to do assigned seats, et cetera, charge for bag fees, and they're delaying some of those initiatives to Q4. So I think it still shows that the consumer's soft and Delta's guidance is fine, but it still reflects a second half that's improving from what we saw in Q2.
Consumer soft because of, it's interesting. Let me go back for a second, because Delta's CEO, Ed Bastian, said travel in the U.S. is recovering, corporate travel is strengthening, with consumers booming, becoming, a little numb to ongoing trade disputes. So you say a little bit softness in consumers. Is it because of trade? Is it because of
main cabin?
the
Mostly the
economy?
main cabin. But one of the things they did say that was interesting was July was one of their best cash days ever. So they're seeing some advanced bookings come in.
Okay.
So the consumer is becoming immune because they're seeing some visibility. They're finally booking their holiday, Whereas although Q2 free cash flow was good, they said they missed out about $500 million of free cash flow because people didn't book vacations yet. So they weren't putting the ticket prices
So they
down.
were holding back.
Yeah, so they have some, green shoots of confidence, but I still think it's mainly because the premium's really solid.
Like I think of some of our business travel. We've done a lot in the last, I feel like 4 to 6 weeks, and some West Coast trips and stuff. And some of the flights, the tickets were a lot. Some of them not so much.
Yeah.
Like it was quite a range, and it was all business class.
I guess it's has a lot to do with it. I mean, it has to do with the competition on the routes and the dynamic pricing and how many people have bought tickets, et cetera. One thing that I'm still surprised about is business travel still hasn't completely recovered to pre-pandemic levels.
No, and even air traffic is only at 4% versus 2019 levels at the end of last year. So we've lost out on 5 years of traffic, which I think is surprising for most.
So Ed Bastian at Delta said that business travel is down 15 to 20% since pre-pandemic.
Yeah, I think it might be at 90% recovered,
Okay.
so it's a little bit less than that, and it's better for Delta than it is for others.
Does it ever come back completely?
I think so. I think people want to do in person. At Jefferies, I think we have a 4-day mandate or 5-day mandate. I forget. I think I obliged to it, but in general, I think it's in person. I was in 3 different countries in the last 4 weeks, so lots of business travel on our end too.
How does geopolitics impact any of it, or how do you factor that into some of your research?
I think we're seeing some of that. So one of the interesting things about transatlantic for Delta, Atlantic has been really strong, tough comps with the yields because everybody wants to go to Europe. But what they're seeing is Europe point of sale. So consumers in Europe are hesitant to book and have trips into the U.S. And we'll hear from like Air Canada that I cover. If Canadian consumers are not necessarily coming to the U.S., whether that's a currency issue or whether it's just political stigma. So that's one of the things to keep an eye out on as well.
United's actually outperforming Delta today, up more than 15.5%. Why is that?
Few things. I think the book away with the Newark issues was only around like 1/3 of a point. So 30 to 40 million, even though I did book away from United.
So did we. We canceled United tickets to fly out of JFK instead.
So I think
we have some credits that are like waiting to be used.
Yeah, it's a very small percentage. So I think there's some relief rally there. I think second, United is the most exposed to premium in addition to Delta. That being up 5 is giving some positivity. But most importantly, they paid some debt down. They're delevering like Delta is. Delta also raised their dividend 25%. And their implied cash in the 8K was $730 million. Free cash flow in Q2 for United. Consensus thought it would be a loss of about $1 billion.
So that's a real
big
difference.
swing. And so United numbers look good based on that 8K.
Anything we could, we get the Delta results. We're going to start to get a lot more coming out. We've got, American Southwest July 24th, JetBlue in August. We talked about United officially coming out with their numbers next week. Is there anything like we can kind of play against the industry based on what Delta is? I know they're not all the same. So how do you look at that in terms of Delta?
We only have a buy on United, but we're definitely more negative, the lower cost carriers. So Southwest, we just upgraded from a sell rating to a hold a few weeks ago, but still we're a little bit more pessimistic on the lower end consumer. And I think American, as like the 3rd network carrier, especially on the Atlantic side, they tend to do a lot more discounting to get that transatlantic yield as well. So I still think United and Delta are the way to play it. We're long United because they seem extremely confident. Put out an 8K before your biggest competitor just to steal some of their thunder. It's like kind of amazing that they did that.
Did they front run results essentially?
It was implied, so it's hard to back into what their cash is. But I mean, that's a big swing that they put up, positive free cash flow. And so, but cash at Delta was also good, and they're both deleveraging. They're both trying to say, listen, we shouldn't be 10 times stocks, 10 times earnings. We could give out dividends. Delta talked about its dividend yield being sub 2% yield, which is better than the market.
Are the challenges at Newark behind United?
Yeah, June for Newark was the best performing airport. So it still seems like air traffic controllers need to get in, but now that the runway issue has been fixed, Newark is coming back. And Newark, for context, is about 10% of United's capacity.
Wow.
So it's a lot. Hey, listen, no, it's just interesting. Well, I was going to just follow on that like I keep thinking about, my husband used to fly a small plane and he's constantly looking at how crowded the skies are. Like, are we getting to a point where it is too crowded in terms of the traffic that is up there and that we'll have to kind of adjust, or no?
I think we need more air traffic controllers. Retirement age is 55 and takes 2 to 3 years. The attrition rate is quite high. And so we do need more support. So one of the things that's interesting with the big beautiful bill is there's 12.5 billion of additional funding for the FAA. So that could be seen as positive, push modernization forward. We think the FAA budget is about 22 billion, so it would be doubling the budget. We don't know if that's all in 1 year.
Right.
It's hard to quite see that, but yeah, we definitely need a push towards modernization and using AI to help us fly better.
Speaking of flying, let's talk a little bit about Embraer and what's going on with shares today, or ADRs today are lower. This after the president said yesterday more tariffs, or new tariffs rather, on Brazil. What is the economic impact in your view on Embraer of these tariffs?
You have a note out on this.
I don't know if I believe these tariffs in the first place.
Really?
But yeah, let's assume they actually happen.
Okay.
It would be most impactful to Embraer, but most positive for a company called Textron I cover that makes small Cessnas, and here's why. And it's actually negative for American Airlines too. So twofold issue. So Embraer is a manufacturer of commercial aircraft. They make smaller aircraft than Boeing and Airbus. And the biggest backlog associated with that is basically American. American has 92 Embraer jets that Embraer has in its backlog out of the 250. So with the 50% tariff, it would increase American's CapEx by about 15%. So obviously they might reconsider that order. So negative from that perspective. I was actually in Sao Paulo seeing Embraer's facility, really neat last month. But obviously they ship it back to the US, so it would be a tariff product, and it doesn't seem excluded. The second impact is Embraer's executive jets. And Embraer, 60% of their jets go to US customers. Although they manufacture some of it in Florida, there could be a tariff there. So we thought some book away goes to a company like Textron.
Wait, can't they get around some of these tariffs the way that airlines have tried to get around Airbus's tariffs by essentially flying the plane? And forgive me, I don't know the accounting, but I've read stories about how they're able to buy the plane from another country, and then the tariffs aren't as high.
Yeah, I think we're yet to see it. We don't know how they'll do it, but one of the workarounds is potentially flying an aircraft to, say, a non-tariff country, and then you register it there, and then you fly it back into the U.S. We'll see. Okay. I mean, on the private jet industry, it's a lot easier to do that. But if you're a high net worth individual that could buy a Latitude for $20 million and a Praetor for $20 million, and now your Praetor's more expensive, do you really need to think about that? All right, so that's why Textron shares are up today off the Embraer call.
No, you're right, because it was in our right through too. Off of your note, because of the selling that we're seeing in Embraer. Just got 30 seconds, unfortunately. We could go through more airlines. What is it that you think in the airline space is really interesting that we're not talking about? And forgive me, because I only do have about 30, 35 seconds.
Ooh, airline space. I think premium, the premium offerings are getting really good, whether it's Delta One or United Polaris. Delta is sort of sneak previewing a even higher end business class that they might launch. They just opened their 4th Delta One lounge in Seattle. So lots of new upgrades to come, and that's making it a better travel experience, but only for the premium customer. The main cabin's still
suffering. It's like the K-shaped economy in flying, right? Like the haves and the kind of have-nots. I'm just going to say. Sheila, thank you so much. Sheila Kaialu, she is, of course, Managing Director in Equity Research over at Jefferies, joining us here. Hey, coming up, we're going to get into the Pentagon stepping up with an investment in the rare earth space. We're going to talk with the CEO of MP Materials. That's next.
2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all moving higher. S&P 500 index on track for a record right now, higher by 21 points, up by about 0.4%, 62.85. Keep it locked into Bloomberg Television and Radio to find out how things shake out at the close. But again, on track for a record. The Dow up 264, now up 0.6%. NASDAQ Composite Index up 30. That is a gain of 0.1%. We've got the 10-year yielding 4.34% with the 2-year 3.86%. Gold little changed, up 0.1%, 33.17 the ounce. And right now, West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.5%, 66.85 for a barrel of WTI. Deal news: Ferraro International makes it official. It is acquiring WK Kellogg for an enterprise value of $3.1 billion, pushing the Italian family-owned candy business further into the lucrative American market. The deal combines the maker of chocolate nut spread Nutella with the company behind Fruit Loops and Frosted Flakes cereals. Kellogg shares, they're up right now by 30.7%. Recapping stocks higher, on track for a record close. S&P up 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm hungry. Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. All right, we're going to switch gears a little bit. Shares of rare earth magnet producer MP Materials soaring in today's session, up as much as 60% right now, up about 50%. So just off its highs of the session. This is after securing a $400 million equity investment from the U.S. Department of Defense to build a new plant with a $1 billion financing commitment from J.P. Morgan Chase and Goldman Sachs. So we wanted to talk about the deal and what this really means in terms of U.S. capabilities of rare earth magnets. We welcome back Jim Litinsky. He's founder, chairman, and CEO of the $7.2 billion market cap MP Materials. He is with us from Las Vegas, Nevada. And we also have with us our own Joe Doe. He's Bloomberg News economic statecraft reporter who first introduced us to Jim just a few months ago. So thank you for doing that, Joe. Joe is with us in studio. Welcome to both of you. Hey, Jim, we want to kick it off with you. Welcome, welcome. Hey, lay it out for us. What exactly does this investment do for you, and what will it do for rare earth magnet production in the U.S., and when will we feel that impact here in the United States?
Absolutely. So there are three pillars to DoD's investment today. DoD made an investment in MP. They also provided us with a long-term, a 10-year price floor contract that allows us to earn a fair return on the commodity. And then they also provided a 100% offtake for a new magnet facility that we're building that will significantly expand. It will 10x our magnet capacity. What's so important about this is that with the supply chain, as you may have heard me say, if we have all the rare earths in the world, if we don't have the downstream, if we don't have the magnet production, or vice versa, if we have magnet production but don't have the rare earths, then it's all for naught. And so it's really important to look at this supply chain on a vertical basis. And so you really have to credit President Trump and his administration and of course our partners at the Pentagon for sort of looking at this challenge and recognizing that MP has put together a vertically integrated champion, and the best solution to kind of catalyze this supply chain is making a substantial commitment to us, which they've done. We're very excited about that. And lastly, I would just say that this is a huge win for taxpayers, because the structure of the deal is such that not only is DoD now economically our largest shareholder, but they have upside participation in both the commodity and in the magnet business.
Hey, Joe, come on in here because you understand this space like pretty much nobody else. Talk to us about what you see as significant about an investment such as this, especially from a position of economic statecraft.
Well, I wanted to ask Jim about that. Jim, I feel like you're underplaying what has come out today. Can you give us size and scope, put into context why this is such a big deal in your industry and what's unique about it?
Thanks, Joe. It's good to see you. Well, I think not to get too wonky, but I would recommend, since we are on Bloomberg, for those in our investor relations, we obviously put out a deck for this morning's call, and I really encourage people to look at that. And we go through a lot of the economics, but I'll give you the summary, which is that we have totally transformed MP's business overnight. We've gone from, the challenge, Joe, as you know, is that the Chinese historically have sold rare earths at a substantial loss because they use it mercantilistically as a strategic source of control of the downstream.
Which is a way of saying that they'll flood, which is a way of saying, Jim, that they will flood the market to take market share, which is one of the
Correct.
things that has always scared investors away from your company and other companies in this space.
Correct. And so if you look at the math, we basically have transformed MP where we can earn, we have long-term contracted cash flows. So we have 10-year agreements where essentially if you kind of look out normalized, we believe we can do 650 million plus of EBITDA. And this is, and again, look at the various parts, but this has taken our business from what was sort of a volatile commodity business to a long-term contracted economic platform, which enables us to make further investments downstream. And those investments downstream, we now have 100% offtake in DoD as a customer. And if I can, Joe, let me add one more point that I think is so important, because you hit the nail on the head about the Chinese flooding the market. The Chinese very thoughtfully realized that, particularly when we think about physical AI and the future of warfare, robotics, drones, the Chinese are willing to lose billions to play for trillions of dollars of downstream market cap. And when we think about our great leaders in technology, whether it's Jensen Huang or Elon Musk talking about robotics being potentially the largest industry in the history of the world, rare earth magnets are important, very important, extremely critical feedstock to that. And so we've got to preserve that trillions of dollars of downstream enterprise value. And that obviously is what we're about at MP, is making sure that our downstream industry has that feedstock. And obviously today's announcement ensures that we can make those investments.
Jim, the Defense Department is famously not splashy about anything. It's hard to argue that this was not flashy. $400 million equity investment in a publicly traded company. Have they ever done this before?
I think it's a pretty unprecedented situation, and I think that this is obviously a very unique circumstance. And obviously, we are honored and humbled by it, Joe. And as you know, since we've been talking for many years, I guess there's the old expression of it takes a lifetime of hard work to become an overnight success. We've been at this for 10 years at MP. And actually, interestingly enough, today is the eight-year anniversary of my co-founder and I bought the Mountain Pass assets out of bankruptcy 8 years ago, where we began the turnaround to restore this full supply chain. And I think that DoD and the administration realize that we've got to look at the supply chain holistically. And hopefully this is a model for future other scenarios where we have strategic industries that we have to return, and we've got to figure out a way to take on mercantilist economics. And so this is, I think, hopefully a good model in doing so.
So Jim, to that point, you operate in a specific portion of sort of the rare earth space when it comes to these magnets. In your view, because you're in this space, where does the U.S. still lag, and where does the U.S. need to invest in order to try to catch up, if even possible?
Well, we're vertically integrated. So we at MP, and there's nobody like this.
But
in
I just
the world,
mean from a
not even in
materials
China.
and processing perspective. I understand you are vertically integrated, but what about for all of the rare earths that will be in demand in the near future?
Sure. Well, so there are two major categories. There are the light and the heavies, and as part of this announcement, DoD is actually also committing some capital for us to build out samarium separation at Mountain Pass. Samarium is a feedstock into a different kind of magnet that's actually really critical for military purposes as well. And so, essentially, Tim, if you want to refine rare earths, so forget the ore bodies around the world. If you want to refine and separate them to then become feedstock to magnets, there are two places to do it. There's sort of the Chinese sphere of influence or Mountain Pass, California. And so I think this basically catalyzes us to move downstream and really be able to have MP as an economic platform that can encourage additional investment, really in all spheres, in mining and across the stream all the way down to magnets.
Jim, I think people are listening and they're like, yeah, if we're thinking about developing our supply chains here and creating national security for things that are so important to so many different aspects of our lives here in the United States, people are going to say, yeah, this makes sense. But do you feel like this is potentially a step towards you becoming a state-owned enterprise?
Oh, not at all. Not at all. In fact, I think it's actually the opposite, which is for the first time, we see an actual data point of how we in the West, with free market capitalism, can take on mercantilism, but doing so in a way that is along with our value system. So let's be very clear about this. DoD is becoming economically our largest shareholder, but they are, they will vote with our board, and they expect us to be a thriving public company. They want us to continue to run the company for shareholders, and obviously their interest will be a benefit for taxpayers to the extent that we continue to compound, which we expect. And then they also have upside sharing. And so I want to really remind people that if you look at this deal, it was a win-win-win. Obviously, the market likes it. I think our economic platform has totally changed, but we're serving a key national security initiative, enabling trillions of dollars of downstream enterprise value to be more secure. But the taxpayer also has upside in this. And so I think that this is sort of, again, it's a new model. It's unprecedented in a sense, but it's, of course, because we're facing a challenge that we haven't faced before.
Yeah, I guess on some level, Jim, the upside the taxpayer has is if your stock goes up, the investment that the DoD has in it goes up. I was talking to an investor today asking about this, and I said, well, what does it mean for the taxpayer? And they said, really, all it means is a better bet on national security issues. So I might push back
Joe,
on that.
If I may push back, because and if you look at the structure of the deal, it's not just the shareholding. There are three pillars. It's the shareholding. There's then upside participation in the commodity. And then there's also upside participation in our magnet business. So there's actually three different mechanisms of upside sharing for the taxpayer.
And can you clarify one thing in the details? Yeah. The agreement, it's $130 floor, right? Or is it 110? Sorry.
110.
It's $110 floor. That is just for the actual concentrate, refined, and metal. That is not batteries, right? Sorry, that is not permanent magnets.
That's all NdPr products. So you're right, concentrate, oxide, and metal.
So it's
and then
commodity.
When you move downstream, though, we also have 100% offtake for the new facility that we're going to build called 10X. And as part of that offtake, we'll have a minimum EBITDA guarantee, and then there'll be a catch-up for DoD, and then we'll share. We're 50-50 partners. And so again, Joe, this is a transformational public-private partnership.
Right.
But the taxpayer was really well represented in the structure.
But Jim, one thing, you probably will be getting a lot of pushback from investors, from media, whoever, saying what we just brought up, which is your biggest stockholder will be the Defense Department. And doesn't that bring a concern that the federal government has so much say in what is supposed to be a publicly traded private company?
Yeah. Well, actually, interestingly, as part of our deal, DoD will be voting their shares with our board. And so I really think that this is, again, it's a new structure that contemplates the fact that we need to be a successful public company. So this is very different. I know that maybe there's, historical examples of where the government needed to come in and rescue an industry. It's actually the opposite of what's happening here. The government wants to achieve an important national security objective. And we at MP are able to help them achieve that objective. And so they are going to help support us in accelerating investment in our space. And they're going to create the conditions that allow us to invest with a fair return on capital and not be attacked, so to speak, by mercantilism. And in exchange for that, they're going to expect some upside. And so again, I think hopefully it's a new model that we can utilize across some of these verticals that are really challenging for us, where we've been unable to fully reshore industries because we're facing competition that is thinking differently. Again, go ahead.
Sorry, we only have a minute left, and I just want to hear from you how this deal came together and the timeline here. Who did you speak to? Who first reached out? Trips to Washington, trips to Chicago or Nevada? Like, how did it all come together, and when did the discussions first start?
Yeah. Well, we've been having a great active dialogue with the Pentagon going back to the first Trump administration and through the Biden administration, and now obviously the Trump administration. And obviously this is a nonpartisan issue, getting this supply chain back. Suffice to say that what we have been, as you know, in our mission, we've been focused on this single point of failure since the inception of the company. Post-Liberation Day, as we saw the Chinese utilize rare earth magnets in the trade disputes, that basically the cutoff of rare earth magnets had the threat of sending our economy into a deep tailspin. And so that really certainly accelerated some of this discussion.
Got to ask you, though, did you actually talk with President Trump about this? Like, who finally said, got to do it, signed it?
Well, I think you can look at the transaction documents, which were signed at the top levels of the Pentagon. So this was a conversation from the very top levels of the Pentagon.
Is that a yes on Mr.? Is that a yes on the president?
Yeah. So this is again. I don't want to specifically name names of who we spoke to and how the conversations went about. But again, how about this? I will tell you that the president has directly mandated that we fix this supply chain, and so that is public. You can see that, and so the president mandated the secretary on down to fix this supply chain. And I think that this is really bold and decisive action to make that happen.
Well, investors certainly taking.
We should all be.
Investors certainly taking note. As we said, your stock up 50%. I'm going to say thank you, because there's three of us, and we really appreciated your time and having a conversation with you on this, because it does sound like it's pretty significant in terms of what happens with rare earths here in the United States. Jim, thank you. Stay in touch. You bet. Jim Litinsky, he's founder, chairman, and CEO of MP Materials. And of course, our own Joe Doe, Bloomberg News economic statecraft reporter. He's going to be back with us in the next hour. Joe, thank you so much.
Well, I'm Jim Stenivek along with Carol Massar. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. With us is Bloomberg News equities reporter Alexandra Semenova. And I think it's always safe to start with food.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when there's so much deal-making activity today. A fun one is obviously this deal between a chocolate maker and a cereal maker. WK Kellogg is being acquired by Ferrero International. This is an Italian family that owns the company. That's, of course, the maker of Ferrero Rocher and Nutella, which, by the way, is my all-time favorite sweet treat. I feel like if I have a jar in my house, it's dangerous because I'll eat the whole thing.
Candies,
those little
You guys are talking about two different
candies.
things. She's talking about Nutella. You're talking about the candies.
Both are delicious.
My husband,
Can't
when
go
he's
wrong
like,
with
hey, look what I bought for you. I love them. Go ahead. I know. It's really sweet.
So they're actually going to be
This
now.
is why we like each other.
Exactly, we get along so well. They're going to be expanding their presence in North America with this deal. It's totaling $3.1 billion. It is basically buying the company for $23 a share. The move is intended to expand its presence in the U.S. Of course, it's going to bode well also for Kellogg, which has been having a little bit of a hard time. It's split into two companies, WK Kellogg and Kellanova, which of course was sold to Mars. And this is just a testament to broader difficulties in the consumer goods section. There's been a lot of consolidation among these companies with higher inflation and higher commodity costs. And tariffs, of course, have created another headwind for companies already operating on a very slim margin.
KLG up 30% as we speak. Just got about a minute to do two more. Delta Airlines, the whole airline sector soaring.
Yeah, soaring because, of course, it affirmed it alleviated investor concerns about how the consumer is doing. It reinstated its profit outlook for the year and said that travelers are coming back. You could see in the stock right now up 12%. The optimism here, its CEO said that basically consumers are kind of desensitized to all of the trade back and forth.
Love that, love that. I feel like these are the names that everybody's talking about today, including MP Materials, up 50%.
Yeah, incredible move on that company. I know you guys just had the CEO for a fantastic conversation. This is, of course, a rare earth minerals company headquartered in Las Vegas. It is making a deal with the U.S. Department of Defense, $400 million in equity and $1 billion in loan commitments from JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs. And what's important here is that China has been a dominant producer in rare earth minerals. It's used that status to leverage in its standoff with the U.S. on trade. But President Trump has done a lot to kind of boost the sector, and you're seeing that here with some of those companies doing well, and this one in particular.
Highly recommend you check out our interview with Jim Litinsky, the CEO and co-founder of MP Materials. Thank you so much, Alexandra Semenova with Stocks on the Move. We do this every hour. Catch it, Stock Movers. You can find it wherever you download your podcast, Apple, Spotify. We, of course, call it Stock Movers. That's going to do it for us. Bloomberg Business Week Daily. I'm Carol Massar, Tim Stenivek. The close next on TV.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The president's executive order ending birthright citizenship is on hold again. Wendy Gillette reports on a ruling by a New Hampshire judge today.
The federal judge certified a class action lawsuit that includes all children affected by the executive order, ruling it violates the Constitution. Legal analyst Lori Levinson.
We have a federal judge saying that it would impose irreparable harm because American citizenship is the greatest privilege that exists in the world.
President Trump's order would abolish citizenship for children born in the U.S. to parents in the country illegally or temporarily. The judge allowed a week-long period for appeals. Wendy Gillette, CBS News.
A federal judge in Maryland is considering a request by Kilmar Abrego Garcia to send him to Maryland to await his trial on federal human smuggling charges. The proposal aims to prevent the Trump administration from trying to deport him before trial. CBS's Scott McFarland is covering.
This is a proxy battle on a much bigger issue. How the Trump administration handles deportations, sending people to third-party nations where they're not from, and whether Abrego Garcia breaks that pattern.
In Texas, the search continues to find 170 people still missing from the catastrophic floods. Jonathan Lamb of the Kerrville Police Department.
The response here in Kerr County continues to expand as the mission becomes more technical. There's more than 2,100 responders on the ground here from state, local, and federal agencies.
There is a lot of relief in Los Angeles today after 31 workers were rescued from a tunnel that partially collapsed. CBS's Carter Evans on the recovery.
Workers stepped inside a metal cage that was hoisted by a crane to the surface. All trapped workers were safely extricated. No injuries were reported.
The tunnel will be used to carry treated wastewater to the Pacific Ocean. Russia pounded Ukraine again overnight, as Ramy Inocencio reports.
Russia launched 400 drones and 13 missiles, according to Ukrainian officials. Kyiv, we're seeing the capital, was targeted hard.
In Malaysia, Secretary of State Marco Rubio met with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov and said they exchanged new ideas.
I think it's a new and a different approach. I wouldn't characterize it as something that guarantees a peace, but it's a concept that, we'll take back to the president today.
New government data shows fewer Americans sought unemployment benefits last week. On Wall Street, stocks are higher today. Investors shrugging off the latest tariff worries. The Dow Jones Industrial's up 250 points. This is CBS News. The United Nations agency responsible for providing aid to children worldwide says those in the war zone in Ukraine are lacking access to basic goods and services. Matt Piper has that.
UNICEF says 3.5 million kids in Ukraine lack things like adequate food or shelter.
When adults, grown men make these decisions to wage war, it is children who pay the price.
Joe English is with UNICEF.
World leaders are meeting this week in Rome for the Ukraine Recovery Conference. And what we're doing is we're really urging leaders to make sure that children are at the center of the recovery plans. Because what we know is that rebuilding infrastructure is obviously critical, but rebuilding children's lives is absolutely essential.
Matt Piper, CBS News.
U.S. life expectancy plummeted during the COVID pandemic, and it still hasn't returned to normal levels. A study in JAMA looked at life expectancy in California, found it remained lower in 2024 than in 2019. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec. Live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Yes, indeed, everybody. We are just under 55 minutes away from the close on this Thursday, July 10th. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovec, live in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. And Tim, we are hovering near our highs of the session, but a mixed trade because we are seeing some pressure on the NASDAQ 100.
Yeah, it's the underperformer right now, up close to 0.2%. The S&P 500, though, up 0.3%. Off our best levels of the day. The Dow up about 0.5 percentage point. We got a great program today, Carol. We just wrapped up an awesome conversation with Jim Litinsky over at MP Materials. You kind of said it at the top, we're going all in on rare earths today.
Totally.
We're going to be continuing our coverage with the CEO of Ramaco Resources. It's another stock that's just absolutely surging today.
Yeah, we'll get into the details why. Hey, also lots of news, always out of Elon Musk's universe. So the man who wrote the book on Twitter joins us on all things Elon, including the latest developments with Grok 4. I don't know if you've seen the video. Do I call it a video?
Is it kind of funny that you were sitting on like a stalled train this morning, like a more than 100-year-old technology,
it's
watching
me and Elon talking Grok,
watching a video about AI? So that's what you were doing. You were like, I can't get to the office right now. My train is stuck, but I'm going to watch this Grok video.
And him talking about AI and all that its capabilities, and yet there I was stuck on my train. And the Express became a local.
You know, he also is working on the Boring Company to do tunnels. So
it's. Man, on another plane. Hey, speaking of AI, those data centers will use a lot of energy. We've got the CEO who's trying to make them more efficient, one motor at a time. You're going to love this stuff. It's all coming your way over the next 2 hours.
First up, though, checking today's trade and top business stories. Here he is, Charlie Pellett.
All right, thank you very much, Tim. We got some breaking news right now out of Apple. Our Mark Gurman is reporting that Apple is planning an ambitious pipeline of new products for release during the first half of 2026, including a new low-end iPhone, multiple iPads, and upgraded Macs. That story breaking right now on the Bloomberg Professional Service. We got Apple up by just about 0.8%. We'll bring you more details throughout the afternoon. So again, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all moving higher, on track for a record close on the S&P 500 index. 53 minutes to go. The S&P right now up 21, gain there of 0.3%. The Dow up 259, up 0.6. NASDAQ higher now by 33 for the NASDAQ Composite Index. That is a gain of 0.2%. Interestingly, while NASDAQ is pushing higher, the NASDAQ 100 index is declining by 0.1%. The 10-year 4.34%, the 2-year 3.87%. Gold up $9 the ounce now, up 0.3%, 33.23 the ounce on the precious metal. And crude, big drop there, down 2.2%, 66.88 a barrel. Stocks higher. As for the economic outlook, Carol Schleif is Chief Investment Officer at BMO Family Office, and she was interviewed on Bloomberg Intelligence.
The economy has hung in, consumers have been resilient. And granted, there's cracks, there's some wear and tear on the economy, especially on the sides and under the hood. But by and large, the numbers continue to come through and things are pretty status quo.
And speaking of the economy and consumers, Delta Airlines reinstating its profit outlook for the year, says travelers are coming back. Delta right now up by 11.8%. I'm Charlie Pellett. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie Pellett. Do appreciate it. Well, shares of Ramaco Resources surging today, up 30%, 29% right now, surging as much as 36% earlier in the session, reaching their highest in more than 2 years. This after the engineering and construction firm Fluor Corp completed a preliminary economic assessment of the company's new Brook Mine in Wyoming. The Brook Mine has rare earth elements like scandium and neodymium. It's also the first new rare earth mine in the U.S. in more than 70 years. We've got with us Randall Atkins, the founder, chairman, and CEO of Ramaco Resources. It's the $845 million market cap miner of metallurgical coal and rare earths. He joins us from Rochester, Wyoming, where tomorrow the ribbon will be cut at the official opening of the new Brook Mine carbon ore rare earth project. Also back with us is Joe Doe, formerly metals and mining reporter. He knows a ton about rare earths. Now his focus is on economic statecraft. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Randall, I want to start where we left off with Jim Litinsky over at MP Materials. We just had a long conversation with him just a few minutes ago about the Department of Defense investment in his company. Help our viewers and listeners understand where you play in the rare earths market versus where MP Materials plays. And is there any overlap there? Like, are you a competitor?
Well, I think, MP Materials has been around in one form or another for 70 years. It got started in 1952. As I said, or you said, we're going to be the first new mine since then, 70 odd years forward. They produce sort of the lighter rare earth elements. We produce the heavier and medium magnetics. And we also produce or will produce a number of critical materials and metals that will be very significant, like gallium and germanium and scandium. So we have sort of a different product slate. Most importantly, though, our stuff has been found in coal, somewhat remarkably. Coal is not radioactive. The material that MP mines, unfortunately, is radioactive and has been shipped to China to be processed, refined, and then, frankly, mostly sold over there. So we will be kind of a Team USA proposition. We will mine this coal in Wyoming. We will process it here into rare earths and critical minerals, and we will sell to domestic customers. So we're looking forward to getting started, and ground zero is tomorrow morning.
Hey, Randy, Joe Doe here. Thanks for coming on. I want to bring up a question that I've gotten from some of the investors in this space related to your new project. And the question that keeps coming up is, how are they actually going to separate the rare earths and process them?
Sure.
You, I know, have been explaining that it is possible, but I think there's still a lot of questions in the market because it's going to be a bit of a first of its kind, which always leaves a lot of question marks.
Sure, you bet. And what we have done is we have designed, as you know, Joe, they call it in engineering a flow sheet, which is kind of a critical path as to how you will, in essence, process and engineer as essentially an extraction and separation technique. So we will basically be taking our coal out. We will be doing a mild benefaction of that to kind of size it. And then we will use a processing which is conventional, where we will use certain leaching technologies, certain separation technologies, including physical and magnetic. And what we are doing is pretty conventional. The beauty, as I said, is because the coal is much softer than the material that most rare earths are found in, which is hard minerals. And of course, it is also not radioactive. So we don't have terbium, we don't have uranium, we don't have to deal with those issues, that we will have a much less complex form of processing. And Fluor, who knows a lot about it, certainly more than we do, has confirmed it's both commercially and, most importantly, technically feasible to use and process the way that is set forth in their document. The interesting thing, though, that I'll point out is, we have been involved in exploring a host of technology that can be applied to coal for probably over 10 years now. So we are in parallel working with the national labs of the Department of Energy on a number of novel technologies that might be deployed to even enhance the ways that coal can be processed. I mean, as things as laser technologies, even some ability to take microbes and proteins, train them to actually eat rare earth, for lack of a better description. So there's a lot of exciting things going on in the space. And this is kind of a ground zero proposition.
So, Randy, to pull us back into rare earths, though, I mean, this announcement from the DoD and from MP Materials seems huge for them, but it also seems like the knock-on effect for you guys would be significant.
Well, I think if the stock market is any indicator, I think the answer to that is yes. So again, we have been kind of tied with the hip with the government for a long time. They're the ones that found this, frankly, about 8 years ago. And so we will certainly be involved in exploring with the government, the Department of Energy, the Department of Defense, and others, how we can mutually be helpful to try and advance America's cause here, because we're in a mineral war, of course, with China, which we all know, and this mine is frankly large enough We are at 1.7 million tons and climbing north of total rare earth oxides. The U.S. uses about 10,000 tons a year. So, this mine could supply a rather ample portion of that requirement for decades and decades to come. So we'll look forward to exploring further how we can do business with the government.
Randy, can we assume that you're in similar talks with the Defense Department that we just saw with MP?
We have not entered into direct talks with the Defense Department, but we certainly have had indirect outreaches in both directions.
Are you going to be more direct now that you see what the DoD has done and within its investment in MP materials?
Would you be open to an investment?
Oh, sure. We will be open to considering whatever seems to make sense, of course, firstly for our shareholders, but also, of course, for the nation. And to the extent that this mine, which is frankly a potential national treasure, it certainly is something that we want to make sure that the Defense Department and other arms of the government can utilize its opportunity. So we will be certainly open to exploring things with the Defense Department.
Not to be Debbie Downer, but we all know the impact that coal can have on the environment. So I'm just curious, how do you make sure, whether it's coal mining that we know can lead to acid mine drainage, like there are lots of things that we have learned over the last 50, 100 years in terms of coal's impact. How do you prevent that?
Well, I tell you, Martha, the last time I was on your program, if you remember, one of my one-liners is coal is too valuable to burn. And I think this is certainly an apt point of exclamation on that thesis. So we have been really working for alternative uses of coal to make things like precursors for carbon fibers, synthetic graphites, graphenes, a number of different types of uses that people, frankly, wouldn't have thought coal could be used for. Candidly, the Chinese are using a lot of coal to do just this. They, frankly, use about close to 500 million tons a year for various types of coal to products. So, we are basically using this coal primarily for rare earths. There will be some use we can make of it for traditional thermal purposes.
Yeah.
But, as a practical matter, the main economic driver for this is rare earths.
Come back soon. Randall, thank you so much. Randall Atkins, founder, chairman, and CEO of Ramaco Resources, joining us. And of course, homage to our Joe Doe, who is unbelievable on this space and so much more. We are better because of it. Thank you. This is Bloomberg.
7:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Developing story. Sources tell Bloomberg NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang meeting with President Trump at the White House today. Those sources say details of what the two men will discuss not immediately available. We do have NVIDIA shares trading higher. NVIDIA right now advancing by 0.7%. NVIDIA back above $4 trillion in terms of market cap. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. S&P up 22 at 6286, up by about 0.4%. The Dow up 254, up 0.6%. NASDAQ up 35. For the NASDAQ Composite Index, an advance of 0.2%. The NASDAQ 100 Index down 0.1%. 38 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell for the equity market. The 10-year 4.34%, with the 2-year 3.87%. Gold up 11.90 the ounce to 33.25, up 0.4, and a retreat for crude. West Texas Intermediate now at 66.89 a barrel. WTI down 2.2%. As for the economic backdrop heading into next week's inflation readings and retail sales, Nadia Lovell is senior strategist at UBS Financial Services. She was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Daybreak.
We don't expect to see any sort of major lasting spike in inflation and any sort of major slowdown in the economy. We're looking for the economy in the next 6 months to probably grow under 1%, but again, not calling for any recession. And we think that we'll start to see that recovery with GDP sort of in that 1 to 2% range next year. So we do think that companies will be able to manage it. And again, I don't think that these tariffs are going to settle at these higher rates that are being threatened.
Nadia Lovell of UBS. Ferraro International has agreed to acquire WK Kellogg for an enterprise value of $3.1 billion. Kellogg surging by 30.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie Pellet. Lots of news in the Elon Musk universe. The billionaire, world richest person.
Nothing's ever going on in the Elon universe.
Every day. I think I could say that every day.
I know.
He makes it like that.
I feel like there's something every day.
Sometimes I go in and look for tweets that he wrote to cite them, and then it's like you have to scroll 30 tweets to find the one that he wrote like an hour ago.
And then Elon was with me on my train when I got stuck, and the train wasn't
literally.
moving. No, not literally.
Not literally.
Courtesy of X.
Well, you were watching that because the AI startup xAI is rolling out Grok 4 just months after releasing its previous iteration, underscoring the frenetic pace of AI development. You were all over that earlier this morning, Carol. The news coming the same day, though, yesterday, that Linda Yaccarino announced she was leaving the social media company X. Kurt Wagner is the guy to answer all of these questions about these things. He's Bloomberg News senior technology reporter. He covers all things social media. He's also the author of Battle for the Bird, Jack Dorsey, Elon Musk, and the $44 billion fight for Twitter's soul. We'll talk about the company formerly known as Twitter in a second, but first I want to talk about Grok and really what Grok 4 is and how you compare it to what else is out there on the market, Kurt.
Yeah, I mean, part of this is that we're going to have to wait and see, right? We've heard Elon talk about Grok 4 and how great it's going to be and how, it's equivalent of every PhD student ever in the world combined and is smarter than that, right? But until you really get your hands on these things, it's hard to say. What I will say is the timing is interesting. You saw this week that the version of Grok that we have right now, Grok 3, was spewing this anti-Semitic stuff. And I think what that tells me is that no matter how good these chatbots get in terms of the technology, it still really depends on how they're trained and who is sort of filling the information into these bots, right? Because Grok 4 could be the most advanced thing of all time. If it's spewing anti-Semitic comments to users on X, it really doesn't matter, right? And so to me, we need to sort of wait and see. I realize that's a bit of an unfulfilling answer to this question, but it's just too early. And all we have right now is sort of Elon's praise for the bot to go off of.
Grok also coming to a Tesla soon near you. This is what Elon Musk said too. So what is that? Like, is that just giving more data to Grok? I don't know. What's that connection? I guess I get it on some level because it's the Elon universe, but what is that?
I was going to say, like, the Elon universe is like this ever morphing, melding thing. We've talked about, the three of us have talked about this before, but like this idea that one corner of his universe just kind of gets pulled into the other, this is pretty common. So I'm not surprised, but this is how I'm thinking of it. And again, new information like this can all evolve, but hands-free, right? Like the idea that you maybe you're already using self-driving, but let's pretend you're doing it the old-fashioned way. You're driving yourself around and you want to safely, figure out the best route to where you're headed. You need to ask about a headline you thought about earlier. You want to make a call. Like, you want a voice assistant that is ultimately high quality, that's going to be able to do all those things safely, right? So maybe in a perfect world, Grok serves as your co-passenger, your co-pilot here on a trip, so that you're not like pulling out your phone or tinkering with the screen in the Tesla. Now, I think a lot of this is sort of idealistic because we need to see how this is implemented, and also, again, like, how good is Grok? Is it reliable enough to do those types of things? But I think in the perfect world, imagine it as the hands-free co-pilot there for you in your car.
Well, if you bring up the point about some of the challenges that Grok 3 has had that has been well documented in terms of coming up with anti-Semitic posts and the like on X, and sort of what we've seen shared out there, Kurt. How do we know if Grok 4, or how does xAI solve this if it hasn't really solved this for Grok 3?
Yeah, and I think that's sort of the challenge, and I think the issue too is like the anti-Semitic comments that came out of Grok 3. Those happened just over the last couple of days. Grok 3 has been out for months before that, right? But there was a tweak. Elon was talking about like a tweak to the chatbot, and all of a sudden it's now sharing these really horrible posts. And so these things can evolve very quickly depending on, again, what type of information is put into it, what type of guardrails are in place for how these bots should or should not respond. So I'm certainly not in a position where I'm like, oh, they fixed it, Grok 4 is going to go off without a hitch. I think the timing of the incidents they had with Grok 3 right before this rollout actually make me much more skeptical about Grok 4. But again, we sort of need to wait and see. They clearly, at the very least, acknowledged that was a problem, right? Sometimes they've had issues and they just kind of refuse to even acknowledge the issue. In this case, they acknowledged, hey, this was inappropriate. These types of answers should not have been coming. I know that the bar is incredibly low, guys, but I take that as a good sign.
I am wondering, Kurt, that Elon's time in the government and Doge, how much, can we make any assumption that there was information and data that he had access to that is kind of going into Grok? Will we ever even know?
It's a great question. It's one we've been all asking about actually for months. There was this idea, you may remember, when he asked employees of the government to basically say, hey, here are the 5 things I did this week, right? Like basically justify your job. Send us an email with what you did. There was speculation around that time that, the only way to really sift through thousands and thousands of emails of a list of 5 accomplishments was to rely on AI. Now, as far as I know, there was no reporting that sort of confirmed, hey, Grok was being used, or that certainly sensitive government information was being, put into Grok, or that Grok was being trained on that type of stuff. But again, there was a lot of speculation, given what Elon does, given his focus on this AI, that maybe it was used behind the scenes to sort of, help with some of these tasks, maybe help with where cuts should be coming from or not coming from. I don't recall, again, that ever being confirmed with reporting, but I think you're asking a question that a lot of us have been asking for months now, was there a relationship there beyond, just the way anyone could use it publicly, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
I want to talk about X, Carol.
Let's go there.
Kurt, your morning newsletter that I read earlier today about your view on Linda Yaccarino leaving the company formerly known as Twitter X. I think you were like many people who thought she wouldn't actually last 2 years at the company, given the history of high-profile people at some of these companies and sort of just what was happening at X in the early days. What do we know about her exit, why she's leaving, and sort of what this means for the social media platform moving forward?
So we don't know a ton beyond. I can tell you that this has been in the works since well before this most recent Grok thing. As far as I know, I don't want to say that wasn't a factor necessarily, but it wasn't like she was all in 5 days ago and suddenly she's all out. I think that this was something that had been in the works coming before this. Now, whether the Grok incidents, expedited a timeline or not, I can't say for certain, but I think this is something she was planning to do before. Now, what this signals to me, and what I tried to get across in that newsletter, is that this might not just be a change of leadership at the company. It could be a change of identity at the company, right? Because when Linda Yaccarino was hired, she is a well-known or was a well-known media executive, advertising executive. And so this was a signal that, hey, advertising is sort of the bread and butter. This is how we'll continue to make money. That's where the person in charge of this company has her time, energy, and focus. If Yaccarino is replaced by someone with an AI background or an engineer, a product person who's not focused on advertising in the same way, I think we could be witnessing sort of a transition of X as an ads platform to X as something completely different. It may be that fighting with advertisers for 0.5% of the global advertising market is no longer worth their time and attention, and instead this platform becomes a data provider for Grok or other AI products in the future. And so that was sort of what I was getting at in this newsletter, is like, this might not just be the end of her time there. This might also be the end of us thinking of this as like an ads business. And maybe we need to start thinking about what X can become in a different way.
Like a media company being used for some other end. Some of it, might be for folks who want to have, a mouthpiece or so on and so forth, or like, I don't know. It's just kind of interesting.
That makes me concerned about the data that X is getting, or that XAI would get. Because
that's not great data?
Yeah. Like, I mean, what they say, Kurt, garbage in, garbage out. I mean, my feed, I'm sure it's my fault, but there's a lot of stuff on there that's not necessarily the correct answer to things.
Well, Grok's already being trained on X data, and that might explain in some ways why we saw what we saw, with these anti-Semitic posts over the last couple of days, right? Is that it has to be trained to think that way or say those types of things. And if you are taking the fire hose of posts from X and putting them into Grok, that might be the outcome that you get in some instances. And so it's not new. This idea that, Grok is suddenly going to be trained on X, like, this is already happening. Yeah. I think for me, it's more like, is that kind of the sole purpose of why X exists moving forward? Is it sort of like Elon Musk's personal sort of megaphone playground plus the training fuel for AI stuff that makes the real money down the line? That feels to me like where we might be headed. Now, they could surprise us. They could replace Linda Yaccarino with some other major advertising executive, and all of a sudden I'll come back and talk with you about it and say, hey, my take was certainly wrong. But I think her stepping aside sort of paves the way for them to leave advertising behind a little bit and move in a different direction.
Kurt, just quickly, 25 seconds though. Are advertisers really going to come back in a big way as long as Elon is somehow political in whatever form that is? Just quickly.
This has been the Achilles heel for this company since he took over, is that you have a brand advertising business, but you have an owner who constantly does and posts things that are not necessarily brand friendly or brand safe. And so that's been the rub. And until he sort of changes the way he behaves on X, I just don't see that really being settled anytime soon.
All right, Tesla shares, though, we should point out, up about 4% in today's trade. Hey, Kurt Wagner, so appreciate it. Bloomberg News senior technology reporter covering social media. Coming up next, we're driving to the close with Veronica Willis over at Wells Fargo Investment Institute. Carol Massar, Tim Stenvik. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. 20 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. With the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're all advancing. Let's head right over to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Shaw. That's right. U.S. stocks trading in the green right now, with the Dow currently up 260 points. S&Ps are higher by 23, and NASDAQ gains 0.2%. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.35. Gold is in the green, oil is in the red, and Bitcoin, that's higher by 2.5%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were consumer discretionary and utilities. Telecom was under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, American Express and McDonald's, while Salesforce fell 2.2% and led to the downside. After earnings, ConAgra fell 5% to its lowest level since 2012, while Delta Airlines jumped as much as 14%. In deal news, Kellogg is being acquired for $23 a share in cash. And wrapping things up, Fed's daily sees 2 cuts in 2025 as the likely outcome. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie.
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg type Squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, TikTok, everybody. Just coming up on about 18 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Thursday. Carol Masterton Stanovic live in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. You heard both Bill and Charlie breaking down the trade, and we are hovering near our highs of this session. We'll see if ultimately we can get another record close here on the S&P 500, but quite a run and quite a bounce back from that near, was it bear market correction? I know, I always do that.
You are going on vacation soon, so...
I don't even drink a lot of beer. Bear beer.
Yeah, we're up
beer.
25% roughly since April 2nd.
I know, so quite a bounce back, right? So let's see what Veronica Willis has to say about all of it. She's global investment strategist at Wells Fargo Investment Institute. They've got about $44 billion in assets under management. And she is joining us from New York. Hey, Veronica, good to have you here with us. It's been an interesting market year, and we're about halfway through. Talk to us about what's kind of top of mind for you as we get ready for another earnings season. We continue to digest trade tariff news that seems to continue to come out of the White House. What's top of mind about the investment environment for you?
Yeah, I think top of mind right now is to expect a little bit more volatility for the rest of the year. The market's seen a really impressive rally from those lows earlier this year. Maybe has gotten a little bit ahead of itself. There's still some uncertainties related to trade. We've got, earnings season coming up, which could start to see some of those impacts around that uncertainty around prices and uncertainty around tariffs. So it could be, a little bit more volatility to come for the rest of the year.
A little bit more, or maybe a lot more, if these tariffs stay in effect come August 1st?
It's really dependent on, what we see ultimately for the end state for the tariffs. And that's where all of the uncertainty is. So we don't really know what those are going to look like. The worst case scenario is going to cause a lot of volatility for the markets. If they're not as aggressive as what they've currently been announced, if we're able to get some negotiations between the U.S. and some of the trading partners, then we could see a little bit less volatility.
So I am curious, you guys have a bunch of strategists, a bunch of analysts. I can only imagine some of the conversations you're having back and forth. And I do wonder if you feel like you have more questions about the outlook or more answers. Do you feel like there's more things that you can kind of cross off your list?
There are definitely a lot of questions and then a lot of scenarios as the answers for those questions. So that's a lot of what we're talking about are, the different tariff scenarios and how that might impact the economy. With the signing of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, that takes one uncertainty off of the table. So we know what the fiscal policy is. We don't know quite what the full impact is going to be to the economy. So that's still a question as well. So it's a really interesting time with a lot of questions.
Yeah, I feel like more questions than answers for a lot of investors out there. We've spoken to some people this week who have said, hey, that August 1st deadline for tariffs, we see that as serious in the sense that we don't think the president is going to extend that deadline again like he did from July 9th. Remember, yesterday was supposed to be the day that the extension expired, but it was extended this week to August 1st. What's your view on that?
I think there's always the possibility that it'll continue to be extended, whether the president says that it will be or not. So that's exactly what we saw with the July 9th deadline. So that's always one of the possibilities. Then there's always that possibility that we start to see some agreements and some negotiations happening and get some more clarity before that August 1st deadline. So there's really just a lot up in the air.
All right, so there's a lot coming at investors, and yet we talked about this with our Gina Martin Adams of our Bloomberg Intelligence team. She follows and covers and directs U.S. equity universe coverage for us here at Bloomberg Intelligence. Torsten Slok over at Apollo also has a note, and noting the concentration, extreme concentration in the S&P 500 returning to extreme levels, with the top 10 companies accounting for 40% of the index's market capitalization and a record high share of earnings. And Gina talked too about some of the Mag 7 names, that the outperformance of big tech names, NVIDIA hitting $4 trillion in market cap yesterday. Investors are really moving into those names, and maybe it's not as much of a broadening out. Is that a dangerous sign for you? What's your read on that and what it says about the investment environment? And once again, see that concentration.
That is a concern. And, we've seen it play out throughout the past couple of years where, the Mag 7 was pretty much the only thing driving performance for the S&P 500 as a whole. And if we return to that type of environment, any kind of shocks in any of those big names, that's going to be what drives the market down, and it can happen really quickly. And so we'd like to see that performance broaden out a little bit to believe that we're in a more sustainable rally. So that's part of why we're thinking there's still going to be some volatility throughout the year. We're not necessarily buying into the belief that we're just straight up from here. We need to see that performance broaden out a bit.
What about when it comes to geographical performance? There was a big narrative at the beginning of the year and even toward the middle of this most recent quarter, really focused on the outperformance of equities outside of the United States, specifically European equities. What are your views geographically for the second half of the year?
So we do think that, that global diversification, having that exposure to the international equities is important as part of a diversified portfolio. So that's played out really well this year. We think it will still play out well throughout the rest of this year. But we do think eventually when U.S. economic growth starts to recover later in this year, early 2026, that we'll start to see that U.S. outperformance resume.
One thing I want to ask you before we wrap up here on this Thursday, bank earnings kick off next week. JP Morgan coming out along with the other big banks. I'm looking at the KBW Bank Index. It is up it's up about 38% year to date. I was going to say almost 40%, not year to date, forgive me, from that April 4th low. So we have seen a tremendous rally. Overall, the index is up 13% year to date, and that easily is about double what we've seen in terms of the return for the S&P 500. So some mega outperformance. What do we need to see in terms of earnings to justify the moves that we've seen already? Or do you think there is room to continue moving higher? And again, just got about 30, 40 seconds.
Yeah, I do think there is still some room to move higher. The market's expecting some deregulation that should benefit the banks. And so I think that's driven a lot of that performance in, financials overall. I think with earnings next week, we'll need to see some kind of follow through. So we need to see some good earnings reports from these banks to buy into that rally. So it'll be really important to watch.
All right, we're going to leave it on that note. Hey, Veronica, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Veronica Willis, Global Investment Strategist at Wells Fargo Investment Institute. They've got roughly $44 billion in assets as of February of this year. So good to get her view. We are marching towards the close, just about 10 minutes away. We're looking at a market where we're hovering near our best levels of the session. What does that mean? We're up about 19 points on the S&P 500, 1/3 of 1%. Tim, the Dow, though, up about 0.5%.
We could see a record close. We could see a record close, Carol Massar, the highest since December 13th, 1961. At this point,
we'll see.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody. In just a few minutes, we're going to head over to our TV colleagues, Romaine Bostick and Katie Greifeld. We're going to count you down to the close on this Thursday. We'll see whether or not we can get another record close on the S&P 500. Last was July 3rd, 62.79.35. And Tim, we're not quite there.
We were, excuse me, I got to turn my microphone
We were
on.
intraday, right?
We were.
Yeah.
5 minutes ago when I said we were, but this is what happens, Carol.
I know. A market moves.
Market moves until 4 o'clock.
Until it closes.
Hey, something else that kind of moves is Apple's pipeline of products. Mark Gurman. Of course, Mark Gurman.
I don't think he sleeps.
You think...
I just don't think he does. Like, his constant, stuff.
It's pretty incredible.
It is pretty impressive.
He's reporting that Apple's planning an ambitious pipeline of new products for release during the first half of next year, including a new low-end iPhone, multiple iPads, and upgraded Macs.
And Apple investors are like, oh,
yeah,
because the stock's only up about 0.6%. Yeah, I don't know.
Budget smartphone, the 17E.
I think that could be a big deal.
You think so?
I don't
Why?
know.
Outside of the U.S.?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Right. We've always talked about, right, a lower cost.
They've tried.
I know. And
so
it
many
hasn't worked.
times.
The lineup due by spring of next year, as Tim mentioned, updates to Apple's entry-level tablet and iPad Air, as well as an external Mac monitor, according to people with knowledge. Budget smartphone, dubbed the iPhone 17e, will be a follow-up to a $599 model that Apple launched earlier this year.
The new iPad will replace the low-end iPad. $349 is what it's charged now. This will come around March or April of next year. The new model will look like the current version, but include a faster chip. Today's offering has an A16 processor that was first released back in 2022. When are you going to get a new Apple Watch, Carol?
It's so funny. What have you talked? I know. My husband's like, go get it. And I started wearing like my old watches, like my old.
Because you have the oldest. You have the first generation or second generation?
I know. If it's first generation, it would be like,
what year was that?
Put it up on eBay or whatever.
The second generation Apple Watch.
I thought it was so cool when I had it.
When did that come? When did that come out?
A while ago. When did it come out? Was the second generation?
Not the second generation. But you have like the second version, right?
Second version.
The second version. Okay.
It was
cool.
definitely, obviously, pre-pandemic. It was a while ago.
Oh, that was like, I mean, I think it was before.
Okay.
I think it was during the Obama administration. I'm not joking.
All I know is, okay, and this is kind of a little tease forward for a story we're going to talk about with our TV colleagues, hopefully, if we have time. They came out with Hermes, like, watch bands.
Okay.
And I really loved it. And so that with the technology, I love, like, kind of the old and the new.
Okay, hold on.
So that's when they first introduced those bands.
The first generation Apple Watch
right.
came out in 2015, like I said, during the Obama administration.
2015. What are you saying? Yeah. And it was the first Hermes Apple Watch bands.
And then you got the second one.
That's what I got.
You got it in 2015?
Yeah. It was a collaboration between those two.
So now it's like the 10th anniversary. You could do it now.
I like it, but I pulled out my old watches, and I'm kind of loving wearing
the ones without screens.
Yeah. These little things, they have little faces, and you. I don't have to wind it, but it's kind of nice.
Okay, cool.
I don't know. I love the technology. I love being able to answer texts. I even took phone calls on it.
Why do you think investors are not excited about these new Apple products today? Is it because, of course, these are coming?
I guess.
And these, because that's what Apple does with its refresh cycle?
I guess, but they're also saying that the new products, according to Mark Gurman in his reporting, the new products are part of a push to get back to a more consistent revenue growth following this fall's iPhone launch. They said after a pandemic-fueled sales surge, Mark writes, after a pandemic-fueled sales surge in the early part of the decade, Apple has suffered from spottier demand the past 2 years. A slower rollout of new models, including iPads, contributed to the slump. I think they need a car.
Excuse me?
Apple car?
Apple car, that's not happening.
Well.
Not happening.
So you think. You never know.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. Although I do know, because Mark Gurman reported that the project has been abandoned.
I know. I don't know. Going to keep a watch. Let's get serious.
A watch?
Let's get serious. We're in a little bit of a cuckoo mood. Do not go anywhere. You know who's going to set us straight? Our TV colleagues. We're going to count you down to the close on this Thursday. The closing bell starts right now.
Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostick alongside Katie Greifeld, taking you through to the closing bell with a global simulcast. It starts now. Carol Massar in the radio booth alongside Tim Stenovec. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, television, radio, our partnership with YouTube. And I'm going to give you the headline number, Carol Massar.
What?
6280.32. That is where the S&P is right now, just barely a point above its record high.
July 3rd, 6279.35. So, yeah, we'll see whether or not we will keep it there. Right now, it's just fractionally above. We're going to see. I got to tell you, airlines doing their job trying to push or they have pushed the market a lot higher. That is some outperformance in that sector, but we'll see whether or not it's enough to give the S&P another record. Can I just point? Airlines are up 11% as a group today.
Yeah, United up 14, Delta up 12, even Southwest, little old Southwest up 8%.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable. I mean, there's a risk on mood sort of taking markets. We saw a new record for Bitcoin, now up above 113,000. Just in the last 3 days, Katie, Bitcoin up 5%.
I know you've been following that closely as the co-host of Bloomberg Crypto. Also adding to that risk on mood, the VIX, as we've been talking about. The VIX trading with a 15 handle. How low can it go? I don't know.
How low can it go? I do just want to point out, too, there is still some concern in this market, particularly when it comes to tariffs. We had the earnings this morning out of ConAgra. That was a big miss with regards to the guidance, and that was directly related to tariffs. And also should point out that a lot of the stocks overseas that are affected by tariffs, particularly in Brazil, really under pressure today, like Embraer, some of the meat packing companies as well, as we still keep a focus right now on trade policy and how that could upend this record rally. Let's walk you through the numbers. And we're going to start with Katie's favorite, the Dow Jones Industrial Average, up a cap-weighted index, up more than 190 points on the day. It's going to close higher by about 0.4%. The NASDAQ Composite up 20 points or 0.1%. And let's take a look at the S&P 500. It takes a while for these numbers to settle, but right now, 6280.37. If that holds, that will be a record high, up about 0.3% on the day. Remember, the last record high was right around 6279.30 and change, so it looks like we are going to close above that level. The Russell 2000 getting in on the action as well. The relative outperformer up 0.5%.
Kind of amazing. Just barely a record, but it still makes it a record. So as it settles in, it does look like another record close for the S&P. Having said that, digging down into the index, Katie, you've got 352 names in the S&P 500 gaining ground on this Thursday, 149 to the downside and 2 unchanged.
Yeah, big broad gains. Tim said risk on, and this is what it looks like. If you take a look at the sector level as well, you had 9 sectors in the green. You had just 2 in the red. Consumer discretionary was your biggest points gainer when it comes to that. I think this is a really healthy sign, and I think a lot of people would agree with me. You hit this record just barely.
She says so herself.
If I say so myself.
If you disagree, get in touch.
Or don't, that's fine.
Yeah.
But anyway, we hit this record high.
Katie
and
Greifeld at Bloomberg.net.
That's even with tech falling on the day.
Phone number? No.
So it's not just big tech that's propping up the rally here.
All right.
Katie's getting flashbacks to when she was anchoring the show permanently. She just knows you just got to move forward when everybody interrupts you. You just got to keep going.
Keep going, keep going. All right, let's get to some of the individual gainers.
Was that a reference to me?
No. Yes.
Okay.
Well, all right, airlines, we talked about outperformance. Delta Airlines, the reason why this went up about 12% here at the close. It's actually the number 2 gainer in the S&P. United beat it out, up 14%. United also hinting, was it last night, yesterday?
Yeah, last night with the 8K.
Giving out a little bit in terms of some financials, so kind of teasing ahead of those Delta earnings this morning. But nonetheless, Delta up about 12% here in today's session. We know the news, reinstated a profit outlook for the year, expecting an adjusted profit of $5.25 to $6.25 a share. The CEO talking about travelers coming back, corporate travel strengthening. So the whole group to the upside. Got to talk about MP Materials. Man, this one was up 50% in today's session. It's a rare earth magnet producer, and it struck a multi-billion-dollar public-private deal, actually, with the Department of Defense. They're going to build a new magnet plant. They're also going to expand rare earth capabilities, backed by $400 million in equity and a $1 billion loan commitment. We actually talked to the co-founder and CEO. We talked about that 3-part investment. It's kind of fascinating. He talked about how it's going to really up their capabilities in terms of production, but we had a lot of questions
Carol,
about what it means about whether or not this is becoming a state-owned enterprise.
I caught a big part of the interview, but I couldn't hear the end of it. Did he talk about when we're actually going to start seeing stuff actually come out the ground?
We actually ran out of time. We talked about it with Joe Doe afterwards. But what Joe Doe said, that there was a 12-month, I believe, schedule in terms of when it's going to come out. They've laid some of that out. So, yeah. So about a year, but they've kind of put some of this stuff out there, right? Didn't he say 12
Yeah, the
months?
mine has been around for 70 years,
Yeah.
though. So.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You know.
You can keep going.
I know.
Yeah.
All right.
Don't you have another one?
No, she loves her pauses.
Man, pop the bubble.
Is that
Pop
it?
The balloon. No.
That's it.
Okay.
No, Ramaco Resources. I got another one. Small market cap shares were up about 30% in today's session. If you don't know the ticker, it's METC. Fluor completed a preliminary economic assessment of the company's Brook Mine located in Wyoming. This is a mine that also has rare earth elements. It's basically going to have to separate those rare earth elements, they're heavy elements, from coal. So there's a lot going on. Why are you guys all looking at me so strange? We did talk to the company's CEO, Randall Atkins. So, yeah, it's a really interesting interview. You guys are just.
I was just thinking about my
today.
introduction to geology course in college and how it's coming in so useful when you're talking about
I'm
these
just
rare
saying, we
earths.
did a lot of conversations about rare earth and like the government being very actively involved with some of the companies.
I think you could say we dug deep today.
Okay.
For rare
Don't
earths.
go there.
All right.
I
that's
just
enough.
got to
Oh, you have another one?
Yeah. Well, you took.
No,
I was like,
You know,
Okay,
the simulcast
okay.
is almost over.
sorry.
All
Go
right.
ahead, Carol.
I'm moving on. I'm done.
Thank you.
I'm done. I'm done.
Timothy.
I'm so out. I'm so out. All yours, baby.
All right, let's go with Vertiv Holdings. This company fell 6% today. It's actually down as much as 14% earlier in the session. The company provides data center cooling solutions, and shares fell after Amazon's AWS builds now equipment designed to cool NVIDIA's Blackwell GPUs. Analysts are concerned that, the growth of this company may suffer if Amazon is actually coming out with a product similar to what it does. Bloomberg Intelligence analyst Mustafa Oker said AWS rolling out its own server liquid cooling system could weigh on Vertiv's future growth prospects. Once again, shares fell by about 6%. Autodesk, among the worst performers in the S&P 500 today. Bloomberg News reported that the company is weighing an acquisition of the rival software provider PTC Inc. That's according to people familiar with the matter. Interestingly enough, shares of PTC also fell more than Autodesk today, down 7.6%. And finally, Carol mentioned airlines doing well. What about this company, Embraer? You brought it up, Romaine, the concern about those tariffs on Brazil. ADRs fell 4.7% today after President Trump said he will impose 50% tariffs on goods from the country. Jefferies is estimating that U.S. tariffs would add about $350 million to the cost of a jet from Embraer. We talked to Sheila Kayalu of Jefferies earlier. She said Textron could actually be a winner from this. They make Bell, Cessna Beechcraft, and Hawker aircraft and compete with Embraer. Also, watch American Airlines, she said, because they're at risk to pay more given the backlog. They've got 90 of these jets on order out of an order book of about 250 aircraft.
All right, let's get a quick check on yields. A relatively subdued day despite some trepidation heading into today because of the 30-year auction that seemed to do okay. You see the divergence, though, in yields, and that's going to continue to be a big part of the story. Looking at that 30-year yield, just ever so slightly down. In fact, we'll just call it unchanged on the day. But of course, the real value out there today, guys, isn't in financial markets. It's in the auction market.
Yes.
The original Birkin bag, the original Birkin
I
bag.
know.
Sold.
Romaine, I want to say thank you so much. I can't wait to get it. Thank you. I know
okay.
it cost you $10 million, but it was the one that Jane Birkin owned. It was made about 40 years ago. There's a great story about her being on a plane, and an executive, I believe it was from Hermes, and kind of said, she used to carry a basket around, with all her stuff. And she's like, could you make me a bag that could carry all my stuff? And she actually, drew it on, I think, a vomit bag.
Really?
From the airplane.
Yeah, what I love about this, too, is, they talk about
this.
the seller. This woman, Catherine B., who basically runs a very famous boutique store in Paris that specializes in vintage handbags. She bought this bag years ago. No one seems to know the exact price for it, but she picked it up at auction. Presumably, she made a pretty healthy profit on it. I think I saw an interview with her today in the New York Times where she basically said that this was by far her biggest deal of all time.
I bet it was. She kept it in like a safe. I think the temperatures were controlled. There were little angels around it singing, oh, Like, it was really good stuff.
Wow.
Wow.
This was fun. I haven't done
It
this
was
in a
fun,
while.
yeah.
You should come back tomorrow.
Yeah, I will.
I will not be back tomorrow.
I think I have like an original, Ralph Lauren wallet from when I was a teenager.
Not the same, baby.
Would that go for anything?
Not the same. I'm just going to say, well, whenever you want to give us the
Old
Birkin.
bottle of Dracar Noir.
Oh, now you're bringing back memories.
Taco Rabon.
Did you really wear that?
I was a teenager once.
Oh, my God.
We all were.
Yeah.
We just learned so much about
Just an awkward, silly teenager.
Okay. That is a wrap. Our cross-platform coverage, radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We do it all, everybody. I will not be back until about a week or so. I'm going to take a little vacation time.
Have fun. We will miss you.
I hope you will.
All right.
Listen, just take care of the universe, okay, for us, everybody? All right. They're going to continue on TV. We're going to continue on radio. We, or some of us, will see you again, same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, you are listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Massar, Tim Stenivek. Yep, we're having some fun, but here's something some would say was a little serious, just crossing the Bloomberg terminal. This is coming from the White House Director of the National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett, and he is saying that the new Fed head can take a close look at the agency size. And I'm just thinking, this is kind of interesting. I'm not quite sure if he's talking about the size of the Fed. It's kind of a weird little headline, but I am just thinking about what we just heard earlier when Mike Pence was on air with us and talking about, he's apparently on Fox Business right now, Kevin Hassett. So we're just looking for a little bit more in terms of these headlines. But I'm not sure if it plays into some of what Mike Pence talked about, the Fed being not necessarily needing to be a separate agency. So I don't know. We're gonna try and get some clarity because these headlines are just a little sparse.
Yeah, they are. They are, and we'll bring you other headlines from this interview that Kevin Hassett is doing if they are pertinent. Remember, he might be one of the people who could be nominated to be the new Fed chair.
I think the significance of all of this and why we kind of certainly share it with the Bloomberg audience is that we continue to see comments, certainly from President Trump in terms of Fed Chair Jay Powell and what he would like to see him do in terms of interest rates, but also pressure on the Fed head. And then, of course, the conversation about what global investors will certainly agree with, the importance of having an independent central bank, whether it's at the U.S. central bank or European central bank. Investors, this is important for them.
Can we talk Nutella chocolate?
Yes, we can. Oh,
Thank
please,
you.
please,
Okay.
please, please.
Thank you. Shares of WK Kellogg surged 30% today after Ferrero International agreed to acquire the company for an enterprise value of $3.1 billion. It pushes the Italian family-owned candy business further into the lucrative U.S. market. Carol and I are a little bit obsessed with this story from a lot of different angles. Like, why does the maker of Nutella, Kinder, Keebler, and Tic Tac, to name a few, want Frosted Flakes, Fruit Loops, and Raisin Bran? Dina Shanker is going to help answer some of those questions and really what's going on in the snack food space here in the U.S. She's Bloomberg Business Week writer who focuses on the food industry. She joins us from Westchester County, New York. So WK Kellogg, not to be confused with Kellanova, the snack food brand that is being sold to Mars as we speak for about $30 billion. This is the cereal company, the Frosted Flakes, the Fruit Loops, the Crispix, the Raisin Bran. Why would Ferrero want these assets?
Well, I think what we've seen generally in packaged food is just more moves towards consolidation to try to protect their market share. And Ferrero, being such a European company, wants to grab more U.S. Dollars from consumers. I mean, it is a little, it's a little odd because cereal has been on the decline for a long, long time. And that decline is not, nobody's expecting people to run back to the cereal aisle. So And if anything, actually, Kellogg has been under specific pressure from this administration since before they won the election, because they've been the target of the Food Babe campaign to drop the artificial dyes from their Fruit Loops. And while many of the other companies, packaged food companies, have announced plans to drop their artificial dyes, Kellogg has not. So in some ways, it sort of makes sense, because a lot of what Kellogg sells is sort of glorified candy in the form of cereal. I say this as somebody who stocks it in my house and pretends it's a real breakfast. So Ferrero being a candy company, I guess you could say it makes sense in that way.
I also do wonder about what it means in terms of a very well-established U.S. brand and the infrastructure it has in terms of, exposure and presence in stores. Like, does that give Ferrero a little bit of an edge here in the U.S. as it tries to even grow its own brands?
Yeah, I mean, I think that absolutely the distribution and shelf space helps it. The conversations that those, that the company salespeople have with the buyers at the supermarket now can change a bit, because they're more familiar with them. And anytime you have a European company picking up an American company, it gives them a nice, stronger foothold here. So that's definitely an option. Of course, Ferrero also is a big seller of chocolate and candy, which are also not categories that are doing super well these days. Cocoa prices have been up for a long time. Sales have by units were down in 2024. So what we're seeing is companies that want, their synergies, they want to save money when they want to buy in bigger quantities and sell probably at more competitive prices. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see about that one. But these are not categories that are booming right now. So it should be interesting to see how this plays out.
Is this like the end of an iconic American company? Kellogg's, as we mentioned, split into these two different companies. Kellanova, that's being bought by Mars, the private family-owned company that is known for snacks, but also like vet clinics and at this point, and dog food and pet food and stuff. And then, you have a European company buying WK Kellogg Co., or, KLG ticker. Is this kind of the end of just an American stalwart when it comes to what's been around for like over 100 years?
Well, the company may be ending, but the brands live on. And I think that's really what we American consumers really know are the brands.
So don't
some office, their Battle Creek, Michigan offices, which is really great for Battle Creek, and keeps the Kellogg vibes continuing. So I think Kellogg will. I hope, I visited Kellogg in Battle Creek years ago, and they had this great archive of they were showing me like the Eggo boxes from the year I was born, which was great because I ate a lot of Eggo waffles as a kid. And I hope they still keep all that stuff, and I imagine that they will.
I have my Cheerios every morning, as you know.
You do. I had Cheerios today also. What is replaced? What is
General Mills?
That's General Mills. Yeah. So what is replaced cereal? Dina, just in the last 30 seconds that we have with you, is it yogurt? Like, what are we doing now?
Tim has yogurt.
So certainly people are eating like more high protein stuff, but actually in the cereal aisle, granola is doing really well.
That's just sugar.
So it is a lot of sugar. You can find some healthier versions, but people do sometimes think they're getting something healthier, and they're not.
I think doesn't Kellogg own Bear Naked, the granola company?
They do, and I believe that is one of their stronger brands.
Okay.
Maybe you'll put a little chocolate on those Frosted Flakes.
People are also buying more private label. I should just add that.
That's
because
true.
Private label is always less expensive and often almost the exact same thing.
Interesting segment. Obviously, Ferrero sees some value there, and we'll see how it all plays out. Hey, Dina. Thank you. Dina Schenker. She's Bloomberg Business Week writer. She focuses on the food industry. It's always fun to check in with her, and it always makes me hungry.
Go get some Cheerios. General Mills.
I'm going to eat my banana. I'm just going to say. All right, coming up next, man trying to make data centers more efficient, one motor at a time. That's coming up.
It's 421 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A record day on the S&P 500 index. And this update, this Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Earnings out of Levi Strauss. Stock surging after hours, up 8%. Levi raising its revenue outlook, expecting sales growth to outweigh the impact of President Trump's tariffs. Again, after hours, we're looking at Levi Strauss up 7.71%. And by the way, in the year-to-date column, Levi Strauss up by 14%. A record for the S&P 500 index, finishing the Thursday session at 6280, up 17 points today, up by about 0.3%. The Dow up 192, up 0.4%. NASDAQ up 19, a gain of 1%. S&P 500 index adding 0.3%, 9 of the 11 sectors rising. 10-year 4.34%, the 2-year 3.86%. Spot gold up 0.3%, 33.24 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.2%, 66.89 a barrel. So again, recapping, an 8% jump for Levi Strauss after hours after earnings, another record for the S&P 500 index, taking out the old high on July 3rd. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, the U.S. is grappling with how it will generate enough power to run the AI boom. Our own Josh Saul reported yesterday that regulators in Ohio, which is a key data center market, ruled that data centers will have to pay for some of the energy requests, regardless of whether the electricity ends up being needed. The way that data centers pay for power has become a controversial point as the facilities consume more electricity, forcing costly infrastructure spending on new transmission lines and power plants. Well, our next guest is trying to make data centers a bit more efficient. Brian Casey is the CEO of ECM. The company designs PCB stator electric motors, partners with companies such as L3 Harris, East West Manufacturing Group, Thrustmaster, and more. Brian joins us from Massachusetts. Brian, good to have you back on the program. It's been over a year since we last spoke to you. I want you, please, to remind everybody where exactly your company plays, because you essentially offer this software solution, this sort of full stack solution when it comes to designing something that's incredibly important to everyday use.
Yeah, thanks. First off, thanks, Tim. Thanks for having us on again. It's great to be with you guys. So our software ultimately materializes with our clients who are, large HVAC manufacturers, large pump manufacturers, and ultimately they're downstream, and they're the ones that are doing the cooling and moving the fluids around in these large data centers.
So the data center business is not your only business. I mean, I don't think last time we even talked about data centers last time you were on.
No, we didn't.
What is the biggest portion of your business?
Fittingly, it's HVAC is probably the HVAC market is probably one of the larger markets we serve. And like I said, that's going in condensers, plenum fans, big kind of air movement stuff. And those clients, they ultimately will serve large industrials, hospitals, institutions, colleges, and of course, our friends in the raised floor environment data centers.
Okay. So I hope we don't sound like idiots, but we spent a fair amount of time on our planning call.
Just wait till we speak before you say no, Brian.
And we love talking to you. But exactly. You might just want to wait a minute.
You're in good company here. So.
No. But it's just we were trying to really, truly understand what you guys do so that as we talk with you and the Bloomberg audience listens. I mean, you guys are a manufacturer?
No, so you think of any electric motor that's out there in the world right now. It's made with a copper winding, expensive kind of copper. As we know, it's 50% more expensive today than it was this morning. And we remove all of that madness of windings and complex kind of infrastructure to build that. And we utilize printed circuit boards, which we see right here, like the kind of the green board you see back of the computer.
Right.
And we use it in etchings, and I'm going to turn this in the profile so your users can see it. And those that are listening, this is super ultra thin.
Wow.
So we are like 7 to 8% of the total copper used in a traditional wound motor. And as a result of that, our software helps people print these things. They actually print these at a PCB house. And then our clients who have mechanical skills and the ability to assemble take these units and they make them into electric motors that are used in gaming, robotics, HVAC, pumps, automation, haptics. So we have a pretty diverse group of clients. But as far as our discussion today, we do a lot of our work does support HVAC and air movement,
which makes sense in terms of all the data centers that are being built out. For those who are listening on radio, and you did a great job, Brian, of saying how thin it is, but that's basically it. It was like a thin disc. Like if we all just think about, I don't even, it's pretty flat. So, to give us an idea. Well, wait a minute. So how much of your business is increasingly supporting HVAC for those data centers, right? That we know, we've all talked about the amount of computing that's going on. It creates a ton of heat. How much of that, is that where a lot of growth is right now? Just give us an idea.
Yeah, I think for us, our growth is really around businesses and enterprises that want to innovate.
Mm-hmm.
So we're fortunate to have a couple of key players in the HVAC air movement space that are very innovative. They put a lot of money into R&D. They've been working with our technology for several years, and they're now commercializing it with their distributors and with their clients. I mean, the data center market, when I was fortunate to be involved with it when I was the CEO of a company called Source One, which got acquired by Veolia. And, we had energized 35, 50 million square feet of data center space. But back then, and this is the early 2000s, a 50,000 square foot data center was big. But now that's a very small data center. And you're looking at most data centers now that are being built are the size of a Walmart. And there's enough energy in there. So next time you see a Walmart, that's enough energy for both the towns of Rockville and Garden City. So picture a bedroom community outside of New York with 50,000 people, and everything that they use, all those residences, all those businesses would use the same amount of power that you would see in a Walmart, the building that size. That's how, when people throw the numbers around, that's how exponentially big this power consumption is. And in our technology, in some small way, we're able to address it at the facility level with very efficient motors. So we're super tight, super light. So this way you can actually move more air. And then recently we filed some additional kind of technology and patents where we can actually offer cooling at the chip level within these like servers. So if you guys went into a data center, you would see thousands and thousands of what they look like, these college refrigerators. And inside them are all these servers and basically computers. Right. And inside the computers are a bunch of chips. And the chips need to get the heat out. So we actually have technology now. So we can do everything on the macro level, from large giant pumps and big plenum HVAC fans, all the way down to the chip board level, where we can actually place our etching within that integrated circuit and offer direct cooling on the chips. So for us, we hear about data center explosion. We're getting it on both ends. It's going to be rosy days for us.
Hey, Brian, one reason we like to talk to folks like you who serve all these different customers is to get a gauge on how these customers are spending money, how they're buying. What's the strength of your order book right now compared to, say, 6 months ago?
Oh, that's a great question. We got a little headwind early in the year where we had the, change in the administration and a little bit of tariff stuff, but that's settled down. So my guess is we're going to grow 50, 60% year over year. Wow. We've done that the last couple of years. And again, I think that kind of resonates with the fortunate clientele that we have, which is they're always innovating. Even if there's bumps in the economy, they're always innovating. And when you see kind of volatility in the marketplace, because our offering is software, we kind of bust through all those physical barriers, right? So if we have a client that has a facility in Europe where it's unfavorable tax treatment or unfavorable tariff treatment, well, our binary file can be sent to Vietnam or it can be sent to Wisconsin.
Right.
So they're able to kind of like move pretty quickly.
But they're not going to they're not going to use your software if they have nothing to build because their orders have dried up.
Correct, but I'm saying what they can do is if they don't want to be stuck to a certain geography, what our technology allows them to do is to assemble the physical motor and the circuit board that's associated with it anywhere in the world.
Okay, that makes sense.
And that's pretty empowering.
So can I understand? I want to understand. So your advantage, if we cut to the chase, is that you guys don't need copper windings.
Correct.
Which we know copper is expensive, and it's a lot more expensive than it was based on the latest tariffs from President Trump. At the same time, you make things more efficient at a time when we know the power demand is amping up exponentially, right? A lot of it because of data centers. And so if we can make things more efficient, that's going to be better on so many different levels in terms of cost, in terms of environmental impact, a lot of things. Those are the two key advantages.
Yeah, and one of the big drivers for us that our clients select us on is form factor. So because we are ultra thin and ultra lightweight, well, you can fit, you can have more production in the same footprint. So in a data center environment, you've invested, hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars in a facility. And if we're able to, improve the program space, i.e. give them more room to put more servers, because our clients who are using the technology are able to reduce their footprint on their big plenum fans. And we're talking like a 50-60% weight savings and area savings. Like all of a sudden they're able to, fit more product inside their program space.
Brian,
so we may be downstream, but we have a very significant impact on these other businesses.
Got to ask you, because you're at this intersection of energy and technology, right? And I just think about, Tim and I talk about it all the time, AI certainly every day, in terms of the demand that just seems to continue to grow, and then the energy needs to meet it, to be able to do it. Are we going to have a crisis of some sort?
It's literally gone nuclear, and that's no pun intended, as you guys.
But that's going to take time, so that's why I'm saying: is there going to be some sort of crisis where there isn't going to be enough power to meet everything that's needed, or the demand?
I think our friends, the utility companies, are gonna be in for I think some tough planning. The power pools are gonna have some tough planning to do, like, because you picture a building the size of Walmart. And all of a sudden they're like, well, I want 80 megawatts. Like, that's just like, we throw those numbers around and people are like, oh, okay, 80 megawatts. What is that? Oh, like I said, it's like a small city of 100,000 people. So that's a lot of planning, a lot of effort in the utility company. I think with the big kind of data centers are doing, like DC Blocks and Crusoe and Amazon and our friends at Meta, they're just taking matters in their own hands. They're building their own generation sources.
Yeah, it's just kind of all interesting how this is merging together. Brian, come back soon. Brian Casey, Chief Executive Officer of ECM. Coming up next, Eric Adams, some highlights from our interview earlier on Bloomberg. That's next.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, keeping an eye on Levi Strauss. After hours, after earnings, Levi up now by just about 7.5%. This on a day when the S&P 500 index rose to a record. Traders parsing a batch of corporate outlooks. Again, the S&P 500 index at a record 6280.46, higher today by just about 0.3%. The Dow up 192, gain there of 0.4%. NASDAQ up 19. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 0.1%. But interestingly, on a day when stocks are moving higher, we had the NASDAQ 100 Index down 0.2%. The 10-year 4.34%. Treasury yields little change. The 2-year 3.86%. Spot gold up 0.3%, 33.24 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.2%, 66.87 a barrel. Veronica Willis is global investment strategist at Wells Fargo Bank, and right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, she told us she is looking ahead to next week's earnings news.
Yeah, I do think there is still some room to move higher. The market's expecting some deregulation that should benefit the banks, and so I think that's driven a lot of that performance in financials overall. I think with earnings next week, we'll need to see some kind of follow through. So we need to see some good earnings reports from these banks to buy into that rally. So it'll be really important to watch.
Veronica Willis of Wells Fargo Bank. All of this, of course, coming down Tuesday when we hear from J.P. Morgan Chase. One of today's big movers, Delta Airlines, surging 12%. Delta reinstating a profit outlook for the year, says travelers are coming back. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie Pellet. Do appreciate it. Well, New York City Mayor Eric Adams was in the Bureau here at Bloomberg this morning. He joined Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Surveillance. They covered a lot, including his relationship with President Trump.
I look across the opulence of LA to a really tough part of town. And the other day we saw military enforcement wrapped around these deportations and ICE marching across MacArthur Park in Los Angeles. If the critics to you will say you're in Trump's back pocket, how are you going to push against the president and his administration if we have those tensions in New York?
You know, one of the best saying is if you tell a lie long enough, you think it's true. But we need to deal with the facts here. We took this administration to court on things we thought were wrong more than any mayor in the country, more than any mayor in the country. But when I needed the president to lift the stop work order on a multi-billion-dollar wind farm project in Sunset Park, 1,500 union jobs, 500,000 homes would have benefited from it. I flew to Washington, had a healthy conversation with him. He lifted the stop work order. Same relationship I had with President Biden, 10 trips to Washington, 2 meetings with the president to deal with law enforcement officer. I nicknamed myself the Biden of Brooklyn. I work with presidents. I don't war with presidents. I have to deliver for the city of New York. And it would be irresponsible for any mayor not to do that.
But then the granularity of this election and this, it's like Lindsay in the 1980s or something. I can't keep track. Is Adams an independent, a Democrat, a Republican? What is he? We don't know this one. He's an independent. I'm kidding. Mayor Adams, my team is listening to this interview, and there has to be a clarification of your relationship with the President of the United States. When will we see that?
I think you're seeing it now. You're seeing a mayor that's defending and fighting for his city in a responsible way. New York City is the largest city in America. And if you're going to be the mayor of that city and you are unwilling to communicate with the President of the United States, if it's Biden or Donald Trump, if it's a Democrat or Republican, that's irresponsible. Governor Hochul went to Washington several times. Mayors across the country are going to Washington. And so for anyone that states that the mayor of the largest city in the country should not be communicating with the White House, that's irresponsible. You're not delivering for your city. I must deliver for New York. That is my primary goal.
Well, there you have it. New York City Mayor Eric Adams with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Surveillance earlier today. Joining us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio is Miles Miller. He's Bloomberg News senior reporter. He covers Homeland Security now, but he has covered 3 different New York City mayoral administrations. Miles, good to have you back here in New York City. There was this dance that we saw the mayor doing just now, trying to distance himself from the president, but also saying that any mayor of New York City has to work with the president. Is that enough to convince voters that he is the right choice come November?
I think the mayor is sending two messages. On the one hand, he's saying, to the base that may like Mamdani or may be more centrist and like Cuomo, that he's going to fight Trump. But to that base that voted for Trump in New York, people not just on Staten Island, but people in an AOC district in Queens, where I grew up in Morris Park, who may like Trump, that, hey, I've worked with him. So it's two messages. He's sort of A/B testing the message, but he's doing a full court press in the press over the last 2 weeks that we haven't seen the likes of since before the indictment.
He says whoever is mayor of New York City has to deliver for New York. He says he's delivered for New York City. Has he? Do folks think he has delivered for New York City?
It depends on what camp you're in, where me and Tim live in North Brooklyn. It remains to be seen. People feel like, what they've heard in the press is sort of negative when it comes to his record. But when you look at some of the things that the mayor has done, I've known Eric for 15 years now. City of Yes, a massive housing policy change, rezoning, allowing more housing above like a laundromat or above a commercial. That is big. Some of the stuff
that's been adopted by other candidates running,
including Mamdani,
yes,
who signed on today to talk about expanding that and to talk about getting that funding in Albany. So when you think about projects like City of Yes, trying to work to fund pre-K, you have to think, okay, has this mayor actually started to deliver on some of what he promised he would do?
How is he positioning himself in this race, and sort of like where is he in the polls? Because Mamdani's still the clear favorite if you look at Polymarket.
Oh, yeah. You look at Polymarket, you look at the latest poll from Slingshot that showed him with 11%, trailing Mamdani, trailing Cuomo. So what Adams is going to do, what his posture has been, to talk about his record, talk about what he's been doing, and he is basically saying he never quits. That's a direct, response to Cuomo dropping out after the scandal that afflicted his administration. He says he's the never quitter, and he's been going back to 2021 when he was down in the polls against Andrew Yang, who was sure to win. And of course, that didn't happen. So he's been looking backwards in order to look forwards. And he's presenting himself as a centrist who's tough on crime, who will work across the aisle, and who's actually gotten things done, or so he says.
Does it matter, Democrat, Republican? Tom was kind of pushing him, Tom Keene, earlier on surveillance. Independent, does it matter what party he aligns himself with?
Not really. And history has told us that there have been candidates who've been able to win, not directly aligned with a specific party. Obviously, the person who owns this company was able to run as an independent and win 3 times. But this is a Democratic electorate that is more energized than it's ever been before. Record number of people coming out to vote for Mamdani. But when it comes to the bigger general election base, will that stick? And I think, no one can see what happens there because there's so much time between now and November. It remains to be seen what could happen in this race.
Do you think that indeed Andrew Cuomo is splitting the anti-Mamdani vote as the mayor alleges?
Well, what's clear now is that Andrew Cuomo is not running a campaign, right? He is still in the race, but is not doing any campaigning. We actually learned from folks today that Cuomo might have actually dropped the team that was working with him. So you can see the vote splitting. You can see it in the poll, and you can see it in when you talk to people. They're the people who voted for Cuomo or who ranked him. You saw it in that vote tally that is there room for Eric Adams, and he can't drop out, meaning Cuomo. So what can happen here? But this is New York politics. Anything can really happen. So many things have happened in this city's 400-year history.
Is it Mamdani's to lose and just got about 10 seconds?
Oh, it feels like it's Mamdani's to lose, but we were talking just a couple months ago, and we thought it was going to be Cuomo.
Good point.
That's what makes New York politics so interesting. Miles Miller, fantastic. Bloomberg News senior reporter, as we said, covered 3 different New York City mayoral administrations, has seen a lot.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody. If you're just joining us, just a reminder of how we wrapped up on this Thursday. Carol Massar along with Tim Stenovec, 17 points higher on the S&P 500. It was a
record.
Lovely. Record close. 62.80.46.
I love when you do the numbers. No, the numbers.
Why?
Because, like, we're just going to forget about it tomorrow. Right?
I know. Well, I know. But it matters today.
I just want to say behind the scenes, Carol, like she's got like the ruler out. She's got the graph paper. She's looking at the charts. No, I'm just kidding. She's doing it all in the terminal. What?
It's all on the terminal.
It is all in the terminal. It's accessible. Let's just say that.
I'm Carol Massar along with Tim Stenovec. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move with Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Denitsa Sikova. She is in the house. Gotta say, we talked about airlines a lot today, and rightfully so.
Yeah, it's not only airlines, it's all travel stocks up. Of course, we've talked about Delta a lot. The ticker is DAL. It closed 12% higher on the day as vacationers are coming back, injecting a fresh sense of confidence in the industry. But actually, the biggest gainer today among the airlines was United and American. They gained 14 and 13%. There is a lot of optimism. The earnings season is starting there. Obviously, a lot of airlines pulled their outlook. Now, clearly, things look much better. We're seeing that confidence. So that report is saying much more than just the airlines are doing well. We saw a lot of people making connections on how this is affecting the consumer and consumer confidence. But what we saw in that report was corporate travel is strengthening. Consumers have become a little numb to the ongoing trade disputes, which is very much welcome. And obviously, Delta was the first major airline to pull its outlook. And now it's kind of the first that's coming back stronger. Delta is still down 6% year to date, despite the jump today. But clearly, the biggest fears seem to be fading, and there is a lot of optimism today for the whole industry.
We talked to Jefferies' Sheila Kayalu earlier, and she talked about all the airline industry, and I felt like she was a little bit more subdued, right?
Oh, yeah.
About what we got from Delta, and that it didn't necessarily justify the jump that we saw in these share prices and everything jumping.
Yeah, I mean, Ed Bastian, the company CEO, underscored this on the analyst call. He said the carrier was struggling to fill seats in the main economy cabin, particularly during off-peak periods. So, yeah, the front of the plane is doing well. The loyalty program is strong. The highly profitable business class, business travel is trending higher and strengthening, as you said. But it's sort of bifurcated.
The Delta One Lounge.
Investors love buying the dip. The stock was down a lot. That makes sense. I don't know if 12% makes sense, but buying the dip has worked.
The Delta One Lounge, huh?
Hey, yeah.
Okay,
very nice.
You're just ignoring me.
No, I actually have a good segue.
Oh.
CrowdStrike. From Delta to CrowdStrike, because this was a company that last year had a performance issue that very much affected Delta.
Well done, well done.
Thank you.
You're full circle.
Full circle. CRWD, CrowdStrike.
CRWD is actually closed down today, 5% lower. It comes after a few downgrades. First one was today, CFRA downgraded the security software company to hold. They say the company remains one of our top picks in the cybersecurity space, but pretty much it has become too expensive. The stock rose about 60% in the past 3 months, so it makes sense it's being part of that big relief rally we have seen.
It's up 42% year to date.
It's incredible.
It's quite a bounce.
We were just talking about Delta being down 6%. So in the grand scheme of things, it's really impressive. We also had Piper Sandler downgrading CrowdStrike to neutral. Very similar reasons. It's just too expensive. The shares are nearing the price tag they had. They don't see a near-term scenario that would meaningfully increase estimates. So kind of the opposite of Delta. It's sky-high valuations. Investors are not so excited about it.
4 sells on this stock.
Yeah.
4 sells. Don't you find that interesting? Do you have another creative
I was just
segue?
thinking about I was thinking about French fries. Your French fries.
My
French
CrowdStrike
fries.
is famous for French fries. So is McDonald's.
MCD is the ticker.
Yeah, McDonald's closed 2% higher today. It's off Goldman note saying upgrading the burger chain to buy from neutral. She downgraded Cheesecake Factory at the same time. So, there is arbitrage trade there. As expected by investors, year-to-date sales performance for fast food operator has been under pressure. Obviously, low-income consumers have been suffering, but we're seeing some potential in McDonald's. McDonald's recently introduced Daily Double Burger and the return of its snacks wrap. So that's one reason Goldman is quite bullish on the chain. They're optimistic about traffic. McDonald's has managed to grow sales while many of its peers have slowed or fallen into negative territory in recent months. They are mentioning the success of its new McValue platform, and they actually have a pretty high price target. The price target is $345, which is like double-digit % upside from here, which is pretty impressive. Not so optimistic about Cheesecake, but McDonald's, a lot of optimism there.
It's a lot of fries.
Daily Double, not Jeopardy, okay?
No.
It's 2 100% beef patties, seasoned to perfection. I'm reading from McDonald's here, okay? Melty American cheese topped off with shredded lettuce, slivered onions, mayo, and 2 juicy slices of tomatoes.
So it's 2 chunks of beef, basically.
So much protein. I get it. That's why it's popular.
2 patties, right?
2 patties. That's the double part, yeah.
Who's making noises?
I think it's the computer.
I think there's
the computer.
There's a little alerts, right? Or maybe it's hungry and it wants that daily.
It's excited.
Double burger. Who doesn't?
We all want it. It's 5 p.m.
Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Denisa Sukova. Check out Stock Movers, our podcast, 5-minute episodes. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcast.
Have a wonderful vacation, Carol Massar. We will miss you.
I will miss you. I'll see you in a week. Be well. Take care. All right, do not go anywhere. Balance of Power starts now.
This is Balance of Power, live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew.
Tonight, Congress shifts its focus to keeping the government funded. The work being done on Capitol Hill with roughly 30 legislative days to pass appropriations and avert a shutdown. And a more pressing deadline to pass President Trump's rescissions package by next Friday.
Plus, the Trump tariff fight turns political.
I think what we saw several months ago, now it's paused again happily, is the kind of broad-based industrial policy that I think ultimately will harm the American economy.
The tough words from the former vice president today as Trump wages a war of words with Brazil's leader, Lula, now pushing back against President Trump after his threat to slap 50% tariffs on all Brazilian goods. Trump suggesting a bigger political reasoning behind the hefty tariff. We'll have more on the trade fight where those long-promised deals are coming up.
Also tonight, the frank conversation Secretary of State Marco Rubio had with his Russian counterpart, seeking to express the president's disappointment with Vladimir Putin over his attacks on Ukraine. We'll have more on where things stand in the war and developments out of Israel with former NATO Supreme Allied Commander and retired 4-star Air Force General Philip Breedlove up ahead.
And the president's birthright citizenship executive order blocked again. The determination in court today that reinstated protections put on hold by the Supreme Court last month. And what happens next in one of the president's signature policy moves?
We've got all that, plus a Bloomberg scoop for you tonight. NVIDIA's Jensen Huang meeting with President Trump at the White House today ahead of the CEO's trip to China.
Now on the offense with global leaders as the administration issues tariff demand letters. In total, 22 letters have been delivered so far, igniting negotiations with some nations and a political standoff with others. Bloomberg's Mike Shepard and Romaine Bostick are on hand to discuss both the political and market implications of it all. We start right now with Mike Shepard here in our Washington, D.C. bureau with more. Mike, learning about this meeting between Jensen Huang and President Trump tells us a lot about where we may be going next with export controls and so forth. What is his ask for the commander-in-chief?
You know, it's unclear what his ask is. We've been able to confirm that the two men met. And what you see in private from Jensen Huang and get a sense from him is not different from what you see in public. He has argued on behalf of NVIDIA against a lot of the export restrictions that the U.S. has put primarily against his company when it comes to selling advanced AI chips to China. And the idea for the U.S. government is one that's driven by national security motivations. They want to prevent China from taking those AI chips and putting them toward military uses, possibly. The whole dual use question that surrounds a lot of advanced technology. But Jensen's argument has been, and it's been consistent for months, that those export controls don't work, and they also risk putting his company and the U.S. and American technology at a disadvantage to Chinese competitors, especially Huawei Technologies, which is developing its own vanguard of AI chips and trying to roll them out and perhaps trying to steal what could be U.S. market share in some other places around the world, Joe.
So NVIDIA, obviously an example of a company who is trying to navigate what is a very complicated and uncertain situation around export controls. Meanwhile, you have companies and, frankly, countries across the board trying to navigate what is a very uncertain environment when it comes to tariffs. We didn't get any new trade letters from the president today, Mike, though he has suggested more are coming, and there's no deals that we have yet in hand in addition to the ones that we already knew about.
You're right, Kelly. There's only a handful of deals that have actually been signed, sealed, and perhaps delivered, and even the details of those remain a little bit obscure and thin in the eyes of many economists who specialize in global trade and have gone through years and years of rounds of previous accords like USMCA, to just name one. What we're seeing now is this waiting period now until August 1st. And so many countries are under pressure to deliver some sort of concession to the U.S. to reach some sort of understanding with the Trump administration to avert much higher tariffs. And a great example of that, of course, is Brazil. They were hit yesterday with an eye-watering 50% level. And that came with a little bit of political topspin, as we were discussing right at the top of the show. The president of Brazil, leftist leader Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, he has viewed what the Trump letter contained as very much a political message. And Donald Trump was singling out Brazil for a much higher rate because he thinks that Lula's predecessor, former right-wing president Jair Bolsonaro, has been treated unfairly by the Brazilian judiciary. He is now facing charges there for attempting to foment a coup. And this is all adding up to a different element altogether in trade negotiations. It's not just about economics and trade. Perhaps it's also about politics, too.
All right, Bloomberg's Mike Shepard, thank you so much, as always. Now, the president today was crediting his policies for fresh records in the stock market, posting on Truth Social, quote, tech stocks, industrial stocks, and NASDAQ hit all-time record highs, crypto through the roof. NVIDIA is up 47% since Trump tariffs. And joining us now for more context is Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick, live from World Headquarters in New York. Romaine, should we be characterizing this as a market that's rallying because of tariffs or in spite of them?
Probably a little bit of both, Kelly. I think the idea that Trump is at least trying to get at is that some of his policies maybe have cleared the way for this rally that we've seen. But of course, this is a rally coming off of a huge drawdown that we saw in U.S. equity markets back in April that were also due directly to his policies. So what he's stating there is true. The S&P, yes, indeed, did close at a record high on this day. Industrial stocks, not quite at a record high, but only about a percentage point, less than a percentage point from achieving that record high. You saw that reflected today in the Dow Industrials, the Dow Transports, as well as in another index tracked in the S&P 500 that includes a lot of the airline stocks. So there is some optimism in this market, not so much that his policies are helping, but that the negative effect of those policies is not going to be as bad as some people had priced into this market just a couple of months ago.
Is this a rally that's broadening the way we tend to hear about, Romaine? I'm supposed to ask you about the broadening of the rally, the rotation into value, or is it the same 4 or 5 stocks pushing these indexes to new highs?
Pretty much the same 4 or 5 stocks, Joe. I mean, I hate to break it to you, but when you look at the big rally that we've had off of those April lows, I mean, most of those gains still are the big tech companies, your Microsofts, your Amazons, and of course, NVIDIA. You guys were just mentioning NVIDIA a while ago with Jensen Huang apparently being seen entering into the White House ahead of his big China trip. That remains an 800-pound gorilla in this financial market, and it remains the big part of the reason why stocks overall are at record highs. Do you want a broadening of this rally, Joe? Well, in order to get that, you need to see a lot of those smaller companies, the companies in the Russell 2000, the companies in the S&P 400 mid-caps, start to post more meaningful gains when it comes to their earnings. And these are the companies that are most directly affected by a lot of Trump's policies, whether it's the direct effect from tariffs or the second order effects on economic activity. Those are the companies, and more importantly, the stocks that are still struggling. Those are the stocks that are nowhere near their record highs. So if you do get a broadening of those into those names, that's good for the market. If you don't, then maybe we can see this market range bound for a considerable time.
Really important. We're always lucky to have Bloomberg's Romain Bostic and his view from world headquarters in New York. Romain, thank you. Joining us now for more insight into the global economic impact and the market impact of these tariffs, Christopher Smart, founder, managing partner of the Arbroath Group. Christopher, it's great to have you back on Bloomberg TV and radio. What do you make of the S&P 500, the NASDAQ hitting all-time highs against the backdrop of this extreme uncertainty that we keep hearing about when it comes to trade and tariffs? Is this a market that's just grown numb to this idea, or is it the ultimate taco?
Well, Joe, good to be with you. I think, you and your colleagues have covered the taco trade inside and out for the last few weeks. I'm not sure if Trump always chickens out. I mean, you'll have to ask folks in Iran or even importers of Chinese goods, which are facing stiff tariffs right now. But it's clear that this market doesn't believe all of the posts on Truth Social that we're getting from the president, or indeed his statements about whatever tariffs are going to be coming online. I think what's interesting today compared to April 2nd or whatever Liberation Day was, it feels like many, many years ago, not many months ago, but the uncertainty around the Trump trade policy is almost as high as it was back then. We had always been hoping, I think investors that I talked to have always expected that by now we weren't going to get all of these deals that he had promised, but we'd get some sense of what parameters made sense, what qualified as a good deal in the president's mind. But drawing any lessons from the partial framework that has been concluded with the UK or the little bits and pieces we know about what's been done with Vietnam, it's really hard to know what's going to cross the finish line. And so while the negotiations continue, I think what the market is telling you is that we're going to be in this world of uncertainty. But as Romain just said, the negatives of the tariffs that are expected may not be as painful as we might have thought back in April. But we're also certainly not expecting the top lines that he's promised to follow through.
Well, not as painful, Christopher, on the inflation front either, at least not yet. You aren't seeing it reflected in higher prices or higher price data, which is why the president keeps pushing this idea that the Fed should be in a position now to cut rates. But the Fed Chair, Jerome Powell, has suggested he expects the tariffs to actually start showing up this summer, potentially next week in the CPI report. Is that also your expectation?
I think we'll get the beginnings of some signs of tariffs in the inflation numbers. I mean, you have to remember that, companies have been bracing for these tariffs for a while, and they've been buying a lot of extra inventory to be able to avoid tariffs if they could. And now many of them, particularly the smaller ones that are traded on the stock exchange, are being forced to pay some of those prices. But again, it's going to be company by company and sector by sector as to which companies have been forced to push through some price increases and others that are going to still try and hold off. The other piece that's important to remember, I think, for all of our attention on tariffs, imports to the U.S. represent roughly around 13-14% of GDP. And only a smaller portion of that are covered by tariffs so far. So it's going to be visible, but not necessarily prominent.
Okay, so if we froze the game right now and actually we're stuck with all of the rates that have gone out in these letters, 25% Japan, up to 50% in Brazil, what would be the reading on inflation a year down the road?
Well, I think that's the hard thing to predict because, as the president and his team will tell you, a one-off increase in a tariff in itself is not inflationary. That's prices get adjusted, currencies adjust one way or the other. What is inflationary, I believe most economists will tell you, is the trade war, the threat of retaliation, and you get a world in which people just always expect prices to go up because of a tariff or a counter tariff or the uncertainty of a tariff. And that's what drives up expectations. in the surveys, and that's what makes the Fed, I think, more nervous than a one-off. If the president were imposing these tariffs and they were fixed, and we knew what they were going to be, you could probably figure out how to absorb that shock from the Fed's perspective. But it is this uncertainty, I think, that is making them more wary of cutting too quickly.
And yet the president is still suggesting that the Fed funds rate is 3 points too high. Not sure we're going to see 300 basis points in cuts materialize anytime soon. Christopher, as we consider, though, that part of what the president argues he needs the Fed to cut rates for is because our interest burden is so high, it would greatly bring down the costs and the amount of spending that we need to do on interest, specifically if the rate were lower. How should we be considering that element of this as we think about the longer-term fiscal health of the United States, having just passed a long-term budget reconciliation bill that will have implications for years to come?
Well, I think that's the other big piece of news that you have to remember when you look at this stock market, right? You have the bill that is passed. We now know what tax rates will be for different companies. It is a marginally, I would argue, stimulative bill going into next year. And, I think there is this expectation that that is going to support economic growth, even as you get a headwind from tariffs. But I think clearly on a much longer term view, investors are going to be looking at the sustainability of the U.S. debt. Particularly gets tricky as the price of debt rises. And as you say, that's why the president is focused on bringing interest rates down. I still think, fundamentally, as long as investors believe that the U.S. economy is the most creative and dynamic in the world, people will buy our debt. But it's going to be at a probably higher cost than the president would like or than even the Fed might like.
What's the most important deal that the White House could present between now and August 1st, in your view, Christopher? Is it India, or do all roads lead back to China?
Well, I don't expect, India might get done, and that would be a good thing, although the rumors of it getting done have been going on for some time now. The biggest deal to be done is with Europe. It is, the largest investor in the United States. It is the largest economic relationship with the United States, and the uncertainty around that continues. And what's particularly difficult is that from the European side, they need to get the approval of 28 different countries. It's not just a guy sitting in the Oval Office who can sign off on one side. You really have to bring along a lot of the Europeans, and they have a diminishing tolerance, I think, from some of these threats that the president has made right now. So I think what I hear is that we're close, but that's going to be the big one from the market, from the economic perspective.
All right, Christopher Smart, founder and managing partner of the Arbroath Group, thank you so much for joining us. And coming up, the Justice Department has opened criminal investigations into former FBI Director James Comey and former CIA Director John Brennan. We'll bring you those details. But first, Secretary of State Marco Rubio meets with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov to discuss the war in Ukraine. We'll have more with retired Air Force General Philip Breedlove, former NATO Supreme Allied Commander Europe, next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
deep conviction is Vladimir Putin doesn't want peace. Vladimir Putin wants Ukraine. I sense that my old running mate is coming around to recognizing Putin's real intentions here. It's in the interest of our country. It's in the interest of our allies in the region and long-term peace in Eastern Europe for us to continue to provide military support to Ukraine to put punishing sanctions on Russia until a just and lasting peace can be secured.
Former Vice President Mike Pence here on Bloomberg TV and radio earlier today, discussing the war in Ukraine and President Trump's recent tone shift around it. Joining us now on Balance of Power with his analysis, retired four-star general for the U.S. Air Force, Philip Breedlove. He's also former NATO Supreme Allied Commander Europe and a distinguished professor at the Sam Nunn School of International Affairs at Georgia Tech. General, thank you so much for being here. As we consider that we have seen a bit of a shift from President Trump, much more willing to criticize Vladimir Putin, obviously reversing the Pentagon's prior decision to pause aid for Ukraine, knowing how prone he has been to reversals in sentiment on this subject. Do you expect that it changes Putin's calculus at all, at least in the near term?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on. We are all happy to see our president begin to truly understand and embrace the problem that Putin presents. And we're all very, very happy that the president is beginning to change his tact. Do I think it's going to change Mr. Putin? I don't. Mr. Putin does not want peace. He's not a partner in the way ahead on Ukraine. Mr. Putin wants to take Ukraine and subjugate his people, and that's all he's interested in.
General, it's great to have you here. There is reporting that American-made weapons have resumed the shipments to Ukraine after the interruption that we reported on, an interruption that was apparently not signed off by the president here. Apparently now artillery shells and mobile rocket artillery missiles are now being provided to Ukraine, but they need more than that. And I wonder, what is the most important item we can provide now? Is it Patriot missiles?
Well, Joe, I hate to disappoint you. The most important thing we can deliver right now for Ukraine is a solid, loud, proud, public, declaratory policy that says to Mr. Putin, you will not win this war. We are going to support Ukraine until you stop this senseless war. Remember, this war is completely at the creation of Mr. Putin. It is inhumane, it is illegal, and it is immoral. And so most important would be for the Western world, and especially the United States, to be very straightforward. You will not prevail in this war. After that, lots of things we can discuss on weapons. But Mr. Putin needs to know he's not going to win.
Would Congress passing and the president signing a stricter sanctions package as is currently being discussed go at least some way towards sending that message, General?
It would, and I really believe that we should continue the sanctions because they are having some effect on Russia, on the Russian people, on the Russian economy. But sanctions have never changed Mr. Putin's approach to the battlefield, and that's the most important thing we need to do now. We need to change his approach to the battlefield.
A year ago, General, and I remember hearing commentary from you at the time, there was a big debate about whether the U.S. should provide F-16 fighter jets to Ukraine. Our viewers and listeners should know that you are a fighter pilot and you flew F-16s for the better part of 20-plus years. Was it worth it in the end? Did it have an impact?
Well, first of all, yes, it does have an impact. It is important to note that we have given them no U.S. F-16s. The United States has not given Ukraine a single F-16. The U.S. okayed our allies to give Ukraine F-16s. I think it's time that we in the United States should look to some of ours that are sitting in the desert and that we should consider giving them actual U.S. F-16s.
Well, beyond the F-16s, though, General, when we think back to the pause we were discussing a moment ago, the initial concern was that the U.S. just doesn't have enough to share, frankly. Our defense industrial base is not able to produce at such a capacity that we can afford to deplete ourselves so much in the name of defending Ukraine. How do you think about that calculus, or rather providing Ukraine with the means to defend itself?
Well, Kaylee, it's a tough subject. Clearly, when we offer things to Ukraine, they are no longer available to us. But if you look at the dynamic of what the United States has done so far, we have given them our older kit. In some places, kit that we were getting rid of. And in one case, kit we were going to have to spend a lot of money to demilitarize. We have given them all of those things. And so the impact to our true fighting capacity is there, but it's not as much as it would seem because much of this kit we were phasing out to begin with.
General, how do you fight a war against an enemy that follows no rules? Ukraine is targeting military installations. Russia is targeting civilians and anything else that it can bomb.
This is a point that very few Americans understand. It's, as I said a few minutes ago, this is an illegal, inhumane, immoral war. Russia is shooting indiscriminately into the spaces where normal people live. Remember the stories early of Mariupol, where Russia bombed the maternity hospital, and then as the women and children were leaving the maternity hospital, they bombed the women and children as they left. This is a war criminal leading an illegal war, and the world needs to understand that. And then what we see Ukraine doing is because they have so few weapons to waste, they are very discriminate in what they bomb. You watch the great story of the takedown of all their bombers deep inside Russia. This is a country that is fighting a legitimate war. We call it a counter-force war.
Mm-hmm. A sobering take from retired four-star general for the U.S. Air Force, Philip Breedlove. It's great to have you, General. Come back and see us again. He's former NATO Supreme Allied Commander Europe with us on Balance of Power. Coming up, we turn our attention to the impact of President Trump's tariffs on farmers. An important conversation with Tom Vilsack, the former Secretary of Agriculture in the Biden administration, will join us next as the administration tries to balance funding for farmers with its crackdown on immigration. It's next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
already been $100 billion collected in tariffs, and it has not really adversely affected the economy. The estimates are that total will get to around $300 billion by the end of the year. $300 billion on a full year basis is a little over 1% of our economy.
Wilbur Ross, former Commerce Secretary during the first Trump administration, this morning on Bloomberg discussing the revenue generated by tariffs. And joining us now here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio with more of the state of play of tariff policy itself, Adam Farrar, Senior Geoeconomics Analyst for Bloomberg Economics. So, Adam, obviously this week we have gotten 22 letters from President Trump to the leaders of various countries, tariffs ranging from 20% up to 50% in the case of Brazil, yet nothing new today, and still no deal announcements, even though he's characterizing these letters themselves as a deal. What does that suggest about where exactly we are as we get closer to August 1st?
So I think you're keying in on the reality of our situation is that these letters in many ways are to some extent a distraction. As you highlighted, most of them are just a reiteration of the April 2nd tariffs, and in some cases obviously with some movement up and down, but overall even across the board. And more importantly, the big takeaway from this week was that July 9th came and passed, and that August 1st is our new date. And for all those countries that were rushing over the weekend, sending their trade ministers, making their phone calls, they had the opportunity to breathe a sigh of relief and try and push those negotiations out to really find something of substance they can latch onto.
So are we to believe that a series of conversations started after this new deadline emerged and the letters went out? Has this actually changed anything?
I think the answer simply is that the conversations have continued, right? The countries that were negotiating, Bloomberg assesses that number to be somewhere between 18 and 23, depending on how we count it, are still negotiating. And they're using this time to try and get something across the board that both addresses the Trump administration concerns and gives them something they can take home to their domestic populations. And the one thing I'd flag there is this big question, this outstanding question of sectoral tariffs, and whether the administration is willing to give enough for countries like Japan, South Korea, and the EU that need something in that space.
Well, and for like South Korea and Japan, autos specifically in terms of sectoral tariff, I would imagine is a concern. But we also learned officially from the president overnight that August 1st is when that 50% copper tariff will be going into play. Do you expect that we could see carve-outs for copper-producing countries like Chile, or that we could see tweaks to that policy overall, know how critical that commodity is?
I think the simple answer is that we should expect that anything is possible at this point. He's given, again, a runway for conversations. There's been ample reporting over the last 24 hours highlighting the essential nature of copper to the technology industry in the United States, and the simple reality that that demand is inelastic, right? People are going to need to buy it regardless of the price. And so if there are no changes, we're going to see price increases in the United States on key goods.
Adam, great to have you. Adam Farrar, Bloomberg Economics, here on Balance of Power. We appreciate the insights, and joining us now for a look more at how the agriculture industry is watching President Trump's tariff policy, along with other policies impacting farms out of this White House, is Tom Vilsack, the former Democratic governor of Iowa, former Secretary of Agriculture in both the Obama and Biden administrations. He's also the CEO of the World Food Prize Foundation. Governor, great to see you, and welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. President Trump, we'd like to start with the tariff matter, says that this is in fact good for business for American farmers. How do you see it?
Well, it's a mixed bag. To the extent that there are agreements that open up opportunities and markets for American agriculture, that's good news. But the reality is that right now that's not necessarily the case. With corn prices, for example, under $4, soybean prices under $10, I think it's a reflection and indication of a market that has quite a bit of surplus in it. And there has to be a place for it to go. And right now, it does not have a place to go. Our big client is China, and I think we're all waiting to see what ultimately ends up in terms of the agreement with China, if there is to be one, and then whether or not China will actually follow through with the agreement. We had a phase one agreement during the first Trump administration that China never actually met the goals or requirements of that agreement. And I think that's something to remember. These are agreements. These are not trade pacts that are essentially approved by Congress. These are one-off agreements that oftentimes countries make the decision not to follow. And that was certainly the case in China.
Well, of course, Governor, to have agricultural goods to actually export, you have to have those agricultural goods harvested and grown, and it requires workers to do that. So I also want to ask you about the president's immigration policy, as we have the current agricultural secretary, your successor, Brooke Rollins, suggesting that people who need to work in order to receive Medicaid, able-bodied Medicaid recipients, should replace the migrant farm workforce. Sir, is that even possible in terms of the numbers required? Is that the solution here?
Well, we're talking about several 100,000 individuals who work extremely hard on farms across the United States, primarily in the specialty crop dairy areas in particular. The reality is that's not the answer. The answer actually is immigration policy that essentially acknowledges the important work that these farm workers do and a pathway for them to continue to do it. The Farm Worker Modernization Act was proposed several years ago, was passed by a Republican House. It had probably more than 50 votes in the U.S. Senate. It just couldn't get to 60 votes. That would have provided a pathway, would have provided a responsibility on the part of these workers to acknowledge the wrongdoing, which would then not be amnesty. There would be a fine involved. There would be taxes that would have to be paid. There would be a period of time that they would receive a visa, if you will, to be able to work. It seems to me that that's a better course of action than to suggest that somehow magically folks who are currently on Medicaid will be in a position to take these jobs. There may not be the geographic match between where the Medicaid folks are, eligible folks are, and where the farm work is required. So I think at the end of the day, I think American agriculture would prefer to see a workable system that provides stability and assurances that there's going to be the workforce there.
Well, not to mention the automation and AI component that the secretary is suggesting here, Governor. I don't know how soon you think robots are going to be working in the fields, but I'm really glad that you mentioned the Farm Workforce Modernization Act. This is an H-2A program, a visa program that hadn't passed, to your point. Do you think it could ever see the light of day in this current political climate?
Well, I think it ought to. I think we need to get away from this the situation where all of the issues that we deal with are an either-or circumstance, and we need to get to a point where we look for the word "and," where we essentially are able to resolve the concerns that folks have about amnesty, but to do it in a way that basically makes sense and basically provides the stability and workforce that American agriculture needs. I think the Farm Worker Modernization Act was certainly a starting point. The fact that it got a majority of votes in a Republican House, the fact that it had more than 50 votes in the U.S. Senate would suggest that we're not far away from getting something done that would be, I think, accepted by most American agriculture. Certainly the Western growers, there was actually a consensus between unions that represented farm workers and the growers, which you don't often see. So I think we should be encouraging that type of opportunity in order to meet this workforce need. AI, robots, absolutely, that's going to happen, but it's going to take time and there's expense involved in that. And that's going to make it a little bit more difficult for the small and mid-sized farming operations to continue to survive. And so I think we need to be cautious about how far that will solve the problem. I think we need a workable immigration system, and I think we all should be working towards that.
Well, that work may still lie ahead, as difficult it may be. Meanwhile, when we consider the work that this Congress at least now has behind it, of course, the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, with not just the changes to Medicaid, which we were referring to with these work requirements, but also changes to the SNAP program. And Governor, I wonder if you ultimately expect that to have an impact on America's agricultural industry as well.
Well, that's the interesting thing about SNAP. When we often talk about the changes to the SNAP program, it's often in the terms of the number of people that may ultimately lose their capacity to go into a grocery store and to be able to purchase additional groceries. So we focus on the people who are food insecure, as we should. But there are also rippling effects of this decision on farmers. When 20 cents of every food dollar that's spent at a grocery store ultimately ends up at a farmer and with a farmer, you're really talking about a reduction in farm income that results from any SNAP reduction or any lack of participation by folks in the SNAP program. You're talking about jobs that are connected. When people can't purchase more at the grocery store, the reality is they won't. They can't. So that means it doesn't have to be as much in the grocery store. And all of those are jobs in the supply chain. The fact that states are going to take on some responsibility here will also, I think, ultimately impact public education, public safety, the public health system. Why? Because state budgets are constrained today, asking them to take on this additional burden. That's going to make very tough choices in state legislatures and governors across the country. So there will be a rippling effect and impact of this. It's not just the impact on families who are struggling financially, but on farmers, on job seekers, and on folks who are having to put together a state budget.
Well, you have a unique view on that front as a former governor, the state's view of Washington here. And I wonder if you see nonprofits being the answer, like the World Food Prize Foundation that you run, in trying to make up the gaps that may have been left by this legislation.
Well, look, elections have consequences, and administrations have the right to make decisions that they feel are in the best interest of the country. The ramifications of this is the federal government takes a step back and essentially reduces its role, does put the onus on the rest of us to step up. One out of 8 Iowans, for example, is food insecure. 1 out of 6 Iowa children are food insecure. The numbers across the United States are pretty significant in terms of the number of food insecure families in the country. If we're not going to provide the help and assistance through the federal government, then it's going to be food banks and pantries and nonprofits, as you say, that have an additional responsibility. And I think the challenge is, can we basically step up in a significant way and fill that void, or to what extent can we fill that void? And what are ultimately the consequences of not filling it? It's often said that if you don't feed people, you feed conflict. And I think there is a lot of truth to that. And that's not just true domestically, it's also true internationally as we look at the development programs that are being reduced.
All right, Tom Vilsack, former U.S. Secretary of Agriculture during the Biden administration, of course, also former governor of Iowa. Thank you so much for joining us. And coming up, New York City Mayor Eric Adams shares his frustration with former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo over the city's mayoral race. We'll bring you the details when we assemble our political panel next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lyons. And here are some of the top stories we're following in today's Power Brief. President Trump's effort to limit automatic birthright citizenship has hit another legal roadblock. The executive order was once again temporarily blocked by a federal judge in New Hampshire, automatically reinstating protections that were paused last month by the Supreme Court. The judge also agreed to provisionally certify the case as a class action lawsuit representing all affected babies and parents. Trump's order would overrule 150 years of constitutional precedent by restricting citizenship to babies with at least one parent who is a U.S. citizen or green card holder.
President Trump has named Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy as the interim administrator of NASA. The announcement coming 2 months after the White House pulled his original nominee for the position, SpaceX astronaut and billionaire Jared Isaacman, who has close ties to Elon Musk. That whole incident coincided with the public falling out between Trump and Musk. Duffy's appointment comes the same day as Politico reported more than 2,000 senior NASA employees intend to leave the agency as part of the Trump administration's overall cost-cutting efforts.
And this morning on Bloomberg, Democratic New York City Mayor Eric Adams, who is running for re-election as an independent, slammed former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo for staying in the mayoral race and potentially splitting the vote, a move Adams says will benefit Democratic nominee Zohran Mamdani. Take a listen.
He created this scenario because he thought by doing so, he can force someone out of the race.
Are you saying that Andrew Cuomo created Mr. Mamdani's campaign?
He created this scenario that created an opportunity to divide the vote instead of being unified around Mamdani. This was his creation.
Former Mayor Michael R. Bloomberg, the founder and majority owner of Bloomberg News parent company Bloomberg LP, endorsed Cuomo in the primary and has contributed to his PAC. Joining us now with their reaction to this story and a lot more this evening's political panel. Let's get to it with Jim Kessler, Democratic strategist, Executive Vice President for Policy at Third Way, and Republican strategist Lisa Cammuso-Miller, host of the Friday Reporter podcast, former RNC Communications Director. Great to see you both here. Jim, I'll start with you as our Democrat. New poll out today on the New York mayoral race. Not good for Eric Adams. This is a Slingshot Strategies poll. Adams in fourth place. Only 11% of those polled said they would vote for him in the general election if it were held today. What does he need to do?
Well, if both Cuomo and Adams are in the race, it's certain that Mamdani wins. But Mamdani could win even if it's just a one-on-one race out there, too. And Curtis Sliwa is in the race as well as a Republican who's going to take some votes. But if you want to stop Mamdani, Cuomo or Adams need to get out. I have a number one rule of politics, which is all elected officials are selfish, so it's hard for them to withdraw from something.
They both asked each other to drop out.
That was very nice of them.
Revealed today. They're both still in the race.
Very generous of them.
Well, if we consider the prospect of Mamdani maybe being set up for a victory here, that's catnip for Republicans, right, Lisa?
Yeah, it's a pretty fun race for those of us who are political watchers to watch. It's also, to me, historic in that there have been now 3 mayors that have been elected in New York, de Blasio, Adams, and then whoever will be in the mayor's race, as an outlier, not someone that's your mainstream Democratic candidate that is the viable candidate for the job or ultimately wins. So it's fun to watch because I think New York is really, it's an outlier for so many of us who love to watch this. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm with Jim on both of those guys probably need to get out because otherwise it seems to me like the pathway to mayorship is already been paved.
As much as you love Curtis Sliwa, Republicans are secretly hoping Mamdani wins this race so you can talk about him for the next 4 years, right? Donald Trump's talking about him every day already.
No question about it. There's no doubt about that. I mean, I remember Curtis Sliwa when he was in charge of the street group, the Guardian Angels that were in New York from when I was a kid, but he's still very involved there. But yes, no, to me, it seems like this is an opportunity for political messaging, an opportunity for Republicans to point to what's not working if Mamdani is the ultimate winner in the mayor's race.
Well, I want to shift the focus from what's going on in New York City to what's happening currently here in Washington. On Capitol Hill today, the Senate trying to take steps in the appropriations process as we count down to September 30th and the expiration of government funding. Some of the appropriations bills advancing out of committee, and yet there's no deal yet between Republicans and Democrats for a bipartisan full appropriations package, and that's leading some to bet on just another continuing resolution. We spoke with Republican Congressman Chuck Fleischmann of Tennessee about that on the early edition of Balance of Power today.
If you look at where things are, we never want to see a government shutdown. I've lived through 3. It's not good. It costs more to reopen, and it just really is disadvantageous for the entire nation, including markets and the like. But what do I think will happen? The reality is you look at the clock and things like that, probably a short-term CR.
You both obviously have plenty of experience in this regard as well. Would you agree with that assessment that you're not going to get a deal by September 30th? You're just going to get another kicking of the can?
Yeah, I think a deal is unlikely because the last time the Democrats avoided a shutdown, those who led that avoidance paid a huge price. And that was Chuck Schumer, really took a lot of criticism on that. And I think that Democrats are going to be reluctant this time. So I think a deal in some ways is even harder than it was last time. So I do think a kick down the road we're going to see for a bit.
Well, part of the conventional wisdom is that a deal might be impossible if this rescissions package that is going before lawmakers now passes. How could Democrats trust Republicans if something that's already cleared Congress is clawed back? And we talked again on the early edition of Balance of Power with Republican Senator Shelley Moore Capito from West Virginia about this. Here's what she had to say about the president's rescissions plan.
We are now looking at the details of the rescission package. It's a $9 billion package, mostly USAID, but also Corporation for Public Broadcasting. And we may make some adjustments there in terms of where we think this may have gone too far in some cases. And so we're in the process of that right now.
I'll probably get some tweets for asking this, but is $9 billion worth blowing the whole fiscal year budget over?
I think that the administration is looking for every opportunity to cut, and so that's what this is probably going to be. I also wouldn't count out this Republican leadership. I think over and over again we have doubted whether or not they could get bills done. Big Beautiful Bill was done by July 4. The Speaker himself has had a lot of wins in spite of the fact that he was someone that no one thought was a leader for that space. So as much as I think that it is unlikely and we'll be looking at a continuing resolution, I also think that conventional wisdom has me questioning whether or not any of what once was the case for the way government and Congress did their work is the same anymore. So there may be an opportunity here. I know the president will want a win and he will want something other than a CR.
Well, certainly, and the president has shown that he is not willing, or he is not unwilling to use the executive office and the power within it and the influence he has in order to influence outcomes on Capitol Hill. But to this idea that Joe was talking about, Jim, of why would Democrats play ball in the appropriations process if rescissions are always at risk of looming in the aftermath? What cover does that provide them to potentially allow a shutdown to happen this time?
Right. And look, I also think that if you look at the grassroots of the Democratic Party, they want to fight, okay? They don't necessarily want to win. They want to fight. The fight is the win in and of itself. So I think that both there would need to be some assurances that there aren't going to be future rescissions if there's some sort of deal. And also Democrats in Congress who in the past chose fighting would need to say, okay, this time we're going to be cutting a deal. Otherwise, I think we're going to see something prolonged and ugly.
Well, you've been through this before a couple of times, as Kayleigh mentioned. Chuck Schumer knows this. He's had enough experience here to know better, doesn't he?
Yeah, but I think he also, look, I think Chuck did the right thing last time, and he paid a price. It hurt him politically, and I think he's going to say, okay, my caucus, a lot of Democrats spoke. I'm going to listen to them, even if it's not exactly what I think is the right move here. So we'll see.
What about in the House? Do you think the same applies for Hakeem Jeffries up against Mike Johnson?
You know, it's hard to say. There has been so much back and forth. To credit the House Democrats, they have been unified in just about everything they have done. And it has been really enviable to watch the way they stand together with one another. But I do think that this may fall down the lines where folks start to say, I'm not willing to give up the political capital. I need to do the right thing for my district, because we're getting very close to September, which is getting very close to 26, which is midterm season. And so I do think that we start to feel a lot more of the political vulnerabilities. And at that point, the House sometimes can operate very differently than the Senate.
Mike Johnson promised regular order. Will we see it with an actual budget that becomes law?
Well, I think that goes back to my original point, is that Mike Johnson has really wanted to demonstrate that he can get back to regular order, that he can do. I think that it is a very lofty goal, but I also do think that it ought not to be, and it's the way we used to do things way back when. However, I do think that there's some momentum and there's some wind behind him in the possibility of this being something that could be achieved, especially with the president also eager to see this happen in regular order.
All right, Lisa Camusa Miller and Jim Kessler, our political panel on this Thursday. Thank you both so much for joining us as we come to the end of the week here, knowing tomorrow, Friday, Joe, is supposed to bring, at least according to President Trump, a visit to Texas in the flood-torn area of Hill Country, where, of course, there's still over 100 people missing in active search and rescue.
Yeah, this remains a developing story, even if it's not on front pages everywhere. And it's something that we're going to talk about a lot tomorrow, as the president decided to wait a few days following this tragedy so he wouldn't be in the way of rescue and recovery efforts, though we have yet to see an official schedule on that. If he does make his way to Texas, you'll hear about it and see it right here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
And of course, you can also find coverage of that, all of the other stories we talked about this evening in the Washington Edition newsletter, on the terminal and online.
Thanks for joining us. As always, on Balance of Power, we'll see you back here tomorrow on Bloomberg TV and radio.
has not been a great time for genius. The people who claim to have it do not seem to qualify for it. The people who diagnose it in others seem to have a very, very narrow definition in mind. And the people we can all agree are stone-cold geniuses always seem to have a dark side. I read in Bloomberg Businessweek about the biggest crypto genius of them all, Sam Bankman-Fried. At his peak, he was worth like $26 billion. And that was before he was accused of running one of the biggest frauds in American history. His defense is that he is not a criminal, essentially, just inept. What does it mean to have genius in work, in the marketplace, in life? And who is even to say? To make anything simple takes actual genius, and we're going to try to live up to that name together tonight. It's the Business Week Show. Hello, I am Max Abelson, and I'm not a genius, just a regular, slightly above average journalist who has spent about the last decade and a half here at Bloomberg News, and sometimes our magazine, Bloomberg Businessweek, writing about Wall Street's money and power. And what that means is I write about ambition and ownership and imagination and survival and risk and second acts and, of course, genius. Tonight, and in the weeks to come, we are going to be talking about those things at this table with people whose lives and careers and ideas are big or interesting or just really fun. So, welcome. This is the Business Week Show, and it's starting right now. If you consider yourself a master of Wall Street, a connoisseur of investing, a soothsaying financial genius, a brilliant portfolio manager, our guest has very bad news for you. Burt Malkiel's book, A Random Walk Down Wall Street, 50 years ago, had a clear and vivid message, which was that Wall Street genius is really just an illusion, and that professionals in pinstripe suits at the end of the day are no better than naked animals. It was a genius and radical idea, because what he had to say is that you should forget them and just buy and hold clear, boring, basic, low-cost index funds. He is here to tell us about it. Burt Malkiel, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
Your book is actually, it's pretty funny. It's a little saucy sometimes, your book. I mean, you say no one in finance can really forecast the future, or at least they can't do it successfully, consistently. You know, I think you use the word genius in quotation marks, and you give it to Ponzi schemers and whatnot. Right now, are there any actual individual geniuses on Wall Street? You know, real human geniuses. Maybe AI is the genius we've been all waiting for. Can you identify any current geniuses on Wall Street right now?
Well, as you know, I put genius in quotes because I'm not sure there are geniuses in the market. And I've always said I would much rather be lucky than smart. Are there some hedge fund people who have, in fact, made a lot of money? George Soros bet against the British pound and made a lot of money. There were people who sold short in 2000 and made a lot of money. But I am not willing to say that they were geniuses. I want to say that they were lucky, because for every one of them, there was a hedge fund that in fact lost money. No, I don't think there are geniuses. I think there are a lot of very smart people in Wall Street, but it is not possible to predict the future. And, you know, it's kind of very interesting how you talk about AI. I recently had to give a presentation on the economic outlook. And I thought, you know, just for kicks, I will go to ChatGPT and I will ask, can you give me an outline of what I should say? And actually, ChatGPT gave me a wonderful answer. It was a one-sentence answer. I cannot predict the future.
It might not necessarily qualify as genius, but you're able to write about Wall Street with clarity, which is really unusual because Wall Street, and I suffer from this myself, you speak to Wall Street executives and they absolutely fetishize complexity. Why does Wall Street like to make things sound so complicated? Is there something sinister or something that has to do with the ego?
Whether it's sinister, but this is a very highly paid profession. And someone like me who says, listen, don't listen to anybody. Just buy a simple index fund and keep on investing period after period. If I'm charging you 2% a year to manage your money, I want you to think you can't do it yourself. So sure, you've got a vested interest. This is a very highly paid profession. These guys do very, very well. Is that sinister? I don't know. You call it sinister, anything you want, but is there an incentive to make it seem like it's very complicated, that ordinary people can't do it themselves? I think that's absolutely right.
The honest truth is, it's not necessarily that I think that the aura of complexity on Wall Street is coming from a sinister place. More like it makes me feel bad or makes me feel dumb, and that I appreciate that your book is sort of written so that I can understand it. But it does make me think about exclusion in a small way, because so many stocks are owned by so few people in this country, because the very wealthiest people in America have such giant portfolios, that when the stock market goes up, inequality goes up too. Is there anything that can be done to change that in the future?
One of the things that's impressed me throughout my life is really how capable so many people are. And I think to the extent that we can eliminate discrimination, I mean, for example, opening up our jobs, our economic opportunities to women has been a very good thing, and I think has been generally helpful for women. I think it's the same sort of thing in terms of racial discrimination. I am absolutely convinced that rather than there being just a small coterie of geniuses, that intelligence is very widely distributed in our population. And so my own sense would be the more we can do with education, the better.
Why is it that we need geniuses, or really just the concept of genius? Is it like the way we need heroes and heroism, to help just explain the world and justify?
I think we need innovators, and I'm not saying that innovation isn't good. We absolutely do, but I'm not going to call them geniuses. And Jack Bogle would certainly have never have called himself a genius. But I think we do need innovators. There will undoubtedly be financial products that are actually good for one. I'm not a fan of Bitcoin. I don't think, I don't recommend that any investor buy it. But will there be improvements in the payment system in the future? And will there be digital currencies in the future that are stable and that are useful, as opposed to something that goes up $1,000 or down $1,000 in a day? Absolutely. And there's room for much more innovation in finance. So I think there will be innovation. There should be innovation. I just wouldn't call it genius.
That was great. Burt Malkiel, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed our conversation.
Stay tuned, because next we have a very far-out genius. There is no one way to be a genius. You could be dreamy and far out. You could be scrupulous and scientific. You could work within the institutional establishment, or you could honor indigenous wisdom. All of those descriptions apply to this guest. Moraba Jah is a space environmentalist, an astrodynamicist, a spacecraft navigator, and the first African-American professor of aerospace engineering at the University of Texas. Last year, the MacArthur Foundation gave him a fellowship that is informally known as a Genius Grant. So, if you want, you could call him a genius, you could call him Professor Jah, but you'd rather you call him Moraba. So, Moraba, welcome.
Great to be here, my brother. Thank you so much.
Really glad to have you. I really love the phrase, a stroke of genius. You were in Alaska with your family in a hotel one morning. I think you were taking a shower.
Yeah.
And you had this feeling and this vision that kind of struck you. And whether or not it has anything at all to do with genius. Tell us about that moment.
I'm in the shower, and I felt a presence. And in my mind's eye, I saw flashes of scenes from like history and how in the beginning, whatever that means, it seems like there was this intergenerational contract of stewardship with the planet, but that humanity over time has mostly abandoned that intergenerational contract of stewardship and has forgotten about how interconnected things are.
Did that moment change the life you led and the work that you do?
Absolutely. So one of the people that I really look up to is Jane Goodall. I watched something about Jane where she said that she went to a meeting as a scientist and she left that meeting an activist. In very similar ways, I went to Anchorage kind of just this scientist, and I came back both a scientist and now this space environmentalist activist to really try to, I guess, really showcase how we need to protect orbital space.
If there's a kind of genius that means something to you, something that you would want to live up to, or something you'd want to recognize in yourself, what would that kind of genius actually look like?
To me, the best kind of genius is simply allowing myself to let the universe go through me and, I guess, use me as some sort of vehicle for the work that I'm trying to do. And if I can keep myself kind of in the moment and in a place of compassion and empathy, then I think genius is just what comes through when you allow that to happen.
There's more garbage orbiting the Earth than there are working satellites. You now work not just to make sure that all that stuff is properly tracked, but to be an evangelist for expanding the way we think about environmental protection so that it includes all that stuff. What can those of us who are not scientists, what can we do to help you?
Every day, the technologies that we have are more and more reliant on these robots in the space that we call satellites. And we're tracking about 50,000 things ranging in size from a cell phone to the space station. 5,000 are working and everything else is garbage. So that's like 90% of the stuff is trash. The thing that most people just don't realize is that these satellites that are providing these critical services and capabilities, position, navigation, timing, communications, internet with the Starlink satellites, right? Any of these things can get schwacked, that's the technical term, get schwacked by a piece of junk, and then it's game over, and then you lose that capability. So I think more and more people just need to be aware that, oh, well, that space, that's somebody else's problem. No, it's our problem because our way of life, our technology is now going through this infrastructure.
There's a real stereotypical idea of genius that I'm thinking of a kind of solitary genius working by herself or himself off in a fun cabin, What does it mean? What would it mean to be a genius collaborator?
Back in the times of like the Renaissance, people looked at folks like, Da Vinci, Michelangelo, and they said, okay, these are geniuses in their own right, right? And people say, well, how can anybody be like another one of those? Science has developed so much beyond those days that there's no way for somebody to be able to be, quote unquote, this Renaissance person that knows very deeply things in all these different fields. Like those days are gone, okay? But To me, the real genius is recognizing where you bring in smart people from other fields that complement and augment your own to solve wicked problems.
Yeah, connectedness, connections with one another. But my understanding, though, from reading a little bit of your writing, is that you were, I think in your childhood, you felt really isolated.
I did, yeah. My mom was born in Haiti, and she was naturalized citizen. My father, Sierra Leone, naturalized citizen. They got divorced when I was very young, and my father was just very abusive. So at the age of 7, he kidnapped me, and 9 days later, they found me in some apartment in the Bay Area, put me back on a plane to my mom, and my mom had, we had a cousin that lived in Caracas, and so we fled the country because my mom's like, I don't want your father to ever find you again. He never did physically again. But growing up in Venezuela, I felt very isolated. I felt very alone. I came into contact in this void with what seemed to feel like an ocean of infinite love and compassion. And then I realized, I have a choice here. I can choose to meet my experiences with equal anger, or I can choose to act from a place of love and compassion and heal from my pain and make my healing be of service to others. And that's what I've chosen to do.
When the MacArthur Foundation, when they named you a fellow, they said it was because, they used a beautiful phrase, it's because you envision transparent and collaborative solutions for the Earth's orbital spheres. What are those solutions? And maybe when are they coming?
My inspiration for this comes from indigenous people, from traditional ecological knowledge, TEK, I call it ancient tech. And so for me, the vision of my future is seeing Western science and traditional ecological knowledge come together, not annihilate each other, but actually harmonize with each other, so that then that could be the way of the future, so that humanity does recognize interconnectedness, empathy, and stewardship.
Thank you so much for being here and sharing your story, sharing yourself.
Thank you, brother.
Truly enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Coming up next, a genius I would like to be when I grow up. Getting older is not easy, but the good news is time brings opportunities to become a more practiced, a more seasoned, a more you version of you. The guest who's sitting with me at this table is one of the most accomplished people I've ever met, and she is 17 years old. In 2021, Zaila Avantgarde won the Scripps National Spelling Bee, but she considers herself not so much a speller as a basketball player and she has multiple Guinness World Records in juggling. A few weeks ago, this young genius started the 11th grade. Zaila, so glad you're here.
Thanks for having me.
Truth is, we're all super different. We all have our own gifts. We all have our own limitations. When and how did you come to realize how special you are?
So that's a complicated question, I would say, because I didn't so much realize, I realized I was special, but I became special through a process of like training and stuff. If you look back on it, like I wouldn't say I popped out the womb like a genius or something like that. It's like when people would start to stop and look at me while I was dribbling or practicing at a court, people like stop and look because, hey, look at this cute little girl. I was very small when I was that age. So this cute little girl dribbling 2 balls and doing all this between the legs, step backs into shots and stuff. So pretty early on, I realized that, yeah, I might be a little bit different than the average kid.
You won this like completely beloved national competition, but it's something that I think you no longer consider your main passion, or maybe you didn't even consider it your main passion then. What does basketball make you feel that spelling doesn't?
I would say basketball gives me even more of like the competitive rush. Like I just really love to compete and stuff. So like, and like spelling is more like, yes, it's not really like person to person competition. It's more like person versus dictionary, which is something you hear a lot from spelling bee people. It's like it's me versus the dictionary because that's where the words are coming from. Whereas with basketball, it's more like physical competition. Like, oh, I made it between the legs and there's this girl on me and I have to shield her off. And it's like more tangible competition as opposed to the more philosophical competition of spelling.
I want to ask you about a very different kind of genius. There's this billionaire named Sam Bankman-Fried. Think you've heard of him?
Of course.
Widely considered to be the world's, great crypto genius before he was then charged with fraud, which he has denied. How should the rest of us look at people who get called geniuses, but maybe they still have shortcomings, just like everybody else?
Sometimes I feel like the term genius is like nowadays it's so loaded. Like maybe it's like, oh, it doesn't just mean, oh, look at her, she's a genius, like she's so smart or whatever. But like then like if you're labeled with that like your whole life, that kind of like puts a pressure on you. Like maybe once upon a time, like I listened to a podcast about Sam Bankman-Fried, but I don't know him personally, so I can't speak for him. But hypothetically, like he's like his parents are like, oh my God, you're so smart. He goes to accelerated programs in school, and that's just putting pressure from a very early age. Like I'm a genius. I have to be a genius. I have to always be a genius. So I always feel like people like some of the scammers and stuff should get maybe just a little bit of sympathy, just a little bit, because they are like causing all sorts of trouble because like they've been considered geniuses their whole life and they had a nice business plan or something, but then it didn't work out. And so what are they supposed to do? Go to all these people who say, oh, you're a genius. That just puts a little pressure on you to like give you that extra push you needed to try to maybe go into the murky waters of life.
The murky waters of life. I want to ask you one final question about pressure. I think that there is sometimes pressure in the United States, maybe everywhere, pressure on really smart people, genius or otherwise, to use their intelligence to like make a lot of money, to be successful. And like, I guess I'm thinking specifically about the finance industry and mathematicians, but it's true of the business world. You're smart, you go make money in business. Do you have a favorite company or an industry or like a job that appeals to you?
I mean, I'm not like super like make millions of dollars. I mean, if anybody who's watching or listening wants to give me millions of dollars, please hit me up. However, like I'm interested in going to neuroscience or maybe working for NASA or maybe being an NBA head coach. But I just realized I've never thought how much money would I get for this, because that's not really something like I think of, because you can make a lot of money, not to sound trite, but you can also be really miserable making a lot of money. So that's not even something I actually consider, like how much money will I make. I'll cross that bridge when it comes.
Zaila, you're going to cross the bridge. You're going to have a great time. I have had a great time talking to you. I'm thrilled you're here.
Thanks for having me.
When you ask geniuses, as I just did, what a genius is, or if we need geniuses, or if they're a genius, the answer you'll get will be genius. It turns out that there is not one way to be a genius of finance or of art or of language, just as there is not one way to think about genius itself. What matters is not what you call unusually high levels of intelligence or talent. What matters is what you do with it. Thank you so much for watching the first episode of the Business Week Show. We'll see you again for another one soon.
I am a completely virtuous person. I have no missing virtues. But I do wish I could sing.
People clearly tend to be impatient where they should be patient.
I waste the most money on champagne. I love champagne every day. Every day I have 2 glasses of champagne. That's my thing. 2 glasses of champagne every day.
Risk is everywhere. It is a risk to get out of bed, take a sip of coffee, step into the street, shake someone's hand, eat a tuna melt. Trust risks betrayal, authenticity risks rejection, and if you want to play it safe, doing nothing risks missing out on everything. We associate risk with what you might lose, but there is no winning in the marketplace without it. If anyone ever comes up to you and offers you something that is completely risk-free, buyer beware. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I read this thing in Bloomberg Business Week about Silicon Valley Bank, which bought billions of dollars of bonds, a risk, and the value of those bonds fell, depositors went running out the door. The impact of that risk was one of the biggest bank failures in the history of this country. What does it feel like to take risk in business and in life? We're going to try to find out from actual risk takers. It's a risk. We're going to take it together, and we're going to take it tonight.
It's the Business Week Show.
Welcome to the Business Week Show. Tonight, risk. The very idea of who gets to take financial risk in global markets and how they go about taking that risk, and then how they talk about that risk, changed thanks to tonight's first guest. In 2012, Jamie Rogozinski logged onto Reddit, he started a new page, and he called it Wall Street Bets. In the years that followed, it got millions of users. It sparked real frenzies in stocks like GameStop and AMC, and at one point, it got its own Super Bowl ad. But As you may imagine, things did not work out all that well for everyone, and Jamie is here tonight to tell us all about it. Jamie, seriously, thanks for being here.
Thanks a lot for having me.
Risk is a funny thing because it freaks some people out, me included, but there's also something about it that is so attractive and so tantalizing. Why have you been so drawn to it?
Risk is a funny thing because when people say risk, especially when you frame it that way, the implication is either there's an element of randomness, right, or that the outcome can be very, very costly because it's either unlikely to pay out or the actual, chance of losing might be really costly. But the way that I see risk is really, if you're able to actually quantify those elements, it's really a price that you pay for an opportunity. The way that I look at risk in that sense, it's not that I'm attracted to these thrill seeks. I think this is worth it, right? I think I can identify these are the probabilities or possibilities, and sometimes I can't, but at least I can map them out. And this is what the possible outcome is. And I'm like, let's do this.
Okay, let's do this. Let's really talk about that, because what you're saying is you're really talking about what it means for something to be risky. When you started Wall Street Bets, the way you've talked about it is that you said you wanted a place where people could talk about risky ideas and they could talk about it kind of proudly, risky trade ideas. You were enabling other people to take risks. So can you tell us, like, what worries did you have at the time that things potentially could go wrong for them?
My definition, my understanding and my position on risk has evolved, right? It's become clear as the years gone by. And early on, I justified this by saying, well, look, they're all adults. You have to be 18 in order to open up a brokerage. Same thing if you go to a casino, everyone can go through. And when I said I wanted to be able to discuss high risk, I wanted to discuss high risk, high return, right? It wasn't just high risk is throwing your money out the window and having it go away with 100% certainty. This was high risk with the possibility of making money. And those two obviously go hand in hand. There are some that are irresponsible with it, but I can't make myself responsible in much the same way that there's gambling addicts, right? But outside of that, what I start seeing is a learning process, much like the one that I personally went through. I lost tons of money, but I walked away with so much knowledge and understanding and hands-on experience that a textbook can never explain to you.
I want to ask you about someone who sort of counts as your really, really complete opposite, Jack Bogle. He was the founder of Vanguard. He helped popularize the very vanilla, very boring idea that if you're an investor, you can diversify your bets. He ended up popularizing the index fund. How did it feel that you, in some ways, were kind of singularly responsible for changing the way that just millions of people think about investing? What did that feel like?
It was humbling for sure. It was unexpected to see the enthusiasm. If I were to have predicted the outcome of it, it would have been people looking down at this particular type of activity. Secretly, it was almost a goal of mine. But the beauty of it is what conservative investors do, Bogle, Buffett, whatever it might be, is no different than what gamblers that literally go to sit at a roulette table do. The changes in the vision that Wall Street Bets were, it demystified the idea of finance to people that might otherwise think it's just Excel sheets and discounted cash flows.
You also took a different kind of risk and you sued Reddit and you lost. Will you tell us a little bit about what that felt like?
Terrible. Yeah, that was probably in the top 5 riskiest things, if not 3. I get kicked out, and the stubbornness behind Reddit, they never answered. I tried pleading and sorries and threats and back channels and lawyers. They would just be like, no, you're done. They got to a point where they said, no, we're done trying to negotiate. We want to take you to court with this. And I said, all right, well, I guess now I have to actually go to court. And so this is when I decided to countersue them.
So it didn't feel like a risk. It felt like just something you had to do.
I needed to do it for closure. I still had a chip on my shoulder, and I couldn't fully commit to anything. I'd still kind of look at, every time I'd see Wall Street Bets on the news or people talking about it, it would still have that kind of sour feeling. And so, and I needed to get past that. And like, look, if I lose, I lose. And then it is what it is. And it would have been the fight of the century for me, or my lifetime for me. But but then I can be at peace. Right?
Is that how you feel now? Are you at peace?
Unfortunately, not, because it's not over yet. I would have liked I would have liked for the judge to have been like, no, dude, you lose and it's over. You know, I don't want to cover too much on the legal side of things, but the judge, let's just say they left plenty of room for maneuvering. So unfortunately, it's not over.
I was told, I really don't know what it is. I was told you brought an object, I think, that maybe encapsulates risk. I think Natasha, my colleague, is gonna pass it to us. I do believe. What is this? Okay. All right. Tell us about this guy.
You're familiar with this?
Yeah. Remind me.
So this is from a meme, right? It says, "This is fine." It's a little dog, and this encapsulates so much of both my life and my ability to handle emotions, especially with the volatility of markets, but also life in general. It gives you so many ups and downs and so many ways to go through it. Oftentimes, when faced with adversity, my composure resembles this. It's like, yeah, don't worry about it.
Can I see him?
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, this is mine now. Jamie, thank you so much for being here. Loved having you.
Not a problem. Thank you very much for having me.
We have more risk coming up next. When executives across corporate America want to take a little risk or manage it, they often turn to Wall Street. And there is no entity on Wall Street with a more interesting relationship to risk, including Wall Street bets, than the company Goldman Sachs. And when I think about Goldman, which I do often because I'm a Wall Street reporter, my mind often turns to Maeve DuVally. Maeve is a longtime media executive and until recently was a managing director at Goldman. The truth of the matter is, we have a cordial relationship, but a kind of antagonistic one because it's my job to report on Wall Street's money and power, and it's her job to push back. Recently, I finished her wonderful memoir, Maeve Rising, which is an account of her journey from being a lonely and angry person to the woman who is sitting at this table with me right now. Maeve DuVally, welcome.
Max, thanks for having me. You know, I would say we don't have a antagonistic relationship. I would say that we've locked horns through the years.
Okay,
is that a better characterization?
I think that's a better characterization, but I'm going to ask you in just a couple minutes about all kinds of risks that you have taken, personally and professionally.
Sure.
But I feel like we should start first things first.
Yep.
Why is risk, which is really, I mean, it's just a fancy way of saying basically the things that can go wrong. Why is risk so important to the work that happens on Wall Street?
Well, from a market perspective, obviously managing market risk, managing operational risk that somebody pushes a button they're not supposed to, and the trade that happens is bigger than it was supposed to be. Those are obvious risks. And there's also kind of macro risk, right? That a central bank does something that people weren't expecting. But the kind of risk that I manage, and incidentally, everybody at Goldman Sachs is taught they have to manage, is reputational risk.
Okay, so I want to talk about 2018. I think my favorite page of your book. You put on makeup at the office for the first time. What I really want to ask about is, like, tell me about the day. Like, what do you remember in full about that day in 2018?
Well, it was the day of the Knight Bagehot Fellowship Dinner, which you've probably been to. Knight Bagehot Fellowship is a fellowship for mid-career financial journalists at Columbia University. I'm a alumni of that program and also on the board of Knight Bagehot Fellowship. It's really a nice gathering. I usually look forward to the dinner, but sometime early that afternoon, I literally had this overwhelming feeling and desire that I needed to wear makeup to the event that evening. And once I had that thought, I couldn't get it out of my mind. And I bolted out the door and walked a third of a mile to the closest Sephora and bought a bunch of makeup, which I put on at the end of the day. And I went to that dinner with some makeup on for the first time.
You put on the makeup, you end up kind of negotiating with yourself. And you say to yourself that you basically have this barrel of femininity, and you think, like, should I just keep the lid on? Should I just keep the lid on? What would you have risked if you had done that?
I think that would have been impossible, but if I did that, I would have been miserable.
I was wondering when I read your book how it felt to kind of risk your male privilege. You were risking your male privilege in a male-dominated industry.
I'm certain I had male privilege, and I'm certain through the years I exercised male privilege, but I wasn't really consciously aware of it. And to be perfectly honest, it's not something that really matters to me.
When it's time for you to choose a name, you pick one that means she who intoxicates.
Yeah.
Which blew me away when I read it, because months before, you stopped drinking. Stopped drinking. Why did you quit?
Well, I had a series of progressively bad bottoms. My last bottom, which was in January of 2018, I holed myself up in an apartment. I only left to get alcohol. I drank around the clock, and I made an attempt on my life. So if I continued drinking, I'm convinced that I would have killed myself. After that episode, I made a decision that I wanted to live. And I knew if I wanted to live, I had to stop drinking.
Look, I mean, we have a professional relationship, so part of me feels like it's hard to say this, but it's also hard not to say it. I'm glad you made that decision. A lot of people who are miserable, they don't get out of their misery.
Yeah.
They stay there.
So the reality is there are a lot of drug addicts and alcoholics in the world, and the vast majority of them do not get sober and do not get clean. And they die alcoholic and addict deaths. That's the reality. So those of us who have made it to recovery don't take it for granted, number one, and two, realize that it was a gift. And it's a gift that has to be nourished all the time, because if you take it for granted, you're going to wind up right back on the street.
When you came out, you got, I think, literal bouquets from traders at Goldman. I think you got like these very warm notes from people. I think you got phone calls.
Yeah.
Those were from traders, and they were not from investment bankers. And you write in the book with clarity, investment bankers were quiet. I was so surprised by that. Can you explain that? Why did that happen?
I think probably some of my relationships with investment bankers were shallower than I thought. And I think investment bankers are very good at having really expansive relationships kind of across a wide group of people. But, maybe some of those relationships aren't as deep as they would appear.
I love that you're accusing investment bankers writ large of a certain kind of interpersonal shallowness.
I'm not sure I said it exactly
well, that is
that
exactly
way.
as you said it. No. I'm hoping that you'll...
You're not going to put words in my mouth, are you?
Well, I'm the interviewer now.
Yeah.
You know, I asked you earlier about male privilege. Coming out as trans in the milieu of, first of all, New York City, where we are, but also a corporation which I'm sure, as I'm also keenly aware, has a lot of pressures too. Can you talk, if you want to at all, about, I don't know, maybe the kind of privileges that come with having a really good career as you do?
Sure. So I certainly have white privilege. I have the privilege of having worked at Goldman Sachs. I'm relatively well off. I live in the Chelsea section of New York, which is arguably the best place to be an out transgender person in the world. And even before I left Goldman Sachs, I began to, and I've continued to be, an advocate or activist for the LGBTQ community more broadly, because not everybody is in a position to speak out. Not everybody wants to speak out, but I'm in a position to, and I want to speak out, so I'm going to.
Thank you so much for being here. I really enjoyed this.
Thanks for having me, Max.
If the names RZA, GZA, and Old Dirty Bastard mean anything to you, or if you've ever been moved by the music of A Tribe Called Quest or D'Angelo, then you owe a debt of thanks to Sophia Chang. As an artist manager and as a music label executive, she helped shape the landscape of a golden age of New York City rap in the 1990s in a way that would be totally under-celebrated if it weren't for her own book, which is called The Baddest Bitch in the Room. It's a book about the music business, but it's also a book about taking risks, some that work out and some that don't. We've talked tonight about personal risks. We've talked about professional risks. We've talked about financial risks. Sophia's story is a story about what happens when those things come together. Sophia Chang, welcome to the show.
I am so excited to be here. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You manage Old Dirty Bastard without any experience as manager. You ran RZA's record label without any experience running a record label. I think you say in the book that risk is in my DNA.
Did I?
You do.
I wonder if I plagiarized that from somebody. That's really clever.
Risk-taking was in my DNA. Sophia, why is that?
I would say certainly my parents' stories have a lot to do with that. My mother, Tungsuk Chang, born in 1932, she escaped North Korea when she was 14. She was one of 10 siblings. That was a huge risk. It was a very risky boat ride. My father, he was, God rest his soul, he was estranged from his father, and he took a risk when he studied mathematics in Vancouver. They went to Canada to build a better life for their family. So none of that was explicit in my head as a child, but I think that that's probably the model. And I think the other thing that really supported my journey and my risk taking was that my parents, every move that I made, they encouraged me. After I moved to New York, I didn't have a job, I didn't have a place. Their peers would say, "Your daughter, what's she doing? Get her back."
They would have had a good answer, because when you moved to New York, I think one of the first jobs you had was working for Paul Simon.
Yeah.
Paul Simon had a personal assistant who I think was a Korean American woman.
That's right.
And I think she taught you almost explicitly that it was important for you to take up space in a room. How is, not just confidence, but something like unapologetic confidence, how is that a risk?
I think when you take an intersectional view of this, right? When you think about the fact that I am a woman and I am Asian, and I mostly navigated, Max, very male-dominated milieu. And yes, I remember, her name is Sonia Che, God rest her soul, and I remember watching her move, and I thought, wow, and she was smaller than me. She would just burst into a room, and you could just feel her. She didn't have to yell. She didn't have to do any of that, but her energy just emanated off of her, and I really took that lesson from her.
But, it occurs to me that you talk about losing the fear of embarrassing yourself.
Yes.
I think when you're at like Atlantic Records in an early job.
Yeah.
People have a fear of embarrassing themselves for a reason, because it's self-protected. It's a kind of shield.
Yeah.
So it occurs to me to ask, maybe the question I really want to know is why is it so risky to be yourself?
I think that in general, we as humans operate out of fear, just in general. So if we're in a meeting and there are 10 people sitting around the table, and maybe I'm junior and I have an idea, my fear, and even if I think it's so smart, my fear is I open my mouth and everybody goes, and it's like the record scratch, rewind, and then everybody looks. I think we all live with a real fear of humiliation, embarrassment, excommunication, reprisal.
Right.
So I have gotten to the point where I just don't care. I mean, it's so incredibly liberating not to care what other people think. It doesn't mean that I don't get my feelings hurt. For me to be out here speaking as openly and fearlessly as I do, I know from people who come up to me that I'm setting an example.
One way of thinking about risk is that it's a kind of bet on the unknown.
Yes, of course.
It's a way of endorsing one kind of future over another. What are the risks, or maybe a single risk, that you still want to take?
I feel like I take risks all the time. I feel like my life is full of risk, and that does feel reckless. But, I just turned 58, and I want to fall in love again. And that's really scary for a woman over, that's scary for a woman over 35. Never mind a woman over 40, over 50, close to 60. And what does that mean for a woman of a certain age to want to fall in love again? Well, that means you've got to put yourself out there. That's a risk because of patriarchy, because of ageism, because of all of those things.
Well, I wish you love, and I wish you many happy risks.
Thank you.
Sophia Chang, seriously, I loved having you here.
And I love being here. Thank you so, so much. Thank you.
Tonight, our three guests, with three very different careers, showed us that you can take just about any risk you want at work and outside of work if you've got the risk appetite and you're in the market for it. You can create a mechanism for other people to take all sorts of outlandish bets on stocks and options. You can reintroduce yourself at your very fancy job without a guarantee that your colleagues are going to appreciate the change. You can take a job in a big business that you're not really qualified for, and then if you don't like it, you can leave. What you can't do, according to these three interviews, is know for certain what the payoff's going to be before you take the risk. The best you can do is think carefully about the risks you want to take, think about why you want to take them, reconsider the risks you've taken already, and wonder about the risks that are still to come. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time.
The biggest and most consistent lie that I've told in the workplace is telling my clients and or members of Wu-Tang Clan what time the lobby call is or what time the flight is and making it an hour earlier than it actually is. But they all figured that one out a long time ago. So you just have to keep moving it back.
In terms of what causes me the most anxiety, it's when a news story I worked on didn't quite turn out like I planned. That's when you can get into trouble, when people have an unexpected negative surprise.
What's the worst thing that I've ever done professionally? Oh man, these existential questions. What is bad? There's nothing that I can recall that was not moral or not ethical. Mistakes, on the other hand, I've made plenty of those, but all of those have been good, right? They were all stepstones to succeeding, to being able to creating, to be able to actually fulfilling stuff.
I wouldn't say that I've had one sweeping gesture of generosity, and you got a car, you got a car, you got a car. I've never been in that position. What I do that manifests generosity is telling people they're doing a great job and always giving them credit when it's due. And it costs nothing.
Welcome to the Business Week Show. When my colleagues and I thought about what kind of themes of the magazine we want to turn into episodes of the show, we spoke about envy, failure, feuds, family, heists, generosity, legends, risk, rivals, and then we had a really far out idea. Moonshots. We reached out to many different kinds of people, including like actual real NASA astronauts. The first person that we talked to is a billionaire who is spending $100 million to try to cure a rare kind of muscular dystrophy that he has called FSHD by the year 2027. His name is Chip Wilson. He's the founder of Lululemon, and that is one of the most valuable apparel brands in the world today. But when we heard about his life and his career and his feelings about honesty and one extremely serious example of dishonesty, we decided to shoot for the moon. So, tonight's episode is built around one interview and built around the moonshots of one person who doesn't totally think they're really moonshots at all. Here is Chip Wilson. Chip, welcome to the show.
Oh, thanks for having me, Max.
You've written about feeling kind of disgusted in business and in life by, I think, what you call mediocrity. And that's like complaining or caution or like wallowing in embarrassment, wallowing in shame. What you want instead is, I think, what you describe as a kind of like radical, a radical greatness. What has the idea of moonshots meant to you and to your career?
I never really thought of moonshots ever. Like, so, I mean, you're bringing this up. And I guess Peter Diamandis from Singularity University and fame in the X Prize would have been kind of the master of this kind of idea about having an idea that could make $1 billion, affect 1 billion people in the world. And so what is that? And how do you exponentially set your company or yourself on that trajectory to get there? And of course, the big ways are setting a firm goal with a buy-win date and conditions for satisfaction, and then putting action in place in order to get there.
Am I right though, even if you're not thinking about it as moonshots, am I thinking that sort of maybe your life has been built around this idea of really kind of loathing like an acceptance of mediocrity, and that what you want instead is to put yourself in a position to make kind of the impossible possible, which is, I guess, how I think about moonshots?
Yeah, I think more like I almost feel sorry for people that get to near the end of their life and they go, oh my God, my life is over and I really didn't go for it. And something that we'll talk about maybe later is this thing about looking at life from the stands rather than playing on the court.
By the year 2030, I think you've said you'll be unable to walk by yourself. You're about 18 months now into, I think there's a 5-year window for the $100 million US dollar goal. Right. How is this new moonshot, if that's a fair word for it, how is it going?
I would say it's phenomenal. Before 2018, when we really started thinking about this Solve FSHD model that we have right now, myself and a man named Neil Camarda, who was the ex-CEO of Shell Oil in Canada, who family also has this, we belong to a firm out of the Netherlands called Fascio, and it was like the only thing dealing with FSHD in the world, and we went through about 6 or 7 years of it and $30–40 million, and nothing really came out of it. I got to the point where my muscular dystrophy was telling me like, oh my God, like I can't pretend like it's not going to happen anymore. Like it's really starting to affect me. So I went, okay, I've got to put some action in place to make this happen. And I had been studying Peter Diamandis' model about how to set up a $100 million prize and then what that does. And what it does is it brings everybody out of the woodwork. One, you get a lot of publicity for it. There's funding there, and people go, you know, I have an idea that I think can be attributed and help FSHD or maybe even cure it. But there was a lot of steps that had to get there to do that. So hopefully that gave you the foundation of where it came from.
You were diagnosed when you were, I think, like 32.
Right.
Which before Lululemon. I'm wondering if maybe an idea that there was something wrong going on, if that subconsciously put a kind of internal pressure to sort of be great in the years ahead, and that even if you weren't thinking about it, somehow it pressured you to do something like kind of extraordinary.
I would never compare myself to Steve Jobs, but I often thought about Steve, like whether internally he knew something was going on and he had to make things happen. I don't think that was necessarily it for me. I think I got diagnosed with it. I think I'm a very lucky person in that I have a very slow-moving one. There's thousands of children in wheelchairs who have it. I mean, and then I go, well, why was I so lucky to have a slow-moving one? I was always an athlete. I mean, like 3 or 4 hours a day my whole life. And so I think I was lucky to have this part of it kind of repress I guess the inflammation that occurs in the expression of the epigenetics of the expression of the DNA. So I feel like I feel I've been very lucky to have been born with the athletic love, but on the other hand, I have this problem. And
I know that you consider yourself lucky,
yeah.
And I know that you like to think about yourself as a player on the field, and that you were a triathlete and you swam and you worked out, I think, like 2 or 3 times a day.
Sure.
Sounds very stressful to me. But I'd like to try to channel, if it's true, the feelings that, I don't know, the feelings that I live with, for no particular reason, feelings of like self-pity and anger or regret. The common sort of ugliness of life. Have you gotten in touch with some of those things over the last couple of years?
Oh yeah, I definitely lived that life a lot till I was 40, and I think that I did a couple of things. I mean, I went through that period of like self-reflection at the age of 40. Read Seven Habits of Highly Effective People, The Psychology of Achievement by Tracy. I took the Landmark Forum course, read the book Good to Great by Jim Collins, and these things kind of formed a new Chip Wilson, so to speak. And it reframed who I was and how I was going to move forward. So I was able to like very easily now flex this muscle called amnesia. And amnesia is something where it's like waking up in the morning and I have no past. And if you have no past, then interestingly enough, you have no future.
Seeing a slightly different tune in the memoir. You are very clear that you're really future oriented, and you describe kind of beautifully like this way of like you do kind of talk about like living in the future. And I associate that's one reason why I think about you in Moonshots. I'm curious to ask about the way in which you can put yourself in the future and the way in which I guess your success has afforded you an ability to try to change your future. So I'm wondering if you still feel as future oriented as you used to.
Oh, I'm definitely there. I think the best way to affect life in the present is to determine what my future is going to be. So I set goals for 1, 5, 10 years out. I have a 30-year vision of what my life wants to, I want it to look like. And I work back from that 30-year vision to set my 10, 5, and 1-year goals. And I put actions in place in order to get there, and I get the life that I want to live.
Do you feel that you've ever been disappointed that the present doesn't turn out to be what you thought the future would hold?
I don't mind failing 50% of the time at my goals. I think failing is a muscle that very few people are used to now. And people talk about stress and mental illness. No, it's just a failure, and it's a failure to be dealt with. And I think people that learn how to deal with failure learn how to reset goals, reset conditions of satisfaction, new dates, and get on with life.
What's the connection to stress and mental illness? Do you think that sometimes people misinterpret what's really same?
Well, I mean, we've all heard of this thing called helicopter parents that have taken care of kids and doing everything for them. never let them fail, never let them have any adversity. You know, I think that that's the worst thing parents can do, and I think we're going through an epidemic right now.
All right, but you know, that's ironic though, because it was your dad who told you, I think at a swimming pool, that instead of saving your energy in a race for like later on, the final laps, that you should go all out. Will you tell us more about the poolside theory that your dad gave you? And I'm pretty sure that it's important to your life.
Yeah. It's really critical. Everybody in that era, it seemed like in the 60s or 70s, it was kind of like, there was always this thing about looking good at the end of the race, like sprinting the last 100 meters in a running race, or in the swim race, going to the end and hitting the wall and going, but nobody really like went full out at the beginning. And of course, it's very common now in Olympics. You can see everybody doing it. But at the time, it was rare. And so to actually like decide to go full out and fully commit, you know, had me get a Canadian record. I think it was the #2 time in the world at the time. And I went, wow, you know, like what? So now I became actually fearful, which is kind of an interesting way of being, of going through life and doing things and not committing 100%. I never wanted to get to my deathbed and go, I only gave that idea 97%. If I would have done 3% more, would I have done it, and would life have shown up differently? I never want to be on my deathbed regretting a thing.
Chip, CEOs are not known for saying what they really think, and they're not known for being willing to be themselves. You printed your own manifesto of sayings on the actual Lululemon bag. You know, it included one, I think, that people ended up getting upset about. It's about children of the orgasm of life, I think. You wrote in your memoir that I think you said something along the lines of like, I'd rather see a child have a job than just waste away. And then in an interview with a colleague here, you said, I think, some women's bodies just actually don't work for Lululemon pants. What is the point for you of talking like so brashly?
Well, I think it was the culture of Lululemon to be totally open and undefended, and to have every discussion was out on the table. I think especially when you are dressing people and you're looking at all the different types of bodies and the different personalities that want different colors, different shapes, different everything. I mean, there's 1 billion nuances that have to occur and things like that. But really, it's the psychology of like looking at people and determining who the muse is, who's actually going to buy your product, but almost as importantly, who do you not want to have buying your product? And can a brand be everything to everybody? Does that become the Gap? Well, I never wanted to become the Gap, and I certainly didn't want to become like most failed, quite frankly, American apparel companies. I wanted to be distinct. I wanted to my market was a very healthy person that was interested in fun and longevity and community, and that's who my market was.
We do not need to relitigate the comment about pants, but I mean, I guess that I could sort of imagine that maybe you've learned that like it, you know, just like hurt people's feelings, that people felt left out, and they felt left out because of things they can't control. Maybe you wouldn't say the same thing nowadays.
No, I don't think so. I think, you know, like let's face it here. I probably had done hundreds and hundreds of interviews and said thousands and thousands of things. It's just the roll of the dice, the odds that I would say something that was very truthful that is going to affect how some people think. Now, let's put it in context. I mean, that type of thing was in 2013, just at the start of social media, and nobody really understood social media or the power of it. Now, this is a very interesting statistic, and that was the third most sold book in the world is The Sorcerer's Stone by J.K. Rowling. Okay, there's
the Harry Potter.
There's the Bible, then Mao, and then it's fascinating when you think about that. 14% of people gave it a 1 star and said it was the worst book they'd ever written. So if you kind of think about any subject or any line that anybody says about anything, you can assume at the very minimum you're going to get 14%. Now, that was a great book. So let's say the average is 22 to 23% of people are going to be vehemently opposed to anything that anybody says about anything.
Listen, I don't think, though, that we should, first of all, I don't want to harp on this too much, but saying something about yoga pants and writing Harry Potter are different. That if 14% of people who read Harry Potter don't like it, that may be the case. But I guess to make it a little bit bigger, I'm betting that you must have a sense that you're taking a risk. You're making a bet that by saying kind of what you want about bodies or the children line on the bag or child labor, a bet that you're just going to be yourself and you're going to say what you want and you don't really care what's going to happen. I'm sort of assuming that must be like a conscious gamble in your mind, or at least it was then, maybe.
I don't think so. I think it's, it was 2013 was the entering of the stage of the world where people couldn't have an opinion anymore. Or I could have an opinion, but it didn't mean that people couldn't vehemently oppose to it verbally on a platform that would go global. I mean, before that, people said ideas all the time. What it is to be an entrepreneur is to have ideas that nobody else has.
Is there anything, I know that you really orient yourself to the future. Is there anything about the past that you wish now that you could change? Something that you did or something that you didn't do, something that you said or something that you didn't say?
No, I'd say my only regret was I had total control of Lululemon 100%. It was a cash cow making a lot of money. I had 3 kids under the age of 2, and I wanted to be a family man. So I sold to private equity and didn't really realize after selling to private equity that, that people would, I was a very trusting type of person. And, it'll take us 5 years to go public. Well, it went public in a year. Everything that, they had promised me kind of flew out the window. And what really happened is I lost control of the board. And I didn't have A and B class shares, which I could have, easily asked for, and didn't know I didn't have the right advice, which is my fault. And so by not controlling the board, I lost the culture of Lululemon and the growth of where I think it should be.
So your big professional regret is selling to private equity guys and losing control of your board of directors.
No, my regret would more be like I didn't spend time developing relationships with advisors or calling people that had gone through the process before and really understanding, what it is I needed to do. I think I also had surrounded myself with advisors that were also very nice, trusting Canadians And I think, it's just that private equity isn't set up to, to tell you the whole truth about what's going to happen 3 or 4 years down the road.
You felt you were naive.
Oh, very naive.
What do you want to say to people who are working retail jobs, maybe a job as a barista, a job with a boss, and they really crave doing their own thing, but feel like they don't have the resources or the capacity to actually try? What do you want to tell them?
Well, I think it comes back to what we've been talking about already. Like, do you want to be on your deathbed and go, I wonder if I would have done that or not? What's the point of living a life like that? I'm going to have 2 kids. I'm going to live in suburbia. At 60, I'm going to retire, become a road cyclist, and I'm going to die. It was great because then I'd lived an entire life. If I would have lived the life I'd already envisioned and then I died, that would be boring.
Wait, Chip, where does this idea of the horror of a kind of basic life come from? I mean, you asked what's the point of that? I mean, I can think of some reasons to do it. Just decency, comfort, family, spending time with people you love and enjoy, I guess that's a low stakes life, but I don't think it sounds as bad to me. It sounds like it kind of horrifies you.
Well, it is interesting that I think everybody makes the life basically in reaction to something that happened when they were in their childhood.
Yeah.
And what you're talking about is a type of person who maybe had a very rough childhood and very chaotic childhood, and in reaction to that, they want a very normal, safe, predictable life. Now, you could say I had a very chaotic childhood and everything, but I think my parents loved me, and I think that I was a firstborn child, and I was kind of, whatever my genetic makeup is or anything, I wasn't ever going to be happy with the normal life.
There are those of us who have a boss and a boss's boss, and sometimes a boss for that boss as well. But we appreciate our paychecks, and we like the stability of it, a sense of certainty that it offers. Can you sell us on the idea of living life your way?
Well, a leader is someone who creates a future that would otherwise not have happened. And a leader can be anybody. It can be the person, the maintenance person sweeping the floors, and it can be the CEO and everybody in between. I think you can have that life that you want to live, but it's important to be a leader to yourself. And so what does that leader do? He inspires and loves other people and makes everyone around them attain their very, very best.
Is it possible to have that life, a life of generosity and love, but without being a successful entrepreneur, just having a kind of stable job, maybe even in some ways what might look to the outside world like a mediocre job? Could it be possible to sort of be successful in your book like that?
A truly happy person is living in choice. So choice means not deciding. So deciding to do something is kind of like suicide. You're cutting off choices, where choice is really about coming up with 4 or 5 different possibilities for how life is lived, or almost how every moment is lived. And that's really only possible by, again, having that amnesia and letting the past go and creating the present from an unknown future. So I think as long as somebody is choosing the life that they're living and not doing it in reaction to their past, then they're living a fulfilled life.
We're going to leave it there. Chip Wilson, really enjoyed having you here.
My pleasure. Thanks, Max. Okay, very good.
You just watched an interview with a billionaire who goes from one very far out challenge to the next, kind of reshaping his present by reconceptualizing his future. But it turns out he has mixed feelings about the word moonshot. If you're the kind of person who aims extremely high professionally, maybe you do too. Maybe you just do what you do. However, no matter how you feel about the word, when you take a moonshot, things do not go as planned. In fact, as you are about to see in the closing moments of our interview, things go to places that no one could have predicted. Take a look. We'll see you soon.
Yes, I can remember the last time I was dishonest, and it actually makes me quite sick. I was being interviewed by the SEC, and I think I had to say what wasn't true in order to, how can I say this? If I would have said what was true, then I would have spent 3 or 4 years in court, flying back and forth from Vancouver to who knows where in the United States. And I probably will have lost $1 billion in stock value. But more so, I just had 3 kids at a very young age, and I wasn't willing to be away from them. And that took more precedence over telling the truth.
Will you just give viewers context of, like, you know, I was here at the time and they were asking about X? The viewers are going to be like, holy what is he talking about? Will you just add in full sentences, like, just help orient viewers so they're not completely flummoxed by that?
No, I won't.
You're just going to leave it mysterious?
Yeah.
All right, well, I honestly want to know more.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Ambition and success are similar, but they are not the same. You can be ambitious and a total failure. You can be a success with no ambition at all. If you call someone ambitious, you might not even mean it as a compliment. You might be trying to say they're more of a schemer than a dreamer. The truth is, ambition can be a little embarrassing. The coolest kind of success doesn't seem effortful. It's less manifested than destined. Total ambition about everything, like no ambition about anything, isn't always so ideal. I read this thing in Bloomberg Businessweek about the Google billionaire Sergey Brin, who has spent years backing a secret mission to build giant airships. The rumors he spent more than like $250 million. Now, people don't really know what he's up to, and that can be kind of intriguing, but also kind of scary. And yet, he presses on. So how much ambition is the right amount? And who is to say? Let's be ambitious. We're going to try to figure it out together tonight.
It's the Business Week Show.
Welcome to the Business Week Show. Tonight, ambition. The guest who's sitting at this table with me right now has been called the most exciting Black American scholar ever. And that's because the ambitious work that Dr. Cornel West does as an activist, as a philosopher, as an intellectual, as a teacher who quit Harvard not once, but twice, combines the Baptist Church with Chekhov, with Marx, with John Coltrane, with Toni Morrison, and he makes a criticism of American power and money that is bold and italicized. And now he's doing something more ambitious than ever. He is trying to put himself in the most important position in this world, and he aims for nothing less than disrupting and interrupting the landscape of power as we know it. Dr. Cornel West, thank you for being here.
It's a blessing to sit here with you, man.
It's so good to have you here.
Definitely.
Ambition is a complicated subject, but it's a deep one. When is ambition something to be ashamed of, and when is it something to revel in, celebrate?
As long as ambition has a spiritual and moral dimension to it, it's a beautiful thing. Tolstoy was ambitious. Toni Morrison was ambitious. John Coltrane was ambitious. Stephen Sondheim was ambitious. All of these folk who were ambitious really were people who had a profound vocation. See, a vocation is not the same as profession. If you're in a profession and you don't have a vocation, you're going to get caught up in the dominant forces. And what are the dominant forces of our day? Markets, buying, selling, spectacle, image, celebrity.
Let's go back.
Too much narcissism and hedonism, but not enough caring and nurturing of others as well as self. But it's always been that way. See, I'm not an alarmist about that.
No? Doesn't alarm you?
Oh, no. Every moment of human history, it's been a history that's pretty ugly, man. You know, the challenge has always been the self-destructive tendencies of the species.
I want to mention something about Donald Trump, which is that a year before the 2016 election, I sat with him. I reported on his corporate bankruptcies. There were many things that surprised me about being in his presence and talking to him. But one of them back then was he had never had any kind of representative role before in his life. He went from not representing anyone politically to being president. I think it's essentially fair to say the same thing about you. Tell us about why you're qualified in a way that he wasn't in this life you've had where you've done many things, but being a political leader in the regular sense is not one of them.
Yeah, I mean, one is that anytime you engage in high-quality service to others, no matter what the context, you have to come with a spirit of humility. You learn and listen. So I'd have to have some high-quality folk around me who have spent time in the machinations of the system. But you're right, never holding office. So I'd have to come in with a spirit of humility. But most important, you see, we're at the edge of a cliff when it comes to the United States. It's a very, very sad moment because the worst of any country, just like the worst of any human being, is allow that hatred and greed, especially when it's organized, institutionalized, and routinized, which is almost subversive to try to have integrity, honesty, and decency in a lot of our context. So for me, my role is to reintroduce America to the best of itself. So we've had some great figures and traditions in the United States. We really have.
have a financial question. You mentioned the word accountability. You know, there are reports that you have owed hundreds of thousands of dollars in federal taxes, and then a smaller amount, I think tens of thousands of dollars in child support.
That was the one that was a lie. I've never actually had any child back payment in that sense, though.
Let's talk about taxes.
Very much. Oh, yes.
It's fair to hold candidates to really high standards.
I agree.
What happened so that you didn't pay, you know, whatever was owed?
Well, one, I've always been broke as the Ten Commandments financially. I've had heavy debts and obligations, both with family as well as getting behind. You see, I had student loans when I first came out, and I got behind way back in the 80s. And there was a time when I had multiple audits. I had knocks on the door to get a subpoena Christmas Eve. And I said, dang, could you all wait for another day? I know I'm behind. But the good news has always been that I set up installment plans. And I've always done that because it's true, and I think that people are right to raise these questions, that money's never really meant that much to me. It really, as long as I can keep my money flow, I live from paycheck to paycheck. And that's true for 63% of my fellow citizens in the country. The richest nation in the history of the world. You got CEOs running around here multi-million dollars every year. And these precious citizens barely making it. I do, in fact, recognize my checks are bigger, but my debts are bigger. And I've always been chasing that next check in order to make it, but I've always been open about that.
Is it something that you're going to work on, I guess, now and before the election?
Well, it's the same because I've always had the installment plans in place. But you see, the important thing is, you know, the great Melville, our greatest novelist, he used to say that truth is a ragged edge. He said, if you're really committed to truth, it means you're not just speaking truth to powerless, you're also speaking truth to yourself. See, and that's Socratic, isn't it?
It's not easy.
Self-examination, that's self-scrutiny. And it takes a certain kind of courage to do that. Not just in private, but in public.
Are there things that you've found when you look inside that you don't like?
For myself? Oh, absolutely. I'm a human being. I'm a cracked vessel, my brother. I got revolutionary potential. I got thuggish proclivities. And I'm wrestling with this every day. Kendrick Lamar has the same wrestling. I like that. Any decent human being does. Michael Hurley does.
Michael Hurley.
Oh, yes, those valley of tears that he finds himself in, stealing the right to live. Tell the truth, Brother Michael, about yourself. But he bounced back. Tupac bounces back. I attempt to bounce back, but it's human, all the way down, Brother Max.
Let's talk about capitalism. Do you feel optimistic, something akin to optimistic about American capitalism? Can you imagine a world where capitalism somehow allows us to fix climate change, to somehow heal inequality? Can you envision a world where that happens?
Well, one is that you can never downplay the creativity of human beings. There's no doubt that the virtues of markets have to do with scientific breakthroughs and technological innovations. It's a beautiful thing. What you have to do is to make sure the markets are subordinate to public welfare. But unfortunately, especially in the United States, it's very difficult to be optimistic about American capitalism. It's had a long time to generate these results. In my campaign, I'm calling for an abolition of poverty, abolition of homelessness, strong defense of workers, strong defense of women, control over bodies and so forth, and a real accountability of the organized greed at the top. You see, so in that sense, I wouldn't say optimistic, but I'm not optimistic about anything.
You're not?
Very important. Oh, no.
You seem like an optimist to me.
Oh, no, I'm a blues man. There's no optimism in the blues.
I want to ask you not about what other people think, but about what you would think and how you would self-examine if the day came when, as Republicans, I think, ambitiously hope in their own way, you peel off votes from Biden, Trump wins. How will it square with your values and your internal voice? What would happen on that day if that day came?
I think we have to be, even in the political context, even though we're aware of strategic and tactical considerations, you do have to be honest about what's inside of you. And let me give you an example of this. I mean, you know 40% of U.S. citizens don't vote at all, and that's what I'm targeting. And 62% of those who vote third party, either Libertarian or Green, say they would never, ever, ever vote for Democrats or Republicans. So we're only talking about a small slice. But I can tell you this, the flip side is, if I remain silent, or if I begin talking about how wonderful Biden is when I don't believe it, that's a violation of my integrity. So that I do understand, that kind of finger pointing, you are the cause of fascism in America because you got 4% and so and so and so. Yes, that's something that I wrestle with. That's part of that Civil War, the battlefield of my soul, too.
What I'm learning is that your real ambition is to be a kind of transcendent existential pressure inside the country to provide something that you think is not there.
Well, it's a beautiful way of putting it, but I wouldn't use the word transcendent. See, I'm a funk master. It's not transcendent. It's immanent. It's grounded in the culture and lived experiences of ordinary people, or those Sly Stone call everyday people. And that's true for all of the social movements. They have transcendent visions because it embraces everybody, no matter what color and gender and so forth. But it is in the funk. And the problem of America is it tends to deodorize its funk. When you're playing your guitar, you know where the funky notes are, you see.
Only wrong thing you said is that I don't think I'm a very funky guitar player.
Well, you sound good to me.
Okay,
I'm telling you that.
I'll take it. Dr. Cornel West, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really, really enjoyed it.
This was wonderful, though, brother.
It was wonderful for me. Coming up next, a director, a model, an activist. But is she ambitious? Stay tuned. What do you call it when high-end American fashion all but leaves out the faces of black women? You call it high-end American fashion. The guest who's sitting with me at this table didn't just reshape what beauty looks like on TV, in magazines, and on runways. She helped debunk the myth that the imagery of black beauty does not sell. Beth Ann Hardison's ambition as a model agency owner, and as an advocate wasn't just to thrive, which she did, it was to blaze paths for other people to follow. And now, at 81, she is the co-director and the subject of an ambitious new film called Invisible Beauty. Beth Ann Hardison, so glad you're here.
Thank you.
Can we talk about just like the very specific word ambition? There's something I think maybe sometimes it's like has a little glow of nastiness maybe, like ambition sounds a little bit meaner than like drive or determination. To me, you're such an interesting and ambitious person. What does how do you even feel about the word?
It's not like I don't like the word. I just don't think that I really am the one who really demonstrates it in the way that I think it's meant. Ambition to me is someone who actually plans to actually do something and do it in such a way that they work towards it, like becoming a doctor, a singer, a musician. The ambition has to be there. The passion has to be there. I come along like a troubleshooter, but it's not a plan before that until I see the problem. To me, that's just like someone who's a house cleaner. They're domestic. They just go, oh, there's dust on the thing. Oh, let me just wipe that off.
And that's you.
That's me to me.
I want to ask you about your son, though, because when you modeled, you always kept a second job. And one reason why is that you were raising, sort of semi-secretly from the industry, a kid. You had a child.
Yeah.
You've said, my son and I needed to cross the line, the winning line. He became an actor. He played Dwayne Wayne on A Different World. How did you encourage a sense of ambition in him? And tell us about the toll that it took on your relationship.
I think what it really was is that, I got pregnant when I was a young girl, and I think it was a fear of just failing. I got lucky that it worked out another way, and I wind up being successful in my own way, But I think the reason why I was had to give Kadeem something to do is because he never knew what he wanted to be.
I love the story that you gave him a scene to be a boy with a missing dog. You turned him on to acting. You encouraged it. But look, I mean, it was your idea, not his. Do you have you thought yourself, or have you talked to him about the way that instilling ambition in other people can sometimes be a little dangerous?
I don't think it's, and I like that you're stuck on this word ambition. because because you and I should go out on a date. We can argue this point.
Oh, thank you so much. It's the first time I've been asked out on this television show. Thank you, Bethany.
Because I tell you, I didn't think I was trying to impose ambition. That's for you to do on your own. I think what I was doing is really basically giving him an opportunity to grasp something. Ambition, I don't think you can really teach people ambition.
Let's talk about you and your drive and your career. So in 1980, you became an agent at Click Models. I think you represented a very young Whitney Houston.
Yeah.
Then you start your own agency.
Yeah.
It's Beth Ann Management.
Yeah.
And you discover Veronica Webb.
Yeah.
Then you discover Tyson Beckford,
Yeah.
whose contract with Ralph Lauren was, I think, also
Yeah, that was
major.
major.
What did it feel like to channel your drive, your ambition, if you want, through other people to help them succeed? It was no longer about you as a model. You were channeling other people. How did that feel?
I didn't want to have a model agency. The last thing I wanted was a model agency, but they made me do it. Most things that I'm doing, someone made me do it. It's never my ambition to say, "Oh, I'm going to do this."
Will you let me try to be ambitious myself and push back on something?
Go ahead.
Okay. We talk about your extremely ambitious career, and you're like, "No, I wasn't really that ambitious." We talk about your son, who you push into acting, and you were like, "Well, no, I wasn't really doing that." And we talk about you starting a modeling agency, and you say, "Oh, I didn't want to start a modeling agency."
It's true.
But Beth Ann, is it possible that that there's something about you and the way that you look at your career where you undersell the challenges that you faced instead of doing what most people do, which is oversell them?
Yeah. I'll even get better. I didn't have a career. What I have is many different things I do. I used to have people who stand behind me, and I used to say, "This is my backup band. They can explain me better than I can."
Mm.
And people would step in front of me when I would be introduced to someone. They say, "Oh, please, she's so modest. Let me tell you what she's done."
Mm.
I don't take it on so well. I see that.
Why do you think that is?
I think because I don't think that much of it in the act of doing it. I think that it's something that just had to be done. Someone had to do it.
Be a little less rosy now.
Okay.
So in 96, you closed your agency.
Yeah.
You moved to Mexico. You said, "I had no idea what I'd do next because I had no ambition. I had no ambition." If you have no ambition, you don't know what you're going to do. You just make sure you don't sink. Well said. You
I got
said
some
it.
good quotes.
You said it.
Those things. Oh my gosh.
How did that feel? Take me back to Mexico when it was like you had nothing doing after this decades of action.
I basically knew that I was having a nice downtime. It was good. And I didn't have to worry about doing too much. I still had to work a little bit because I still had Tyson. And then I started getting those calls. I think when I left the industry, New York Times had written an article on me saying who was going to do the work that I had been doing and how important it was. And I was like, oh, please, I'm out of here. You know, don't put that on me. Someone else can pick it up. And then when I started getting those calls about the models had disappeared and all, and I was getting these calls from Naomi, and you got to come back, you got to come back. And I wasn't gone that long. It was like 3-4 months or something.
Just to expand on what you're saying that Naomi Campbell was calling you to say the black models are disappearing.
Yes,
and I want to give a little bit more context. You had started an advocacy group called Black Girls Coalition.
Yes.
And that was an advocacy group for models with Aman, with Naomi Campbell.
Yeah, but it was when it first started, just to be clear, when it first started, it was just to celebrate the girls, to introduce them to each other, because so many of them were working, you know, doing editorial, which had never happened before, but they don't know that. They're the first ones on the scene. I've been around. I've known this is the first time. Then eventually, in about 4 years later, 3 or 4 years later, I decided to go up against the advertising industry.
Right.
Because they were not reflecting their consumer.
And you tell me you're not ambitious.
No, that's not Hey, can I get a...
because this is serious stuff. I mean, look, the reality is you played a really important role in getting black faces onto runways and into magazines. But then lo and behold, what happens? The faces start disappearing. Things, the diversity, as it so often does in corporate America, especially, it makes progress and then it comes back.
Yeah.
What was it like to see failure following progress, and what did you do about it?
Well, that's the thing. You always say, you know, you go 3 steps forward and you fall 4 steps back or something like that. And it took me 4 years before I can really get back on that horse. I'm coming back and okay. That wasn't so much like ambition to me. That's more like, once again, like revolutionary. I live with very well. I believe I am. I know I am.
I want to bring up something else you said, and it's about change. You said, I always know, because I've lived life long enough, you can change things. You might need to be foot against your pedal, but you can change things.
Yeah.
There are so many forms of like being driven, you know, but I feel like it's so rare for people to aim to make things better for other people instead of themselves.
I think when I leave here, I'm going to feel different. I think you're really convincing me. I'm going to go out of here with my head held high and a big head too. I'm going to swell this head up and I'm going to try and get through that door.
Well, then I'll walk out with a swollen head too, if that's what you're saying. I think I want to end, if you don't mind, Bethann, at the end of your film, you talk about dying, going home.
Yeah.
A good end to a good life? I mean, that seems like the most beautiful ambition that I could think of, I think. If you don't mind talking about it, what would you like it to feel like?
When I leave this earth? Not so painful. I want people to celebrate, have a good time. I know I'm going to be buried upstate New York in a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful cemetery. And I just hope that I just cruise right along and that something is left behind that remembers. One thing I would like to do, and this is requiring ambition.
Okay.
I want to do a one-woman show.
Are you going to do it? What's stopping you?
Yeah, I got to finish this film. The film keeps going on. And also, I just need to finish this book. And, you know, fear stops me, you know, because that's scary. The one-woman show is not like a stand-up comedian. I'm going to do it interactively with the audience. I'm just going to tell stories. But I always wanted to do that.
Will it be okay if I or if the world remembers you as an ambitious woman?
Yeah, you can do anything you want once I'm gone.
It's a deal. Bethann Hardison, thank you so much for being here.
I'm happy I came. I learned a lot about me this time.
So did I.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. It was extremely ambitious to think that we could learn about ambition, how much of it is enough, how much of it is too much, by just asking ambitious people to tell us. As it turns out, sometimes we can easily recognize the ambition inside of us, and then sometimes we totally rebel against the very concept. Maybe the lesson is that ambition is something to recognize inside of ourselves and something to be proud of, as long as it's wielded wisely. Maybe the most ambitious form of ambition is the kind that's generous and humble. Thank you so much for watching. We hope you'll join us next time.
That little inch makes a difference. waste time when like now, I'm wasting time right now.
I don't think I'm proud of any virtue, but I'm blessed to be able to cultivate the highest virtue, which is that of love.
The most valuable virtue to me with anyone that I'm close to is compassion. I think compassion is the most important thing.
I have not rid myself of any of the vices. In the language of my Jewish brother Paul, who wrote the Christian New Testament, I try to die daily.
The most challenging thing for me to have a model agency was having the other bookers around the table. That was the most challenging, never the models. That's interesting.
It is very easy to get a bad reputation. It's very difficult to win a good reputation, and it's hard, but not impossible, to turn a bad reputation into a good one. But if reputation is what other people think about you, then what does it even matter? More importantly, when do you ever have control over other people's thoughts and feelings? I read in Business Week about crypto, which has had a terrible reputation for scams. The journalist Zeke Fox, who has a reputation for very funny writing, also very serious reporting, looked into the coin Tether. And what he found was a crypto-powered human trafficking ring in Cambodia. Sometimes reality turns out to be much worse than reputation, and sometimes reputation turns out to be a lot worse than reality. How are you supposed to sort out which is which? We're going to try to do it together tonight. Welcome to the Business Week show. Tonight, reputation. In the NBA, everybody has a reputation. The stars, the rookies, the fans, the coaches, the refs, even the lowly reporters. But few figures have a more complicated reputation than sports agents. And few sports agents have a more interesting reputation than the man who is at the table with me right now. You may know that Rich Paul is one of the most influential figures in the business. You may know he works with his friend LeBron James. You might even know his partner is Adele, but you do not know his full story. In a gripping new memoir called Lucky Me, he talks about growing up with a loving mom who was addicted to drugs, He writes about selling them, and he writes about getting on the road to becoming someone else. We're really glad he's here. Mr. Paul, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
The part of your reputation that I'm personally and professionally most drawn to has to do with your role in the NBA movement that's called player empowerment. So I think broadly speaking, it's a shift in influence away from owners, who are mostly white, I think by far, to players, stars, who are mostly black. At this moment, what don't fans understand about who wields the power in the business of basketball?
When you talk about player empowerment, I like to use a different E word, because sometimes when you say empower, it gives off this perception that the players can do whatever they want. And that's not true. It's still a business. And I like to talk about the education of it, because I think players being educated allows them to understand that they have options. What those options are, well, that's to be negotiated, but also it's to be understood. And a lot of guys don't really have a perspective of the business. It's been something they've been doing all their life. And you can be taken advantage of just playing the game.
I want to ask you about LeBron, because he's performed at such a legendary level for so long, under such close examination.
He's a GOAT.
What have you learned from him about how to be?
As he became more and more successful, the person in him became better. But also, just like everything I've done has been earned. Nobody gave me anything per se. I sacrificed to put myself in a better position because I didn't want to be dependent of LeBron. And so when I see people say, oh, yeah, lucky you, you met somebody in the airport and happened to be LeBron, and if it wasn't for LeBron, you wouldn't do this or that. I would have been successful at anything.
What would you want to be?
The commissioner of the NBA.
I believe it.
I'm going to manifest that. Yeah.
You could be.
Yeah.
Your ecosystem, it's much bigger than LeBron. I mean, you have had these really, really important clients, but it's hard not to think about him just because he's starting. I think it's his 21st season.
Yes.
And I think he's like the 6th person to do that.
Yes.
It's very, very unusual. So I'm wondering what you want your life in the NBA and also outside the NBA to look like in a post LeBron world one day when he's ready.
It's going to look the same. That's why I built it. You know, today in meetings, it's there, but we don't go in pitching LeBron. We go in pitching clutch. And here's the thing. People say, oh, well, LeBron gave you an opportunity, lucky you did this. But you don't talk about, I think Donald Trump's dad gave him a loan, right? James Dolan dad gave him a business. Somebody gave Mark Zuckerberg a loan. What's the difference?
Yep.
Because it wasn't my dad, and you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everybody has to have an opportunity from somewhere, especially me coming from a place where if you had any entrepreneurial aspirations, who's going to look at your business? Who's going to help you do a business plan?
Right. Here's an equity investment.
Right. And then who has the experience and the know-how and the resources and the relationships to help you even navigate to a place to where you're doing it properly.
my favorite character in this book is your father. He lived with another family, but
Yes.
he helped raise you.
And my
Um,
brother and sister, yeah.
You mentioned his business, R&J Confectionery.
Yeah.
You write, Dad was the type of guy that everybody wanted to know. 5'7" tall with a 6'5" reputation.
Yes.
He got to work every day, I think 6 a.m.
6 a.m., yeah.
What did he teach you about how the business world works?
Oh man, I mean, he just taught me the importance of consistency, you know, getting up every day, rain, sleet, hail, snow. There was no holidays. I watched how he treated people. I watched how he went about his day. I watched the things, the detail of it. And he can see things in people that they probably couldn't see in themselves. And he took the time out to have a conversation with you. I watched how he treated other business owners around him. So I'm learning this business every day. And so it got to the point to where my dad could just sit in the chair and me, my brother, or my sisters could actually run the store.
Your dad is my favorite character in the book, but I would like to talk for a second about your mom because, you know, your depiction of your mom in the book is like it's not cliche though. It's not corny. You describe your mom as like not a bad person, just a person who was addicted to drugs for a long time.
Yeah.
But then your dad dies.
Yeah.
And after watching the impact of addiction on your mom, you make a decision whose context is like, you know, people should read the book to understand what's happening in your life at the time.
Yeah.
But you make a decision to sell. You don't do it for that long. It's like a part of the it's a part of the
my
book.
toe in the water. Yeah.
Will you talk about like I was impressed that you spoke about watching addiction and making a choice to deal drugs. Like I found I found it like among other things just like very honest. Were you worried that it would somehow like impact your reputation or?
No, I mean, how many people in high positions actually are users today, still right now? You know, and that's not a decision out of survival. That's something that they choose to do every day because they enjoy it. So you can't judge, right? I was a kid trying to survive. And so, yeah, my mom was great though. My mom, she had an issue, no different than the issues right now with fentanyl in our communities. But I can honestly say, going through those things, watching my mom, watching other people's moms, watching other people's dad, I was lucky enough to have my dad. And I was also lucky enough for my dad to explain to us at a very young age what was actually happening. And so I never lost the respect for my mom. And my mom had so much respect for us that today I understand why she was absent, because she never wanted us to have a visual of that. And so the book, it was important for it to be real. Like I don't fake anything. There's no gray, there's black and there's white. And again, I'm blessed to be in the position I am today, but I'm also thankful for what I went through as a kid, because it's really, it was my assembly line. It really was, and it molded me.
It makes me think before we end that reputation, like if it lives long enough,
changes.
It turns into something else. Yes, and then it becomes like your legacy.
Becomes legacy. Reputation becomes legacy.
What do you want yours to be?
You know, I think my reputation is pretty solid across America. You know, when I walk around in any neighborhood, people know, you know, that guy is a stand-up guy. My dad wouldn't want it no other way. But the difference is today, you know, I just want to be a great example. I want to continue being a great example, and not just making it about me, not just look what I did type of thing, but I want to build things, continue to be a builder. Today when I go to work, I have 80 employees, 75 employees, right? And they're young, between the ages of 21 and 55 probably. But continue that, you know, that opening different verticals of the ecosystem of sport and building things to where I can provide opportunity, if that makes sense.
You know what comes into my head as my final question when you talk about that? Building something, ownership.
Yeah.
May I ask?
I have no interest in owning the team. I don't. I know, you know, my competitors are trying to push that narrative out there.
Oh, is that
because-
right?
Yeah.
They're trying to
They
save
tell
the
families that all the time. Oh, don't go with him. He's gonna when LeBron retires, he's gonna go and own a team.
Mhm.
Like, but first, I don't have enough money to own a team. First of all, so let's just get that out the way. And then secondly, I think owning a team would hinder me. I'm a creative at heart, so I have to have a lot of different irons in the fire. Because one thing people don't realize, those owners, they built something. So they don't own a team all day, every day. They go to work. They run Aries. They run, Blackstone. They run, so many different businesses that they have. Carnival Cruise, all these different things that the owners have. They don't just own a team all day. So you think I'm gonna go sit on my couch and own a team? No, I don't want to do that.
I could definitely imagine you like starting you mentioned Aries, like a private equity fund. Would that appeal to you?
Yeah, it would. Yeah, and I just might.
What would you call it?
I got the name, but I can't give it to you.
All right, we better end there.
I'll give it to you off the air.
I'll hold you to it.
I got it.
What a pleasure. What a pleasure to have you.
Thank
Thank you. Thank you so much for
Great,
joining me.
man. Thank you.
I enjoyed it very
Appreciate
much.
you.
All
Yep.
right, you take care. Coming up next, more Reputation. This guest has a reputation for being able to do a lot of things better than many people, me included. She is a visionary about collective activism. She is funny. She speaks truth to power. She gets results. She is clear about the ways that she is limitless, and she is clear about the ways that she is limited. For example, she needs some help doing things that sometimes many people take for granted, like breathing or walking or talking. And Alice Wong, the author of Year of the Tiger, is also one of the most influential disability advocates in this country. It is a joy, as in like an actual joy, for me to have her here. Alice, welcome.
Hi, Max. Thanks so much for having me. It's a delight to be here talking with you.
Honestly, it's a delight for me to have you here. Let's get into the questions. So much of the reputation that disabled people have is built by non-disabled people, and it's built around ideas of misfortune, sadness, embarrassment, burden. What have you learned about the ways that reputations, even ones that are old and stale, what have you learned about the ways that like reputations can actually sometimes begin to change?
On reputation and reputation building specifically, so much of it is dependent on culture. Part of why I am a writer and activist is to help push the culture forward, but ableism is such an ingrained part of our society that change happens at a glacial pace, and it takes a collective effort, not just me or a handful of disabled people. Until non-disabled people reflect and confront their implicit bias about disability and do the work on unlearning their ableism, will disabled people be able to truly play a larger role in constructing their reputation? There will always be people in power who want to maintain the status quo and the ability to distort and erase disabled people's sense of self and their reputations because it serves them. I myself try not to care too much about what people think of me and continue to do work that gives me joy. And if that helps others see that there's more to life than a good reputation, that can be a positive step in the right direction.
Speaking of the work that you do that brings you joy, your work, your body of work, Alice, is so wide and it's so deep. You're the founder of the Disability Visibility Project. You're a co-partner on the political group that's called Crip the Vote. You served on the National Council of Disability. You've edited anthologies of work by disabled writers, and you've done much more. What's the reputation, though, that you want to have?
If I wrote my own reputation, it would be that I am someone who shows up, is thoughtful, accountable, and collaborative. That I am someone who welcomes critique and change, and that I want to learn and grow from my mistakes, and do cool things with cool people. That's a mouthful, but that's how I would like people to perceive me, whether they are acquainted with me or not.
Alice, a lot of companies in this country and around the world, but not all of them, have a reputation for paying lip service to inclusion and diversity. I'm thinking about workers who are disabled, but also Black or queer or trans or Asian or indigenous, beyond. But the reputation is that they don't actually then do the real work of reshaping their own cultures after talking about it. What are a few examples, if you can name some, of companies and their leaders who really are, in your mind, really actually doing it right?
I think most companies say they want to do the right thing and fail from the top all the way down. It's not enough to have a disability-specific employee resource group, a day committee, an annual speaker or a consultant or certain metrics. There has to be a long-term commitment that is strategic, systemic, and sustainable.
I have felt so incredibly tempted to tell you about my brother, Tommy, who has, just real magic and humor and love as a person. It's really shaped who I am as a person. I'm sure it's shaped me as a journalist, and shaped my sister Anna and our parents as well. But I'm going to resist because I feel like so much of the conversation around disabled people is often very personal and fuzzy and kind of sweet, and very, very rarely about political things, or very rarely systemic. Why is that, Alice?
People are still averse to complex conversations about ableism because it makes them uncomfortable. We all have internalized or implicit ableism, and it is up to all of us to actually name it and unlearn things that have been designed to marginalize and dehumanize disabled people. For example, people may see me as a somewhat successful published author and editor, but if they took a closer look at my activism and writing, they will see that I openly talk about how, because of Medicaid income and asset limits, I am unable to have more than $2,000 in my personal bank account. This has been the case since I turned 18, and I bet most of your audience cannot fathom what it's like to subsist on that amount. Later on, I do want to hear about your brother Tommy, because I am sure you have some hilarious stories. I am fortunate to have a tight-knit family, and much of the reason it is so tight-knit is because they have all supported me throughout my life, and what we experience as a family in the face of such an absurd, inaccessible, and discriminatory society is something that we just have to laugh if not cry about.
I want to share with our audience that I accommodated your needs by sharing questions for this interview with you a few days ago. and that's so that you could use your text to voice technology to answer them. And it reminds me that your muscles have weakened with time. You haven't always used this technology. And people, I mean, by the way, including me, I'm about to turn 40, people have very, very strange and complicated feelings about change and about their bodies changing and weakening. What have you learned about how you want to face those changes in ways that feel right to you?
Congratulations on hitting 40 soon. Can you believe this, but I'm turning 50 next year? Change is freaky and scary, but it's unstoppable and out of our control no matter how hard we try. Doctors told my parents that I wouldn't live to adulthood, so I grew up without an image of myself in the future. I couldn't see it, and while I have progressively become weaker and faced changes in my body and life circumstances, it is a freaking privilege and achievement to be this age, and not just surviving but thriving. A few months ago, I moved into my own place for the first time. I finally have a home office rather than working from a small desk in my bedroom for decades. I adopted 2 cats named Bert and Ernie, who are my chosen family. I know people pity me and cannot imagine living like me, but what I have achieved and lost made me who I am, and I don't take anything for granted. Every moment with friends and family is a treasure, and I find joy amidst all the struggles and pain.
Alice, in the grand scheme of things, I really don't think it makes much sense to ask disabled people to help non-disabled people to just like be better. And yet I'm also wondering, like, if you were just completely like the queen of the world, what you would demand from your subjects.
Talking specifically about disabled people, in the United States, there is still a bias in Medicaid funding for institutional settings, where community-based services are optional for states while institutional settings are not. Many people think skilled nursing facilities, assisted living facilities, and nursing homes are safer because a person can get 24-hour care, but no one should be separated from society and hidden from the public. And by the way, institutions are not necessarily safe. In fact, they're rife with abuse and neglect, especially ones that are for profit owned by private equity companies. I would like to see a world where no one goes hungry and has housing, education, and healthcare, a world where bodily autonomy is respected, a world where communities and neighborhoods take care of one another, a world where disabled people aren't siloed by diagnosis, a world where we can rest, dream, and create. Those are a few things I hope to see in the future.
I want you to know, Alice, how grateful I am. How grateful I am that you've joined us here. I'm hoping our paths will cross again one day. I'm grateful for your time, grateful for your energy, I'm grateful for you. Thank you so much for being on the show.
Thanks a bunch for this opportunity, Max.
The pleasure is mine. Almost everyone has a reputation. Almost everyone has an inner life, and very few people see themselves the way their bosses or the market see them. When you sit down and talk to other people, as I did tonight, about who they are and what they've been through and how they see the world, the chances are good you're going to hear something new and interesting. And that's a good thing because it's nice to actually be surprised. When you want to figure out which reputations are better or worse than reality, it helps to start by asking questions. Our guests tonight were honest about themselves and their reputations, and maybe that will encourage you to ask other people about theirs. Or you can start by telling other people about you. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you next time.
I think the most important lesson you've learned in business is it's never personal. It's always business.
My current vice is watching a ton of TV. When I was able to eat, I loved eating salty and fattening food. Things like French fries, tempura, donuts, and pastries.
what's the most expensive thing I've wasted the most money on? I would probably say a car because it's a depreciating asset.
What kind of car was it?
All of them.
If you get to work and you find it's really hard to do your job with imagination, do not worry. Imagination is still really new. Dreaming is more than 100 million years old, but being able to imagine things on purpose began only like 70,000 years ago. And even then, the reviews were mixed. Plato thought that imagination was kind of suspicious, and the Bible does sort of suggest that it is evil. I read in the Heist issue of Business Week about a certain kind of imagination, creative thieves. Their recent hauls include 200,000 Cadbury cream eggs, $37,000 worth of cadaver parts, 1,240 cases of crab, a 4-meter-long whale skull, and 1 catalytic converter from the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile. How are you supposed to bring imagination to work, and how do you protect it from the pressures of the marketplace? We are going to try to imagine it together tonight. Welcome to the Business Week show. Tonight, imagination. There are some wonderful people who do the same thing over and over again, and that can be interesting or imaginative. This guest is not one of them. Theaster Gates is interested in cities, space, land, planning, preservation, place, pragmatism, value, desire, development, capital, collecting, blackness, agency, and the art world itself. And that is a very long way of saying that this sculptor and performance artist and painter and scholar is one of the most imaginative people working today. Theaster Gates, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
You have this beautiful phrase that I think of as a kind of metaphor for imagination. You talk about the possibility of life within things. How do you find that life?
Well, it's interesting. So often the life is right up under our noses. And what I've learned from Shintoism is that there's a power. There's power, there's life within things. Wood, trees, water, a rock, right? If you respect that life, maybe it means that you have to work to care and to protect and preserve that life. I feel like there are moments like with the Stony Island Arts Bank or other projects that I've done where when it's dead, it's a reminder of the failures of culture to invest in a thing. But when it's alive, it's like a testament to what's possible when collective people believe in the power of regeneration.
The work that you do on the south side of Chicago has been to find, I think, the meat on the bones, that you have transformed spaces that were underinvested into spaces for artists to live and artists to show, and places to watch movies and places to listen to music and places to show collections. Did you find that your imagination was listened to and respected by others? Did people disbelieve that you could remake these spaces this way?
Well, let's look at this over a course of years. When I moved to my neighborhood in 2006, to the Grand Crossing neighborhood, things were interesting. It was a normal neighborhood adjacent to the University of Chicago where I had just taken a job. In 2008, the market crashed.
Yep.
And the real estate values and the kind of speculators that existed on the south side, they were no longer interested in the speculative land. I slowly started trying to figure out, if no one else is going to buy and protect these buildings and make sure that people on the south side have opportunity, and in my case, that culture continues to live, is there something that I could do to try to acquire some of these buildings on my block? So one at a time, with my mom's help, with friends' help, with my own sweat, we would acquire the building next to the building that we own and then renovate them best we could. And until we found ourselves owning, over the last decade, a lot of buildings.
Have they had to make a new kind of language for, you're a developer, you're an urban planner, you're an artist. Are you inventing your own words so that you can explain what you've done and what you are trying to do?
Definitely. I'm definitely always both inventing words and trying to resist certain labels. But there were times where I had real translation issues. So I would go to the Department of Planning, City of Chicago, and I would walk in and I would say, I'm an artist. And I would go to my alderman and I would say, oh, I'm a local artist in your neighborhood. And that did not get me the traction that I wanted. So I had to put on my shirt and tie, change my language a little bit and say, hey, I'm a developer. I've invested $10 million in this neighborhood. I'm interested in doing another $100 million of investment in this neighborhood, and I'd like the attention of my alderman and the commissioner of planning.
I don't think imagination has to be generative or productive to be worth something. But when I think about your work, and I think about the cafe, and I think about your mill, you created actual jobs.
Yeah.
I think that falls under the rubric of economic development. Can economic development be something that's imaginative instead of destructive?
Yeah, dear friends of mine talk about, instead of talking about money, they talk about energy. What can I do to create varying kinds of good energy? And most of the time I start with, what do I want? And I want to be able to get a good cup of tea in the morning. I want to be able to hear great live music. I want to see amazing films. I want my friends who make films to feel supported in the production of their films. I want to listen to house music and I want to jack all night. I just locked in to my neighborhood and I'm like, oh, those things that I would normally try to find in another place, why don't I bring them here?
Yep.
I'm going to build the amenity. And if I build it for myself, it means 500 people, 1,000, 5,000 people could also benefit. And it also means that the model for neighborhood transformation, economic development, if you will, that model is playing itself out in real time. Then, and this is where I feel now as my hair whitens, that there's a way in which the work that's been accumulating, there are now other people who can grab the baton and do bigger, greater works.
without at all taking away from the beautiful energy that you're describing, you know, there is something that a little voice in my head that scares me about what you're describing, because it reminds me of a very old lineage. Neighborhoods without resources, artists move in because the rents are affordable. Then developers come in because now the neighborhoods are a little bit cooler. Then rents go up, they're gentrified. What can you do, and what have you done on the South Side to make sure that the work that you're doing and the imagination that you're bringing is going to include your neighbors and not, you know, eventually, I guess, like exile them?
Yeah. Well, right now, I feel like I'm in the middle of living this playbook that I'll eventually share with others. But a big part of it was the acquisition of land and then protecting that land so that it was always available for mission-based activity. You know, wildlife happens, you know, and change happens in cities that will have 500,000 square feet worth of residential space, 2 million square feet of commercial and cultural space.
2 million?
That will protect, you know, when this thing is over.
Yeah, sir. If you're talking on a scale of millions of square feet, I feel so sure that there have to be capitalists listening to this who are going to be calling you up and trying to say, like, you know, these nonprofit investments you're making, you're a fool. You should be making money from this. Do you get calls like that?
Well, I would go back to this issue of like the life and things. I think that one way of reading death is when a neighborhood has been underinvested in. Another way of reading death is when the fabric of the neighborhood has been forgotten and it's been replaced with gross reinvestment and redevelopment. The death of cities is not just the problem of gangs and violence. The death of cities is also when we become monotonous versions of ourselves.
Yeah.
And so I think that wealth has to develop more sophisticated tools for measuring health and life, and be willing to invest in ways that are more about what humans need than just about the bottom line.
I really like connecting the life of things with the death of imagination.
Yeah.
How have you learned to like protect your imagination, the life of your imagination, and to keep it going? Imagination dies too, creativity. How do you protect it and give it life?
You know, when I was young and my dad would make me paint the baseboards of apartments that he was renting, it was time to turn the apartments over because someone had moved out. And he was like, whatever you do, don't get paint on my floor. And so I learned to tape, and I learned to use a paintbrush so that I could fan white paint and make sure that I wouldn't mess up his walnut floors. In a way, my dad was inventing creativity in me, inventing a deeper imagination by telling me to paint the baseboards. The way that I protect my imagination now is by continuing to work. That everything I do, I'm trying to find good solutions for complicated problems.
What are you going to do next? I mean, what are your dreams, and what does your imagination tell you about what the future holds, and why, you know, what's stopping you from doing it right now?
Well, maybe this goes back to Buddhism. I'm thinking about how to, you know, it's been about 15, 20 years of building, and I feel like right now I'm preoccupied with how to give it all away, how to let go of this tight hold that I've had on development, and imagine it as like a kind of long-term durational performance. That I've been involved in a 15 to 20-year performance of neighborhood transformation. And at the end of the performance, the audience gets all the props back. So I'm learning a lot from people who are actively trying to say, I've been given too much, I've figured out some things, and I made a lot.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Do you have an instinct about how you're going to start? How you're going to start saying goodbye?
With gifts.
Do you know yet who you want to give your first gifts to?
Artists.
Are there any journalists you know you'd like to give some of your records to? No, I'm just kidding.
Maybe I'll
That was
keep
a
the
joke.
records. We can swap
Right.
records. We can swap
We'll
records.
exchange
Yeah.
that. That was a pure joke. Yasser Gates, it's a pleasure for me to listen to
It's
you.
my pleasure.
Thanks for being here. I really enjoyed that. Up until just a few decades ago, the systems of American art had practically no room for women. Museums, galleries, auctions, schools, and mass media gave the distinct impression that men had a monopoly on imagination itself. The guest who's sitting with me at this table played a key role in changing that. Judy Chicago's painting, sculpture, photography, needlework, much more has helped alter the shape of art itself. And at 84, she is getting her first major museum survey here in New York at a new museum show that's just brimming with color and generosity and imagination. It's really nice to have her here. Judy Chicago.
Thank you.
The art world has become a big business in the way that it wasn't when you were starting. So I'm curious to ask, like, what have you learned about big business and about how big business works and how it looks that you couldn't have foreseen back then?
Well, first of all, you know, I've been asked a lot about, oh, well, aren't you upset that this recognition has been so delayed and blah, blah, blah. Actually, I'm not. You know why? Because I had 5 decades of working in my studio without ever thinking about the market. So you have to really understand how outside of that I've been, because I had my own vision of what art can be, should be. I believe art is an act of generosity, and that I feel really bad for young artists because, they get swallowed up, spit out like stocks on the stock exchange. But, you can stand up to that. You don't have to do it.
Your work is willing to imagine something that, I have a hard time with, which is, not just the death of the world, which is something the art does deal with, but your own death. I was really moved by, I think it's called a mortality relief. It's this bronze piece in the exhibit, and it looks almost like a death mask in advance, but you clearly are able to imagine your end. What do you think about when you think about it?
I wanted to be able to face the end of my life with grace and courage, because it really isn't good to have an adversarial relationship to aging. I started out exploring, I start with research, so I started looking at attitudes towards death going back in time. And of course, discovered that, we are an aberration in terms of the way we shroud death, hide death, try to have battles with death. When they write about cancer, after a battle, give me a break. Nature's going to win.
Hearing you talk now reminds me that, I have a relatively romantic idea of imagination, especially when I'm sitting with a wonderful artist who makes work that I admire. I guess I'm tempted to think of imagination as this very beautiful thing that could take you to very beautiful places. But you are also willing to imagine horror and grotesquerie. And I think that maybe people are uncomfortable doing that.
There are a lot of people who are concerned about what's happening in our world, and they need to be encouraged to look at it, to think about it. We are encouraging people to participate in this digital quilt that I created with Dementi, the Web3 company, and Nadja, one of the founders of Pussy Riot. And so there are a series of questions that I believe we need to answer, like if patriarchy were dismantled, would women and men be equal? Would men have permission to be gentle and vulnerable? Would women have permission to be strong? Would there be equal parenting? Would the earth be protected? I think there are questions that we need to come together and answer. We are so polarized now. But if we don't answer those questions, we're going to drive the world to destruction.
Judy, what you're describing when you talk about this work is the ability that an artist has to use her skills and to use her imagination to pose these difficult questions to people and make them think about it. But, it's like, Judy, I'm no artist. I don't have these skills. Is there something that non-artists can take from you where, like you, they can use what they're good at to make other people think in new ways? But for most of us, we're not able to paint and draw the way you can.
Of course, what we're looking at now is the pushback and the effort to push back all the gains that started in the 70s. It will take millions of people putting down their phones and going in the streets. I don't understand why there were not millions of people in the street after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. Not protests, because just a protest doesn't work anymore. What is required is the same thing that propelled the social change movements of the 70s, which has to do with organization, all the things that aren't fun to do. Developing leadership, developing organizations that can take the protest and turn it into actual civil change. I want to tell you something. It's worth it to feel like you've made a contribution, to have the satisfaction of that. I don't care what the New York Times said over the course of my career.
I live right by the Brooklyn Museum, where the dinner party is the heart of this beautiful collection of feminist art. The center is named for a member of the family behind Purdue Pharma and OxyContin. Apart from just what everyone else says about philanthropy and money and naming, I'm just curious how you feel about that.
First of all, I'm going to answer you with a counter question. Elizabeth Sackler's establishment of the Center for Feminist Art has allowed dozens of unknown women and feminist artists to be exhibited. Does she get any points for that? Or does her name disqualify everything she has done? Patronage is complicated, and so is history. It's like when everybody wanted to just knock down the Confederates' statues and sort of erase our past. I'm like, what if we let Black people, African Americans, come and write their stories on the statues so that we would see multiple points of view simultaneously. The point of view of the oppressor, the point of view of the oppressed.
I want to end, Judy, with the future. I'm curious if you imagine, you know, what art will look like. We're living in a strange time of artificial intelligence. You know, I'm wondering if you imagine that AI will demand room for itself in the art world. I'm wondering if the opposite will happen and the infinite possibilities of computerized art will teach us to embrace craft and imperfection.
My answer is going to be really short.
Okay.
Many, many years ago, Bruce Nauman and I had a conversation about, we were in our 40s, about how art schools were getting rid of drawing. And we agreed that when you're a young artist full of bravado and energy, you can go a long way in your career. But when you get into your 40s and your ideas get more complex, if you can't draw, you come to a standstill. And I am somebody who believes in the hand. And I believe in the connection between the hand and the heart. And that's my answer.
Well, your hand and your heart and your imagination have changed other people's hearts and their imaginations. I'm really glad you've been here to talk to me about it. Really, really enjoyed it. Judy, Chicago.
Thank you very much.
So
You're
much.
very smart.
Imagine this. You've got imagination, you've got a job to do, you're not sure how to bring one to the other. These two guests tonight have used their imagination successfully in completely different ways. One of them has used his to transform his neighborhood inside Chicago. The other one has used hers to transform herself into a Chicago and to transform art history itself. Maybe you use your imagination inside the market. Maybe you use it despite the market. Either way, you can steal the tools of these two artists. Patience, practice, collaboration, voice, and fight. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you next time.
When all else fails, one must scream. Well, as we look at what's happened to our world, it makes me angry that more people aren't screaming.
There have been times in the workplace when I've said that things were good when they weren't good. Sometimes because I was trying to maintain staff morale. Sometimes I was trying to be optimistic, like this is gonna be good, even though it's not good today. And then there have been other times where I've known that the person I was talking to had such a fragile ego, and you gotta be sensitive when you work with other creatives.
That's enough already, guys. Now, come on. Come on. I know.
This story did come around as something that's a bit different. There is a dark side to it.
It's hard to even talk to people about these chemicals and tell them, look, there's a chemical that's in you that's not found anywhere in nature.
This is the Shadow Fleet. To actually see clandestine behaviour, that makes you think, well, what else is going on?
always tell a fake image from an authentic one. Deepfakes are undoubtedly one of the most challenging risks posed by artificial intelligence. These are the images, audio recordings, and increasingly videos, which look convincing enough to fool all but the sharpest amongst us.
What's really interesting is that fake images, even the convincing ones, aren't new inventions.
No, like that Loch Ness Monster picture. Or one of those creepy double exposure photos of a sad-looking Victorian ghost.
Right. But their sophistication is rapidly advancing. And many experts say that political disinformation campaigns using deepfakes are not only happening, but set to become a far bigger problem.
So, on this episode of AI IRL, we're going to hear things like this.
How do you have a society? How do you have a democracy if you can't agree on basic facts? We can disagree on what to do with the facts, but we should not disagree on actual facts.
And this.
Should it be an independent body? It depends. Who gets to be in that independent group? Are they appropriately speaking for everybody in the world?
As we try and answer the questions, what's next for AI and disinformation?
And is it about to get a lot worse? Hany Farid, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for
So you're a professor at the University of California at Berkeley, and you've been specializing in digital forensics for quite a while.
Yeah.
So the analysis of deepfake detection, for example, for many years.
Yeah.
Set the scene today.
Yeah.
What is the state of disinformation pre-ChatGPT and post-ChatGPT?
Good. So first, I think it's important to understand that disinformation is not fundamentally new. It is being amplified and powered by AI today, but we've had disinformation well before there was AI, well before there was an internet, well before there was computers. So this is part of a continuum, but I think it's an important part because it is about democratizing access to technology that is typically we used to be in the hands of the few and now are in the hands of the many. And the one thing we know that when you take a powerful tool and you put it in the hands of the many, the threat vector changes. Okay, so where are we today? So the average person can now go to a website and generate an image of a person who doesn't exist and create fake profiles online to perpetuate everything from crypto scams to romance scams to all kinds of fraudulent material. And those are trivial to do. You don't have to know no technical skills. Go to a website, type something in, you get an image of a fake person. Okay. We also have the ability to go to a website or a service and type in, give me an image of, and describe what you want. Joe Biden having a meeting with fill in the blank, and it will generate that image for you. And the images are very, very realistic. We have services where you can upload 2 minutes of audio of your voice, or my voice, and clone that voice, and then type, and then have you, or me say anything you want me to say. Okay, cloning voices. Solve problem. Okay. We have lots of services where we can now take videos. So for example, you could take this video that you're recording right now with that camera and replace my face with another face.
We're not going to
do that. Well, first of all, the viewers have got to start wondering, how do they know that it's me and not one of my grad students because I was too lazy to come over the Bay in the morning. But we can do that.
So on the one hand, more people have access to these tools for fun purposes, like
yes,
pulling a practical joke on Nate.
Yes.
But it's also used from a more nefarious perspective to stoke unrest.
Yeah, or create non-consensual sexual imagery, or commit fraud, or push disinformation campaigns. And so I do think you make a good point, though, is that there's an upside to the social media. Is that when this stuff gets out there, there's a lot of eyeballs on it. But here's the thing you have to understand about social media. The half-life of a social media post is measured in minutes, which means half of views happen within the first 1 or 2 minutes. And by the time the fact checkers come around and fix the record, the vast majority of people have moved on, number one. But number two, and this is the important part, is that social media and human beings have made it so that even when we come in and fact check and say, nope, this is fake, people say, I don't care what you say. This conforms to my worldview. This does not conform to my worldview. I will believe it. I will not believe it. And why is that? So why are we living in that world where reality seems to be so hard to grip? It's because our politicians, our media outlets, the internet have stoked distrust of governments, media, and experts. You're the media and I'm the expert. And that, what I think is what is really disconcerting to me, is we've created these filter bubbles, these alternate realities. And here's the question you got to ask yourself, is how do you have a society? How do you have a democracy if you can't agree on basic facts? We can disagree on what to do with the facts, but I don't think we should be able to, we should not disagree on actual facts of what happened and where did it happen.
Are there some recent examples of like viral deepfakes that have given you real cause for alarm?
So there are two that I can think of in recent memory, and they've given me alarm for different reasons. So one was the Pope in the puffy coat.
Yeah.
And if you saw this image, it was just brilliant.
I was fooled.
Were you really?
I think so.
That's exactly why I was worried, is because journalists fell for it. And journalists who are smart and who are savvy and who are fundamentally skeptical about things.
Thanks. He knows you.
They fell for it. That's right. So that's what the photo was completely innocuous. It was fine. I don't care about the photo, but a lot of journalists fell for it. And that's when I thought, we have crossed through, there's a tipping point here where the images have become so good that really smart people who are by design critical are falling for it. That was number one. But here's the other one that really scared me. It was a fake image of the Pentagon being bombed.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a particularly good image, by the way, but it got posted onto Twitter on a verified account. Thank you, Elon Musk. It went viral because it looked like a news organization, got retweeted, reshared. The stock market dropped $500 billion in 2 minutes from a crappy fake image.
How do you square off that we can move so quickly on the technology that can create deep fakes, but we're so slow to create the technology to combat it? Who's leading which camp, and should it be that way?
Well, you can make a lot more money from the creation of it, right?
Follow the money.
Like
that's all it is. Defense doesn't pay. Offense does. Creating fake stuff is good. You can make a lot of money. It's creative. You can make things more efficient. There's not a lot of money in creating defenses, right? Think about the people creating malware and spam.
Here's a scary factoid for you. VC funds invested $180 million in this deepfake detection technology last year. And that was up from only $1 million in 2017. This year, it's at about $50 million. How much is it going to take?
Yeah. And by the way, compare that to how many billions are going into the generative side of things from ChatGPT, OpenAI, and all these other companies. So yeah, I think that's right. I would say it's about 1 to 2 orders of magnitude difference. And by the way, you raise a really good point, is that follow the money. Where the VCs are putting money is where people are going to invest their efforts. And so the VCs are looking at this and saying, well, we can make money here. We don't think we can make money here. I think they're wrong, by the way. I do think that we are quickly entering this age where people are getting frustrated, not having the ability to believe what they see. And I think that is going to start to become the way privacy became an issue, right? Pre-Cambridge Analytica, everybody thought, whatever, privacy. And then Cambridge Analytica hit and we thought, oh man, this is bad. And we started to see a real shift in the way we as consumers, but also the corporations thought about privacy. I think we're going to see the same thing about trust and integrity and provenance and authentication. But I think that is going to take a little bit.
it's not just about detecting what is fake, but also believing when it's actually real.
Yeah. This is called the liar's dividend, right? When you enter a world where anything can be fake, anything you read, hear, or see, well, then you can deny reality. Let me give you an example of this. 2016 rather, then candidate Trump gets caught on the Access Hollywood tape saying some pretty bad things about women. Okay. And what happened is he apologized. He said, I'm sorry, it was not appropriate, and tried to excuse it away. Right? Now, fast forward 2 years. Deepfakes are on the rise, generative AI is on the rise, and he's asked about that, and he says, it's fake. Why'd you apologize in the first place? Doesn't matter. It's easy to deny reality when something can be fake. And arguably, I think that is the bigger threat here. I'm worried about non-consensual sexual imagery. I'm worried about fraud. I'm worried about disinformation campaigns.
Blackmail?
I'm worried about blackmail. I'm worried about the phone calls people are starting to get saying
robocalls.
Yeah, robocalls in your loved ones' voices. I'm worried about all of those things, but that is nothing. It is nothing to not being able to hold people responsible for their actions. Police violence, fake. Human rights violations, fake. Politicians saying doing something illegal, fake. Where are we? Where are we if anybody can deny anything? And now we all become tribal. We believe what we believe, and there's no external information that helps us reason about a complex.
So how do we fix that? Because a huge part of that problem is not even to do with AI.
Yeah.
That is to do with people and arguably mass media and the internet and everything else. But that doesn't necessarily mean AI.
Good.
So can you solve it?
Yeah. There's sort of 3 solution bins, and I think we need all of them. So one is technology so that when I take out my phone or a camera and I record police violence or human rights violations or a politician speaking, it should, on the device, authenticate where I am, when I was there, and what I recorded.
Okay,
And
so
the
GPS,
hardware itself. GPS, date and time, potentially my identity if I want to give up my personal information.
They're already adding that into like the EXIF data in a JPEG, right? So
Correct. Here's the second bin that's related to it. If you're an OpenAI or a Midjourney or Stable Diffusion or any of these companies that is generating this content from text, image, audio, to video, you should be doing the same thing, which is watermarking and fingerprinting every single piece of content so that when somebody uploads an image of the Pentagon being bombed to Twitter, they will know instantaneously that this is synthetically generated. That's not to say it should be banned. There's nothing wrong with it, but it should be labeled. 2 more things. One is sort of my bread and butter, which is that, as you said, these technologies are not perfect. They will take a while to be deployed. They will get hacked. So now you need the passive techniques. Give me an image. How do I analyze this to determine if it's real or not? And then the fourth one and the final one, and I think we need all of these, is we need regulatory pressure. We need the government to say, there's a carrot if you do this well, and there's a stick if you do not do it well. That is the government's role. Think about product safety, cars, pharmaceuticals, transportation, the food we ingest, and the government says these things have to be safe. Why can't we treat the internet like this? Why don't we treat information the same way? Why don't I put a nutrition label on a piece of information the way I put a nutrition label on every single thing I buy from a store?
Ruman Chowdhury, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
So you run a nonprofit called Humane Intelligence, and you also run a consulting firm called Parity, where you help companies like DeepMind, Meta, even governments on responsible AI practices and how to mitigate algorithmic bias. But I kind of want to take a few years back to when you saw this play out on the inside, when you were director of machine learning ethics, transparency, and accountability at Twitter.
Yes.
So I would love to kind of get into what you learned about the state of misinformation and disinformation while you were there.
I think the biggest thing to understand is that it is a near insurmountable problem. The volume, the number of people inadvertently and purposely sharing mis and disinformation online is such an near impossible task to tackle.
Could you maybe define the differences between misinformation and disinformation for those that don't know the difference?
Right. So on one end, you get misinformation, which is almost like misdirection. So it often has a kernel of truth, but maybe it's shifting people to look at one thing and kind of saying, don't look at this other thing. Disinformation would be purely falsified information, something that's deeply untrue. In general, most of the information online that is false or fake traditionally has had some sort of seed in reality. My concern is that with generative AI, we can make much more convincing pure deepfakes, and anybody can make it. So we will see an increase in the kind of true deepfake technologies that will spread completely falsified information. And the other thing to think about is also the actors online who are sharing it. So of course you can have bots, you can have malicious actors, people who are purposely sharing it, but actually a very big percent of the information online that is fake is often shared by people who didn't know any better.
And we've talked about people. I mean, this is a bit, I suppose it's a bit controversial, but is part of the issue that people are the problem? I mean, I know it's kind of a contrary opinion, but we talk about blaming tech companies for making and spreading this stuff, but should we maybe be doing more to educate people into not believing it in the first place?
I think that is certainly going to be a step we will have to take in a generative AI world. I think we are sufficiently trained to not believe everything we read, right? You know the phrase, don't believe everything you read on the internet. What we are not sufficiently trained to do is look at images and video and listen to audio and have that same level of critical thinking. In general, if we see a video that looks real, for example, a bomb hitting the Pentagon, most of us will believe it and we won't question it. If we were to see a post and someone said, hey, a bomb just hit the Pentagon, we are actually more likely to be skeptical of that because we've been trained more on text than video and images. So I think you're correct. I think there is this level of education that people need.
So talking about some of these companies, and obviously you've worked at one of them, but there are many, so we'll talk in general terms here. Do you think that they actually can control this?
So there are ways in which they could take action. For example, DeepMind have introduced something called SynthID, which is a technical watermarking of any photo. And there's a way to analyze the photo, no matter how it's cropped or changed or altered or filtered, that you can tell if it's deepfake or not.
Even if you take a photo of the photo?
Oh, I'm not sure if you take a photo of the photo.
Because this is one of the issues, right?
Yeah.
You know, if you take a photo of a photo, it's a brand new photo. So you need to be able to analyze something that survives the route through compression and transmission and everything else and degradation that you get from compression.
Right. That's a great point, because often we think of these very high-tech ways people will break things. But to your point, most of the best hacks are incredibly low-tech. So I think you're spot on. I have no idea if SynthID works if you take a photo of a photo.
So when it comes to flagging things, and even take content moderation, really at the core, that's at the core of controlling what comes online and what doesn't. Should there be an external government agency or just independent body that oversees this rather than it being controlled internally at the company?
And this is the ultimate discussion. And the phrase I've been using for all of this is, the question to answer is who gets to be the arbiter of truth. And it's such a difficult one to answer. Should it be an independent body? It depends. Who gets to be in that independent group? Are they appropriately speaking for what? Everybody in the world? We've not yet achieved that, like a fully representative body that represents everybody in the world that will be able to confidently speak on every issue.
I mean, technically, that's what we have elected officials for, though, to some degree now.
In the U.S., sure, but I think right now we are having a bit of a crisis of democracy where people do feel like they're not being represented in their own governments. The other part I'll add is, do we want this content moderation to inherently be political? Because that's what will happen, right? People will be elected, 2 to 4 years later, new people will be elected. Do we really want the decisions on what content is and isn't allowed online to be purely political in nature? I know there's accusations that these companies make political decisions. Frankly, companies make capitalistic decisions. They don't actually make purely political decisions. If we move it into the hands of the government, we are literally making them purely political decisions.
Let's lighten the mood a little bit and talk about putting executives in jail, which is a topic I love talking about. But it's really important where I'm from in Britain, because there is a bill in the works that, amongst many other things, does talk about essentially making executives at companies personally liable if their companies help in disseminating what they would call online harms online. It's still all up in the air at the time we speak. But I wonder, do you think threatening executives with potentially being locked up, even if it's an extreme case, is that helpful? Could it be helpful?
I don't know. I think it is what we want as human beings to have a single person to blame. We want there to be a good guy and want there to be a bad guy, frankly, right? Like, just in general, as human beings, we love to have hero culture, and when hero culture means we have villain culture. Frankly, a lot of these people are also larger than life and, comically villainous people. That being said, to what extent is throwing Mark Zuckerberg in jail going to fix the problems of social media writ large? Probably not very much, because Facebook or Meta or Google, they are a giant machine, right? They're massively global companies. There are decisions being made by many, many people. It's part of a company culture. Putting one person in prison may be almost theatrically a pleasing thing to do for some folks, but I don't think it would actually solve a big problem.
It's like it's the nuclear deterrent. It's the equivalent of a nuclear deterrent, right? It's there as a potential threat that forces a different general way of behaving, even if the actual, launch button or the prison sentence never actually happens. It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting if we think about it maybe game theoretically, right? So I can't help but be a quantitative social scientist sometimes, and I like to think of things in terms of what are people's incentives. So the question is a social media company incentivized to spread mis and disinformation? Actually, they're not. They don't want that because it makes them look bad.
Let me push back on that a little bit, because I do think the widely held belief, and even with our previous guest, was that social media companies' business models are at the core of why disinformation proliferates, because it puts more of a value on content that's engaging, even if it's not true.
So what I'd say is the cost of identifying misinformation, as I mentioned, is so massively expensive. Balancing that with making sure people have an experience they want is a very difficult thing to do. So is an engagement-based model leading to problems of radicalization, misinformation? Yes. Are social media companies actively trying to sow misinformation? No, they're not. And that's what I'm getting at, versus, let's say, somebody who's actively trying to do a bad thing. So for your prison example, if the CEOs of these companies were actively trying to spread misinformation, then I'd say, yeah, you know what, throw them in jail, they're bad people. I think on the other end, it's recognizing that this is an incredibly difficult problem, and what is the level of transparency and access to these models, or understanding the impact of these models that we may need that is maybe different from what we have today. So I look at the Digital Services Act in the EU, which is really fascinating. So their audit methodology is based on having these companies prove to an independent technical auditor that their models aren't, for example, influencing free and fair elections or violating fundamental human rights online.
So I'm curious about your former team at Twitter, also known as X now, how they feel about going back into content moderation work at other tech companies that are now jumping into AI, where this role is also going to be critical.
Yeah, so to start, Twitter and X are two totally different companies in my head. Companies are driven by the culture and the people who are there. They're two totally different places. But I take your point. Well, I think the people who are drawn to this work, whether it's trust and safety, ethical and responsible AI, which is the work my team did, we're drawn to the mission and we're drawn to the meaning of the work. We understand it's going to be hard. We understand that sometimes we can't solve problems, and frankly, we can't save the world. But I think that there's a fundamental good feeling we have about at least trying our best and being part of the solution. So I found that every single one of them wants to continue work.
What's something that no one's talking about that you think they should be, as far as AI and ethics and your expertise goes?
Yeah, we touched on this a little bit earlier. And the thing I worry about, there's such a rush to governance. There's such a rush to say, let's pass laws, let's regulate companies, let's slap them on the wrist and fine them and throw them in prison. I think we need to take a step back and think about what we are doing with these new laws that may create new paradigms of government overreach into private companies in an almost abstract sense, right? There's a reason why government and private companies in countries like the United States tend to be very separate. We may not always like the outcomes of that, but let's be clear, the opposite, like the extreme opposite, is a purely state-run economy. So we want to say things like, for example, the government should compel tech companies in the US not to sell to enemy states. Do we really want the government to be able to tell for-profit private companies where they should or shouldn't be selling their goods and products?
I mean, we did sort of see that with the previous US administration and Huawei, and basically saying you can't buy these companies' products and you can't sell your components to them. And that resulted in that company getting a lot better at developing its own stuff. And there's a risk that maybe backfired in some people's eyes. It's sort of tangential to the conversation about disinformation, but it all supports your argument.
Right. I mean, it all just ties into the sort of let's be careful of where we're shifting this power. Like right now, I think a lot of people feel that tech companies have an oversized amount of power. I think that's a fair thing to feel. Now, I don't want to rush into saying, well, then the government should clearly be taking some of that power away. Well, what about maybe developing a world of independent auditors and independent actors? That's what we do with my nonprofit, Human Intelligence. We're trying to build the independent community of people who are critiquing technology and actually helping drive and shift it towards benefiting human beings, right? So the term fiduciary duty got to mean something to a lot of us at Twitter last year. And I carry that lesson forward when I think about companies who want to do things for good and what it really means.
Facebook and Instagram have about 3 billion and 2 billion users a month, respectively. No single country in the world is home to that many people, and it's why Meta, which owns them both, attracts fierce scrutiny from governments and critics.
And that was before terms like generative AI became commonplace. But for years behind the scenes, Meta's been building a vast network of AI researchers, and it's used what they come up with to show people content and ads it thinks is going to keep people clicking.
That's not always worked out for the best. The company's long been accused of having an outsized influence on the spread of disinformation and social unrest, far beyond the shores of its Californian headquarters. And that's led people to question whether switching on even bigger, faster, smarter forms of artificial intelligence is actually good for the world.
Meta says it is, and its boss, Mark Zuckerberg, must know what's at stake if his company gets it wrong.
So, on this episode of AI IRL, we're speaking to Sir Nick Clegg, once a nearly 20-year veteran of British government. Now the man Meta's got in charge of convincing the world's public that his employer is doing the right thing for us all. So Nick Clegg, it's great to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, the Brits watching will remember you as the leader of the Liberal Democrat Party from your time in government. You were at one point the Deputy Prime Minister here in the UK, but for years you've been at what was Facebook, now Meta. So give us a sense, how is AI changing what you and the company does at the moment?
So in one sense, it's a continuation because AI, of course, AI is not, I know the hype almost suggests as if it's just been invented yesterday, but of course it's been talked about since the 1950s. And as far as Facebook, now Meta, is concerned, almost every aspect of what you see on social media is in one way or another affected by, ranked by, sorted by AI, and has been for many years. And we've, as a company, have long had a pretty strong pedigree in cutting-edge AI research, which we then open source. We have open sourced and shared over 1,000 AI databases and models over the last decade or so, and quite a lot of the foundational technology that's used in the industry. PyTorch, for instance, the sort of AI library was devised by Facebook researchers. That all being said, I think clearly generative AI, the development of these large language models, and now these image models, is a qualitative step in a new direction. And that, in terms of particularly the work that I do, is of course accompanied by a lot of time and thought is invested into how you can innovate with generative AI in a way that is responsible, that is safe, that is thoughtful, and we do that very openly and collaboratively with researchers, with academics across the industry, and of course governments are trying to grapple with this, and they're trying to work out whether and in what way they should regulate.
Not to ask people about their bosses, but Mark Zuckerberg, how is it changing his priorities? Because for a long time, he seemed very focused on building a metaverse, and now, we tend to just hear about the AI side of things. I'm just curious to get your sense of how those priorities are shifting. Are they shifting?
You would say they're not incompatible. In fact, they're sort of mutually dependent on each other. You can't really build a sort of metaverse suite of products, namely the idea of moving from a sort of 2D internet where you're looking at something on a flat screen to actually being immersively in an environment where even if the three of us were physically apart, if we were wearing virtual reality headsets, we'd be able to communicate with each other as avatars now, in the future hopefully as holograms, feeling really we're breathing the same air. Now that technology cannot be built without AI. Well, you certainly can't build content for that, for those experiences without AI.
But it certainly seems like the rollout of some of those headsets just hasn't quite caught on at the speed at which it was initially promised. And now you have generative AI just catching wind really quickly since last year. You have new generative AI tools that the company is releasing. How would you rank kind of those two priorities, though, given the headsets just aren't quite catching on at the same speed?
So I don't think we ever actually claimed that the headsets were suddenly going to sweep the board. That would be wholly unrealistic. You don't build Rome in a day. You certainly don't build a new computing platform in a few months either. We've always accepted this as a long-term investment. And by the way these things catch on tend to go in waves. I've read about ChatGPT exploding, and then particularly when kids started going left at the end of term and went on summer holidays, it subsided in terms of its user base. These things fluctuate. I think as I said earlier, AI is not new for us, but at the same time, I think I wouldn't look at generative AI as a kind of just as a product. It's not an app. It's not a piece of hardware. It's much more foundational than that. It's like an operating system. It's a completely different it's the sort of scaffolding, the infrastructure. I'm mixing my metaphors. I hope you know what I mean.
So how are these changing some of Meta's core products then? You talked about the generative AI that's going to form a core part of the business. Can you just sort of talk us through? I know a lot's new at the moment. What is changing there?
So I think if you look at, for instance, at the where content comes from that is being recommended to you on Instagram, we've been very open about the fact that over the last year or two, we were already leaning into having more recommended unconnected content. In other words, content that was not connected to your family and friends, but that our AI systems have been able to scour the internet and say, you might be interested in this, you might find this amusing, you might find this fun, you might find this educational. I think you'll see an acceleration of AI systems not only recommending content, but now increasingly generating content. So one of the things that we've been working on is how to make sure that people can distinguish between the provenance, the origin of something which is generated by AI rather than generated by human beings. So we will have visible, clear watermarks on the photorealistic imagery that people will be able to use in something called /Imagine, which is our photorealistic tool integrated into Meta AI, which is our sort of Meta sort of ChatGPT equivalent, where you can ask it anything from a restaurant recommendation for this evening to how to plan your next summer holiday.
And this is going to be baked into Messenger, into WhatsApp, into things like that.
Exactly, I was going to say, and all of that gets then baked into all of the platforms, into the messaging apps as well as the social media apps. And then again, I think this is a new departure, not entirely new. Some companies look at Character.ai, for instance, they've tried this, is we will be leaning into the development of AI characters, personae, from Jane Austen to, a Tom Brady style,
Says
sports
a lot about
expert.
your taste right now.
Well, it's a big range there.
So as more people start to use these tools, which sound really exciting, I imagine that creates a really robust data set to train these models. Do users have the ability, though, to opt out if they don't want to be part of that training set?
Yeah, they do, and they have the ability to, for instance, delete the data which they have when they're interacting with some of these AI characters, these AI personae that I spoke about.
And those
earlier.
personas, sorry, just to interrupt, but are they an alternative to having a friend? Are they can you message someone that you wish existed and who doesn't, or is this
an existing?
Well, I think it'll be very interesting. Actually, I think the truth is, let's see how people use them. Often it's the most sort of unexpected use cases that really take off, but you will be able to, you'll be able to bring in these AI persona into a group chat. So you have a mixture of. So if you're a group of friends who are organising a holiday, you'll be able to all together chat with one of these, with the travel agent who is an AI persona, who'll be able to give you recommendations in that chat group.
And for these product development roadmaps, how early in that process do you personally get brought into those, in terms of making sure that what's being considered by engineers, by developers, actually tick the boxes that obviously regulators and governments and people worldwide need ticking before they are adopted by millions of people?
Right at the outset. So I think the kind of way in which we become more and more joined up, the bigger and bigger that the company has become, as you quite rightly say, in order to anticipate some of the legal, regulatory, moral, ethical, cultural issues which these new products might bump up against, the more we can plan for them, and the more. And by the way, you will have seen when we open sourced our large language model, we produce a 75-page research paper, explaining exactly how that AI model was assembled. Yeah, we have provided unprecedented amounts of information about what data is and is not used, making it very clear, for instance, that the data of your communication with family and friends is not included in the training data, as well as what you can do to control your experience and the use of your data. And I think that is all to the good. The more open we can be about how these new technologies operate, the more open we can be about what the risks and the benefits are, what the controls are for users, and also how we need to work with others. We've had thousands of hours of red teaming, stress testing to make them as safe as we possibly can. We can't guarantee that they won't spew something inappropriate or something, unwelcome at any point, but we can keep retraining it. And we try and do that as openly as possible with other folk in the industry. Because if I can just take one specific thing, which I feel really strongly about, you can't reassure people about a new technology if you can't detect it in the first place. That requires high levels of industry cooperation, which is not yet fully mature, but it's something we're trying to lean into through something like the Partnership for AI, for instance.
The way you're innovating responsibly, it sounds like, has a lot to do with your open source philosophy, which not every AI company out there is adopting. Some are closed source models. And this came up in talks in Washington where leaders were, just a few weeks ago talking about why they adopt a certain stance versus another. Why did Meta decide to go in this direction, especially because critics would say perhaps open source models can actually make it harder to police and then hold that company accountable?
Yeah, we just see it. We see it very differently. First I should stress, one shouldn't get theological about this. There's space for closed models and open models. And by the way, we don't open source some models and tools where we think it would be ill-judged to do so. Just over the summer, there was an AI tool that our researchers came up with, which can take literally a snippet of your voice and then extrapolate it absolutely perfectly. And of course, that would be irresponsible to open source instantly. I totally understand, and I really don't mean this critically, I totally understand why for other companies it is a competitive advantage to keep it as a proprietary property, which you then charge basically people to access. We just literally flip that round. We think that the more people use our generative AI tools, the more they will innovate and we'll be able to incorporate those innovations into our own products. So, we're a company, we're not a charity, we're not doing this just for sort of charitable purposes, though I do think it has a tremendously positive effect on democratizing technology. Just imagine what it must feel like if you are a country in Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, or in other parts of the world where you just don't have any of the private or public entities that have either the money, because you need a considerable amount of money, or the very significant GPU computing capacity, or the data to build any of all of these things. So we think in the not even the long run, actually, relatively quickly, shared technology tends to be safer technology.
Just moving things on forwards a little bit here, There's a really interesting bill that's working its way through Parliament here in the UK as we speak. And one of the things, it's called the Online Harms Bill, and one of the things that it deals with, obviously, is, as you know extremely well, is online harms and keeping social media companies responsible online. And there's an interesting line in it that essentially threatens leaders of companies with prison, essentially, or punishment for failing at their companies to keep their companies from causing online harms. And I'm just curious to get your sense of whether that is an appropriate threat, do you think? Is it overkill? And do you think holding execs personally liable could be helpful?
So I think this issue of liability, which of course is not new, you see it in the banking industry and pharmaceuticals. Sure. It's not. I really do think the devil is in the details. You know, it clearly would be both unworkable and absurd. Yeah. The notion that
that Mark Zuckerberg could go to jail.
Well, not that. That the United Kingdom is going to lodge an extradition request to the authorities in California because there's one piece of content they don't like which has appeared on in Instagram in the UK. That would not work. To be fair, that's not actually what the bill, as my understanding, says. It says something quite different, which is if there's systemic and repeated failure to even cooperate with the regulator in question after repeated requests and I think then even a court order, at that point, executives become liable. It seems to me that is not a wholly unreasonable approach to saying, in the absolute extreme case that a sort of rogue company refuses to engage with, refuses to cooperate, doesn't make any even best efforts, even after the regulator has gone to court. I think it's somewhat difficult to then suggest that is.
The line I picked out was the individual has failed to take all reasonable steps to prevent that offence being committed. The offence being online harms, like it's all steps.
No, I don't think it is that. I think if you, to be fair to the bill, though I'm not a legislative lawyer, but I think to be fair to the bill, it is much more heavily caveated than that. Having said all of that, I do think all democracies, including the United Kingdom, always need to be very mindful that where they legislate is where other, sometimes less scrupulous jurisdictions might choose to follow. And so one of the things that I sometimes feel is lost in the debate in a place like the House of Commons is that if you overdo it in legislation, then it's very easy for the Iranian authorities or the other less scrupulous authorities to say, well, if they're doing a version of this in legislation in democracy A, then why can't we do it in our country B? And that's one of the things I somewhat worry about sometimes, which is that the debate around controlling content online, which of course I understand the political instinct, because it's all about exercising political sovereignty over things that your citizens see, can often almost accidentally aid and abet those people who actually want to censor speech around the world and pressure private companies to do their bidding. And that's why one needs to, I think, tread extremely carefully in taking on powers like the one that you've just cited.
over to the United States for a bit. There's a fear among researchers and other experts that artificial intelligence could turbocharge misinformation and disinformation. And recently, you as well as some other tech executives had said that disinformation on platforms right now, even amid the rise of ChatGPT, isn't as bad as expected. What sorts of changes is Meta making to its algorithms and products to ensure that it's not caught off guard ahead of the 2024 election?
Yeah, so this is an adversarial space, right? So people who want to, by the way, just to be sort of tediously semantic, we draw a distinction, just to be clear, between misinformation, which is where you're saying stuff that is partly false or slightly false, or it's deliberately designed to mislead, or it's accidentally designed to lead, to disinformation, which is the much more deliberate use, usually, of fake accounts to interfere from outside into domestic elections. The key thing is when misinformation goes viral, and we have a number of increasingly sophisticated tripwires which say, this seems to be going viral. You might want to have a look at this, and then it's for independent fact checkers to decide.
Is it too late by then? Would it be better to catch them before it gets spread?
Well, how do you do? You can't vet what someone posts before it's posted. So the speed at which you do it is crucial, and that's my point. AI has allowed us to become faster and faster and faster, at flag or identifying potential viral content which might need to be scrutinized. And of course, that's our job. And that's why we've invested $16 billion, I think, over the last 5 years. We have thousands of people working on this. I keep reading about, oh gosh, we're letting our guard down. No way. We are putting a huge amount of time and effort into preparing for these rash of elections we have next year. India, UK, possibly US, Mexico, and so on. I think 2 billion people or thereabouts are going to voting booths next year. But the point is, our systems, in a sense, our systems shouldn't care about whether something is produced by AI or it's produced by a human being. If it's misinformation, it's misinformation. But I think it's right to anticipate that all of that will happen more quickly. I think that is a reasonable expectation. It's one we're sort of trying to plan for.
Layoffs in the tech sector really rattle trust and safety teams, which includes a lot of the content moderators that deal with disinformation online. How has this affected the teams at Meta that are charged with ensuring Meta's AI models are in fact developed responsibly?
So we continue to have, I honestly don't know what the precise tally is. Of course, it varies over them. We have around 40,000 people working on safety and integrity in our company. But crucially, the answer to your question is yes, absolutely. We want as much as possible to have new AI tools to facilitate the way in which we keep our users safe and the way in which we enforce our policies and ensure that content that violates our policies is acted against. Because it doesn't matter if we employed 400,000 or 4 million. It still would never, and you can't solve this problem by just employing more people. And I would strongly urge people not to regard this as just as a sort of headcount issue. Honestly, a few hundred or even a few thousand people here or there is not the issue. The issue is one of technology. We won't always be perfect. There will always be parts of the system that don't operate as they should. But is the answer in the long run AI-fueled technology rather than, a few extra people here or there? Yeah, absolutely, undoubtedly, yes.
So where does algorithmic bias factor into that? If these are, largely what the company's going to be relying on to detect misinformation and disinformation?
So you mean bias in AI systems?
That's right.
So bias in AI systems is something which we spend a lot of our research, it's called FAIR, Facebook AI research team, has done a lot of groundbreaking work on this, and you can do a considerable amount in the training phase of these models to ensure that bias is anticipated and that stereotypical content is not relied upon. You then have to use a sort of feedback loop where when everyday users are using these AI models to make sure that bias is not creeping into the way that the systems operate. I think we've made huge advances in that.
So, let me ask you, Meta and Facebook were at one point the poster child for move fast and break things. And you had a lot of technology 10 years ago, you have a lot of technology now. So how can you be confident that people can trust that you aren't still moving fast and breaking things, but with AI now?
I think transparency and accountability. I think we need to be as transparent as we realistically can be and need to be held to account for how our systems operate.
How should we hold tech companies to account, though?
Well, let me give you a very good example. We're literally the only tech company that in exactly the same cadence as our financial results, every 12 weeks, we publish exhaustively data about the 2021 categories of content which, under our community standards, we don't want to see on our platform, and we're completely open about how good we are against terrorist content, hate speech, bullying, harassment, IP fraud, you name it, all of these different categories, and we stipulate where our systems have detected that content before any human being has reported it to us. And more than that, we get it independently audited. So EY audits it, because you're not going to believe our homework. And to give you an example of the progress, exactly the issue we've just talked about, hate speech, the prevalence of hate speech now, according to the latest audited statistics that we've published, is down to 0.02%. That means for every 10,000 bits of content, if you were scrolling endlessly on Facebook, two bits of that those 10,000 bits of content would be hate speech. And that is down by about 50-60% on where it was 18, 24 months ago, for one reason only, because of AI, because our AI systems have got so much better.
Well, I think that is a very optimistic point to leave this on. Nick, it's been a great pleasure. Thanks so much for taking the time to come in and talk to us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The rise of artificial intelligence is raising fresh fears about technology's role in distorting the truth. It's setting up a test of the strength and resilience of democratic institutions across the globe.
And it comes at a time when many governments are grappling with the power of social media and its ability to stoke division.
So in an effort to sidestep mistakes of the past, lawmakers are racing to put up guardrails for a technology they don't fully understand, while AI leaders vie for a bigger role in shaping them.
Now, both camps don't exactly have a great track record here, so why would AI be any different?
In this episode of AI IRL, we'll explore what's at stake for democracy if it isn't. Congressman Ted Lieu, thank you so much for joining us. So you're a representative of California. It's home to some of the biggest companies leading the AI boom. And it's an exciting time in technology, but also a somewhat precarious chapter in society. You know, we saw how social media undeniably played a role in eroding the public's trust in institutions. What risk do you think AI poses to democracy?
As a recovering computer science major, I am enthralled with AI. It is going to move society forward. It already has. There's already some big risks that we also see, and we have to mitigate those risks while reaping the benefits. So in terms of democracy, AI is very good at doing fake videos, fake voices. If you give an AI algorithm half an hour's worth of your voice, it will sound just like you, Jackie. If you give it 2 hours worth of your voice, your family members can't tell the difference. And then you can see how that could be quite disruptive to democracy and just to regular scammers in everyday life where people might get tricked by AI.
How worried are you?
I'm somewhat worried because when social media first came out, people were fascinated by it. They took it seriously. And then over time, they realized, oh, we shouldn't trust everything we see on the internet. And that's what I want people to see with AI and the internet. They need to have some skepticism and not trust everything that they see and do some double checking.
I mean, it's not new that legislation plays catch up with technology a lot of the time. We saw that with, even over the last 20 years, Napster, more recently, look at something like the Cambridge Analytica scandal with Facebook, Meta now. And I wonder, should we believe that AI can be any different in terms of how legislation can help?
So my view is AI is like the steam engine, which was quite disruptive when society first saw it work. It's going to become a supersonic jet engine in a few years with a personality. And I don't think we're ready as a society or as a government to see all the amazing benefits of AI, but also the disruptions. For example, in terms of the labor force, AI is simply going to eliminate a number of jobs or make a number of jobs more efficient. Well, what do you do with that? Do you go to a 4-day work week? It's my vote that we do that. Or do you fire a quarter of your workforce? Or do you make them work 25% harder? These are all decisions that we have to make, and I'm not sure we're ready for that.
One of the things people are concerned about is that being able to discern the veracity of the audio or images that we see online is just going to get even more difficult as AI gets more sophisticated. Do you think AI has the potential to decide the 2024 election?
I don't think so. I honestly think it's going to be decided on one issue, abortion, and I don't think the Republicans are going to be able to overcome that issue. But AI can be disruptive in putting out fake videos and making people think that, for example, Joe Biden said something that he didn't, or that Donald Trump said something that he didn't. And again, I want people just to be somewhat skeptical when they see videos, especially political videos.
When it comes to reining in AI, you and some lawmakers have proposed that a national commission take a deeper look into what actually needs to be regulated before actual regulation is written. Talk to us about your thinking there.
So I've introduced bipartisan legislation that will create a national bipartisan Blue Ribbon Commission to make recommendations to Congress as to what kinds of AI we might want to regulate and how we might want to do that. There's precedent for this. In the DoD military side, there was an AI commission that did quite well, made some good recommendations. This is the same for the civilian sector. And when we look at AI, because it's so massive and so broad, I think we need a commission that is transparent, that can narrow down the issues we have to focus on, and then give us some recommendations on how to go forward.
But is there a risk that we miss the window to regulate it because we're busy creating a group to structure that regulation where AI is just, it's going to keep going?
So the intent of this commission is not to delay regulation. It's pretty quick. If it becomes law, it requires a report within 6 months and then a second report within a year. And in the meantime, you can continue to pass legislation. So there's certain elements of AI that you don't need a commission to talk to you about. For example, AI that can destroy the world. So right now,
How do you even start there?
So there are these weapons in Department of Defense known as autonomous weapons, weapons that launch automatically. So I've introduced bipartisan legislation that basically says, no matter how amazing AI ever gets, it can never launch a nuclear weapon by itself. There's got to be a human in the loop. So that can proceed and become law, and other sorts of bills can become law while this commission looks at the broader pictures of AI.
You've talked about tapping experts to help you kind of develop some of that understanding. And Congress people have invited people like Sam Altman and other tech leaders on the Hill to really talk about their view on how this technology should be regulated. But do you think that lawmakers have gotten too cozy with some of these tech leaders?
That is always a risk. So I worked with the vice chair of the Republican caucus. I'm the vice chair of the Democratic caucus, and we brought in Sam Altman for a bipartisan dinner. It was a terrific dinner. He was very instructive, and I thought it was very helpful. I also made a point to bring in other civil society experts who had different views of AI risks and AI bias, to make sure that members were getting both sides of AI.
This AI National Commission bill that you put forward, it's a bipartisan effort, but I'm curious what your thoughts are on how a Republican administration would regulate AI.
I think the best way to think about AI is it's not a human being, it's not sentient, it's a tool. And tools can be used for good purposes or bad purposes. So there's nothing particularly partisan to me about AI or about technology in general. And that's why I think if you look at Congress, we've done a number of bipartisan bills, for example, on cybersecurity. And to me, AI is in a similar realm where it's not really a partisan issue. It's how do we want to make sure that we reap the benefits and mitigate the harms.
Do you think it's a unifying issue in some ways?
It could be. So, we don't want, AI to destroy the world. So hopefully we can unify on that.
Do you think that AI can help with some grassroots campaigning?
Right, like write me a fundraising
Yeah.
email in the style of a Taylor Swift song.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
something silly.
Would pay attention to.
AI could totally do that. And so I am assuming both political parties are going to be using AI not only in this election, but in every upcoming election. But when you mentioned Taylor Swift, that was interesting because part of their problem with AI is how do you monetize what is happening? You have these large language models that are scouring the entire internet to train themselves. Part of the internet are copyrighted Taylor Swift works. Do you compensate her for the training of AI? I don't know. Then the second question is, well, if this AI algorithm generates things that sound like Taylor Swift lyrics, do you compensate Taylor Swift? I don't know.
Well, on the topic of kind of the relationship that the technology industry has with Washington, it's undeniably going to have to be much more intertwined, given everyone is still ramping up their understanding of what AI is actually capable of doing. Do you think leaders like Sam Altman are in some ways more powerful than lawmakers themselves?
I don't. I think he's helpful in providing information and providing insights into how these large language models work. And I think it might be good to sort of step back and give you my view of how I look at AI as a lawmaker. And to me, the best analogy is sort of two bodies of water. You have this large ocean of AI and then this small lake. So large ocean of AI is all the AI we don't care about as lawmakers. So if your smart toaster has a preference for bagels over wheat toast, we don't care. But in this small lake are the AI aspects that we care about. So one of them would be destroying the whole world. Second bucket would be AI that isn't going to destroy the world but can kill you individually. So there's a lot of AI, for example, in automated cars.